The door from the 5th to the 4th level was filled with prison soldiers, who kept pointing their weapons at the frozen area after Luffy destroyed the door with his punch, while Magellan waited along with his men and all the prison officers. In the middle of the snow, a shadow emerged with more appearing from all sides of the first shadow, revealing Luffy and the crowd that accompanied him at that moment. "Prepare for battle," Magellan said, while everyone nodded tensely with their weapons pointed and trembling at the enemies coming from the 5th level. "It seems that Magellan is back in battle," Luffy commented, seeing the director with medical bandages around his injured body. "Sorry about this, but we're breaking out of prison," Lucy shouted next to Luffy. Suddenly, a pink leap stepped in front of the prison guards, and Sadie appeared, jumping high before anyone could react. She prepared her whip. "Finally, I'll punish you," she immediately launched the attack on Luffy. "This woman again, she's persistent," Nami complained, and before Sadie could complete the attack, Garuda's claw grabbed her again, and everyone saw the woman fly back to the 4th level. "Miss Sadie!" all the soldiers exclaimed, and a wave hit them, causing them to fall to the ground, leaving only Magellan standing. "You should know that crowds don't work against me," Luffy said while Magellan frowned, not noticing a fist coming towards his already broken face. Luffy hit him with great force again, sending him flying backward before falling unconscious shortly after. "Luffy, I hope you didn't kill him," Lucy exclaimed, immediately entering the 5th level. The explosion of Magellan's body colliding with a wall several dozen meters away before he fell unconscious again. "Damn, my hand is poisoned again," Luffy commented with the venomous slime staining his fist as he returned to his crew. "Reiju, help me here," he said. Meanwhile, Ivankov and Jimbei were watching this with wide eyes and open mouths, with Crocodile frowning. He defeated the director with just one punch. Ivankov's companions couldn't believe what they were seeing. "He was already injured from our last battle and hadn't fully recovered, so it was easy to do this," Luffy replied calmly to their shock. The crew continued walking past the lake of fire while various prisoners watched them and shouted for help. "Lami, can you get to that point and open the cells?" Luffy asked Lami to go to the control room on the floor. "Yes." She nodded and created her room before disappearing. Moments later, all the cell doors were opened. "We're free, haha. Freedom, I'll get revenge on the guards." "Thank you, guys." The prisoners started shouting immediately, but Luffy silenced them the next moment by releasing his haki throughout the floor. "Listen, I don't care if you escape from here, but if anyone kills any guard knocked out by me, I'll feel responsible and turn you into ashes. Understand?" Luffy spoke calmly through his haki, making everyone feel the threat. He wouldn't allow anyone to die at someone else's hands while knocked out by his haki. This made the prisoners abandon the idea of going to the entrance of the 5th floor and start running to the 3rd floor. "Let's go," Luffy said and began heading to the next floor with Lami reappearing. Teach was entering the 4th floor when he saw a crowd of prisoners running towards the door from where he descended. "What's going on here? Ziahahaha." He laughed. The prisoners didn't care about him as they continued running to the 3rd floor. Teach didn't mind either as he continued walking towards the 6th level. But soon among all the prisoners, a group appeared, being Luffy, a man he knew very well after Jaya when he was threatened. Teach stopped in front of Luffy, while Luffy's group stood in front of Teach, staring at each other. "Lord Crocodile." Crocodile looked to the side when a man he knew well and was imprisoned on this floor approached him, being Mr. 1. "You finally came, Mr. 1, Crocodile said. "Crocodile boy. Who is this?" Ivankov approached Crocodile, making him frown with this question. Since they met on level 5.5, Ivankov had been a stone in his past, and it wasn't just him. The Straw Hat himself knew about his past. "What's the plan?" Mr. 1 asked. "We'll follow them to Marineford, then we'll take our own path." That was what Crocodile hoped. Returning to Luffy, he looked at Teach and his group with interest, finding them in the same place as the original Luffy. "Who is this?" Lucy asked curiously. "This is the man who captured Ace," Luffy said. "What?" Lucy was shocked and started to get angry. "Ziahahaha, Straw Hat," Teach said, despite having a dark frown and not wanting to provoke Luffy. After all, he was much stronger than his current self. "I see you went to the 6th floor, but you only took a few people," he said as he noticed only a few people from that level in the group. If your plan is to recruit some people from that floor, you can still do that, but I've already taken the liberty of facilitating Bullet and Redfield's escape. So you better be careful who you provoke there, Luffy commented with a smile. Bu Bullet. Teach didn't seem to know Redfield, but Bullet was someone he knew very well from his journey at sea. Yes, now I have to go, Luffy said, but the next moment, his gaze returned to Teach with a new gleam. Teach saw this and prepared to fight, with his group doing the same. You know, I said I wouldn't harm you in Jaya as long as you didn't permanently harm my brother, but you still captured him. I may not want to kill you now, but I can't let that slide, can I? Luffy said with an amused tone. What are you? Teach was already prepared to fight when he saw purple flames flying towards him. Teach quickly put his hand in front, causing the dark mist to start emerging from it and suck the flames as they got close, into the darkness like a black hole. Zia ha 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 ha. Teach laughed seeing the flame being consumed by his powers. You should know that doesn't work against my darkness Logia, he said, imagining that Luffy had a very good understanding of his powers since Luffy approached him in Jaya to put a devil fruit in Ace's sword. But as soon as the flames were completely engulfed in front of Teach, he saw in front of him where the group was, but realizing that Luffy was no longer among them. Before he could question it, he felt a presence behind him. Very useful ability, Teach, Luffy said behind him. His body engulfed in flames and much larger than usual, as he was in his phase 2 at that moment. But you know that's not enough, he continued, and before Teach could react, Luffy punched him, sending the Shichibukai flying away as the ground exploded with his body. Luffy also disappeared from the spot as bullets began to be fired at him by Van Augur. Luffy dodged immediately, jumping in the air, seeing someone appear right beside him. It was Burgess, advancing wanting to punch Luffy. But before Burgess could react, Hugo appeared, leaning in and launching a punch against Burgess's fist, while his own fist was wrapped in rocks. The punches clashed immediately with an explosion. Burgess was surprised but didn't stop the challenge, opening a smile and advancing excitedly as they clashed their fists. Hugo's rock fist cracked, but the Straw Hat member still gained an advantage against Burgess, who retreated in surprise and was sent flying backward. Van Augur aimed again at Luffy, who was still in the air, while staring at the spot where Teach had fallen. However, just as he was about to shoot, a laser beam advanced towards him, forcing Van Augur to dodge or shoot the laser, which generated an explosion when his bullet and the energy clashed. He looked at who shot, which was Usopp from the crowd, keeping a serious look while aiming his pistols at the target. You want to fight? Usopp spoke with a dangerous tone, in contrast to his usual personality. Lafitte was watching from a distance alongside Doc Q, ready to attack and help his captain, but suddenly a blue space appeared and they simply disappeared from the spot, reappearing over the lava lake while they fell in surprise, with Lami just clicking her tongue after sending them to their deaths. Teach appeared screaming while feeling intense pain due to the weakness of his devil fruit. He finally got up at this moment and gritted his teeth, looking at Luffy still in the air. With a quick movement, Teach created a vacuum with his hands, pointing at Luffy while using his darkness absorption. Everything seemed to be sucked towards Teach's hand, or rather, almost everything. Teach looked surprised that Luffy didn't move an inch with that. What is happening? How is he still standing? Teach murmured a bit scared, seeing that his fruit wasn't having any effect, but he didn't realize that Luffy was still being sucked in, but moving so slowly that no one noticed. His ability is really strong. Luffy smiled with this internal comment. However, I slowed my speed to 0.001, he thought calmly. Luffy was only thinking since he couldn't even move his mouth because he was slowed down multiple times, so he didn't even bother trying. Damn, how did you do that? Teach didn't understand until he finally gave up, seeing that Luffy wasn't moving. However, as soon as he stopped sucking Luffy, he disappeared and reappeared beside him. You think I don't know how to fight against you, idiot? Said Luffy, punching him even harder without Teach being able to do anything. Teach went flying to the other side of the prison, causing another explosion when his body collided with the wall. Luffy just looked into the distance while Lafitte and Doc Q, riding his horse, appeared beside him as he flew. Lami was about to react with Haki, but Luffy raised his hand to her. Leave them, we don't have time for this, Luffy requested, After all, he didn't want to fight Teach now. It wasn't a real fight, just a few punches were enough. A fierce battle between shooters was happening with Usopp versus Van Augur at this moment while Usopp activated his wings and flew, shooting at his enemy trying to avoid the explosions that Usopp could create. Usopp had the advantage of having a devil fruit like Bahamut. Meanwhile, the man dodged attacks that sometimes were so large that they threw him far away. Usopp stopped attacking after seeing him fly away with one of his attacks. Van Augur didn't return to attack but ran to where his captain had flown. Meanwhile, Burgess broke a pillar while flying away with Hugo landing after another clash of punches. "It looks like you're just big," Hugo mocked, seeing the man flying while breaking another part of the wall. He didn't advance, seeing that Luffy didn't want to fight anymore. "Let's stop, leave them," Luffy requested, opening a smile. "After all, we have some new company." He landed on the ground next and looked at the two vice admirals who had arrived on the floor, while Lucy frowned. After all, she was a member of the Marines. Buggy wasn't in a very good situation. As he woke up after being beaten along with all his men when they encountered the vice admirals, he noticed that after some time, the Marines, not wanting to waste too much time with low-level prisoners, just left them on the ground and continued on their way to the lower floors. Buggy stood up and began calling everyone. "Come on, the Marines are gone. Let's move before the guards come back here," he shouted, and everyone began to agree. "Let's go, Chief Buggy," they exclaimed. Then a sound came from behind them, and several new prisoners from the 4th level appeared at the entrance to level 1. More people? Buggy was confused but soon nodded, satisfied with it. "Let's go, more of my men have arrived," he shouted, and everyone from levels 1 and 2 looked at Buggy with admiration. "You really knew about this, Chief Buggy. Chief Buggy is very strategic." They started shouting excitedly for Buggy and moved forward while the members from level 4 joined them, a little confused by the other prisoners' shouting, but they just wanted to get out of prison and nodded as they joined the group heading to the prison entrance. It was already mid-morning when the marine ship not far away finally saw some sign of the Den Den Mushi starting to work again. "Finally, let's contact HQ immediately," the Marines exclaimed, and the highest-ranking officer on the ship made the call. "This is HQ." The voice on the other side spoke. The officer wasted no time in informing the gravity of the situation at Impel Down. "Listen, Impel Down is being assaulted by two pirate groups. First, Monkey D. Luffy launched an attack on the prison, cutting all communications. Hours later, Marshal D. Teach launched an attack. We don't know if the two groups are connected, but two vice admirals went down to check the situation. I repeat, Impel Down is under attack and couldn't even resist the first attack from Monkey D. Luffy," he exclaimed into the Den Den Mushi. The Den Den Mushi showed a surprised face and then switched to a serious look. "We will inform our superiors," he said and hung up. Meanwhile, in the first area of the prison, the conscious guards and Marines soon noticed something was wrong. The men treating the wounded from Teach's attack began to hear something. "I'm hearing footsteps and shouting," another guard said with some fear. "Don't tell me it's..." Before he could finish, the gate leading to level 1 exploded at that moment, and a crowd of prisoners emerged, with Buggy leading the group. "It's the prisoners, prepare to fight them, permission to shoot." The Marines started shouting as they quickly tried to stop them, beginning to shoot into the crowd. The sound of gunfire quickly alerted the Marines on the ship while they were talking directly to Sengoku, having a difficult conversation as they reported what was happening. "My lord, a crowd of prisoners has surfaced. The guards are fighting them right now," a Marine warned the officer who was on the line with Sengoku. The sound of gunfire and screams began to echo through the prison. "What is it now?" Sengoku, with a massive headache, shouted furiously. His shout seemed to be heard throughout HQ as the crowd of soldiers began to position themselves in the square, waiting for the war to start, while many officers there gave motivational speeches to boost the men's morale. Garp, who was on top of the main justice building, looked down, a little surprised by Sengoku's furious outburst. He would have laughed at it, but there wasn't any mood for that. He didn't even want to hear what was happening. After all, his grandson was about to be executed, and his granddaughter was imprisoned and Impel Down. "My lord, we must help them." Back on the marine ship in front of the prison, A marine asked for permission to return to the area where the Den Den Mushi wouldn't work. Alright, stop them and keep us updated on the situation. I can't send help with the execution starting at this moment. Sengoku was increasingly cornered. If he sent help, he might lose the chance to have enough force to kill all the targets in this war. Alright, we'll do everything for justice. The Marines shouted and began steering the ship back to impel down. A tense battle was beginning on the first level. Sengoku saw the Den Den Mushi lose communication after some time. It seems he went after his sister. Now how did he get that information? I don't know. A voice emerged in front of Sengoku. Shouldn't I send reinforcements? All those Marines are going to die. Sengoku said with a lost tone, wondering how they could deal with those enemy forces. Maybe, but that will weaken the forces here, which is even worse. To achieve a good result, you should send a large part of the forces. Otherwise, it will only delay him. We must wait for him here. After all, he will still be drawn here. The one speaking was none other than Sengoku's former boss, Kong, who was sitting in his office. Yes. The only thing I can do is ensure that the lives lost by those Marines are not in vain. We will stop all these pirates today and end Roger's last lineage. Sengoku spoke with a serious tone, and Kong nodded, as he was there to reinforce the Marines' power in the war. At the entrance from the second floor to the first, the door exploded at that moment, with Luffy emerging with his group heading for the surface. Luffy looked to his side and saw his sister in internal conflict. I know it's not easy, Lucy, but now we have to keep going, and there's no turning back, he commented. I know, it's just hard to accept all this, she replied. Luffy could understand. After all, in a short time, she went from serving as a loyal Marine to justice, to going to Marineford to save Ace, even if it meant becoming an enemy of the Marines. Luffy noticed her look when he beat up the two vice admirals who appeared and lay on the ground of the fourth level, bleeding and unconscious after Luffy started fighting them. Remember, Lucy. There's nothing more important than family, he told his sister. Yes, you're right, she said finally, and they continued to the last level before reaching the surface. On the fourth level, Magellan had just woken up, still feeling intense pain after being knocked out a second time. I need to stop them. I can't let them get out of here, he said with some determination. Even if he died today, he would protect his prison. While the soldiers remained fallen, he began to walk, trying to reach Luffy, but was surprised by what he saw at that moment. As he arrived at a point above the lava lake, he saw Teach and his group recovering from the fight with Monkey D. Luffy and heading to the 6th level. Magellan quickly grew somber, realizing what was happening here. Zihahahaha, are you the director? Teach asked, his face covered in blood after being beaten by Luffy. I don't have time for this, Hydra. Magellan wasted no time and summoned his poison, and before Teach and the others could react, the Hydra struck them, covering them in poison with one of its heads. Teach's entire crew fell to the ground, enveloped in poison all over their bodies, while Magellan simply left them there to die and continued towards the stairs to the next floors. Meanwhile, Luffy finally emerged on the surface with his group and quickly realized the place was in chaos, not only because of Teach's passage but also due to the conflict between the Marines and the prisoners. There were corpses from both sides scattered all around. This is pretty bad. Vivi commented. We don't have time for this. We're heading into a war that will be an even bloodier scene than this, so let's keep moving, but we have to be quick. Luffy commented as there were no more walls on this side, allowing them to see in all directions. At the port, there was a Marine ship that the prisoners had captured after overpowering the Marines with much greater numbers. We don't have any more coding, and Enel damaged all the other ships here, but there's that ship to take us part of the way to Marineford, so we can't let them escape. Nami, stop the ship. Luffy said and continued walking toward the port, ignoring the dead and unconscious people on the ground. We'll finally get out of here, following my plan completely. Buggy appeared in front of the ship crowded with prisoners while everyone nodded in agreement. Yes, Chief Buggy, you're truly an admirable man. Long live Chief Buggy, the people exclaimed to Buggy. That's right, Buggy, long live Chief Buggy, they continued shouting excitedly. They kept cheering for Buggy while he looked on with pride. Finally, freedom, and I even gained all these followers. My day couldn't get any better, ha 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 ha. Buggy commented to himself as he raised his hands excitedly, with the ship leaving the port at that moment. "Thank you, God. You truly blessed me," he exclaimed with everyone else also celebrating. "Freedom!" Buggy shouted. "Freedom!" Even the prisoners from the 4th level quickly converted to Buggy's faction and joined the crowd, shouting in unison. But suddenly, the ship trembled, causing everyone to lose their balance, with Buggy falling face first onto the deck. "What's happening?" he exclaimed as he saw the ship struggling to move but unable to leave the spot. "Chief Buggy, we're stuck. A giant claw is stopping the ship," a prisoner shouted as he ran to Buggy with a frightened face. Buggy immediately ran to the back of the ship and saw a massive claw holding the lower part of the vessel, glowing green and keeping it in place. "What's going on?" Buggy said, bewildered. "Look, Chief Buggy," one of the prisoners shouted, pointing to the front as Luffy approached the edge of the port with a smile on his face. "Mugiwara," Buggy shouted, scared. "Hello Buggy. I see you're quite busy with this ship. How about giving us a ride?" Luffy commented with a small smile. "What?" The prisoners next to Buggy were a bit frightened, but Luffy wasted no time and simply unleashed another wave of haki on the group, causing everyone to fall unconscious the next moment. "What an interesting ability," Ivankov commented from behind. "Buggy continues to resist. Your haki, Captain," Zoro remarked while the clown looked around at all his fallen comrades before turning his gaze back to Luffy, with snot dripping from his nose. Nami continued pulling the ship into the port until the entire Straw Hat crew and their new companions freed from the prison jumped onto the ship, and it finally started sailing again. Mugiwara. As the ship was about to gain full speed, Magellan appeared at the port, creating a massive red hydra. "He's persistent. I admit," Luffy commented and grabbed a cannonball beside the ship. "Let's test this new ability," Luffy said, having acquired a new level with his Akuma no Mi after fighting at Sabaody and invading Impel Down. Moa Moa no Mi. Apply speed. 100 times. As soon as he threw it, the object flew toward Magellan, who was initiating his attack with the Hydra's heads. The cannonball disappeared as Luffy threw it like Garp used to, making an explosive sound as it flew at high speed, hitting the middle head of the Hydra and piercing through the red venom. It didn't stop there, continuing to drill through the Hydra, with Magellan seeing the cannonball approaching at high speed, having no time to dodge before it exploded with him. Boom! The explosion disintegrated the red Hydra, while Magellan was blasted away, burned, and knocked out for the 3rd time since encountering Luffy. "The venom is coming this way," the Okamas screamed in fear. "We're going to die," Buggy shouted, terrified. "Leave it to me," Ivankov yelled and started blinking, creating giant explosive impacts on each blob of venom headed for the ship. He blinked dozens of times, but it didn't seem enough. "Leave it to me," Vivi said, raising both hands, creating a wind so strong that it blew all the liquid in the opposite direction. "It seems nothing else can hinder us. Let's head to Marineford," Luffy said to everyone standing around the unconscious crowd. Jimbei quickly took the helm while everyone else nodded, except for Buggy, who believed he had finally gained his freedom, only to head straight into the middle of a war. But what else could he do? Luffy nodded and hoped to find Beppo before reaching Marineford. He didn't put the Black Pearl in the water due to the currents in this sea and wanted to save some energy, having used a lot of haki and had a small fight against Magellan and Teach. It was almost noon at this moment, as the sun shone at its highest point above Marineford. Since the beginning of that day, everyone inside and outside Marineford knew it would be a day that would be etched into the history of this world. The main square, a vast expanse of ground between the high walls of the fortress and the sea, was filled with marine soldiers, arranged in impeccable formations and ready for the battle that could take place there. Men and women of different ranks, from recruits to seasoned officers, were preparing for the imminent confrontation. The air was thick with tension and expectation, as the sound of marching boots and shouted orders echoed through the area, positioning the groups in their correct places. In the center of the square, the 3 marine admirals, Akainu, Kizaru, and Aokiji, stood firm, issuing a few orders. They all radiated an aura of unquestionable power as they symbolized marine strength. Akainu, with his relentless gaze and iron determination, adjusted his gloves, ready to use his magma, prepared to destroy any approaching threat. Kizaru, with his still slightly injured attitude, began to return to his carefree expression. Aokiji, in turn, maintained a serious and calm expression, still looking concernedly at the Marines. On the sides of the square, the Shichibukai, the 7 warlords of the sea, were walking towards the wall to stand in front of the Marines and the sea. Dracul Mahawk, the world's strongest swordsman, walked with his enormous sword, Yuru, on his shoulder, while observing the movement with a cold and distant look towards the sea. Bartholomew Kuma, imposing and enigmatic, remained silent. Boa Hancock, the pirate empress, kept her gaze firm, accompanied by a serpent. Her beauty was a target of admiration by all the Marines. Doflamingo, still injured and missing one of his limbs, walked with a somber and serious face. Moria, though still a bit injured, stood firm with the other Shichibukai. Returning to the square, the marine giants, with their enormous statures, were also positioning themselves around the square, while the sound of their footsteps echoed thunderously with each step, making the ground tremble as they moved into their positions. Huge cannons were lined up on the walls and on the warships, pointing towards the sea, ready to unleash a storm of cannonballs against any enemy daring to approach. The warships, true floating fortresses, were anchored off the coast, with their flags fluttering in the wind representing justice. Officers continued making speeches, and commands kept coming through the loudspeakers throughout the square, issuing orders and calling certain officers to present themselves in requested areas. Suru was positioned near the platform, as one of the Marines' most strategic minds, organizing the entire square before Sengoku arrived with the prisoner to the platform and began the announcement. Leaving Marineford and heading to an island not far from the HQ, at Sabaody Archipelago, the atmosphere was filled with restless anticipation. Reporters from all over the world had gathered around huge screens, being positioned in the main squares of the islands, ready to broadcast the events of Marineford live. Den Mushi communication equipment was being frantically adjusted by technicians, while journalists prepared to report on the unfolding of the most anticipated war of the pirate era. Cameras and microphones were tested repeatedly, and the last instructions were urgently passed on. People discussed among themselves what might happen and what they would see when the screens finally turned on, as Sengoku asked everyone to prepare in the square before continuing. Fear and excitement were written on their faces. They knew they were about to witness and broadcast an event that could change the course of world history. Attention, all reporters, stay ready. The live broadcast can start at any moment, the operations chief shouted, trying to stay calm amid the square's hustle. In various parts of the archipelago, the pirate groups of the so-called worst generation also gathered to watch the screens, postponing their journey to the new world until after the war. They, who had already shaken the world with their daring actions, were eager to see how the Marines would face the powerful pirates at Marineford. Drake, Jewelry Bonnie, Uroge, Eustace Kid, Killer, Scratchman Apu, Capone Beige, and Basil Hawkins were all somewhere, waiting for the fight to begin with the crowd of spectators. Sitting under one of the gigantic trees of Sabaody, the legendary Silvers Rayleigh observed everything with a calm look. In one hand, he held a bottle of alcohol, occasionally bringing it to his lips for a carefree sip. Even though he maintained this carefree demeanor, he still held some tension for what might appear on those screens. Who will win, the Navy or Whitebeard? And you boys, when will you show up? I'm looking forward to seeing your participation in this war while you save your brother. Rayleigh murmured to himself, a slight smile appearing on his lips. Let's see how this unfolds. All the inhabitants of Sabaody began to gather around the screens. The anticipation was palpable for everyone, and the murmur of conversations filled the air. Children, adults, pirates, and ordinary civilians were all about to witness everything on those screens. Finally, one of the main communication Den Mushi started to transmit a signal, and the screens lit up with the live image of Marineford. Silence fell over Sabaody as everyone focused on the broadcast. The war was about to begin, and the whole world watched, holding their breaths, the HQ square crowded with all the Marine forces. The reporters took their places, prepared to report every moment. They began writing while the others kept their eyes fixed on the greatest assembled force of the Navy in this era, ready to kill just one pirate group. There were more forces hidden there, but they would not come out until their second target emerged in the middle of the war. Back at Marineford, Sengoku sighed deeply as he watched the frantic movement below his window. He turned his eyes to his office and looked at the Den Mushi that was silent, waiting for news from a certain communication line he had authorized, the only one to speak with him at this moment, but there was no further response. So the worst happened. I will do everything to make sure your deaths are not in vain, Sengoku commented with a somber tone. He shook his head and sighed. It's time, he murmured to himself as he turned with firm steps towards the outside of his office and descended the main building leading to the main courtyard, where the execution was about to begin. Bring the prisoner, he ordered, his voice laden with authority, with the men waiting just below. At the doorway stood his old friend, Garp, waiting with a serious look. Luffy took Lucy out of Impelled Down. He asked, knowing only recently what was really happening in the prison, very surprised, if not shocked by Luffy's actions. Most likely. And you know, there's a chance she will become an enemy of the Navy and there's no turning back, Garp, Sengoku said with a serious tone. He liked the girl, an honest one who wanted to liberate the world with her own justice, but unfortunately, she chose family over justice. I shouldn't have put her in Impelled Down, Garp said, frustrated. If attacking Impelled Down didn't stop your grandson from attacking the place, where else would she be placed? Sengoku teased, and their conversation was interrupted. The sound of footsteps with chains was heard in the corridor as Portgas Diaz was brought in by some soldiers and men wearing different uniforms who were there for the official execution, accompanying him. Ace looked with a frustrated look at Sengoku and especially at Garp but remained silent. He couldn't do anything more while Garp looked at him with intense eyes, knowing that this could be his grandson's last moments. The conflict between family and justice fought within him. Let's go, Sengoku gave the order, and the Marines opened the door in front of them, with the light of the square emerging and 100,000 pairs of eyes turning to them at that moment. Garp and Sengoku continued walking in front with Ace behind and the Marines. Low-ranking soldiers, officers, giants, admirals, and Shichibukai were all positioned in their places without anyone able to breathe, as they awaited the 5 people appearing on the bridge leading to the execution platform. When Ace finally reached the platform, Sengoku, now at the center, looked at him with an indifferent expression. Raising his hand, he signaled for the crowd to prepare. Marines, today, justice will be done. Today, we show the world that the era of pirates is coming to an end. Sengoku's voice reverberated throughout the fortress, laden with conviction. I will begin. I will make the announcement shortly. Sengoku saw the Marines kneeling Ace in front of everyone and spoke to Garp. After all, he had to say a few things before the execution. Ace found himself cornered and had no choice but to face his fate. He only hoped that his pops would not come here because he did not want anyone to die for him, whom he considered a useless life. After all, he was the biological son of that demon. Before Sengoku finally began the announcement, a Marine ship was advancing through the turbulent passage from Impelled Down to Marineford. Luffy and his crew, along with the newly freed prisoners, were all on board with unconscious bodies all around, keeping the ship advancing against the sea. Luffy walked to the back of the ship, where his sister was with a pensive expression. Are you sad to see so many Marine bodies in Impelled Down, Lucy? Luffy asked. Yes, I'm happy that you came to get me, but they used to be my comrades, she murmured despondently. You made your choice, Lucy. I just don't want you to regret it later. I can say you're being kidnapped if the Marines are that important to you. I can save Ace. But I don't think you should stay in the Marines anymore anyway. Luffy, even though he wanted his sister to sail with him after this war, it was still her choice, and he still trusted their grandfather to protect her from the world government for possessing the Nika fruit. No, I've already made my choice. But Luffy, can I still carry out my justice outside the Marines? She asked, looking at him with some hope. Yes, I will help you with that, Lucy. Don't worry, I'll never let you be in danger again, Luffy said, looking into her eyes firmly. I believe in you, brother, she said with a slight blush. Luffy heard Usopp's voice and looked to the front of the ship, where the sniper was using binoculars. Luffy went to the front of the ship with his group and Lucy. The gate of justice is in front of us as you said. Luffy heard this and nodded. Well, we have to pass it, after all, it is the entrance to the current of these waters, and without Beppo, we have to take this path, Luffy said. What are we going to do? Isn't that indestructible? Buggy shouted, scared, having no idea that they would have to pass through there. Let's test if it is really indestructible, Luffy commented with a smile, while Buggy, Ivankov, and Lucy looked confused. Mr. 1, Crocodile, and Jimbei were indifferent but still wondering what he planned to do, but his crew nodded, knowing what he should do. Who will do this? Kuina asked. Why not all of us? Luffy said, maintaining his smile. That sounds cool, Yamato commented, looking at the gate in the distance. Zoro drew his swords. Understood, Captain. Let's destroy that gate together. Let's go, Luffy announced and disappeared, with everyone disappearing along with him. Above the ship, Luffy reappeared with his sword generating red lightning using Ace's Akuma no Mi. He moved his sword quickly, creating a cut with lightning and flames, resulting in a huge slash over 10 meters long, tearing through the water and heading at high speed towards the gate. Yamato appeared next to Luffy, concentrating her power into her kanabo, which began to generate lightning. She swung her weapon, creating a white energy that became a serpent, swiftly advancing over the water alongside Luffy's attack. Zoro also appeared, unsheathing one of his swords, which began to emit a dark red glow. He moved, launching a slash like Luffy, cutting through the sea. The same could be said for Kuina, generating a cold, white slash. Usopp aimed his rifle and fired a white beam of light. Nami immediately created a windstorm, and the same could be said for Vivi. Robin crossed her arms, and numerous hands sprouted from the ship, making a gun signal before launching hundreds of Shigans. Shirahoshi flew up and pointed her trident, generating a water drill. Hachi grabbed his swords and launched slashes. Lami also launched a slash. Reiju kicked out fire blasts. Chow Chow unleashed various elements after transforming into Cerberus. Hugo launched a punch that turned into a flying stone hand towards the gate, and Enel struck his drums, releasing lightning like a laser. Baby 5 transformed her arms into weapons and fired multiple shots and missiles. Finally, Buggy seemed to join the attacks, jumping as high as he could to imitate the Straw Hats. He managed to reach 2 meters from the ship's deck, grabbed a knife, and aimed his arm, launching it directly at the gate like the others, with his arm holding the knife flying behind the other attacks. Nijiko, Alvida, and Chopper didn't have such powerful long-range attacks and just watched the rain of attacks advancing, as the very sea was dug out by the passing attacks. Lucy, Jinbei, Crocodile, Mr. 1, and Ivankov with the Okamas could only watch as that group of light advanced until it exploded at the gate, creating such a large explosion that the water turned into steam, spreading in all directions, even reaching the ship. The explosion was so loud that even the surviving Marines in Impel Down heard it while semi-conscious. "Ah!" Buggy screamed as his hand entered the attacks. "It's burning," he exclaimed as his hand returned, charred, while he blew on it to ease the pain. The smoke still covered the entire area, and Luffy looked at Vivi. "Clear this," he requested, and she nodded before raising both hands and creating a wind that cleared the area, revealing where the gate should be. However, part of the side was still intact, attached to the sea, but the lateral part was red from the burns of the attack. That was quite useful. The path is now clear, Luffy commented, landing on the ship along with the others. "Incredible," Lucy exclaimed. "Wait, you destroyed the Gate of Justice," she complained immediately after realizing what they had done. "We can't fight against them," Mr. 1 commented next to Crocodile, who just frowned and nodded. How could he fight someone much stronger than he had seen in Alabasta? Now there was a huge group that possessed the Haki of the Conqueror. The Marine ship soon passed through the gate and entered the currents leading straight to Marineford. "So, we are finally heading to war," Zoro commented with satisfaction. The rest of the group nodded and just watched the ship sailing through the sea in a specific direction. In contrast to the rather excited group, except for Buggy who still seemed scared but had no choice, in Impelled Down, specifically in the lowest part, the prisoners of the 6th level had returned to silence, not knowing what had happened to the prison. However, not seeing any guards coming meant they stood no chance against that group infested with the Haki of the Conqueror. That changed as shadows began to appear, and a new group emerged, surprising everyone there. "Ziahahahaha," Finally, we are here, Teach exclaimed excitedly, no longer having any poison in his body at this moment, as did his companions who followed him. Who is this? Someone asked, not recognizing the group. Another group invading the prison or prisoners from other levels? You see, they are not wearing prison clothes, so it must be another group. Hey, you, get me out of here, I will follow you. Come on, help me escape and I will be your subordinate. I don't care if I follow him as long as I can see the light of day again. The prisoners immediately began shouting, pleading for freedom. Ziahahahaha. You want freedom? Very well, I will release everyone, and I want you to fight each other. Those who survive in the end will join my crew, Teach exclaimed as everyone was surprised. Then the cuffs of all the prisoners began to be removed, and all the cells opened. A bloodbath would begin on that floor in the next moment. In Marineford, Sengoku finally began to hear about what had happened and impelled down alongside Ace and Garp via communication. Those bastards. Now there's nothing to do, and they probably did something to the gate of justice, Sengoku commented, a little frustrated. Luffy. Ace murmured, surprised to hear Luffy's name on the communicator, with the Marines on the other side mentioning that he had escaped from impelled down on a Marine ship. Your brother is a reckless criminal, Garp said to Ace. Tisk. Ace gritted his teeth at that. He went to get Lucy out of prison. We were lucky he didn't attack while you were there. Otherwise, it would have been even more chaotic, Garp commented. Don't worry, he is coming here, and he will be eliminated too, Sengoku remarked. Luffy. Old man, don't let Luffy die here, Ace suddenly exclaimed to Garp. Garp remained silent and didn't respond to that. However, he seemed to have some sort of internal conflict. I don't pity criminals, but family is different, he began, with Ace looking surprised at him. Why, Ace? He started. Why did you and Luffy have to enter this life? Tears began to stream down his face, falling like a river. Ace, you bastard. Why didn't you follow the life I told you to follow? Garp cried next to Ace, while Ace gritted his teeth, looking equally frustrated with the reaction. Old man. Ace murmured, gritting his teeth. Garp. I hope you don't switch sides now. Sengoku commented beside him in a dangerous tone, and despite Garp's tears, he maintained a firm look. I will choose justice, don't worry about that. Garp commented and remained silent after that, waiting for Sengoku to continue. The Marine ship with Luffy continued sailing towards Marineford in the meantime. The prisoners began to wake up, especially after hearing the explosion at the gate, while they looked confused at the new group, questioning Buggy, their leader. They are our allies, Buggy said, sweating with his bandaged hand while everyone looked at him. He didn't want to offend this group that could kill him in a few moves. Incredible. Boss Buggy can even make an alliance with a group worth billions. Someone who knew the Straw Hats commented. The Shichibukai, a commander of the Revolutionary Army, and even Straw Hat. Boss Buggy is so amazing, hooray for Boss Buggy. I will follow him for the rest of my life, no, and in the afterlife too. People began to cheer excitedly for Buggy, while he didn't understand for a moment, until he realized what was happening and simply accepted all those comments with a big smile. That's right. The great Buggy can make alliances with anyone, he said and looked at the group behind him, with Luffy crossing his arms at him, with his crew behind him. Luffy remained silent, looking at Buggy. Isn't that right? Buggy murmured, with a snot running from his nose, and his gaze was terrified, thinking Luffy might be offended by such a thing. But Luffy remained silent, saying nothing because it wasn't worth it. However, Chow Chow still had some desire to kill Buggy. Meanwhile, the people continued celebrating until a sound from a Den Den Mushi came from the mast, making everyone fall silent, looking towards the sound. It looks like communication is back. Let's see what the Marines want, Luffy said, moving towards the mast, opening the compartment of the snail and answering it while everyone watched him. Hello, he said. You are Monkey D. Luffy, aren't you? The voice on the other side immediately spoke, and Luffy nodded. You are good, he praised, being recognized just by his voice. Well, we know this Marine ship was taken, and I know you are coming to Marineford. So, I am announcing something very important. He began. First, we consider only two people important in this escape. You, and the other being Buggy. He said, and many on the ship looked surprised at Buggy. Incredible. Boss Buggy is considered one of the main members of the escape, one of the prisoners exclaimed. He is even above the Shichibukai and the rest of the Straw Hat crew. Boss Buggy has no limit to his reputation, me. Buggy pointed to himself, surprised by this, as he didn't expect this coming from the Marines. Second, especially about the second name, Buggy. You went unnoticed by us because you were a low bounty pirate from the East Blue, but now seeing your history. We were fools not to notice this, he began while everyone remained silent. Buggy not only has a powerful past, but our intelligence discovered that you fought against Monkey D. Luffy in a battle of equals on a small island in that sea, in Orangetown, which led to the city's destruction. He started while another murmur of shock arose in the crowd. Wait, it wasn't quite like that. Nami crossed her arms, finding that a bit too much. After all, Luffy practically played with Buggy. It seems that marine intelligence is not that effective, Luffy commented from the side. Incredible. Boss Buggy fought the Straw Hat head-on. As expected of Boss Buggy, I guess I did that. Buggy scratched his chin at that. But your past impresses us more. First, you were on Gold Roger's ship, being a recruit alongside Akagami no Shanks, who is considered your crew brother. The Marine's voice came through, causing even greater chaos among those who didn't know this. What, he was on the Pirate King's ship? Lucy exclaimed, and even some members of Luffy's crew looked surprised at this, along with the Shichibukai and Ivankov with his gang of Okamas. What a pain. You've said too much, goodbye. Luffy tired of it and closed the Dendenmushi again. The chaos continued for a while as the marine ship sailed until a shadow appeared above them after some time, and Luffy smiled as Beppo finally arrived with the Sunny Go. The ship landed beside them after arriving flying, while everyone was surprised at that. After all, it's not every day someone makes a ship fly. Finally, we are reunited. It's time to start the plan. Luffy announced as Beppo joined them and Luffy shrunk the ship that Frankie created. First, he said to everyone, with the whole ship looking at him, we will go on our own ships. Now that we are in these waters past the gate, we cannot miss Marineford. He said while taking out Black Pearl and Enel's Ark, making them enlarge beside the marine ship. We will transfer our prisoners that Enel, Hugo, and Chow Chow captured and place them on Black Pearl. After that, we will only follow in our official ship. Lucy will stay with me, but I want Jinbei to guide the marine ship behind ours. And I know Crocodile with his partner and Ivankov with the Okamas will control the situation on this ship. Luffy said, not wanting to waste a group of prisoners to fight the Marines in the war. They were still useful, so leaving these people on the marine ship was the best choice. Wait, we are still going to war. You already have a ship, Buggy immediately complained, not wanting to participate in this. But Buggy, what about your plan? Luffy suddenly asked, pretending to be confused. Plan? Buggy looked equally confused, as his only plan was to escape from there, and he couldn't do that with so many powerful people to stop him. Luffy didn't look at Buggy anymore, but at all the prisoners from the first, second, and fourth levels. Listen up everyone, Buggy told me he would go to war to conquer the title of the strongest man in the world. He plans to face Whitebeard to show his power to his loyal followers. Luffy exclaimed, while the prisoners began to have stars in their eyes. Is that true, Boss Buggy? You're the brother of Yonko Shanks, as expected from someone of your level. I will be there to witness Boss Buggy become the strongest man in the world. Hail Buggy, Buggy was cornered after Luffy put him in this situation, and he just smiled, trying to fake confidence, but it didn't look very convincing, only deceiving his followers. You did this on purpose, Nami commented. Are they really useful, Luffy? Nijiko asked. After all, they seemed like they would just be cannon fodder in the front lines of a war. They are more useful than you can imagine. Luffy said, after all, in the original, they did so many impossible things for their level and even hijacked the broadcast, letting the war unfold to the world uncut. Luffy didn't want to worry about that and wanted to leave those things to them. While Luffy boarded the Black Pearl again with his crew and Lucy, taking Enel's prisoners and starting to place them on the ship's mast, Jinbei continued guiding the ship on the path, and the others made it clear to Buggy that he would participate in the war. Meanwhile, Buggy could only stay there, listening to his new subordinates talking about impossible things for him to do, sweating in fear of those other guys on the ship. Meanwhile, Luffy made Enel's arc disappear again and looked satisfied as everyone prepared for the war, heading towards the horizon. The war should start soon. Luffy commented calmly, and the black ship of the Straw Hats along with the marine ship disappeared on the horizon in the middle of the day. The seagull cut through the air with the breeze blowing below it as it traversed the sky, its companions also flapping their wings beside it. They would usually descend to the sea at this moment to catch fish, but for a significant reason, it did not. After all, there were thousands of people below it as it flew over Marineford, able to see that entire army together, not knowing who those humans were or why they were doing that, but they just started to move away from there, abandoning the island. As the seagulls flew away, attention seemed to affect the minds of 100,000 Marines at that moment, while at the same time, as silence took over the square, the hearts of some could be heard due to nervousness. There were hours before the official execution while Sengoku stood on the execution platform with the prisoner, 2 men to execute him, and Garp sitting on the edge of it. Despite not being able to see Garp in tears, they calmly awaited the time for the execution to arrive. Discipline and order filled the place with everyone in silence, but what the Marines did not imagine was that Sengoku would soon break the silence, and everyone noticed when the fleet admiral simply raised the microphone and brought it close to his mouth. "I have an announcement to make to the world before the execution." Sengoku's voice echoed throughout the square with the loudspeakers, capturing not only the people in the square but also the reporters in Sabaody, who looked surprised at this and stopped what they were doing. After all, it was not the time for the execution, so they did not expect any announcement hours before. Sengoku, without wasting much time after his first words, continued. "Portgas de Ace. The death of this man holds great significance today." He spoke while Garp had a somber face after wiping his tears. Ace remained silent at this. "Ace, tell us your father's name," Sengoku asked, leaving everyone stunned, as they did not expect something like this at that moment. "Your father? Why is that important now?" People watching the broadcast in Sabaody wondered, confused. The Marines, though confused, also remained silent, waiting for the fleet admiral to continue. "My father is Whitebeard," Ace murmured. "Wrong," Sengoku replied. "Yes, it is him," Ace growled. "Whitebeard is my only father. A long time ago, we used all our resources to look for you. After all, there was a chance that man had a child. And we investigated through cipher poll reports, who were investigating the whole case, and we reached a remote island." He continued talking about Ace's strange birth, that Portgas de Rouge carried him for 20 months to protect the child while everyone continued listening to this in all places Sengoku's voice reached. While this was happening, in Impel Down, the bloodbath that started on the 6th floor finally ended, with only a few prisoners standing. Zia ha 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 ha. Finally, Teach was happy. He could finally complete his crew with members who would help him shape his era. However, his laughter ended when a sound of metal emerged from a distance with someone breaking the chains, but this was not the only one. A second sound echoed from another side, with Teach realizing that a few more were left inside their cells but did not come to fight for their freedom. Teach looked confused, but what he saw next froze him. A huge man breaking what was left of his cell with the cut Luffy had created, and the other did the same, walking calmly. "New challenges, Captain?" Burgess asked, seeing these figures. Teach and Shiryu of the Rain frowned at that moment, for they knew that if they tried anything with those two, they would die right there with their current strength. "I'm leaving," Bullet commented while no one interrupted his passage. "That brat, he talked about a devil fruit. Let's see if he's serious. I'll find it and intend to meet him in a year." Redfield also commented, not caring about Whitebeard and the bodies scattered on the ground. 1 year. Let's see if he truly lives up to his words. Let's see if that hat really fits him. Bullet commented, and the two continued walking, leaving Teach and the others behind, which elicited a sigh from the former warlord. "Why did we let him go, Captain?" Burgess asked, confused. "Listen, it's better not to mess with those guys. Just let them go and hope they die somewhere in the world in the coming years with their old age. Anyway, let's now talk to our new comrades." Teach turned his attention to the new members. They would be the key to the next steps of his plan. "Your father is..." Sengoku continued his speech, reaching its climax while everyone was still confused after hearing all that. Then he finally revealed, Gold Roger. A silence took over all places as soon as they heard that name, with civilians, pirates, and marines digesting for seconds what they had really heard. Ace was frustrated with that, clenching his teeth, with nothing more to do, since that blood was considered his own curse. A notebook fell to the ground in the next moment and Sabaody. That guy. Fire Fist Ace. I can't believe that. Ace is Gold Roger's son. The crowd exploded with surprised and frightened voices. He is the Pirate King's son, repeated a pirate in a trance, his voice trembling. His eyes were wide, and his face was as pale as death. Ace. The son of Gold D. Roger. A low-ranking marine, holding his weapon tightly, felt sweat dripping down his forehead. It can't be. We're seeing the Pirate King's son. His hands trembled as he tried to maintain his composure. Another pirate in Sabaody looked with a mix of awe and horror. So that's why the world government is so determined to execute him. A marine clenched his jaw at this. If he really is that man's son, then we must eliminate him at all costs. We cannot allow another pirate king to rise. Come on, take this information to the headquarters. We need to publish this tomorrow, a reporter shouted. Let's try to sell this to Morgans, another exclaimed, running to find his Den Mushi. Around, the murmurs of surprise and fear spread like wildfire. Some pirates saw Ace as a symbol of hope, a chance to reclaim Roger's legacy. Others, both marines and pirates, feared the chaos that could come from such a revelation. Meanwhile, for the reporters and civilians, the future seemed uncertain, seeing that Ace's execution was much more than a war against Whitebeard. Garp remained silent, remembering everything he had done to protect Ace from death when he was just a child and took him after Rouge died in childbirth to the East Blue, placing the child under the care of Dayton after spending some time in Fuchsia village. When we realized that Roger's blood was at sea, Sengoku continued to speak, but at the same time, Whitebeard also realized it and took him under his flag to make him the next Pirate King. Wrong, Ace immediately shouted. I will make Whitebeard the Pirate King, he exclaimed. Everyone believes that, except you. You are actually protected by Whitebeard. And with your abilities, make him the next man who would dominate the sea. Sengoku said while Ace was in shock. His gaze returned to the Marines. That's why the execution of this man is so important, he said, with everyone absorbing all the information they heard. Even if we had to engage in combat with Whitebeard, he exclaimed, finishing the speech. Ah! The Marines began shouting immediately, raising their weapons as the crowd started to gain morale and understand the importance of the day. Admiral Sengoku. As Sengoku heard the sound of people shouting throughout the square, he heard someone calling behind him, turning his gaze to a Marine running in desperation. Has something happened? He asked. The two gates of justice. We don't know what happened, but we lost control of them, he exclaimed. What? Sengoku immediately growled, not knowing that the two gates had been destroyed. Meanwhile, at the gate leading to Marineford, there was nothing left of it after launching another combined attack, with Black Pearl leading the way, followed by a ship full of prisoners. Marineford fell into silence at this moment, awaiting Ace's execution, even though there were still hours to the official point. But now, knowing who Ace was and why it was important for him to die, everything seemed calm until something changed on the horizon. A fog covered the area with numerous shadows emerging in the form of ships. One became 3, 7, 12, 20, until 43 pirate crews emerged from the fog for everyone in Marineford to see. They are all Whitebeard's allies from the New World, the Marine announced on the Den Mushi. So they are finally here. Where is the Moby Dick? Sengoku asked immediately, but the Marines did not find Whitebeard's ship among the fleet. It doesn't seem to be with them, the Marine said. Prepare the cannons, bring down the ships, another officer ordered as the cannons began to aim at the fleet. However, something emerged from the sea between the crescent-shaped square. A shadow emerged, agitating the sea. That, Sengoku was immediately as surprised as everyone else, understanding what was happening there. He tricked us. Sengoku murmured as the shadow grew, approaching the surface while the sea swelled and revealed a ship emerging. The whale-headed ship leapt into the air before crashing into the water, creating chaos on the surface as it aimed for the largest structure of the Navy. Then two more shadows emerged, and two smaller but very similar ships to the first also appeared. stopping on each side of the first. We didn't foresee this. He got so close already. Sengoku had to grit his teeth at that. This is the Moby Dick, the Marines exclaimed, pointing to Whitebeard's ship. Fear immediately took hold of the lower-ranked Marines. Even though they were the elite of the Navy, they still made up the vast majority of the 100,000 soldiers. Hold your ground, Sengoku immediately spoke to keep the Marines from losing morale. Remember, only justice will prevail this day, he said through the loudspeaker. You. Ace looked at this with clenched teeth, scared for everyone coming here for him. He didn't want anyone to die for him. The 5 Shichibukai present remained silent. The admirals also stayed silent, watching calmly. The people behind the screens in various parts of the world swallowed hard at the new presence. Gurarara. A voice emerged for all to hear. As someone began to walk step by step on that ship, approaching the bow, while everyone remained silent without moving. He finally stopped as he looked over all of Marineford, holding his Murakumogiri with calm eyes, his cape displaying his flag as he faced the entire Navy force. Whitebeard. Sengoku murmured. Ace immediately shouted. Ace. Don't worry. Soon we'll get you out of here. Whitebeard commented, maintaining his characteristic and fearless smile. The war would finally begin with his presence made at the front of Marineford. The ship burst the coating they used to travel underwater, while Newgate looked at the marine fortress with a smile. Look, it's the 14 Division commanders. Someone shouted to the group on the Moby Dick. Gurararararara. It's been a long time, Sengoku. I hope my beloved son is well. Whitebeard spoke while Sengoku continued to grit his teeth, with Whitebeard gaining the upper hand in his strategy. Ace. Whitebeard returned to Ace once more. Just hold on a little longer. Ace was in inner turmoil, looking at the ship in front of Marineford, feeling guilty as he knew many of them would die there today. It was an agonizing feeling for him, gritting his teeth as hard as he could. You. His gaze fell on the crew on the deck. Marco, Jozu, Vista, Izo, Fosa, Namur, among many other division commanders looking at him at that moment. The same could be said of all the members belonging to the divisions, even those of lower rank. They were all his family, members who shared happy and sad moments over the years. There was also the fleet approaching Marineford by sea, following with determined faces on their leading ships, as Ace could see. Even though their chance of dying there today was high, they still held their heads high. His gaze lowered once more to the Moby Dick and fell on the man at the bow of that ship. Whitebeard had been watching him the entire time. Ace's eyes welled up with guilt as he looked at his father. You shouldn't have come, he immediately shouted, tears streaming down. I ignored the warnings and left the ship. Why didn't you abandon me? After all, I'm here because of my own choices, my fault. You shouldn't be here. No one should die because of me, he said, placing his head on the ground, burdened by the guilt of all these consequences. Who let you go was me. Of course, your safety is my responsibility. My foolish son, Whitebeard responded calmly. And before Ace could reply, he put his weapon aside and crossed his arms. With a movement that most couldn't understand, he swung his arms to each side with clenched fists, and the next moment they stopped, with cracks beginning to distort the space like breaking glass with the same sound. All those who didn't know the terror of the Gura no Mi tried to guess what would happen next. Then the sea began to change on both sides of Marineford, starting to grow taller and taller, even covering the highest part of Marineford. What is that? The sea, it's a giant wave. Is this the power of the strongest man in the world? The Marines quickly began to exclaim with terror growing before them, but suddenly, everything began to descend, and without understanding, the sea was returning to normal the next moment. Everything seemed normal after that, while the Marines were confused. The pirates were silent, as if waiting for something, until the Marines noticed the edge of Marineford changing the sea level. From afar, they could see something coming. This is the power of the Gura no Mi. The power of the earthquake, Garp commented. We don't just have Gold Roger's son to eliminate, but Whitebeard himself. After all, he has the power to destroy the world, Sengoku declared. We're going to die here, someone stop those 2 tsunamis. The Marines immediately shouted in fear as the shadow of the waves covered the entire place, with the Marine forces growing increasingly terrified. The admirals remained unmoved, that is until Kuzan simply disappeared with a Soru, leaping into the air while chaos erupted around them. He moved an arm to each side, and a line of ice advanced against the two tsunamis, starting to freeze them from that point and advancing until all the water simply turned into ice beside the HQ. Aokiji, you foolish child, Whitebeard commented. Kuzan didn't stop there, as he pointed at Newgate, creating 3 ice arrows and launching them at the man. Whitebeard merely clenched his fist and moved it, sending a wave of impact at the arrows, breaking them and hitting Kuzan himself, who immediately shattered with the power of the earthquake and fell into the bay where the Moby Dick was located. Everyone saw the admiral turning into cracked ice and crashing into the sea before he immediately transformed into ice, freezing the entire lower part of Whitebeard's ships and even preventing other captains coming from the New World from advancing due to the ice. The bay is frozen, the Marines exclaimed. We have the admirals, the greatest force of the Navy on our side. Let's attack, they shouted, gaining morale and began firing cannonballs at the ships trapped in the ice. Now we have a battlefield, the pirates exclaimed and started jumping from the ship. The next moment, Whitebeard looked from his prow. His men began to fight as Marines started to emerge, and they began to run towards each other. Blades clashed, bullets and cannon shots began to create the new music in Marineford, and the division commanders finally emerged as well. Similarly, the vice admirals themselves entered the battle. The ships outside the bay, trying to get in, were blocked by some. The war, Sengoku said, looking at the fight in the frozen bay from the execution platform, with Ace still gritting his teeth watching it, has begun. Newgate commented calmly as the fight started. No matter who won this war, one thing was certain, the world would change after this. In Sabaody, everyone began to pay attention to the first part of the conflict. Swallowing hard, who will win this war, a reporter said. Mom, this looks very bad, a child said, pointing at the big screen, while his mother quickly grabbed him. Let's go home, you shouldn't watch this, she said immediately while taking her son away from there. I hope justice wins, a frightened citizen said. It doesn't matter who wins. If the pirates win, we'll have more freedom on the sea. If it's the Navy, we have Whitebeard's territories to take, a pirate exclaimed with a diabolical smile. Rayleigh continued to drink his beverage alone while all that chaos began in front of him, waiting to see that group and how they would change the war. The same could be said of the other members of the worst generation, each having a different opinion about what they were seeing, and they would act depending on how this war ended. After all, the power game would change on the sea. The rest of the world was no different, as everyone swallowed hard watching the screens. Those who didn't have access and only knew about the war through newspapers were waiting to hear good news from Morgan's news the next day. Luffy stood with his arms crossed on the bow of his ship. They had just felt the pressure of the Gura Gura no Mi creating a tidal wave. The war has just begun, he simply commented. Luffy, are you sure about this? Robin approached him with a slightly worried look. Don't you trust me, my wife? Luffy said with a small smile. You know what I'm talking about, Luffy, she still commented, still with a worried look. It's going to be fine. They will be quite flashy when we arrive at Marineford, Luffy said and looked at the sail where his flag was, as it was filled with some prisoners that Enel had captured. You know how this will affect all the forces coming directly at us, Robin still insisted. We are world criminals, there's nothing more we can do to make the government see us as a bigger threat. This is easy to handle, Luffy said. After all, they had already attacked the Holy City, and at this point, they might even know who the current user of the Fua no Mi is. Alright, she sighed. Just get ready. This war won't be easy, Luffy said, and Robin nodded, leaving the spot. Zoro, Luffy called, and the swordsman approached as everyone was getting ready. We'll find an ice wall. I'd like you to make an opening for us, he requested. Sure, Zoro said as they looked at the horizon with a small dot appearing, where Marineford was located. Meanwhile, the war continued fiercely, people falling immediately upon first contact as both Marines and pirates fell dead to the ground. This is horrible, Helmeppo commented next to Kobe. People are dying, Kobe said, feeling sad as he saw those men with the cloak of justice falling dead. Ace continued gritting his teeth. Sengoku looked on with a neutral tone, even seeing Marines falling. Garp watched with narrowed eyes. Kizaru and Akainu remained silent, not making any move yet. While the Shichibukai hadn't made any moves, that changed when someone took a step forward, and everyone saw Mihawk acting first. He's going to act. The surprise came from everyone. After all, no one expected to see the greatest swordsman in the world act at the first moment of the war. So that arrogant man is making his move. Akainu commented, looking down. How scary. Kizaru commented, gaining a bit of his old personality. You're going to act, Mihawk? Doflamingo asked with some humor as well. I just want to see the distance between our strengths. Mihawk commented as he looked directly at Whitebeard. Incredible. I want to fight him, someone said in a hidden part of Marineford. Shut up. We need to focus on the mission, another person said. You know who I am. How dare you speak to me like that? The first person exclaimed. I am the same as you idiot. Just shut up and wait for our target to appear. The other spoke again. Some members of CP0 were also there, but silent and not showing their expressions behind their masks. Kong stood beside them, though feeling a bit dissatisfied with these people. He couldn't say much. After all, he couldn't say anything to these folks. Meanwhile, everyone had their eyes on Mihawk, who looked intently at Whitebeard, gripping his sword, making a metallic sound as he drew it from his back. Mihawk wasted no time and launched his attack as he moved his arms in a cut, generating green energy that quickly rushed to where he pointed his sword, carving the ice ground. Whitebeard merely looked at that attack calmly, waiting for it as if it were just an annoying fly. Mihawk walked calmly forward, while grabbing his sword and with a quick movement, he launched it in front of him, with the green energy quickly exploding from it, as it advanced at high speed. He's attacking Whitebeard, the Marines exclaimed, seeing the energy quickly heading towards the ship in the center of the place, with Newgate still looking at it calmly. The energy continued rushing forward, digging into the ground towards Newgate, breaking the ice floor and making any pirate in the path of the attack fly backward, some unable to react while others moved out of the way to avoid being hit. Dad! The pirates shouted, seeing that Slash advancing towards the Moby Dick. However, someone intervened between the energy of the world's strongest swordsman and the world's strongest man, appearing quickly and taking all of Mihawk's damage. He immediately took the attack and broke the ground while standing there, enduring it, trying to deflect it, while everyone watched. The man in the middle of the Slash still stood firm for a few seconds until he shouted and immediately threw the green energy upwards, making it disappear into the air. That is, the Marines immediately recognized the man as one of Whitebeard's division commanders. A silence took over the place for a moment, while everyone watched in awe as this man stopped Mihawk's slash. Mihawk looked at him for a while as Whitebeard nodded, seeing his son there half transformed into Diamond. It's the 3rd Division commander, Jozu, the Diamond, the enemies immediately exclaimed. After that, the war continued as swords clashed and cannon shots continued. Don't let them get close. Finish off all the pirates, Sengoku exclaimed on the Den Den Mushi. This war is going to be very bloody, Kizaru suddenly said while starting to get up from his chair that was aligned with 2 others. Akainu was still sitting, while Kuzan was fighting on the front lines. Kizaru kept walking forward, leaving his chair, while keeping his gaze on Whitebeard, who was watching the battle below him. Why not end this by defeating the head behind this war? He commented and suddenly glowed, disappearing from the place. On the battlefield near the main ship where Newgate was, a glow appeared as Kizaru appeared and crossed his arms, before launching his attack towards Whitebeard, launching a direct attack. Whitebeard narrowed his eyes at this. Hey, that's very bright, man, he complained while all the attacks still advanced against him. Suddenly, a shadow emerged again against the attack coming for Whitebeard, while his wings burned in blue and yellow fire, beating against the attack, preventing it from advancing as blue flames emerged on impact, stopping the light. The attack finally stopped as Marco, the 1st Division commander, flew in the air while constantly healing with his flames. So you appeared, as expected from a fruit even rarer than Logia, a mythical zone, Kizaru commented lazily while looking intently at Marco. He is Marco, the Phoenix, the Marines shouted, seeing Marco transform into a complete phoenix while advancing against the Admiral in the air. Even with Kizaru attacking him again, Marco approached and delivered a kick as he got close, with Kizaru flying backward and exploding on the ground while everyone watched in shock. A moment later, Kizaru appeared calmly, looking at Marco. How scary. His gaze turned back to the Marines behind him, giant squad. He gave the order while all the giants began to leave the square, shaking the ice with their weight, advancing against the pirates. Go, for justice. Let's go, for Ace. Pirates and Marines continued in a bloody dance with everyone dying at every moment. This continued for a while until suddenly the ground shook a bit, and everyone saw Jozu himself hitting the ground while grabbing a huge block of ice and with his own strength, threw it against the Marines. The square is being attacked. The Marines shouted while the huge block of ice created a huge shadow over everyone. Looks like I'll have to act. The last admiral, Akainu, was raising his head, looking at that block. In the next moment, he launched his fist towards it, with the ice exploding as it was melted by the power of magma. The magma didn't stop there. As it exploded the ice, it advanced directly against the frozen bay. Run! It's coming for us! The pirates immediately exclaimed as the place exploded with the power of that devil fruit. The bay became chaotic for the pirates, as Akainu had aimed far from the reach of the Marines, burning the place while some couldn't even react before turning to ashes. The ships beside the Moby Dick were hit, turning into flames and being destroyed. The lava meteors falling directly on Whitebeard were easily caught by him as he simply blew to extinguish the lava, leaving a rock in its place. His gaze fell on the admiral, who stared back at him as a challenge, while the fight continued, with various devil fruit users fighting against each other. Even Whitebeard and the commanders were launching themselves, gaining ground, and trying to reach the plaza. Giants, men, people dying everywhere. Kobe was in the middle of it, trembling with fear, not wanting to be there in the midst of that chaos. When a huge sound came from the sea, and an even larger shadow emerged. What is that thing? The Marine officers stopped to see it. He's here. The pirates seemed to celebrate, as the sound of enormous footsteps continued approaching. The warships tried to stop that huge shadow, but were all destroyed the next moment. Little Oars Jr., Sengoku commented, looking at the giant. Ace's friend. The giant's voice echoed throughout the place as he approached, passing through the ships and invading the bay. He's much bigger than us. A giant woman looked up, seeing the man stepping on the ground and making the bay tremble with the sound of his steps. Giants! Attack! The Marines exclaimed as they advanced against the Colossus. Cannons exploded on Oars, but nothing seemed to stop him as he continued advancing, even picking up a warship and throwing it on the first giants that approached, creating chaos with destruction. The giants continued advancing as the giant swords clashed against each other as they met, the enormous weapons creating a windstorm as they swung for the people below them. Oars began to gain an advantage against the marine giants easily, cutting down all who came close, and continued advancing. Help Oars, Whitebeard requested, seeing that his giant son was being reckless. Suddenly, the other Shichibukai began to act. Hancock started attacking everyone as soon as cannonballs were thrown at her, easily stopping them as she advanced against the pirates. Even the Marines didn't escape her attacks, as she turned everyone into stone. Kuma, now fully modified by Vegapunk, also made his move, creating an enormous paw that began to shrink until it was so small that he covered it with his whole hand. He saw Oars near the plaza and threw it at him. Even with that small pad moving slowly towards him, Oars couldn't react until it exploded on contact. The plaza trembled the next moment with the force of Kuma's attack, throwing everyone nearby away. OARSSS, Ace screamed from the platform, as Oars appeared in the middle of the explosion, all injured, falling to his knees. Stop, don't come here, Ace shouted. And before anyone could react, all the cannons beside the bay began firing, exploding the giant's entire body, who still tried to reach Ace, as he hit the edge of the plaza and Doflamingo flew there, moving his fingers on the only arm he still had. The next moment, Oars lost his leg, as Doflamingo cut that limb. But Oars, even in pain, still tried to reach the plaza through the path he created. Ace, he said, as Ace looked at him in despair, not wanting his old friend to die there. I will save Ace, he said until suddenly, Moria made his move and created a giant shadow blade, piercing the giant's heart. Ace, was the last thing Oars said before falling to the ground unconscious. Oars SS, Ace screamed in despair once again, with the sound of his body falling. "OARSSS!" the pirates immediately shouted, seeing their comrade fall. "Those bastards!" the pirates exclaimed angrily and began to advance more aggressively against the Marines, trying to avenge their comrade. "I will kill you, Whitebeard!" a new man emerged, attempting to strike Whitebeard, but he simply stopped his blade with his hand, and the man was defeated the next moment without anyone being able to react. His body fell backward the next moment, dead. A vice admiral falling so easily. That's the power of the world's strongest man, the Marines exclaimed in fear. Whitebeard looked at Orr's body with enraged feelings for seeing one of his sons falling there. "Attention, everyone, climb on Orr's body," he exclaimed. The battle continued with more people falling after that, while the place remained a bloody chaos, with the pirates approaching oars to reach the plaza. At the edge of the plaza, the 43 pirate groups kept trying to find an opening while many groups of Marines with several vice admirals were dispatched to face them. All the vice admirals who went to Eni's lobby were there, with more arriving at Sengoku's call for the war. "This is getting bad," one of the captains exclaimed while trying to open one side of the bay, but the walls were hard to break with cannon fire. Suddenly, a ship broke through the walls, being none other than Whitey Bay, known as the Ice Witch. On the platform, Sengoku analyzed the situation next to an ace, still desperate, watching his brothers die there for him. But Sengoku didn't have time to care about the feelings of a pirate about to die there as he looked towards a corner of Marineford. "They are positioned there, but there are still no signs of them," Sengoku murmured internally, but he knew they would arrive. After all, the loss of control of the gates of justice meant they were opened or something even worse. "Anyway, let's continue our plan to destroy Whitebeard. If they show up, the forces sent by the government will take care of them," he murmured internally and picked up the Den Mushi. "Let's prepare for the plan," he said, while Ace looked at him without understanding. "Yes, Fleet Admiral. Let's begin." The voice on the other side emerged, and Sengoku didn't care about Ace hearing it. He couldn't do anything now, and none of his enemies knew his strategy. While all this was happening, with chaos taking over the plaza, behind one of the ice blocks created by Whitebeard and Kuzan, a black ship continued moving closer to it, while the man on its prow crossed his arms with his cape flapping against the wind, emitting a characteristic smile. The people Sengoku and the world government had been waiting for were finally arriving. While the war was unfolding, many eyes around the world were watching what was happening at that moment as the Navy wanted to display its victory over pirate groups while executing the biological son of the Pirate King who died more than 20 years ago. The tension was in the air in Sabo de Archipelago, where crowds continued to gather in front of public screens. They were shocked as the battle progressed, seeing the display of powers that each of those powers could perform. Each attack, each movement of the powerful pirates and sailors was broadcast in real time, leaving the audience with wide eyes and swallowing dry. In the center of the crowd, a group of reporters struggled to capture the public's reactions, their cameras and Den Mushis working at full steam. "Incredible! Did you see how Whitebeard controlled the sea with his Gura Gura no Mi? This is the power of a Yonku, not this is the power of the strongest man in the world," a reporter exclaimed, seeing a scene with excited eyes, unlike many of his colleagues who looked on in fear. "Did you hear the Fleet Admiral? He has the power to destroy the world. What kind of monster is this?" one of the men also shouted in the crowd. "May Nika protect us from this war." A woman began to pray, seeing that chaos on the screens. The reporters, in turn, took every pause between the fights to interview the spectators. "Do you think the world government will be able to contain Whitebeard's advance?" one of them asked, directing his Den Mushi to a man who seemed to be a former sailor, given his posture and scars. "Whitebeard is a force of nature," the man began. "But don't underestimate the Navy. They are clearly prepared for something big, and this war. It's going to change a lot for all of us. Look, he created 2 tsunamis. What monster is this?" someone screamed, seeing Whitebeard finishing his tsunami. Scenes of Whitebeard's powerful attacks were interspersed with images of the Navy admirals preparing for the counterattack, each movement analyzed and commented on by the reporters. And here we see Admiral Aokiji, preparing for what may be one of the greatest demonstrations of power ever seen, a reporter reported, while the camera focused on the Ice Admiral, raising his hands, first freezing the Tsunade and the entire bay. A young pirate, in the middle of the crowd, had her name unknown for having a bounty under 10 million, but still risked making her name in the New World. She shouted, "This is the true power of the great pirates. Maybe we should go to Marineford too and make our name. I might even get a bounty to become a pirate of the worst generation," she exclaimed excitedly among several pirate groups. Some looked at her with a somber face upon hearing something like that. "It's not that simple, girl. Did you see what happened to Little Oars Jr.? It was devastating," a more seasoned pirate commented. He was referring to the scene broadcast moments before, where the giant Oars Jr. had fallen in battle, which surprised everyone there by the brutality with which the Navy and the Shichibukais had eliminated him mercilessly. Next to them, a family of traders watched with concern. The mother firmly held her young son's hand, trying to divert his eyes from the more violent scenes. "We should go home, this is no place for children," she murmured to her husband, who nodded in agreement, equally disturbed. "Did you see the move of the greatest swordsman in the world? Look at some scenes of him fighting against some pirates," a swordsman among the pirate group said in a very excited tone, wanting to reach that level when he went to the New World. "Look at Admiral Kizaru, he's using his light power. I so wish I had an Akuma no Mi," an excited reporter said, seeing the high-speed movements launching rays of light across the battlefield, exploding the enemies. "But didn't you see how Marco stopped him before kicking him? The power of the Phoenix is cooler," another reporter exclaimed. "Of course not, the power of Logia is much better than that mythical zone," someone else countered. The fight continued, and when Jozu lifted that huge block of ice and threw it towards the plaza, everyone was mesmerized, wondering what would happen next. And when Akainu made his move, everyone sighed as he began to release his power. "So this is the power of Admiral Akainu. Look, he's launching magma onto the battlefield. Whitebeard's ships are being burned, until one of those magma balls went towards Whitebeard. The scene continued. He caught it easily. Whitebeard stopped the attack with his weapon and blew on the magma, leaving just a cold rock and leaving all the spectators even more amazed. As expected of the strongest man in the world, nothing seems to shake Whitebeard, someone in the middle of the plaza said with a tone of admiration. "This fight. So these are the people who are at the top," murmured Kid, increasingly frustrated with his current power. It seemed there were as many people like Monkey D. Luffy. "We are far from it, aren't we, Captain Kid?" Bej appeared beside him and mocked the red-haired pirate. "Do you want to die?" Kid gave him an angry look. "Don't be so stupid." Bej continued mocking and turned back to everyone there. "And where is the one who is leading the worst generation?" Bej murmured, since Luffy had gone to the New World according to the newspaper. "It looks like he is ahead of us. Will he try to capture Whitebeard's territories?" he commented, his gaze suddenly turned to Basil in a corner, watching the screen and playing cards as always. "Tell me, Basil, what chances does Luffy have of starting to capture territories in the New World? I bet the others must be doing the same, as powerful as Whitebeard is. Look at the strength of the Navy. What are the chances of that monster surviving?" He spoke and waited for an answer from Basil. Basil looked for a moment. Everyone there who was nearby and knew his powers, so they certainly tried to hear his answers. After all, he was a man who always said the right tactics and had proved it. As he began to play cards and looked exactly at those questions, his card lifted and he raised an eyebrow. "Chances of Whitebeard surviving, 10%, he spoke in a calm tone. 10%? That's better than I expected, Bej commented, while Drake grimaced at that. After all, 10% is much more than it should be, and he was secretly rooting for the Navy and couldn't do anything about it while watching the battle he should be part of. "And tell me, what is the chance of Monkey D. Luffy capturing Whitebeard's territories in the New World?" Kid was the one who asked this time, and Basil looked again at his cards and looked at Captain Kid. 0%, he said, also a bit surprised. "Wait, 0%? Kid exclaimed. "He's supposed to be in the New World. What's the chance of him being in the New World then?" he asked immediately. Basil looked at the card and spoke, 0%. "What?" Everyone raised an eyebrow at that. "Don't tell me he's in the war or going to the war," someone commented, and Basil nodded, looking at his cards while frowning once more and looking at everyone in a moment of silence. 100%. The chance of him being in the war is 100%. His words echoed through the area where those pirates were. What? Kid immediately raised his voice. Why would he be in a war of Whitebeard trying to save his commander? Many exclaimed. After all, they didn't know the relationship Luffy had with Ace. Anyway, it's going to be quite a show, Urouge said with a smile. Apu approached, moving his long arms, and raised his voice. So tell me, what is the chance of Straw Hat surviving this war? Basil looked for a moment and spoke, 60%, he said as everyone was in shock. What they didn't know was that Luffy only had to worry about the forces of the Navy, but still, he had a higher chance of survival. Damn you, Straw Hat, you're always ahead of us, Kid said, frustrated. This way we won't conquer the new world. All the spotlight is on Straw Hat, Killer commented. Well, anyway, this will be interesting to watch. He defeated an admiral, let's see what he can do in this war, Bej commented and continued. Remembering that he still has a 40% chance of dying, Bej commented with a smile. It's better this idiot survives this war, otherwise I'll kill him after resurrecting him after everything he promised me, Bonnie said nearby, frustrated as she looked at the screens, anxious for Luffy who might appear at any moment. Meanwhile, Rayleigh was still atop his tree, watching the battle. However, as he drank and saw the deaths of both pirates and sailors, a smile formed on his lips while his gaze seemed sharper than usual. It's coming, was the only thing he said before anyone there could notice anything. Meanwhile, a variety of comments arose from the crowd, discussing everything they saw, the powers of the strongest, Shichibukais, admirals, vice-admirals, and pirates with their commanders, and even the base of the 43 pirates from the Whitebeard flag fleet, especially the latter's movement. After all, he had a power to destroy the world as Sengoku had mentioned. This type of discussion was not only happening in Sabaody. The broadcast was being announced all over the world. In Goa, in the main square, Queen Makino looked worriedly at everything with her ministers beside her, while Curly Dayton, one of the current ministers and women responsible for the Queen of Goa's security, was on the verge of tears, seeing Ace in that state, ready to be executed, hoping he would be saved and cursing Garp. Garp, you damn. How can you let Ace be in this situation? Save him. He's so close to you. You're right there, you damn. I swear I will kill you if Ace is killed in this war. Listen Garp. She spoke as tears streamed from her eyes and the other ministers tried to calm her. Please, be well, Makino also commented, fearing for Ace's life. In Loga Town, many people gathered to watch this, as not all islands could have a broadcast. Many important people came here. One of them was the new mayor of a kingdom under construction of the recently developing Kokoyashi Kingdom, with a huge port already functioning. However, still, only Goa and Logatown had a broadcast happening in the East Blue. Even the queen of another emerging kingdom in this sea, Syrup Kingdom, with the queen named Kaya. Many were watching the broadcast, not imagining what could happen next, and this extended to other known realms of the Grand Line. In Alabasta, there was also a broadcast, and even the Drum Kingdom had gone there to watch it as allies. All members of the Baroque Works were also there, the organization that Luffy had reactivated. All members like Miss Valentina, Mr. 2, Mr. 3, and all the others that Luffy recruited except Mr. 1. Now all were members of the Straw Hat Fleet and awaited the unfolding of the war. They had spoken with Luffy, but the captain asked for no one to interfere in this war and for them to keep low profiles. Of course, he didn't even notify that he would appear, so it would be a surprise for everyone. In the New World, Kaido was crying in anger as he watched the broadcast. Damn you Shanks, that bastard hindered me. I was supposed to have fought Whitebeard before cleaning up Marineford. Kaido complained about Shanks having stopped him, as he had to retreat the day before. Now he could only watch the old man's downfall through the broadcast. But no matter now, I will take all his territories, you fool. Kaido spoke as his men were already out, going to the islands where there was a Whitebeard flag, hoping that, as he fell, his territory in the New World would increase even more. The same could be said of Big Mom, as she watched the broadcast on her main island. Her children had gone out to sea, mainly Katakuri going to Fishman Island to make it his territory. Back at the war, everything continued with the same intensity. Pirates dying here and there, with no one to stop them, while Whitebeard analyzed his men fighting atop his ship, analyzing and waiting to lead them with direct orders. Meanwhile, on the other side, Sengoku also analyzed next to Ace and Garp. already planning to execute his secret plan to end Whitebeard once and for all. However, both Fleet Admiral Sengoku and the most powerful pirate in the world, Edward Newgate, and all the greatest fighters, including Shichibukais, division commanders, admirals, vice admirals, and navy captains, felt that something was about to change in this war. And before the lower-ranking soldiers could notice anything, the gazes of all the greatest forces turned towards one of the frozen tsunami waves, as something was about to happen. Whitebeard was still looking at Orr's body on the ground when his gaze shifted to the side of the battlefield as soon as he noticed something. Sengoku, holding the Den Den Mushi in his hand, took his eyes off the battlefield while analyzing the war. He felt something and turned to the same side his enemy was looking at. Garp looked to the side at the same time as Sengoku and Whitebeard while narrowing his eyes. Ace, bound beside them, saw his pops looking to the side, while his gaze returned to Sengoku and Garp on either side before shifting back to the frozen tsunami, wondering what they were looking at that moment. Both Kong and his current team, who were hidden from everyone's eyes in Marineford, felt that something was also going to happen. Meanwhile on the battlefield, Marco once again confronted Kizaru, as they fought at high speed, with the admiral trying to attack the commander of the 1st Division. But he was quick to heal every time he was attacked. It was a stalemate, with no winner. However, both stopped and looked to that side, surprised. "What is that? How frightening," Kizaru commented. Kuzan was also fighting Jozu at that moment, transforming half of his body into diamond, trying to punch him with haki, until he stopped advancing and looked to the side. The same could be said of the admiral, who looked with a tone not as lazy as usual. But the same could be said of Boa Hancock, Mahawk, and Don Quixote Doflamingo, who quickly looked, while Moria, the least proficient in haki there, hadn't noticed anything and continued killing the pirates. Meanwhile, Kuma, being a cyborg, also appeared neutral. Admiral Akainu, who was going to meet and talk with someone who could draw Whitebeard among the 43 pirates of the fleet, stopped at that moment when he sensed something too. All the vice admirals who were fighting against the pirate fleet stopped attacking when they looked at the huge ice block, noticing something, and the same could be said of the captains, who had their eyes in that direction, forgetting the fight against the vice admirals. "What is this now? This feeling is unsettling," Suru murmured softly. This feeling was not limited to the major forces. The battlefield itself suddenly changed at that exact moment, as even the lower-ranking soldiers, both pirates and marines, noticed something, because the place became completely silent at that moment, as if the atmosphere had changed, causing even them to stop shooting and advancing against each other, wondering what was happening, looking confused. "Why do I feel so strange?" said the sailor, while he didn't even feel like continuing to shoot at the other line of enemies. "Hey, Kobe, what's happening here?" Helmeppo murmured, scared as he saw the battlefield fall silent next to Kobe, who was also looking at it quite bewildered, not knowing what was happening. "Why do I feel like something big is going to happen here?" the pirates murmured throughout the battlefield. Even the people behind the screens noticed the change. "Hey, what's going on there? Why does everything seem different? Why isn't anyone attacking aggressively anymore? Is something happening?" These questions started to arise while the crowd of all kinds of people looked at the battlefield through the screens. After all, they couldn't see anything beyond everyone stopping attacking each other, as they could not feel the real atmosphere at the location. Then, in the midst of all that deadly silence contrasting with the chaotic atmosphere of the battlefield just seconds ago, something happened. A moment later, a sonic explosion emerged, with a strange sound coming from that side where everyone had their eyes sharpened, looking, while the explosion seemed larger and growing, as if something was coming towards the bay, and suddenly, the ice exploded, breaking it in a vertical cut, with a type of strange energy, being molded in red and black, with the glacier beside it being knocked down and raising clouds of smoke with shards of ice. "What is this?" the pirates and marines quickly asked as they widened their eyes at the gigantic energy emerging, advancing towards the battlefield in the middle of the bay. It first broke the ice, then that colossal vertical line, which was at least 30 meters wide and as tall as the tsunami, past breaking the half-moon-shaped building below the frozen tsunami in its path, and advanced to the center of the battlefield. Everyone's eyes widened at that, hearing the sound of ice breaking and a sound from the unique energy itself, approaching them as it carved a trench path through the ice. Among all those surprised, after all, The battlefield had stopped to watch that before it even happened. Mihawk's eyes widened as his hawk eyes quickly worked to see whose energy that was emerging, as it belonged to a sword and he did not recognize to whom it belonged. The same could be said of Vista. Vice Admiral Strawberry also widened his eyes at that. After all, he knew that energy very well, more than anyone else there. As the energy began to advance, exploding the grounds and reaching the center of the bay, both marine soldiers and pirates tried to escape from it. "Get out of the way of that, it's going to hit us. Get out of the way." Numerous exclamations emerged from both sides as the explosion advanced to the middle of the site before disappearing completely, leaving a huge trench path on that side, at least 30 meters deep, and the ice began to explode, further increasing the smoke without anyone being able to have a view of the other side or who had made that hole. The battlefield fell silent once again, with only the sound of the glacier breaking, everyone holding their breath, while Whitebeard, Sengoku, the division commanders, the admirals, the Shichibukai, the vice admirals, the fleet captains, all frowned. After all, none of them expected something like this, wondering who had created it. After all, no one knew a person with such ability other than a certain vice admiral who widened his eyes and narrowed them. So they finally came. Strawberry, recognizing Zoro's energy, commented, "What is this? Who did this?" Jozu murmured and asked Marco, who also shook his head, not knowing either who had done it. "Whoever it is, they're coming this way." The 3rd Division commander, Vista, appeared beside and commented, looking at the smoke from the debris rising. While everyone waited to see something emerge from there, a surge explosion burst with the seawater advancing through the hole where the energy had dug and filling the trench like a river, exploding at its bridge, which was the middle of the bay. Everyone watched the water advancing while everyone in Marineford was silent, as if the war had ended. "What is this now?" Ace asked, looking dazed at that. "You came." While Garp narrowed his eyes and sighed, feeling what was going to happen next. "Hey, what's happening here?" the pirates exclaimed, not understanding. Even the pirates looked to their commanders and even to Whitebeard himself, who looked at it with more surprised eyes than usual. The same could be said of the Marines, looking for answers from the admirals in the middle of the battlefield. "Something is emerging from there." A Marine pointed to the path where water had emerged, with a huge shadow appearing at that moment, and the shadow grew larger as all eyes fixed on that thing emerging from the smoke. It was then that the bow of a ship with the head of a certain demon that everyone knew appeared, and with a man on top of it, while his straw hat was kept on his head and his cape fluttered with the wind. This same man kept his gaze fixed on the execution platform, cracking a smile and holding a fierce look. "He finally arrived. Among those hidden in Marineford," they exclaimed. "He is." Before the entire ship emerged, people had already begun to recognize the first one to appear, and it wasn't hard to notice that it was the pirate known as Straw Hat. "It's Straw Hat, the #1 rookie of the worst generation with a billion bounty," people exclaimed. "Monkey D. Luffy is here. He is the son of Dragon and the grandson of the marine hero, Garp." People continued shouting at each other while pointing their trembling hands at the Black Pearl emerging. "Why is this super rookie here?" Some pirates who were unaware of the relationship between Ace and Monkey D. Luffy exclaimed, confused. While Whitebeard had a stern look, despite no hostility, as he knew that Monkey D. Luffy was Ace's foster brother, and him being here meant only one thing. Despite Luffy practically challenging and mocking him at times before, such as capturing Ace and Jimbei while sending pictures in Alabasta among other things. Kuma maintained a neutral look, while Moria looked at Luffy with frustration. The same could be said of Don Quixote Doflamingo, who wanted revenge after suffering so much at the hands of that team. Meanwhile, Hancock had a look with two hearts filling her eyes, and she struck a pose of a woman in love. Mihawk narrowed his eyes at Luffy and what was emerging behind him. Although Luffy had a sword at his waist, it wasn't his energy that had carved the trench where the ship was now sailing. Sengoku narrowed his eyes while Garp clenched his teeth, and Ace looked wide-eyed at Luffy appearing there. "Luffy," he exclaimed immediately, while Luffy looked at him, maintaining the same smile. He continued approaching while no one tried to stop them, with the ship becoming more visible to all eyes. "Look, it's the members of the Straw Hat Pirates." The voice was raised in different parts of the field as new people appeared on the deck of the ship before it was completely visible. There were all the exclusive members of the crew who hadn't stayed in Skypia, plus Lucy, who was still wearing the marine uniform she was captured in and impelled down by her grandfather. Luffy didn't care about the comments and took his eyes off Ace for a moment and turned his head. "That was a nice cut, Zoro," Luffy commented as his swordsman sheathed the only sword he had used to create an opening while the ship advanced. "That was easy, Captain," Zoro spoke with a smile. His gaze returned to the battlefield, looking for the one who would challenge him on this day. He quickly saw Mihawk at a distance, and their gazes met, crossing like blades. And it was at that moment that Mihawk opened his eyes, quite surprised by what he was seeing. After all, it had not been many months since he had met that boy in East Blue and, despite the newspapers already reporting a bit of his current strength, it was still surprising to see him personally and notice how he had evolved in such a short time. Recognizing his posture on that deck and knowing that he had created that gigantic cut himself. "So this is war?" Chopper shouted. "There are so many people," Usopp commented in surprise, going to the side of the ship and analyzing the battlefield. "This is certainly a bloody battlefield," Nijiko commented, seeing so many dead people scattered around. "Luffy, I don't want to face the admirals," Nami exclaimed from behind. "I'm scared, Captain," Babo shouted. "It's just a bunch of mortals. What's there to be scared of?" Enel, as always, maintained his arrogant posture and scoffed at what he was seeing. Hugo remained silent. Shirahoshi looked at the battlefield with curious eyes. Alvida and Baby 5 maintained a smile towards that place. While Vivi seemed somewhat scared and tried to maintain a posture, Robin and Kuina maintained a calm look. "Wolf!" Chow Chow barked at the battlefield. "This is the greatest strength of the Navy." Reiju smiled. "The elite of the Navy and the greatest pirate group in the world. This looks interesting," Lami commented. "Nay, this is going to be dangerous," Hachi commented. "It looks like we'll have our rematch with the Navy. We don't need to hold back now, do we, Luffy?" Yamato asked with a smile. "Look, they're all there. They have a crew of 20-something members with various mythical Akuma no Mi. I read in the newspaper, they had 5 mythical Akuma no Mi," someone exclaimed, though it seemed outdated. "You know there are even Logias among them like the admirals," the Marines exclaimed as the pirates looked on, admiring this crew worth billions. As powerful as a Yonkou, with even some speculating that they were already one. And now they were emerging on the battlefield. They just hoped they weren't enemies. "Is he going to come take our father? We can't let that happen, no matter if it's Straw Hat or the Navy. We'll defeat everyone, our father is invincible," the pirates exclaimed. "Calm down, it's very likely this pirate will also fight to save Ace." Marco tried to calm them down before they did something foolish. The ship continued to emerge, but if they were already surprised by the arrival of Straw Hat, what came next shocked both all of Marineford and the entire planet, with people watching everything through the screens. That's because as soon as the ship continued to emerge from the ice wreckage, the main mast sail appeared with the Straw Hat skull flag and its bones crossing. But what no one expected were the 7 people tied there, and none other than 7 beaten Tenryubito with bruised faces bleeding like blood pulps, tied like dogs on that flag. And if people were shocked by Luffy's crew appearing, everyone's eyes widened without exception. Whether they were pirates, marines, Shichibukais, admirals, vice-admirals, commanders, Sengoku, Garp, Ace, and Whitebeard, even Kong and the others hidden. Everyone opened their mouths and widened their eyes, as this would be a sight no one expected in the middle of the war. While Luffy's crew brought 7 Tenryubito as hostages to the battlefield while they were beaten and humiliated, being displayed on the ship as trophies. "Well, it looks like we're making quite an impression," Luffy commented as his ship headed towards the middle of the bay. The war immediately stopped at that moment. No one could even hear a sound at that moment, whether pirates, sailors, or Shichibukais. Everyone was looking horrified at that ship. Ace, on the platform, kept his mouth open, trembling, as out of everything he could have imagined in the war, this never crossed his mind, even wondering if it really was Luffy there. Sound of metal, a sword fell to the ground in the middle of the ground, while a sailor, who until a moment ago was fighting against the pirates, looked around, trembling, waiting for any of his superiors to tell him what to do in such a situation. A pirate who was pointing his gun at another sailor lowered it at that moment. While his eyes and mouth were wide open, He also could not imagine having such a vision in his life. Even Hancock, who had hearts in her eyes, was shocked and silent. Moria was as surprised as any sailor. And even beings with personalities as peculiar as Doflamingo and Mahawk looked at it in disbelief. The admirals were shocked and paralyzed. Marco, Vista, Jozu, and all the division captains had their eyes wide open while their pupils dilated, equally surprised. Even the most powerful man in the world seemed shocked by what he was seeing, when someone had attacked this group of people that even he himself did not dare to face without a good reason. For Whitebeard, it had been a long time since he had seen a scene like this, from his time, when he was a crew member of a certain ship, since his captain, Rox, also had no fear of these beings and did exactly what he was seeing or worse when he felt like it. Returning to the execution platform, Garp was more astonished than ever, while his eyes opened and snot came out of his nose, covering half of his open mouth. How could this happen? Sengoku murmured amid the silence now found in Marineford, the only sound at that moment being that of the black ship approaching the middle of the bay. Not only in Marineford, it seemed like the war had ended, but people from all parts of the world, even moments before being shocked by this scene, were screaming bewildered as soon as Luffy made his first move. For them, it all seemed quite electrifying watching the war and seeing that explosion emerge from the tsunami on one side of the bay. It caught everyone's attention, while the energy continued cutting the ice, heading towards the middle of the bay. "It's the Straw Hats," shouted a reporter shocked to his soul, while several others murmured and exclaimed. "He's in the war. What is he doing there? Does he want more fame or does he think he can already? He's probably going to challenge Whitebeard for the title of the strongest in the world. Impossible, he's just a rookie. With more of his bounty being astronomical and compared to others, he can't be so foolish as to face the strongest in the world. You know he's quite crazy and might even fight against admirals and hit Tenryubitos. But what is he still doing there?" People immediately began to exclaim without understanding the motive for why Luffy was appearing there. "What is happening there? Look, he brought his entire crew." Someone pointed to the screen while Black Pearl appeared before seeing the main mast, while all the crew members appeared and kept a sharp look, despite some being somewhat fearful. "This is incredible. What will happen to this war when he and the other crew members are also there?" they asked while looking at the crew with this unique entry. "He really is there," Bej exclaimed in a corner. "Captain, you're eating more than usual," a man exclaimed to Bonnie. "Shut up and bring me more pizza. I don't want to miss this," Bonnie exclaimed, while eating in an attempt to calm her nerves. "You better come out alive from there, you hear me?" she shouted at the screen while people looked like she was a fool, since Luffy could not hear. Tisk. Kid clicked his tongue. Killer remained silent. "OWWW, that bastard is there," Apu said, smiling and waving his hands. Basil just looked. Uruj smiled. X-Drake looked, frowning. "Mom, is that the man who hit the bad man?" a little girl said as she remembered that man dressed in white hitting the man below him, when that same man appeared and punched him. To her, Luffy was a hero beating the Tenryubito. "Be quiet, daughter." The woman immediately covered the girl's mouth, looking around to see if anyone had heard, but everyone in front of her was in shock. "Well, Rayleigh, on top of the tree, stopped drinking as he looked at the scene in front of him. That was really a surprise. Reminds me of Rox," he said in the end. "Admiral Kizaru is here," someone shouted, a pirate probably, with fear in his voice. "Kizaru is in the war, you idiot," someone retorted. "Look there," the pirate pointed behind, and the man who called him an idiot shifted his gaze and was immediately blinded. "What is this? Where is this light coming from?" This last one complained immediately, trying to shield his eyes. Meanwhile, there was a man looking at the screen so excited that his eyes looked like headlights with the excitement he was feeling, watching the man he had come to Sabodi to try to meet. "Luff FFFFF seemed pa-ie," Bartolomeo shouted excitedly, seeing Luffy entering so coolly in the middle of a war. While these scenes were happening even outside of Sabodi, people were also reacting to it. "Luffy, he really showed up," Makino exclaimed in the midst of Goa's embrace while the entire kingdom watched. "Luffy," Dayton said, crying. "Please save Ace," she exclaimed, cheering for Luffy. In another part of East Blue, in the square of Logatown, where there was a huge crowd watching the scenes filling the entire square. "He's here, does that mean Usopp will also appear?" Kaya exclaimed, surprised as Black Pearl appeared and Usopp appeared right after. "He's come, it's been so long." "That damn. He took the queens to war." The former mayor of Kokoyashi village, now the prime minister of Kokoyashi kingdom, shouted enraged, while the people around him tried to calm him. Shimotsuki Kushiru was also on one side of the square, watching the scene with his dojo students. "Kuina. Zoro. You really are there?" he murmured, quite surprised seeing his daughter and his best student. "It's Zoro Senpai. Miss Kuina is also there," the dojo students exclaimed and cheered for their acquaintances. "Chow Chow is in the war." The mayor of Orangetown, who was with many people from that city in this square, looked shocked, never imagining that Chow Chow would leave his city a few months ago and appear in the middle of a war. "Hey, Chef Zeph. Reiju is also there." Barati stopped at the port of Logatown today to watch the war, and one of the restaurant's cooks immediately pointed out to his colleagues on the other side of the square. "That's true. I hope she's okay. These kids are really bold, entering into the eye of the storm like this," Zeph said with his arms crossed. "Go Reiju. Take them down." The cooks beside were cheering without knowing which side Luffy would fight yet. An old gentleman on top of a building watching the screens was shocked by that. He was a bar owner called Gold Roger. The same gentleman who served Luffy in that bar when he came to Logatown with Shirahoshi. He couldn't be more surprised by this scene. "Incredible, isn't it? No wonder he went there," he exclaimed. "Every time something big happens at sea, this boy is always involved." Despite his bar keeping the same name, he lived decorating it with newspaper clippings as frames in his bar of Luffy since he met him. After all, he made a declaration that day on the execution platform that shocked him. What will he do now? Does he intend to challenge the strongest in the world or destroy the navy? "This is even bolder than I remember from Roger," the old man exclaimed, laughing. "He's that guy who declared he would dominate the entire sea," a man in the square of Logatown exclaimed. "He destroyed this square when he stepped here. It took months and still hasn't been fully built. Is this a dream? Is he really there in that hell? I knew he would do something like this. I've been following him ever since he left this town. Monkey D. Luffy. The man I will serve as soon as I go to sea. Recruit me to your crew." Who does he intend to destroy in this war? He defeated Kizaru in Sabaody a short time ago. Whichever side he chooses, it will unbalance the war. Monkey D. Luffy is already considered a potential Yonkou. People began to exclaim at that shocking scene, questioning who Luffy would help, and whom he would destroy. The choice in this decision would completely change the war. Boss Kaido, in Onigashima, where Kaido had returned. The men murmured surprised as the Yonkou stood up at that moment. In front of him, Yamato was among Luffy's crew, his eyes fixed on his daughter like a hawk. "Yamato, you damned son. You went to war while I'm stuck here?" Kaido growled immediately. "Wait, Lord Kaido. What do you plan to do?" The men around him became desperate at that moment, scared with no means to stop any of Kaido's madness. After all, none of the disasters were present to stop him at that moment, as they had gone to various islands belonging to Whitebeard to take them as their own. "What do you think I'm going to do?" Kaido spoke with a serious tone while looking at the screen in front of him. "Bring the Vivre card we made with Jack, bringing that piece of hair from paradise," he immediately ordered. Beginning to walk while waiting for the man to deliver what he asked for, while the soldiers of the 100 Beasts became more and more lost. This became a situation where they could do nothing more. The fate of the war was about to change once again. "That brat, Monkey D. Luffy, dares to appear like this in the fight with Whitebeard and the Navy," Big Mom exclaimed immediately. "Besides, where is Cracker? He was supposed to bring that brat and his group here. Now he's in the middle of the war. Contact Gemma immediately," Big Mom yelled, still not knowing anything that had happened to Cracker and Germa itself. "Reiju." Meanwhile, a blonde man standing near Big Mom watching the fight from there, murmured, seeing his former sister because he hadn't seen her for years. The scene shifted to the Tenryubito, and if everyone was already shocked, a silence seemed to take over the entire planet before the chaos began. "He really did that?" In Mary Joieuse, one of the elders smashed the table at that moment. watching the scene unfold in front of him. "Eliminate him immediately," exclaimed another elder, going to the Den Den Mushi to talk with the team that was hidden, waiting for the moment to act against the crew that had just arrived. Already leaving the Castle of Power, and going to the streets of Mary Joieuse, almost all the Tenryubitos had a screen like that in their home. As they wanted to watch the war as a type of entertainment, they immediately became enraged by it. How dare they do this to a Tenryubito, these inferior beings? "Kill them, I want them killed immediately," called the admirals. "I want all their families killed, now, how dare they hurt my friend?" Phrases like this started all over the Holy Land with men in astronaut helmets exclaiming furiously, while their guards and servants had to make calls for them, having to obey their demands. "They hurt one of us," a Tenryubito spoke, although he was not friends with one of them tied to the mast, it was still an offense. "They are treating Saint Gussie like an animal," another Tenryubito shouted. Even though it was an enemy from Tenryubito, he exclaimed. This scene impacted even his status. He wanted to kill this unknown pirate group immediately. "Who are these inferior beings? How dare they hurt Saint Vor?" Another spoke from one side of Mary Joieuse, this Tenryubito being his fiancée. "Mother. Do we also bleed like the inferior beings?" A little boy in the same astronaut outfit exclaimed, seeing a hurt Tenryubito for the first time, while behind them his parents exclaimed furiously. He, a Tenryubito was on the sofa in his house with his family. But unlike all the others, this family was all bandaged up with patches after being attacked in Sabodi. The one who was stuttering was Saint Charlos, who pointed at Luffy trembling, with the trauma of that punch he received as soon as he met him in the streets of Sabodi going to the auction. "The Navy better kill them, because I myself will kill the Navy," exclaimed the father of Saint Charlos. "These damned bastards, inferior beings. They will pay," everyone exclaimed, while Luffy had no idea that he had made an enemy of all of Mary Joieuse at that moment, as the world was in chaos. But if Luffy knew what was happening in Mary Joieuse, he would certainly say something like, "Then take this meteor." While the whole world was shocked by what they were witnessing, the ship continued moving through the created channel, as everyone could do nothing but watch it pass through the middle of the war. "That guy. He's crazy," people behind the screens murmured, not believing that Luffy's insanity was normal at this moment. "Is this real?" people kept exclaiming. "Can this war get any worse? What will happen if they kill the Tenryubitos? What will the world government do?" they continued screaming. "Pay attention to what will happen. This is much more than a war between Whitebeard and the Navy now." People remained stunned, whether they were pirates, civilians, Navy, revolutionaries, government agents, and even Yonkus watching this scene. The ship kept sailing, while everyone remained immobile in the middle of the war, mesmerized by the sight of the 7 Tenryubitos tied to the sails and being beaten. "What is this? What should we do? Is Whitebeard still the enemy after this?" The sailors began to murmur, lost without knowing how to act there. Sengoku, still dazed, was the first to come back to his senses. He returned to the Navy men stopped in the square and shouted, "Turn off the communication devices immediately." "Yes, sir," the sailors exclaimed as they began to run from there, to the side of the plaza where the Den Den Mushi was recording. This should never have been exposed to the world, and much less, could we continue to display this. Sengoku commented, watching his men running. The Black Pearl continues sailing while everyone waited. Nobody moved a finger, with the sailors waiting for some order from the loudspeakers with Sengoku shouting commands. Or even the pirates, who looked at Whitebeard, waiting for any comment from him. But the strongest man in the world was still looking at the ship without saying anything the whole time. The ship finally hit the end of the path, cracking the ice, as Luffy nodded satisfied. "We've finally arrived," Shirahoshi shouted excitedly. "Why are you so happy? We're in the middle of a war between the world's most powerful forces," Usopp exclaimed. "Luffy, protect me," Nami demanded. "Me too." Vivi did the same. "Luffy, save me." Little Chopper looked at the people staring at them and immediately became scared. "Stop it, you're ruining our badass scene. What image are we going to give to the world with some of you acting scared?" Luffy turned his face and immediately complained. "Are you just worried about your image?" A collective scream followed. "Tisk." Luffy clicked his tongue, before breaking into a smile and returning to the battlefield while all around there were no more screams, cannon shots, or swords clashing against each other, just everyone watching him, wondering what he would do next. His gaze swept over the battlefield and moved to the plaza until he saw the execution platform with his grandfather and Ace beside Sengoku. "I hope you haven't been waiting too long, brother." Luffy's voice echoed across the battlefield effortlessly. "Luffy," Ace responded, screaming at the top of his lungs. "Don't worry, we'll get you out of here." Luffy spoke calmly still. "Monkey D. Luffy." The voice of Sengoku suddenly resounded through the place. At the peak of his fury, this war had turned into a mess as soon as Luffy passed through the glacier. "Hello Sengoku, it's the first time I'm seeing you in person. What an honor." Luffy spoke amiably. "Do you know what you're doing, kid?" This time it was Garp beside him with a furious look while his brow furrowed. What Luffy did at that moment placed a target on his back that he could never remove. "Hello Grandpa. It's good to see you. It's been a few months." Luffy replied, despite the ironic humor he had with his grandfather or vice versa, it didn't seem to be there at that moment. "Do you know what you are doing? Do you have any idea what you represent by picking up 7 world nobles and beating them before bringing them to the navy? You know you will never get out of here alive." Sengoku shouted into the microphone. "Ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha." Suddenly to everyone's surprise, Luffy began to laugh loudly as his laughter echoed through the place. Kizaru and Kuzan furrowed their brows looking at him, while Akainu was about to explode while being near Whitebeard's fleet. "What are you laughing at, you damn it?" Sengoku shouted. "It's just funny, you talk as if you weren't already planning to kill me. You know I would come here. So don't be hypocritical, Sengoku. I'm here for my brother and he will leave here alive, even if I have to destroy part of the navy." Luffy spoke with a threatening tone. People began to snap out of their daze at this moment, while the pirates looked at each other. The sailors were a bit confused. He said brother. Like brother of Gold Roger's son. But he is Dragon's son. Do they have the same mother or something? The sailors wondered. "That's impossible. Ace's mother died giving birth to him, so I don't know what he's talking about," another replied. "He's not Roger's son, but he's Ace's foster brother," Sengoku explained, making everyone understand what he meant by brother. "Listen everyone, of all the people here, the Straw Hat Pirate is the biggest potential threat on the seas. We must destroy him at any cost. Do you understand?" Sengoku exclaimed as the sailors began to return to their wartime state. "Yes, we must eliminate him along with Whitebeard. Let's destroy the Straw Hats today too." The sailors soon began to lose their fear and exclaimed with blood in their eyes at Luffy. "How dare he touch a world noble? He's worse than his father." "Luffy," Kobe murmured watching this scene. "What are we going to do, Kobe?" Helmeppo was afraid of Luffy at that moment, still traumatized by what happened in Shelltown. Luffy shrugged it off and suddenly looked to the side, as a huge ball of lava appeared in front of him. Akainu was not standing still. This ball of lava flew up, before beginning to descend again towards Luffy. "You're so eager, Akainu." Luffy smiled as the flames illuminated him, simply creating a fireball in his hand and throwing it against the lava, which exploded along with it the next moment, preventing the lava from reaching the ship. The explosion lit up the area with purple flames and red lava clashing against each other until they cancelled each other out. The sailors and pirates watched this with fascination as Luffy stopped an admiral's attack. "Akainu, are you going to attack me from the shadows? Have you become a coward now? After the beating I gave you?" Luffy taunted, waiting to see the enraged admiral appear. But there was no sign of him. After all, he still needed to talk to someone from the fleet. "He cancelled the power of an admiral," the sailors shouted. Suddenly a man jumped into the air, as Kuzan targeted Luffy by launching an arrow at him. The arrow sped, until a figure surrounded by fire appeared. While this same woman in flames dressed in pink, launched a kick against the spear, creating a line of flames, as her feet and the spear collided with each other. The impact immediately exploded with Kuzan speaking in his attack as he fell to the ground, and another light appeared in the air, being Kizaru. "It's time for me to strike for what they did in Sabaody." He spoke in a neutral tone as a flash of light appeared and a blue field emerged at that moment in that area. The flash suddenly disappeared and reappeared, swapping places with a block of ice, as that attack flew towards the Navy sailors themselves. "Help! They screamed immediately, but it was too late as it exploded with that. Boom. The explosion sounded through the place with both the sailors and pirates looking at it stunned. This is so unexpected and dangerous. Kizaru did not fail to comment frowning, since his own attack was killing sailors with it. These women managed to nullify the attack of 2 admirals, they exclaimed shocked. Lami, do what I asked. Luffy spoke as Lami disappeared after nodding. She created several fields while traveling through the battlefield without anyone being able to react, appearing all the way to the edge of the plaza. Let's get the Den Den Mushi, the sailors under Sengoku's order exclaimed, as they approached the device. Sorry, but my captain wants this. Lami commented as the surprised sailors lost their heads the next moment, still continuing to move touching their necks without understanding. That's the power of the Ope no Mi, people immediately exclaimed. She can even move the power of Kizaru. What a stolen fruit that is, Jozu commented watching Lami return to the ship. Yes. And they also have their own phoenix. Marco commented as Reiju was landing on the ship and both women began some kind of argument. I did better, no, I was cooler. Can you both stop arguing right now, Lami? Give me the Den Den Mushi. Luffy spoke, wanting to end that fight, while Sengoku watched, stunned. He got the broadcasting Den Den Mushi, he growled. Hello, world. Luffy spoke, lifting the Den Den Mushi, smiling at all the people of this world seeing his face plastered on screens across the globe. What is he doing? The people on the other side of the screen could not be more surprised by this development. Well, before we get involved in this war, I want to make an announcement. Luffy began while no one else made a move with him, waiting to see what he would say after everything he had done. I know your plan, Navy, I know you plan to execute Ace before the time. Luffy started while Sengoku frowned at this statement and Whitebeard looked a bit surprised by it. And you better not do it, after all I have 7 Tenryubitos here to sacrifice. Luffy said this making everyone choke. He plans to execute a Tenryubito? Both sailors and pirates exclaimed. Luffy, Boa Hancock could hardly believe the words of her husband, looking shocked at him. This is madness, he can't be serious. Can he? The men behind the screens in Sabaody wondered. But you tried to do this once, so it's time for me to show that I'm not joking here, Sengoku. Luffy spoke. What do you plan to do? Sengoku looked at him fearfully this time, while Ace had a shocked face towards Luffy from the beginning and Garp had narrowed eyes knowing that whatever happens next, would leave the world in chaos. Lami. Luffy glanced at Lami, with a movement of his finger, she removed a Tenryubito from the sail and he fell kneeling in front of Luffy. Everyone looked at that, while the Tenryubito seemed to wake up at that moment with a bleeding face. What is happening? Who hit me? Where am I? I demand to be released now, he immediately exclaimed. You should shut your mouth, you celestial swine. Luffy declared that once more. He's going to do it, Kong exclaimed from his hiding place. We can't do anything. There are 6 other Tenryubitos they could kill. We must wait and act at the right time. We will avenge this Tenryubito. One of the men behind Kong spoke and Kong had to comply. Who are you, you damn? Who are you calling a celestial swine? Where is that big guy who beat me? I demand his head, the Tenryubito continued exclaiming, but he stopped talking the moment Luffy pulled out his pistol from the bag and placed it on the world noble's head. You should have stayed quiet as I asked. Luffy spoke while keeping the gun pointed at his head, even more pressed. This definitely made everyone feel that their worst fears were right. Luffy planned to execute a Tenryubito in front of the entire world. This kid, he's really going to do it? Whitebeard looked shocked at this. Listen here, Monkey D. Luffy, if you do this, you will pay, I swear. Sengoku immediately shouted, while Garp frowned and Ace looked paralyzed. I told you, Sengoku, you planned to execute my brother even in a trap. I have 7 hostages and I will show that I'm not joking. This Tenryubito will die for your joke. Luffy spoke while touching the trigger of his pistol, frightening everyone even more, terrifying even the admirals who looked paralyzed and could not move. People around the world were shocked by what they were seeing on the screen and Luffy moved the camera back to his face. Let me declare a few things. This man has a history of human abuse, enslavement, torture, bribery. These kinds of people are the most disgusting there is in this world and they deserve death, Luffy spoke. As everyone watched, he continued. Listen all the people of this world, I am Monkey D. Luffy, the man who will dominate the seas, and I intend to cleanse this scum from the world. Luffy spoke as if the whole world had frozen in time. His words echoed in their minds as they watched his finger move, and the next moment, the sound of a gunshot erupted, and the head of the Tenryubito was blown off, blood splattering in front of the entire planet. This was an act that not even rocks had managed to achieve, not on a global scale, showing that even gods could die. This bastard, Garp. You know your grandson won't make it out alive today, right? Sengoku was the one to break the silence at Marineford, still shocked by what had just occurred right in front of them and the world. Garp watched, furrowing his brow like never before in his life. What his grandson did was something irreversible, something that hadn't happened in many, many years. Even worse, since this execution was broadcast to the entire world. Nobody would forget something so significant, no matter what the world government did. With the Den Den Mushi broadcasting, what the Marines wanted to show was to glorify their victory on this day over the pirates. But the Marines and the world government just realized that this had become their Trojan horse. After all, the entire world saw the execution of a descendant of the creators of this world. Papers and notebooks fell to the ground everywhere in the world, silent pirates, frightened citizens, reporters witnessing a scene they could never have imagined in their lives. This day would forever be known as a day when there was someone brave enough to challenge the greatest power in this world, brave enough to kill someone untouchable. Someone brave enough to prove to the world that the celestial dragons were not untouchable gods. That there was someone who challenged the world government above anyone else in this world, and he did it in front of the Navy and the world. Meanwhile, on the Black Pearl, although some members of the Straw Hat crew were terrified inside, they now maintained a serious look, because what their captain had done was bold and there was no turning back. Even so, they had to accept and trust the captain's decisions. Luffy watched the man fall like a rag doll as he rolled over the prow where they were and fell below the ship like a kicked dog. It was a strange sight to see a Tenryubito meet such an end. He had never executed one of them in such a humiliating manner, but he did not regret it. He knew that if there was a gear in this world that maintained the balance of all forces, he had just destroyed it and opened the door to chaos. He could be more hunted than his own father from that moment. People still saw Luffy filming the body falling and disappearing below him while he grabbed the camera and started filming his face again. If this proves that I'm not joking, then I don't know what will. Luffy said with a smile, this is because Ace was going to be executed and I'm determined to kill all the Tenryubitos to save my brother. He said and had an idea at that moment. I can also send a message to him. He thought with satisfaction, after all, there was someone in this world he wanted to meet. He spoke to the entire world again, Sabo, if you're watching this transmission from somewhere, don't worry, brother, Ace will be alone and soon we'll meet, me, you, Ace, and Lucy. He said, as it was a chance to speak directly to the second in command of the Revolutionary Army somewhere on the globe. Elsewhere in the New World, while the Revolutionary Army was also watching the broadcast in a secret place after having stolen the broadcasting Den Den Mushi from a major kingdom on an island in that sea, the war was displayed to the most important group of rebels. They watched the battle unfold as they imagined, but everything changed once Luffy entered, first being very surprised by the presence of Dragon's son appearing there. He's come. Some members shouted looking at Luffy appearing. So this is the famous Monkey D. Luffy? Sabe asked curiously. Dragon, your son is getting involved in the middle of the war, another exclaimed. Dragon remained silent. He knew of the connection Luffy had with Ace in the Goa Kingdom, so he wasn't too surprised, but he couldn't help wondering how Luffy was affecting the outcome of this fight. But his eyes widened as soon as the complete ship emerged. Hey, those are Tenryubitos, he must be crazy. What is happening? The revolutionaries were all stunned by what they were witnessing. The broadcast continued as the admirals attacked the ship. But then when Luffy pointed the gun at the kneeling world noble, no one could breathe, and when the shot blew the head off the Tenryubito, everyone lost their footing at that moment. The chief's son really killed a Tenryubito. The man in question trembled as he spoke. Hey, Dragon, this can't be real. Someone spoke to Dragon behind them. While Dragon himself was equally shocked, maintaining a furrowed brow at this. Even he couldn't have imagined seeing something like this in this war. The broadcast continued as Luffy raised the Den Den Mushi to himself. "Sabo, if you're watching this transmission." They listened as the blonde man's eyes widened at being called like that. "Sabo, does he know you?" Someone turned and asked. "Is he talking about our Sabo?" Koala looked curiously at him. "Luffy." Sabo initially was confused, wondering if it was indeed him being called by this pirate who was known as the chief's son, until suddenly, something clicked. His eyes widened as he looked at Luffy smiling at the camera, now paying more attention to him and to Ace, who was captive on the execution platform, something he hadn't been doing before. After all, he only treated them as a pirate emerging with great force and just as a commander of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, and a war would start because of the latter, but he hadn't connected the dots yet. Luffy, Ace, and Lucy. With that pirate speaking on the broadcast and realizing that he was speaking to him, his mind began to remember things he had long forgotten. He quickly put his hand on his forehead, frowning without understanding what was happening. Flashes began to appear, from a time in the middle of a forest in the Goa Kingdom, with 4 children having fun through the forest while talking about their dreams for the future, the fights, and even his fall with that Tenryubito making him a target while blowing up his raft. Memories began to flood his mind all at once. "Sabo, how are you feeling?" Koala noticed the strange behavior of her companion and placed her hand on his shoulder, worried. "I'm fine, it's just that, you know, I was feeling a huge headache." Luffy. Ace. Lucy. He continued to murmur those names while pressing his head, until suddenly, he exploded, shouting and falling backward, fainting, while everyone was stunned by it. "Sabo," they shouted. "Get him inside, run some tests on him, and let him rest," a fishman said, touching the neck of the fainted Sabo, seeing that he was all right. Everyone watched Sabo being carried away, stunned, not understanding what was happening there, even wondering if Luffy had done something to him through the transmission. And back to the war, silence still dominated the entire HQ, until suddenly, something exploded in the middle of Marineford City with debris flying, as someone soared high into the sky at high speed. "You inferior being, how dare you kill one of us?" The shout broke the silence of the place as whoever it was dressed like an astronaut began to unleash slashes with a sword drawn from the waist. The slash generated a type of energy that had a strange sound as it flew towards the Black Pearl. However, someone quickly responded on the deck of the ship, releasing slashes with icy energy, with Kuina drawing her sword, swinging, and clashing them together in the middle of the base space, exploding into ice and that strange energy as soon as the 2 slashes met. "Look what we have here, Holy Knights. It seems the elders really want to finish us off." Luffy spoke calmly, still maintaining the broadcast, making people all over the world wonder what he was talking about, as no one knew this group, being a secret force of the world government. "You will die here, you inferior being. You dare spill the blood of a Tenryubito, sacred blood, the worst crime in this world, against the descendants of its creators." The person exclaimed as everyone looked on in shock. After all, there was a Tenryubito flying in the sky above the bay, launching direct attacks on the Straw Hats. More strikes with this strange power continued flying toward the ship, and Kuina kept attacking as well, with explosions happening there amidst the war that had paused on the part of both the Navy and pirates. Apart from the Navy's top brass who knew of the force that the world government had placed there, everyone else was still wondering what that person was doing there. The battle between swords continued for a while, just the sound of them being cancelled out, until one was cancelling out the other. However, things did not remain quiet for long as a new sound came from the broken glacier while a new ship appeared, being a Navy warship. There, the sailors pointed, seeing who was there. After all, it was a whole group of prisoners from Impelled Down, from the 1st, 2nd, and 4th levels of the prison, while there was a commander of the Revolutionary Army, a Shichibukai, and another former Shichibukai. "They are prisoners, they really came here," the sailors exclaimed, seeing the large number of them approaching. Luffy nodded, satisfied that they were coming, while something caught his attention at this moment. With his grandfather standing up next to Ace, and he stared intently from Luffy to the middle of his ship. "Lucy," he exclaimed with his voice sounding across all of Marineford, as Lucy, still dressed in a Navy uniform, approached the side of the ship. "Grandpa," she murmured. Lucy, get off that ship now, I beg you. Your brother has done something that is impossible to redeem. He will be hunted by the entire force of the world government. I don't want you to get involved in this too. You are a strong sailor, the way I raised you. Don't mess it up, Lucy. Luffy and Ace chose this path being enemies of justice. Don't do it too. Garp practically begged out loud, since he did not want the only one of his grandchildren, following the path he chose, to ruin her life. Lucy clenched her fist. She was a silly, easygoing girl, but in moments like this, she entered an internal conflict and looked seriously, while she closed her eyes and then opened them with a determined look. Sorry, Grandpa, she said, as tears streamed down her eyes. I can't go back. I've chosen this side and I will be with Luffy to save Ace. She exclaimed, still in tears, but determined to do what she was saying. Garp was lost with that, groundless, while many sailors around, hearing this too and who knew the girl, believing she could be someone like Garp in the future for the Navy. Now they were frustrated. After all, she was declaring that she was an enemy of justice in this war. Even if I am a criminal to you, even if I am a pirate, I will act with my justice and also will not let anyone from my family die, she spoke with determination. She always wanted to capture Luffy, but that didn't mean she wanted to kill him, quite the opposite, she always intended to protect him. You know, it's kind of ironic, Grandpa. You wanting her to continue in the Navy after what happened at Enies Lobby, when Admiral Akainu tried to kill her to get to me. And where is that coward? After all, I planned to end his life today, Luffy declared. He was much stronger than he was at Enies Lobby, due to the constant intense battle he had from there to here, and 2 admirals might not be a problem for him anymore. However, the coward had not yet appeared, even striking from a distance. He sighed and then tossed the Den Den Mushi behind him, while Beppo caught it surprised. Kuina. Set this holy night aside for now, and let's get started, he said with determination, taking the first step jumping from the deck. They were going to take action. The Navy warship continued sailing. So this is war. Buggy approached the edge of the ship, dazed, looking over the battlefield. Now silent due to Luffy's actions, but there were bodies everywhere with blood and destruction. It was a terrifying scene for a man like him, wanting to be anywhere but there, even almost wishing to be back in his cell at Impeldown. Is this where the war between the world's strongest man and the Navy is happening? Commented one of the prisoners, analyzing the battlefield next to Buggy. This is the field where Boss Buggy will fight Whitebeard. Other prisoners began to exclaim again, and when Buggy frowned, with a crust coming out of his nose, he thought of who had put him in this situation, which was Luffy, and he wanted to deny it with everything. But he even tried to clarify this, but the prisoners wouldn't even let him speak, while they shouted and sang, saying something like they were waiting to witness the strength of Boss Buggy and he would show that he would be the world's strongest man to his followers. Whitebeard won't stand a chance against Boss Buggy. Let's see him rise, he was on the ship of the Pirate King. While the prisoners continued shouting, Jinbei continued at the helm of the ship, steering it behind Black Pearl at a distance. Ivankov was analyzing the situation with his Okama group, while Crocodile, with his arms crossed next to Mr. 1. His eyes fell on the man who looked stunned at the black ship in front of him. He had targeted Whitebeard in this fight since his last humiliation, many years ago. Boss Buggy. Straw Hat killed a Tenryubito, a man also dressed as a prisoner shouted as soon as he knew of the situation happening on the ship in front of them. What? Buggy exclaimed. Is that true? Ivankov was equally surprised. Jinbei grimaced while Crocodile frowned. As they approached and were getting more informed about what was happening, they became increasingly surprised. Meanwhile, Marineford paid attention to the movement while Luffy jumped from the bow and landed quietly on the solid ground of the frozen bay, his feet touching the ice with a silent thud, but everyone heard it because they were paying so much attention to Luffy. He took a few steps forward while the headless body of the Tenryubito stayed behind, with him heading towards the front of the ship. The closest Marines and pirates took a few steps back, cautious of this pirate. He continued walking, while Admirals Kuzan and Kizaru looked at Luffy from their positions. Whitebeard remained in the same place, watching everything from the bow of the Moby Dick. The Tenryubito woman who attacked before, still hovering in the sky facing him. More people emerged from Black Pearl as they descended through the air, landing 3 on Luffy's left and 3 on his right. Luffy was surrounded by Yamato, Zoro, and Kuina on his right and Shirahoshi, Reiju, and Lami on his left, with no one understanding what they were planning, while the rest of his crew filled the bow of the ship watching everyone in Marineford. What is he planning? Kong was wondering what they were doing, but as soon as his haki passed the vision of the future, he didn't think twice before destroying the rest of the roof. As it collapsed, he soared into the air. Sengoku, who was still staring at Straw Hat, noticed Kong flying into the sky, immediately shouting, "Stop them and protect all the Marines," Kong exclaimed, but it was already too late. Suddenly, from the pirate standing in the center, while crossing his arms and looking towards the platform with a smile, an overwhelming wave of Conqueror's haki burst from the core of Luffy, emanating an energy so intense that it swept everything like a force of nature, generating yellow lightning. It spread in all directions like an electrical storm, vibrating in the air and making the environment shake. Every pirate, marine, and spectator felt the dominating pressure of that power, the will of the king that dwells in that man. "The Conqueror's haki," some marines exclaimed as they immediately fell. Luffy did not target the pirates, focusing only on the Navy's strength, with those closest to them falling under the greatest pressure, while others remained conscious but dropped to their knees, unable to continue fighting against that force. However, this was just the beginning of the storm while everyone was still stunned by Luffy's haki. On the left, Yamato, Zoro, and Kuina simultaneously released their powerful Conqueror's hakis, creating more shockwaves that shook the battlefield. On the right, Shirahoshi, Lami, and Reiju also awakened their hakis, sending pulses that distorted the local air. The 7 haki users seemed to unite at that moment, like unquestionable comrades, as each trusted their lives to the others and built an unbreakable bond throughout their journey since leaving the East Blue. At that moment, all of Marineford trembled, as the haki of 7 people covered the entire place with winds and lightning. Even those who didn't have a clear view of what was happening at the center of the bay were caught by the wind coming from that direction. "What is this?" A captain from Whitebeard's fleet covered his face while trying to understand whose pressure this was. "Conqueror's haki," another spoke. "This is multiple Conqueror's hakis. But what synchrony is this? I've never seen anyone connect Conqueror's haki with another. This should be impossible," another captain exclaimed. "After all, what kind of king would align with another?" "This," Marco commented, watching those 7 people aligning and spinning the haki all over the battlefield, while more and more Marines fell. "They have the same haki as Dad. How is this possible?" Jozu murmured as many division commanders frowned. Whitebeard stood still while his cape was thrown back, looking at it with wide eyes. Even for the world's strongest man, this was frightening. After all, not even his old crew had so many users of this haki. "I, the captain, the vice captain, Shiki, Kaido, and Big Mom. We were the crew that dominated the seas. Proclaimed as the strongest in history. Now, a crew with even more users than us." This was his thought, one of the few things that could shake the world's strongest man. "This," Garp was as surprised and stunned as Whitebeard on the execution platform. Ace was once again speechless. "This is not possible," Sengoku murmured. After all, even though he expected some users of the Conqueror's haki, 7 of them was not a number that came to mind. Quite the contrary, he only expected this from Luffy, who had already shown his haki, and even Yamato, being the daughter of Kaido and already with reports of her using this power. But a crew with 7 users. This is dangerous. How could we have let a group like this develop at sea to this point? Sengoku murmured. If he had foreseen this day months ago, he would have sent all the forces of the Navy to the East Blue as a total attack. But now, he could only see the result of perhaps the worst crew that had emerged in the sea in the history of this world. 7 of them, and 6 users of the Conqueror's haki under that captain, an older vice admiral exclaimed, his voice choked by disbelief and his eyes wide. Beside him, another vice admiral remained motionless, gaze fixed on the horizon, hands trembling, recalling the dark days when rocks dominated the seas and instilled terror everywhere he went. Another crew as terrible as them has emerged. This one is worse. What is this? I'm losing consciousness, a dazed sailor shouted. I'm about to faint, another spoke. What is this wind? Buggy yelled from the Navy warship while trying to shield himself from that pressure, as the prisoners were equally dazed. not knowing what was happening on the ship in front of them. Others had seen it on the 6th level and impelled down, so they were less surprised than the rest. But those who were unfamiliar, even being at the top of power in this war, were shocked to their souls by this. Has this crew become so powerful in such a short time? The hawk murmured, still remembering the fight against 3 of them. They were just kids entering the sea in the East Blue, now effecting an entire war while fearing no consequences and even declaring war against the world government in the most aggressive way someone could. Is this the power of Luffy's crew? Boa Hancock was also surprised by this. She touched her belly at that moment. Look at your father. See how strong he is and shocks the world. You will be as strong as him, she commented with a loving tone. Kong frowned, as more Holy Knights and CP0 members followed him in the air while watching all of Marineford being affected by the hockey. As the battlefield trembled under the power of the 7, the pressure began to crack and shake the place. The glaciers started to create numerous cracks while the frozen tsunami began to plummet from that height. This Conqueror's hockey had only one command: bring down the navy and across all Marineford. The effect was devastating. Initially, the Marines who were closest fell like leaves in the wind, unable to withstand the overwhelming power. Then, the wave reached those further away, who tried in vain to brace themselves. One by one, they gave in. Some struggling to maintain consciousness, others collapsing instantly onto the cold, hard ground. I can't breathe, a young recruit screamed as he knelt, his face contorted in despair. Beside him, a more experienced officer fell silently, overcome by the overwhelming force. Within minutes, more than 20,000 Marines were on the ground, incapacitated by the unbearable pressure of the hockey from those 7 users. On platforms and observation towers, high-ranking officers watched, horrified. Commanders and captains, veterans of countless battles, felt a mix of fear and respect, realizing what was happening while the proud elite force that the Navy could muster here today fell before these new players in the war. What kind of monsters are these? A giant rear admiral murmured, clenching his trembling hands. Our force has fallen, the war is no longer in our favor. We're screwed at least, Garp commented with a grim look. Luffy just changed the entire balance of the war along with his comrades. So they still hid this at Eni's lobby. A vice admiral who had fought against the group commented with evident fear in his voice. Is it the end? Have we lost this war? Another officer whispered, looking at the chaos below, in the frozen bay and within the square. The hockey finally stopped emanating as the entire place returned to normal again, with the battlefield falling into silence once more, a common occurrence since Luffy appeared in this war. Everyone could see numerous bodies lying unconscious on the ground all over the place, from the middle of the square behind the walls to the cannon cabins shooting at the pirates or even in the middle of the front line. This. Helmeppo fell to his knees, while Kobe was trembling with it. This was the Luffy he knew. The one who took him to Shelltown. We knocked down a bunch of them, Luffy-sama, Shirahoshi exclaimed excitedly. So this is the Navy's elite. There's still a bunch of them left. Zoro commented, as no one else made a comment. We knocked down a fifth of the entire Navy, which is a good result considering they are the elite of the elite. Except for a few who must be protecting the New World in the absence of a Yonkou. Luffy commented. His gaze went upwards, where there was a group of people using Jeppo, sent by the world government. Take care of them for now, don't let anyone recover the 10 Ryubitos, we'll use them to keep Ace alive. Luffy gave the order. What do you plan? Lami asked as Luffy began to walk, not towards the execution platform, he headed to the opposite side from there. While a man in the distance looked at him with narrowed eyes and Luffy smiled, pulling Ace from his sheath. It's time for me to see why this man is proclaimed as the strongest pirate in the world. He commented, maintaining his battle-excited smile as he finished pulling out the ancient sword of Gold D. Roger and prepared to use it against Whitebeard. Luffy continued walking towards Whitebeard, drawing closer with each step his boots touched the ice, attracting many puzzled glances at him since he was moving forward with a slight smile spreading across his face, his eyes fixed on Whitebeard as if challenging him. Hey, what is he planning? A sailor commented in confusion, watching as Luffy passed by various other Navy members who were lying on the ground, unconscious from the Straw Hats' hockey explosion. He's heading for Pops. The pirates soon realized this and began to gather, forming a line between Luffy and Moby Dick, raising their swords and pointing guns at the Straw Hat, who continued walking without hesitation. "Hey, Straw Hat. If you want to reach our father, you'll have to get through all of us. Don't get cocky, rookie, you'll need 100 years to face our father." The pirates continued to shout at Luffy, who seemed unfazed and kept smashing his mouth against the ice with each step. "Hey, Marco, why is he advancing against Pops? Isn't he here to save Ace?" Vista murmured, narrowing her eyes. Marco looked at Luffy, puzzled. "I don't know why he's doing this," Marco murmured as he saw that Luffy was about to do something. This rookie had always been enigmatic to them. No one could predict what his actions would be. After all, he had hit Jinbei before capturing him, took Ace and sent a photo to Pops as his prisoners while they were in Alabasta. He could do anything with that history. After all, he acted recklessly. Luffy stopped in front of Whitebeard's lower-ranked pirates and stared directly at the man who was also looking at him. "Right now, I am in front of the strongest man in the world. This is a good opportunity to see his strength." Luffy couldn't help but murmur now with his sword fully drawn. His words reached the ears of everyone nearby, leaving the whole place stunned, both pirates and sailors. "Hey, Boss Buggy. The Straw Hat is challenging Whitebeard before you." The prisoners quickly tried to alert Buggy. "How dare he?" another prisoner shouted. "He wants to steal Boss Buggy's glory. We must stop him." "No, it should be Boss Buggy who stops him." They continued to exclaim while others looked on as if they were a bunch of idiots. Buggy, who was looking scared and lost, soon had an idea, coughed, and made a face as if he already knew what was going on. "Don't worry, loyal followers. I let him go ahead of me. After all, I couldn't give a chance to the Straw Hat if I fought against Whitebeard first," he spoke, crossing his arms and closing his eyes while the people around him opened starry eyes as if Buggy were some kind of divine being. "Yes, Captain Buggy, you are certainly giving a chance to a Monkey D. Luffy. As expected of Captain Buggy, your reputation knows no bounds." The crowd soon began to cheer for Buggy letting Luffy fight Whitebeard first, since our boss will beat them afterward. The ship soon started a shouting match in the middle of the battlefield of the bay, while they clamored for their boss Buggy, but already the same, turned his back on his followers while making a grimace, hidden from everyone with a dark face. "Don't lose, damn Straw Hat. Don't lose, so I have to fight that guy just because of these fanatical and crazy followers," Buggy exclaimed internally while crying. "He's going before me." Crocodile had a different take from Buggy as he murmured. The Straw Hat looked like he was going to attack Whitebeard. The war had still not resumed. No one else had acted while Luffy faced Whitebeard after saying those words. The environment fell silent, but there was a tense atmosphere as Luffy had a gleam of challenge in his eyes, and Luffy liked to see the same in Whitebeard. The next moment, the ground below him exploded, sending shards of ice everywhere, and the pirates couldn't react as he sped past them, advancing towards Moby Dick. "Let's see the power of the title you hold, Whitebeard," Luffy said as he used armament haki and accumulated 3 Akuma no Mi in his sword. "The kid is fast." Whitebeard was not far behind. He quickly spun his weapon and launched forward. The next moment, an explosion occurred between the two blades, blasting the entire area as Whitebeard used the power of the Gura Gura no Mi. And Luffy kept his sword charged with flames and electricity, having increased his speed with the Moa Moa no Mi to generate more impact. The force of the two strikes immediately threw all the weaker pirates and sailors nearby backward. Luffy held firm as long as he could. "This is your power," he commented, smiling. "You are skilled, kid," Whitebeard spoke, "but it's still too early for you to defeat me," he continued, with Luffy beginning to notice something. "He's using the King's Haki coating," Luffy murmured, before beginning to give way to the clash. Even having the Moa Moa no Mi that multiplies his strength, fighting against the King's Haki and the Gura Gura no Mi was still a problem for him. He found himself losing as his body immediately flew backwards, colliding with the ice ground, breaking everything and digging the ground for 50 meters. The war was increasingly tense for those witnessing it, with Luffy arriving to declare that he would save Ace, and the next moment, advancing against Whitebeard. At the end of the trench created with Luffy's body, the entire place went into tremendous chaos and soon a flame exploded from that tip. Luffy reappeared flying into the sky with 2 huge black wings as he had entered his hybrid phase. "I have to take this more seriously," Luffy murmured. After all, he was still not satisfied with the first clash. "Hey, what are you trying to do? You should save yourself and not fight, Pops," one of the commanders immediately shouted. But Luffy did not care to respond and disappeared again, heading towards Moby Dick. "Why is he doing this in the middle of a war?" Kuina murmured, dissatisfied when he saw Luffy disappear again. "Go Luffy-sama," Shirahoshi shouted, cheering for Luffy while she seemed thoughtful the next moment. "But this is the man who protects Fishman Island, he is a good person. Why is Luffy-sama fighting against him?" she murmured, scratching her chin. "Luffy is just testing his strength. It's the same thing that happened in the East Blue and when I fought Mihawk at that time. Luffy is doing the same," Zoro commented seriously. From the deck of the Black Pearl ship, Chow Chow barked, watching the fight while others drew near. "Luffy really is relentless. He didn't waste time confronting Whitebeard fearlessly," Usopp murmured as the rest of the crew watched once more an impact happen on the ship of the strongest man in the world as the two blades clashed and the wind from this clash began to sweep through all of Marineford. "You may have his sword, but you are still not close to using his skills," Whitebeard said with a smile while holding firm against Ace's sword. "Hey, don't get cocky just because you can use the coding of King's Haki. Give me 6 months and I can be as skilled as you," Luffy murmured, but still holding the sword against that haki, and now, with Phase 2, his body became much stronger. This time, he didn't lose, as Whitebeard stepped back a few meters, both falling on the prow. "Haha, this is interesting. Let's keep this going," Luffy immediately spoke, advancing, and a fight between Whitebeard and Luffy had begun, although most of Marineford did not watch that, confused. "Luffy and Pops," Ace murmured as he watched the fight unfold between them on the ship, causing multiple impacts on the ice ground beneath the ship, starting to be destroyed in various parts, even affecting the pirates and the fallen sailors, who had to flee from there screaming. "This is so like Luffy," Garp commented, looking at it sighing, and he turned back to Sengoku, wondering what he would do next. Sengoku, meanwhile, looked up seeing the people flying there. "Kong, you may act as you wish. The Navy won't interfere in your judgment," he said in the end. Kong nodded since he had total freedom, even without Sengoku's approval, but he had to obey the Celestial Dragons, as that was something above him. "Well, let's just finish those damn inferior beings and rescue the Celestial Dragons," one of the Holy Knights spoke. The group in the sky consisted of at least 3 masked members of CP0 and 5 members of the 20 Holy Knights, or 19 now after Luffy killed the last one. Of these 5 Holy Knights, 2 belonged to the 7 most powerful, while the other 5 stronger ones stayed in Mary Joie specifically to protect the Holy City from those meteors. "Remember, we also have to eliminate the user of the Fua Fua no Mi," Kong commented, and the Holy Knights shrugged and began to advance. "They're coming," Yamato spoke in front of Black Pearl. And again, the man used that strange energy attacking directly. "That attack reminds me a lot of Kizaru." "What kind of fruit does he use?" Reiju commented. "Who knows?" Lami shrugged as she began to create the room. "Anyway, let's finish this," she said and looked at that strange type of laser making a weird sound. With the attack entering her area and her moving her finger, she made the attack disappear and reappear in another space, advancing against the CP0 members in the air, who quickly tried to dodge, while one was caught by the explosion. "Even the attack is very similar to Kizaru's fruit," Lami commented, analyzing that explosive energy, while ignoring the frustrated Celestial Dragon, as his attack was easily negated by the woman. "What that group? And Kong is with them," Whitebeard murmured as they continued exchanging blows with his power breaking the space like glass. Luffy was holding up very well, while Luffy was wondering how that ship was handling the impact of the two fighting intensely. "You see, the world government sent a specialized team to kill me. What do you think of that, Whitebeard? Maybe I'm more important than I thought," Luffy commented as he exchanged blows with an arrogant tone. "Don't get cocky, kid, just because you're a bit stronger than most rookies," Whitebeard exclaimed as his weapon blade and Luffy's sword exploded again, making the whole place tremble. Meanwhile, the prisoner ship quickly stopped beside that of Black Pearl, and everyone there began to come out, like Buggy and his followers, Ivankov, Jimbei, Crocodile, Mr. 1. Pops. Jimbei looked dazed at the fight Luffy was having with Whitebeard, while Buggy had a large snot coming out of his nose as he opened his mouth scared by the fight. Incredible. Lucy looked stunned at Luffy fighting from that side. Robin arrived by her side, but not looking at Luffy, but at the sky. It looks like they are coming, she commented while seeing the whole group of 9 people that the government sent, heading towards them. Let's go, Yamato gave the order and quickly she, Zoro, Kuina, Lami, and Reiju began to jump into the air, leaving Shirahoshi behind. Meanwhile, the main, Usopp, took courage and also advanced. As there were still 9 enemies against 5, they would need 4 more to help him. Chow Chow also advanced along with Enel and Hugo, both advancing towards the world government group, while the rest of the crew stayed there to protect the ship and the hostages, waiting for Luffy's order, who was still fighting against Whitebeard. Even both came out of the ship and began to fight in the middle of the glacier with explosions happening all around. Continue with the mission to destroy the pirates. Suddenly Sengoku's voice exclaimed in the middle of the battlefield through the Den Den Mushi, causing the Marines to finally snap out of their daze after everything they had witnessed. Yes. Let's destroy the Whitebeard pirates and the Straw Hats, trust in the strength of the Marines. The Marines soon began to shout, as they resumed pointing their guns at the Whitebeard pirates, while explosions continued to occur behind them. We can't let the Navy beat us, we must save Ace, the pirates quickly exclaimed too, returning to attack the Marines after all the confusion. A large part of the Navy has fallen, this is our chance. They continued to gain morale, while the pirates remained cautious about it. After all 20,000 of them were out of combat throughout Marineford. And the pirates gained a bit of morale, though they were somewhat confused by the situation happening between Luffy and their captain, fighting at a distance without warning while waiting for Luffy to attack the Navy to rescue Ace. Marineford shook entirely with the power of the 2 captains fighting each other. At that moment, even the fleet captains wondered what was happening there in the bay. Meanwhile, in the sky, both groups approached each other, as Yamato immediately swung his kanabo towards Kong's sacred staff, which had made Kaido's daughter his main target. A huge explosion occurred in the sky at that moment, creating a gale with the 2 weapons. On their side, Lami stepped on the air and raised her hand before creating her room in the middle of the space, while the man using that energy launched several bolts towards her. She quickly moved them again and threw them against the Navy in the bay, once more. Meanwhile, all the Marines tried to escape from the strikes and explosions. Run! What is this? Ah! They continued screaming, flying away from the attacks. What fruit is this? Lami could not help but mutter, looking at the explosions happening. This is the plasma fruit, Ologia, you inferior being, and just let me kill her as punishment for all your sins against us. The gods of this world. The Tenryubito declared, immediately transforming his body into plasma and flying towards her at high speed. But she had an even more stolen power, the power to control all that space, starting the fight between them, while he just hit the air. In other fights, Hugo ended up choosing another of the most powerful holy knights, launching a fist of rocks at him. But the world noble looked at the stone emerging and just raised his hand and waited for the attack. He simply stopped the fist with his hand as it divided into several cubic pieces of equal size. This was the man who stopped the meteor when Beppo, who launched at Mary Joieuse. Interesting. Hugo commented while maintaining a smile. He had a dangerous gleam in his eyes, wanting to kill that noble, while the latter had a mocking gleam. This guy calls himself a god. Let's see if he really is worthy of that title, false god. Enel also chose a Tenryubito from the 7 holy knights, launching lightning at him, while the latter used Soru to dodge. Reiju also took another Tenryubito, along with Kuina, picking another of the not-so-strong Tenryubito. Meanwhile, Usopp stayed with a CP0 member like Zoro, fighting against a masked man with a sword. All 18 began to have a fight in the sky, above the bay, as the Navy admirals returned to attack the commanders in Whitebeard's crew in the middle of the bay. Meanwhile, the rest of the Straw Hat pirates stayed to keep the Tenryubitos in their custody and stop anyone who tried to face them, besides having to first get past the impelled-down prisoners who quickly surrounded a ship not knowing what to do in the war and ended up facing the Marines approaching the ship. Hey, what's Luffy's plan? Ivankov asked, looking towards the Black Pearl while the Straw Hat members there made confused expressions. We don't know, we have to wait for the captain's order. And he's still fighting. We just have to protect the 10 Ryubitos, Nami spoke. What, aren't we going to rescue Ace yet? Lucy complained. We have prisoners, so they won't just kill him, and as long as we have the 10 Ryubitos in our custody, they won't do anything. Alvida clarified as Lucy nodded. Meanwhile, the broadcast of the battles began to continue to emerge around the world. Hey, what's going on there? Someone in Sabodi was still dazed by it all. They still couldn't fully digest what happened. The reporters were wondering if they were in a dream, while they hardly wrote in their notebooks. People felt the fear of what they had just seen. Luffy and his crew had arrived out of nowhere in the middle of the war and messed everything up, and now, besides showing powers that shocked the world along with his crew, the pirate simply advanced to the opposite side of the execution and now had a fight against Whitebeard in the middle of the glacier while the war was happening. How is this possible? Didn't Monkey D. Luffy say he went to the New World a few days ago? Someone asked. That was just a smokescreen. Didn't you hear him call Ace brother? They are foster brothers. Another clarified. Hey, does anyone know why they are fighting? One of the citizens asked, while the others were confused but nodded, also wanting to know. No one knows. They ended up saying, since they didn't understand Luffy's actions. The Straw Hat crew were also fighting against a strange force. Who are they? The reporters commented, lost. They could see the fight because Beppo was raising the Den Den Mushi to the sky at that moment, while the great forces of the government were clashing with the pirates. Could it be a secret government force? Someone immediately exclaimed. No one knew the Holy Knights, and this was bad for the government while they had to reveal this force in this war. And surprising the world once again with a force that could go against the most powerful members of the Straw Hats. So the government has some secrets. Uruj commented while standing with his arms crossed looking at the big screen. Hey, man, start by telling me what are the possibilities of what can happen in this war, Bej said to Basil with an urgent tone. No, the man in question simply started putting away the cards. Why are you doing that? Bej asked, wanting to know what would happen. Well, I don't want to know what's going to happen there anymore. It won't interfere in the war and I'd rather be surprised. So I wouldn't be predicting it. Basil spoke while the others seemed to agree with him. How bold. Rayleigh commented with a smile before returning to his drink. Mugiwara, now he's exchanging blows with the strongest man in the world. Kid murmured as usual. Luffy and Whitebeard began to emerge at the location, hitting each other, exploding the entire ice area, while the pirates still looked confused whether they should fight the Marines or help their pops. Marco, what should we do? Vista asked Marco. He was about to answer, but was interrupted by two voices emerging at that moment, echoing throughout the bay. Listen all Whitebeard pirates. Listen all Straw Hat pirates. Two voices emerged amid those explosions while Luffy and Whitebeard continued the fight. Everyone in Marineford heard this and paid attention to both as new explosions with collisions occurred. Everyone support the Whitebeard pirates to save Ace. Everyone support the Straw Hat pirates to save Ace. The sound of the order echoed throughout the place. What seemed to be enemies fighting turned out to be an alliance, and a quite bizarre one at that, as a new explosion occurred while Luffy clashed with Ace using Whitebeard's Murakumogiri. But unlike before, the Conqueror's Haki was also emerging from Luffy, albeit becoming minuscule. You cheeky brat. You're using me to learn how to use the Conqueror's coding. Whitebeard raised an eyebrow while speaking in an arrogant tone, but the next moment, he opened a smile for Luffy. Haha. You could say exactly that. Thanks for the lesson, but we are just starting. After all, I will need this skill to reach Ace, so you don't mind me learning it a bit from you here, do you, Whitebeard? Luffy smiled back arrogantly, while he was indeed learning to use the power of the Conqueror's Haki, which only the world's greatest forces could wield. If people knew what was happening there, they would bang their heads against anything in sight. After all, Luffy had the idea of learning a new skill in the middle of a war. He still had the Book of Haki, which cost 5 billion, but only had theoretical knowledge, and saw in Whitebeard an opportunity to start mastering this skill. You remind me a lot of Ace, but it's fine, come on, you brat, Whitebeard exclaimed and spun his Murakumogiri before clashing against Ace, generating a clash of blades along with his devil fruit power. While Luffy had swapped his speed-based Momo Momo no Mi for learning, being a good opportunity to learn, although his strength dropped a lot, he still faced the strongest man in the world. Marco. Jozu murmured. You heard the poops. Let's help the Straw Hats, Marco exclaimed. Yes. Let's rescue Ace, the pirates began to exclaim. It seems we've formed an alliance in quite a unique way. Nijiko commented as the pirates began to face the Marines head-on, with both sides exchanging blows. Foo. Then let's help them. Robin commented while beginning to create hands with her powers. This is quite complicated. Sengoku commented looking at the situation turning unfavorable for the side of the Marines. Despite the world government sending troops, they couldn't get past the pirates in the sky as they clashed against each other, but still, the Straw Hats were holding that force. This war will be much longer than anticipated and you will not be able to execute your plan with the 10 Ryubitos being held hostage. Garp commented next to him in a somber tone. You heard Luffy. It's time for us to act. Let's rescue Luffy's brother, Nami exclaimed as she began to take action. Luffy said that we don't need to hold back, so let's go all out. Nami continued to speak, and her eyes turned yellow. She was about to unleash her maximum power. The war had already returned to its previous state of normalcy, with only more battles occurring. With a fight taking place next to Moby Dick, the Straw Hats were getting ready to join in as well. This was reflected by Nami going to the bow of the ship, staring directly at the battlefield with a gleam in her eye. After all, her captain had ordered them to assist Whitebeard's pirates. Then, she would be the first to go to war with full force. Afterward, the members would fight against the government's power. In the next moment, veins began to appear around her body and her eyes intensified into a yellow light. A green glow emerged while wings began to sprout from her back before she flexed them and shot into the sky, no longer showing the semblance of fear she had before. Look, a member of the Straw Hat Pirates is coming this way. The Marines quickly pointed at the figure emerging from the ship as it flew up near where the battle was happening, and they immediately aimed their guns at Nami. Nami quickly dodged all the bullets easily while her wings flapped. Some Marines, still awake from the hockey earlier, in the cannon cabins, began aiming at her too. She saw the huge cannonballs firing at her and placed her hand in front while giant claws appeared and caught the cannonballs easily, before she returned them with a gust, throwing them back to their origins and creating further explosions. She continued rising until she found a good spot in the middle of the bay while everyone paid attention to her, since she had no opponent, anyone there could be a target, even Smoker shot into the sky going after her. Go, Commodore Smoker, the Marines exclaimed, while Nami just raised a hand, and a tornado emerged from it heading towards Smoker, blowing him back without the ability to react. After all, he was smoke and was easily carried away by Nami's wind. This is a good spot, she murmured, and right after that, her wings enveloped her in front of her body, while she started to glow green in the middle of the field, then began to generate an event around her as she was covered by it. In the next moment, an explosion of light occurred, dimming the sun for a moment while Nami transformed into her complete bestial form, over 50 meters tall as she fell straight to the ice-covered ground and broke it with her weight. What is that? The Marines murmured, trembling and looking stunned with a tremor of the ice around the place as Nami looked at her enemies with a Garuda smile. So this is her bestial form? It's immense. As big as Ifrit from her captain, a vice admiral exclaimed. Nami was bigger than the giant rear admirals, as large as oars. This is huge. Does this mean everyone who has mythical zone fruits will transform into these things? What the hell is this crew? Murmurs began to arise in the middle of the battlefield. The pirates were as surprised as the Marines, looking up and seeing that type of harpy with 4 wings, standing out in the battlefield. That thing isn't our enemy, is it? The pirates asked cautiously. Hey, did you hear Pops? They told us to help the Straw Hats. They're our allies. The pirates murmured among themselves, gaining morale with the power and size of that ally in the middle of the battlefield. Stop that beast immediately! Sengoku shouted from the platform while Kuzan, who is fighting Jozu, quickly left the Diamond Soldier as he tried to hit him with haki and his power and went towards the Garuda after transforming into ice. Shit, Jozu murmured as he saw the Admiral advancing against the beast. Kuzan continued to approach Nami, but at that moment, a burst of pressure filled the air, going in his direction and the whole area exploded in the next moment, leaving him in a pile of broken ice both the Admiral and the ground. What was that? The Marines exclaimed. Admiral Kuzan, Others spoke with concern. Moments later, Kuzan reappeared with the ice forming into the shape of the admiral, standing up and looking at the ship with an eyebrow raised. Robin was on the edge of the ship, striking her battle pose with several fingers pointed in the shape of a gun emerging all over that side of the Black Pearl, using multiple shigans. Hey, this is dangerous, he commented before an entire barrage of new retaliations exploded from all the fingers Robin created and flew like a machine gun. The area again exploded with force and even the Marines tried to protect themselves after seeing that power, running away in fear. Boom! The explosion raised a smoke of ice shards and Kuzan reappeared again with the shattered ice wall while protecting all the Marines behind him. It seems it would not be so easy for him to reach this crew. He couldn't help but murmur. Near him, suddenly the ice broke with a Garuda footprint and she raised her hands, with a huge hurricane forming above her head being controlled by her claws. What does she plan to do? An officer shouted. Hey, run! The Marines screamed as they started to flee, but it was already too late, as Garuda threw that immense tornado in the middle of Marineford, while it gained strength and quickly caught the Marines, exploding all the ground. As the Marines were caught by the hurricane, they quickly began to fly upwards. Help me, help! They screamed as they were sucked by the hurricane and flew high up, unable to react, trying to swim in the air as they fell hundreds of meters. This is getting tough, so this is the power of one of their mythical zones. Sengoku clenched his teeth while frowning. Go Nami, beat them! The governor of Kokoyashi Kingdom yelled in Logatown Square for Nami. Governor, we can't openly root for her, there are Marines here. One of the former residents of Kokoyashi village tried to calm the man. Who cares, look, she's our queen, he exclaimed still enthusiastic about Nami. The giant rear admirals also tried to stop her, advancing against Nami in her bestial form, but Nami quickly grabbed the enemy's blade with her claws while punching the face of that giant, making him immediately fall backward and explode on the ground. Another giant who jumped on Nami simply created a hurricane on the ground, making the man take off into the sky, falling back behind the bay. Hey, someone stop this monster, the officers exclaimed, looking for the vice admirals and admiral. Nami felt her leg being frozen at that moment, while Kuzan reappeared on the glacier, trying to attack her again. Nami made a strange bird sound, mocking this, while her wings raised backward. In the next moment, she exploded flying into the sky, with the ice not being able to hold her and shattering as she began to throw claws and wind where Kuzan was, who quickly turned into a pile of ice and reappeared at a distance. A glow also emerged from the sky while Reiju shone in flames and everyone saw a second phoenix in the middle of the battlefield, one much larger than Marco and with red flames, emerging while she was fighting against that Tenryubito who had the power at least between a vice admiral and an admiral. The other zones also emerged while Kuina transformed into a 5-meter-tall woman wearing angelic clothing while her hair was now white. She immediately began to create giant ice shards, advancing against another of the Tenryubito who began to try to cut her with attacks. The same could be said of Usopp, who transformed into his dragon, Bahamut, as he opened his wings and roared through the battlefield with many Marines covering their ears. Lights began to accumulate beneath his wings and in the next moment, he began to shoot them forward, while the CP0 member he was fighting couldn't even react despite all his training, as the attacks at the speed of light caught him and continued descending onto the battlefield. It's coming this way, the Marines exclaimed as a wave of destruction started in the area, destroying everything in sight and the Marines trying to escape from those attacks. Boom 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 boom. Kizaru, who was fighting against Marco again, transformed into light and reappeared in the midst of the attacks, starting to shoot light against those attacks. The blue light and the yellow light soon began to clash, as Kizaru avoided greater damage from those destructive attacks. Mr. Z, another CP0 member exclaimed as a shadow emerged behind him, and as he saw, a huge knight mounted on a giant horse was there floating in the sky. What is this? He murmured and saw Odin raise his sword, before moving it downwards. A slash was launched as the CP0 member was cut in two and Odin's slash continued running towards the bay, hitting the ice and continuing to cut towards the beach. That was what broke the ice earlier. They screamed at the slash with red and black energy advancing through the bay, targeting the square. The admirals are busy. Who can stop this thing? The Marines, already low on morale, exclaimed, losing even more of it. The slash reached until a moment later, a green energy exploded from the front of the green energy. Everyone saw one energy hitting against the other, until both cancelled out in the middle of the battlefield. What? It's Mihawk! The people exclaimed as Mihawk appeared in the midst of that chaos with his sword forward. Roronoa Zoro. Mihawk commented, looking at that giant knight in the sky who killed the CP0 member. His eyes shone in challenge, while a red glow also emerged from the giant knight, behind his helmet. In the next moment, Zoro charged while riding towards the middle of the bay. He's coming. As soon as he got close to the ice, he transformed into a dark light and shot like a meteor towards the ground, breaking it in the next moment like a small object. After all, Zoro returned to his normal form. Sorry for the delay, but I've finished with my opponent. It's time for us to fight. Zoro emerged from the shattered ice while looking at Mihawk with a smile. You came earlier than I imagined, Roronoa Zoro. Mihawk commented, as everyone stepped back with the two swordsmen looking at each other. Are they going to fight? People screamed, surprised by this. The greatest swordsman in the world against the greatest swordsman among the rookies. Who will win? The Marines and pirates exclaimed. Tisk. It seems that the swordsman from Ace's brother's crew arrived before me. Vista commented while facing 5 Navy officers. Kuina in her Shiva form, looked for a moment at the battle about to begin in the middle of the square. Boom! Suddenly, another explosive sound occurred. As everyone was startled by the earthquake in the bay, until their eyes returned to the one who did it, leaving everyone with wide eyes. That thing was bigger than the Tower of Justice, 100 meters tall with a terrifying face. Hugo transformed into the Titan, while still using Jeppo in the air. Almost all the pirates with mythical icon beasts, excluding Shirahoshi and Luffy, had transformed and filled Marineford with colossal forms, making the battlefield tight for all those beasts, bringing admiration and fear both from those in Marineford and from the world itself. But would the beasts from the Straw Hat crew limit themselves to just this? The people in Sabaody saw several giant monsters filling the entire bay, making the place seem smaller. Almost all the cameras in Marineford were turned off at that moment, while only one Den Den Mushi was still functioning, with Beppo showing all those scenes to everyone on one of the big screens. This is the power of the Straw Hat crew, so many powerful devil fruits. No wonder Morgans called them a Yonku crew. Look at this. Monkey D. Luffy is still fighting Whitebeard. Someone pointed to the fight scene next to Moby Dick. How is this possible? He's just a rookie who has never been to the New World. Film everything, let's record all the scenes. The people continued watching with admiration the icons, as they fought and even defeated their opponents with each of their elements. Elsewhere nearby, an important meeting was taking place among a group of men dressed in suits. Yes, sir. Some local government employees quickly responded to the call from their superiors and turned off their communicator at that moment. You heard. We must shut down the transmission, exclaimed the agent dressed in a suit. Let's go. They quickly ran to the screen. Hey, what are you doing? A reporter shouted angrily, seeing those men starting to climb up the screen to turn it off. Government order, no one in this world has the right to see a Tenryubito in that state, the man shouted as he continued climbing to go down. Hey, someone stop them. The war is not over yet. What gives you the right to turn off the video? We are still watching. The Navy's propaganda was all a lie. I'm going to publish this in the newspaper, are you hearing me? The dissatisfied voices continued shouting and exclaiming in protest, while the men got closer and closer to the communicator. Meanwhile, a man who was also engrossed in watching the war, looked dissatisfied from atop his tree as he released a wave of haki, making the Navy agents faint the next moment without knowing what happened. He looked surprised as the bodies fell to the ground unconscious. Well, who cares about them? Let's continue watching the broadcast. Yes. People ignored the fallen bodies while watching the colossal battles happening in Marineford with the transformation of various icons. Kuina. In Logatown, Shimotsuki Kushiru saw his daughter transformed into Shiva, surprised at the power of her devil fruit. She was fighting another Tenryubito, so he was torn between pride and fear for his daughter's safety. Kuina is incredible. Look at her powers. One of the dojo students commented admiringly on the screen. But look on the other side, another student trembled, pointing to Odin's energy defeating a CP0 agent and descending to the ground. Zoro will face the world's greatest swordsman, another exclaimed. He really will face him. If he wins, won't he be the greatest swordsman in the world? The students continued to exclaim. Maybe. Kushiru intervened in the conversation. But as much as Zoro is very powerful now, it is still too early for that, he commented. Incredible. Look, it's Nami in that transformation. Elsewhere in the square, the people from Kokuyashi village pointed at Nami. Incredible. She can now control that power, another murmured. Nami is so huge. Go Nami. Beat them. Where is Najiko, is she safe? The governor continued shouting as he watched the scene on the screen. Stop it, governor. The navy might hear you and we'll be in trouble, the governor's secretary spoke. Incredible. This is Usopp's new power. He is also giant and powerful, Kaya commented looking at Usopp transformed into Bahamut, also defeating a member of CP0. Unbelievable, Queen Kaya, Mary murmured beside her. Reiju can transform into that strange bird. A cook shouted surprised with Reiju fighting a Tenryubito in the sky. That's a phoenix. Like Marco. Zeph spoke while his arms were crossed and he analyzed the situation. In Goa Kingdom, people continued looking at the scene through the image of the only screen in the square. Incredible. I hope Luffy and his friends are okay, Makino commented. That kid. He continues fighting against Whitebeard. It seems like a senseless fight. Whoop Slap commented discontentedly. Luffy. Stop fighting that old man and go save Ace, Dayton continued to shout anxiously beside him. The entire world was shocked by this change in the war, and in Mary Joie's the reaction was no different. So these are their transformations. Why have we never seen these devil fruits before, even from the world government? Where did they come from? One of the elders exclaimed with anger and frustration. All of them are mythical beasts. It means they have been escaping us all this time. Saint Shepherd Jew Peter commented. Mythical zone-type devil fruits have a will of their own. It means they have been avoiding us all this time. Saint Topman Warkery explained. Devil fruits that have never had a user in the history of this world and suddenly choose a single crew to have all their users. Saint J. Garcia Saturn said. This is no longer a simple crew, they are on the level of a Yonkou. Even if their captain isn't at this strength, he is beyond the commanders of the Yonkus and he has members who possess the same power. They continued discussing among themselves. Their captain is acting strangely. Why is Monkey D. Luffy fighting Whitebeard instead of advancing towards the square or asking for Ace in exchange for the Tenryubito's gourds? Saint J. Garcia Saturn spoke. That damn, he killed a Tenryubito, we must destroy him. Saint Marcus Mars slammed the table. You know that's not something easy. We are losing our troops and Kong and the strongest holy knights are being held back by members of that crew. Saint Topman Warkery spoke angrily. This is bad. They are stronger than they showed in Eni's lobby, so they were holding back. Saint Shepherd Jew Peter said frustrated, clenching his teeth. Yes, but we also discovered something interesting. Saint Ethanbaron V. Nujiro spoke, looking at the screen with curiosity before continuing. The user of the Fua no Mi is that bear. So we already know one of the main targets. He is a priority beyond anyone from that crew. Even more than Whitebeard and Ace, we cannot let them live, he said with a dark tone. Even if they have 10 Ryubitos under their custody? St. Marcus Mars asked, wanting to know the opinion of the other elders. Yes. We must destroy him at all costs, even if we have to sacrifice those world nobles. They will be avenged as soon as we end the threat that haunts the Holy Land. We cannot even send more troops with the threat of meteors appearing in the sky and coming here. And I fear there will be much more than one at the same time. Can we handle this without interrupting I Am Sama's sleep? Saint Shepherd Jew Peter explained while the others nodded. Speaking of important targets on that ship, Garp's granddaughter chose the opposite side of the Navy. Saint J. Garcia Saturn commented. The user of the Nika fruit. We could never get close to her because she was under the protection of Monkey D. Garp. And as she was never a threat to us, we did not interfere with her in the Navy. But she is also a threat. If she releases the power of that fruit. Saint Ethanbaron V. Nujiro commented. She is now an enemy of the Navy, and if she joins her brother, that means, Saint Topman Warkery said with an even darker tone. It means she will grow more than ever. She has already shown herself to be a genius with the 6 styles and was even learning hockey already. All the members of her brother's crew increased their strength exponentially. What will make her have this same strange growth also if she comes out alive? Maybe she can release the Nika transformation. Then she is the second priority to eliminate in this war. St. Marcus Mars made clear. That monkey D. Luffy. What are all his secrets? How this threat became so powerful in just a few months, this is unprecedented. St. Topman Warkery said with a severe tone. His crew has 7 users with King's Hockey. What does this mean? He commented. Not even the worst crew in the history of this world had such a number of hockey users. St. Marcus Mars completed. After all, many members of that crew after their destruction became Yonkus or as powerful people as Shiki. We are at a disadvantage. This way we will lose. St. Ethanbaron v. Nujiro. I will go there. Suddenly one of them spoke, leaving the others surprised. I will fight them. We cannot afford to lose this war, he spoke firmly. The others thought for a moment before nodding. A moment later this elder exited through the window and disappeared into the air. Now let's talk to Sengoku. Another elder picked up the Den Den Mushi. Puro. In the midst of the war, as battles raged throughout the bay with Whitebeard's pirates trying to advance, fights in the sky, and Luffy and Whitebeard making the entire place tremble, the sound of Sengoku's Den Den Mushi rang. He looked for a moment and saw who was calling at that time, unable to refuse this call even in the middle of a war. Hello, elders, he commented. Sengoku. We are calling to give you some instructions. He began as Sengoku nodded, knowing this war was now out of his control. First, we want you to eliminate the bear named Beppo on the Straw Hat cruise ship. We suspect he is the user of Shiki's fruit after seeing that Usopp use a fruit for the first time. He is a priority to eliminate in this war. Are you listening? The elder behind the line demanded. Yes. Sengoku spoke, nodding. After all, it was no surprise that the elders treated that member of the Straw Hat crew with more priority than even Whitebeard and Ace. Sengoku could not go against this order. We also want you to eliminate the entire Straw Hat crew, including Monkey D. Lucy. This is the order. You may use all your forces against them and one of us is coming to the war, so don't worry. The voice was heard from another elder behind the Den Den Mushi as Sengoku was alarmed by the presence of one of the elders coming here, since they always made it a point to hide from the world, yet one of them was coming here openly. Ace and Garp next to him looked with wide eyes at that order. They issued the order to kill Lucy, which caught them by surprise and even off guard. Another thing, there is no negotiation for the exchange of those 10 Ryubido hostages. If they die, you better avenge them, understood? The order came with a tone leaving no room for negotiation. If they are going to sacrifice the 10 Ryubidos, at least destroy all their enemies. Yes, sir. I will use all our forces. Sengoku spoke while picking up another Den Den Mushi to speak on other channels. It was time for the Navy to go all out. In a hidden place in the New World, Chief Dragon, one of the revolutionary members, shouted immediately as he approached Dragon. I heard. He spoke with a serious tone while the war was still being broadcast by Beppo in front of him. What's going to happen? Your son is being targeted by one of the legendary Gorosei after the broadcast we heard? The man exclaimed, imagining that Dragon wouldn't let his son die in the middle of the war. He won't die. Dragon simply stated and began to step forward. I'm heading there too. So I want you guys to take care of things here, he said while many were still tending to an unconscious Sabo. Wait. Dragon. One of the revolutionary commanders tried to stop Dragon, since it was very dangerous, he even exclaimed, but Dragon just exploded the ground at that moment, disappearing from everyone's view and shooting into the sky. Dragon had a determined look as he sped away from the hideout, heading towards the red line and beyond it, Marineford. No one imagined the number of forces heading to interfere in the war at that moment. The whole world was about to see even more chaos amidst that fight. Meanwhile, the war continued at the same pace, but many eyes stopped to watch two people facing each other at that moment, in the midst of that chaos. The fights around them paused for a moment, hearing only the explosions in the sky and the distance. The footsteps of Hugo still echoed through the battlefield due to being the largest creature there, as he fought the Tenryubito in the air, breaking the ice below him with his movements. It's been a few months, but I still want my rematch. Mihawk. Zoro commented, standing in the crater he had created as he landed after killing the CP0 member. Let's see how much you've grown. Mihawk commented as he prepared to face Zoro, lifting his black sword. I'm honored that you're using that sword from the start. Zoro cracked a small smile. Mihawk remained silent, keeping his guard up as he looked at Zoro. He knew this was no longer the brat he had met in the East Blue. This would be a duel between true swordsmen, though still very surprised by Zoro's growth. They're going to fight. A pirate murmured in surprise as both swordsmen stared at each other, even with Marineford swarming with monsters at that moment. Nami landed beside them while facing some marines and giants, generating wind and destruction, while Zoro and Mihawk still held their gaze locked on each other. Explosions also arose from the other side as some attacks broke through Kizaru's defense and exploded against the marines after Usopp used his power of Bahamut. The marines exclaimed as they ran while the ground was destroyed and some of them were directly hit. A moment later, both exploded the ground, advancing against each other at that moment, under the gaze of many. Mihawk, moving at high speed using his green energy, clashed against Zoro's three swords, which emitted dark red energies. The following year, a shock explosion occurred on all sides, as they stepped back a few steps and disappeared the next moment, while the area began to explode with energies from Zoro and Mihawk clashing as the ground started to explode in that entire area. We need to get out of here, both the pirates and the marines exclaimed as the ground exploded and created a curtain of dust and debris in the air. The two swordsmen emerged in the middle of it while still suspended in the air with their gazes still fixed on each other. Zoro, maintaining the same smile, felt his swords pressing against Mihawk's. This is the strength I wanted to test, he said, his swords glowing with an even more intense light, beginning to expand from it. Mihawk, even with an impassive expression, maintained a challenging gleam in his eye. Then, let me see how far you've come, Roronoa Zoro, he responded, the Yuru in his hands also emitting a sinister glow. Both energies seemed to cover their users still in the air, as they began to contend against each other at that moment, like two flames trying to overpower one another. They separated the next moment and again advanced, creating a clash between the blades with the sound of the blade cutting the air, which was almost like a howl. Zoro blocked the attack with his two swords, the third wedged between his teeth. The impact again generated sparks and another shockwave that made the earth tremble. Zoro gained a slight advantage with an opening and advanced with a vertical slash against the swordsman. Mihawk would not be easily cut and dodged effortlessly. He counter-attacked with a powerful vertical strike, aiming to split Zoro in half. Zoro, using his agility, leapt back, narrowly avoiding the blow. You really have improved, Zoro, Mihawk commented, admitting with admiration. Perhaps in a few years, he would have a worthy challenger for the title of the world's strongest swordsman, and for Mihawk, that would be good. After all, when you are at the top, your growth stagnates significantly. Zoro took a few steps back to balance himself on the ground and with a fierce look, he did not want to be underestimated at this moment. It's not over yet, he then advanced, unleashing one of his most powerful strikes, Blade of Darkness. Zoro exclaimed, and his blades became blurs as he slashed in a rapid series of movements that seemed to draw a soldier mounted on a horse of energy in the air. Mihawk watched that and quickly put his sword behind him, waiting for the attack while also emitting energy and prepared an attack as powerful. The world's greatest swordsman at the next moment cut the air, launching an energy against Zoro's strike. The energies exploded the next moment, making the entire bay tremble as strongly as the fight between Luffy and Whitebeard, making everyone look at the dispute between them. Vista looked with admiration at that fight, as did many swordsmen. What a fight! Doflamingo, despite the anger and hatred he harbored for the Straw Hat crew, still kept a look of admiration for this dispute. Boa Hancock, Moria, and Kuma stayed silent while the wind from the dispute affected them as well as all of Marineford. Incredible! In Logatown, the people at the dojo could not be more surprised by this, watching their senpai fight in that way. The explosion of the two energies continued in Marineford, until suddenly they disappeared with Zoro and Mihawk appearing in the middle of it with both clashing their swords, while time seemed to slow down, with the sound of metal competing against each other. The next moment they seemed to press their blades more and a sharp sound came from them, while it seemed one was cutting the other and something happened. Zoro in front of the frozen tsunami he had cut and Mihawk in front of the frozen tsunami on the other side, maintained an equal gaze, until they finally separated the blades from each other, but in the next moment, all of Marine as strong as the entire world, saw the two frozen tsunamis being entirely cut, rising in the air while splitting in half in a horizontal cut. All the Marines and pirates opened their eyes wide as their mouths hung open for that scene happening in slow motion. "What is this?" they exclaimed together, seeing those huge blocks of ice flying into the air and falling behind them while the sound of water was heard, causing a change in the sea level in that area. Sengoku and Garp stayed silent while Ace was once again shocked by the strength of the swordsman under Luffy's flag. He recognized that he could not defeat this swordsman, perhaps not even Vista, his crewmate and the most powerful swordsman under Whitebeard's flag. But even with the tsunamis disappearing from the bay, while everyone still looked at it with alarm and admiration, Zoro and Mihawk did not stop the fight there as both advanced against each other again, disappearing in the air and turning into figures clashing against each other while their energies were released. "Gurararararara, you have a very good kid on your crew." Whitebeard laughed and spoke before bringing down his Murakumogiri in a vertical cut against Luffy in hybrid form, hitting against this blade on the ground, lifting Ace, while the ground below him was all cracked with the force of Whitebeard. "You're right, this is the swordsman who will become the greatest in the world, only fitting for the crew that will become the emperor of all seas," Luffy spoke confidently. "Don't get ahead of yourself, kid," Whitebeard exclaimed and launched with his other hand a fist that cracked the air and sent a shockwave toward Luffy. "Let's see how this goes," Luffy commented as he stepped back and, before making a move like Whitebeard, punched the shockwave with his own fist, using armament haki and King's coding. Both the shockwave and the fist collided and emitted a sound of striking each other, while Luffy finally managed to explode that force with his own haki. After that, Luffy landed on the ground looking at his fist, satisfied with the outcome of the dispute with the strongest man in the world. Whitebeard looked on with a surprised expression, though he said nothing. Inside he was wondering where this monster came from. This kid simply attacked him and in the middle of the fight began to learn the most powerful haki in the world within an hour. He not only began to learn but entered the first stage of haki, which was alarming even for the man known as the strongest in the world. For Luffy, it was a great satisfaction. After all, this fight gave him so much more than he could imagine. Fighting against Whitebeard was like having 50 times his training if he had been training alone as he did with other hakis. This 1 hour became 50 hours, and multiplying 100 times with the Moa Moa no Mi. His training amounted to 5,000 hours yielded in this fight, which gave a massive amount of 208 days of training, i.e., 7 months learned in a matter of 1 hour. It was no surprise that Whitebeard was so shocked by Luffy's development. What kind of monster would emerge if he continued this fight for a whole day? Luffy smiled at the end. Although he still hadn't scratched the potential that the King's coding could do, he achieved the start to develop this haki, and even though he couldn't fight anymore with Whitebeard, as he still needed to fight against the Navy and Luffy could not wait any longer to save his brother, he then decided to start acting. "This was very interesting, Whitebeard, but we still have some things to sort out," Luffy suddenly said. Whitebeard just nodded, understanding what he meant. "You've already taken a lot of my time, kid. I hope this helps you get your brother out of there," he spoke with a smile at the end. "You can count on that, so let's get started," Luffy said and turned his back on Whitebeard as he walked away from all the chaos he had created with that fight. Everyone immediately noticed his movement and looked at Monkey D. Luffy, who began to walk towards his ship, while Whitebeard returned to the Moby Dick. Everyone saw that Monkey D. Luffy was about to take action. "I received a comment stating that people are saying I plagiarize and that I'm a scammer. I would like to know where this is coming from." Luffy continued walking calmly through the battlefield, approaching the middle of the bay, while no one interfered, with the Marines stepping back. "Mugiwara," Smoker commented from a distance, while striking a pirate with his weapon. His gaze fell on Luffy with many thoughts, and the main one was frustration, with Luffy becoming so powerful that he could go head-to-head with Whitebeard. Kuina. Captain Toshigi looked towards the fight in the sky, where the woman identical to her was battling a Tenryubito transformed into a giant ice woman. Pops went back to the ship. Marco noted as he saw Whitebeard returning to the bow, maintaining his initial position before starting the fight with Straw Hat. Whitebeard analyzed the fight again. Oars continued lying on the ground, his gaze falling downwards near the square. With Doflamingo knocking down some pirates but always keeping an eye on the Straw Hats. Moria, who was killing the low-ranking pirates under his flag, as well as Kuma, firing laser beams from his mouth and energy balls from his Akuma no Mi. The Shichibukai girl seemed to attack both pirates and marines, while no one knew why she was doing this, turning everyone into stone. His commanders had been fighting against the admirals, lost sight of them while Kuzan went to try to fight that girl from the Straw Hats transformed into that giant harpy, and Kizaru had to intervene in the light rays launched by that long-nosed man who strongly resembled Shank's shooter. There was a man with the Logia of Thunder fighting in the sky against another Tenryubito, while a giant twice the size of Oars was fighting another Tenryubito. Whitebeard was a bit surprised with such strength appearing here to eliminate the Straw Hats, but they were holding up well. His gaze fell on the other fights with the Ice Woman attacking another Tenryubito, the woman with the polka dot hat, and the woman transformed into a phoenix. But the most explosive fight was Kaido's daughter transformed into a kind of hybrid wolves along with Kong, his old foe, who he believed had retired somewhere, but now he was here with these warrior Tenryubitos. His view from the sky saw the green-haired swordsman against the one with hawk eyes, maintaining the same intensity in the fight after both had sliced through the two frozen tsunamis while exploding the whole area of the bay with no one being able to get close. Descending further, he saw a group with hundreds of members coming from Impeldown, forming some kind of cult for the red-nosed, long-nosed man, reminding him of the kid who used to walk on Roger's ship. He also saw some who did not participate in this type of cult, being Crocodile who looked at him with a desire to kill, and even Jimbei, who nodded seeing his gaze, while there was another that he did not recognize among them. Moving his gaze once again, he saw the rest of the members standing on the ship, keeping the hostages so they would not kill Ace, which was very good for Newgate. He could see how the presence of the Straw Hats had changed this war, and although he had his pride, he still nodded internally to that. With his last look falling on Monkey D. Luffy coming out of his hybrid form and walking calmly in his human form through the battlefield while his cape fluttered, this kid had surprised him greatly with his development in the fight they had, not being able to gauge the real potential of this person. These kids, they're all monsters, Whitebeard murmured, but nodded to that. On the Straw Hat's ship, Chow Chow looked down at the people below him shouting strange things, and among them, and with the name that emerged more, a rage dominated him, beginning to growl. Boss Buggy, Boss Buggy, Boss Buggy, Boss Buggy. Boss Buggy. The prisoners continued shouting. Now that Luffy had finished fighting Whitebeard, his subordinates were exclaiming for him to be the next to face the strongest man in the world. I have to face him now. Buggy murmured, frightened with his shoulders slack, looking at the crowd cheering for him at that moment. His gaze fell on Luffy at a distance coming towards them. Damn you, Straw Hat! You were supposed to defeat Whitebeard to stop this madness, he screamed internally with frustration. Everyone seemed to have created a cult around Buggy, proclaiming that he would be the man to take the title of the strongest, but then the crowd was interrupted by a dog's bark that resonated through the area. A dog? The prisoners looked strangely at Chow Chow emerging from the Black Pearl and barking towards Buggy. How he despised that pirate. Buggy saw the dog and was horrified. He knew all too well the monster that hid behind that fur. Get out of here, Mutt! You're disturbing Master Buggy. One of the prisoners didn't like Chow Chow, but the dog simply bit the man's leg and threw him into the air before he could react. Chow Chow, along with the crowd, saw the prisoner flying over 30 meters, before he simply opened his mouth and generated a fireball and threw it towards him, before it exploded on the man and he fell burned and defeated. What is this dog? The people exclaimed, and Chow Chow didn't care as he grew and turned into Cerberus in front of Buggy, breaking the ground, and one of its heads created a bolt, launching it at the clown. Buggy saw that and became extremely scared. He didn't think twice before splitting his body and one part of him flew away, while the bolt passed over him. The line of the bolt continued to the middle of the bay, and a vice admiral who was fighting against a commander from Whitebeard's divisions was hit at that moment as it passed through the location of the bolts. He was electrocuted forcefully as he fell defeated, with the commander looking at it confused, wondering where the bolt came from. Incredible. One of the prisoners ignored the Cerberus monster and looked at the result of the bolt. Yes. You saw that. Boss Buggy defeated a vice admiral with a bolt. The crowd began to exclaim. Long live Boss Buggy. He's amazing. He's unbeatable, a legend among legends. He defeated a vice admiral with just one move. Who can fight against him? While the crowd was screaming and the people who were not part of this cult looked at them like idiots, Buggy let a snot drop from his nose as he returned to the split part that was on the ground and looked back at how that strike had hit a vice admiral squarely. Did I do that? He murmured. Chow Chow didn't like that at all and was about to launch all attacks both on Buggy and the crowd. But a voice emerged and stopped him. Chow Chow, stop. They are important in this war. Luffy spoke, approaching, and Chow Chow shrank at that moment. Luffy continued approaching his ship while no one interfered with him. Ignoring all the fights happening around him, whether in the sky or at a distance, with his own crew members fighting their battles at that moment. He finally approached his ship while his crew members soon noticed Luffy approaching. Luff YYY. Chopper appeared at a corner of the ship, shouting and lifting his little paws. Luffy smiled at the crew's doctor. Vivi also appeared next to him. Captain, what shall we do? Beppo was the third to approach, with Den Den Mushi in his hands as Luffy finally opened a smile to the whole world. Everyone out. It's time for us to launch our attack against the Navy. Luffy gave the order. The members nodded, and Lucy, Shirahoshi, Beppo, Chopper, Nijiko, Alvida, Vivi, Robin, Hachi, and Baby 5 began to emerge, jumping from the ship and landing on the ground in front of Luffy, while Chow Chow appeared running. Luffy-sama, how was your fight? Shirahoshi asked as she approached behind Luffy before hugging him around the neck and staying there. I couldn't have measured a better opponent. Luffy murmured and passed by the member while stepping on the body of the dead Tenryubito like a dog and touched the wood of the Black Pearl. This last act left quite a few Tenryubito in Mary Joie's angry. Luffy used the power of his Akuma no Mi, while the ship began to shrink, turning it into the size of a small marble. Luffy looked at the ship now in his hands, with tiny Tenryubitos still tied to the sails as he nodded, with them speaking something that sounded like ants, and he tucked them into his pocket. Come with me. Luffy looked at his entire crew, waiting for his orders. He spoke as he walked forward with his members obeying his commands. Beppo, give the broadcast Den Den Mushi to that long-nosed clown. Luffy ordered, while Jimbei, Ivankov, and even Crocodile looked on from a corner next to the prisoners. Who are you calling a long-nosed clown? Buggy immediately shouted upon hearing that. Luffy shrugged as Beppo simply lifted the Den Den Mushi with his power and tossed it directly to Buggy, who quickly caught it. Film the war, since we need a cameraman. Remember, this is the main function of this war. Only the strongest man can do this. Luffy commented with a small smile, while the crew looked at him wondering why he was tricking the clown. Wolf. Chow Chow disagreed with Luffy, but Luffy just patted him, saying it was alright. Who are you calling a cameraman? Buggy complained, but he became confused remembering Luffy's following words. Only the strongest man? He murmured, still trying to understand it, while the other prisoners looked at each other. Incredible, look how he talks to Monkey D. Luffy, the man who faced Whitebeard just moments ago, a prisoner said. Incredible, Buggy is really amazing, the clueless prisoners began to exclaim. Wait, Straw Hat said only the strongest man can be the cameraman. As expected of Boss Buggy, let's help him with this. Prepare the equipment. The first exclaimed while grabbing various filming equipment, from who knows where, as they prepared to film the war with their boss Buggy. Ace, we're going to save you, Lucy exclaimed as she approached Luffy. Jimbei, Ivankov, and their group. Even Crocodile and Whitebeard joined them, while the prisoners stayed a bit away organizing the filming with Buggy. Luffy, you shouldn't be here, suddenly Ace's voice echoed across the battlefield. Luffy looked towards his brother. This war isn't yours? You have your own crew and I have mine. You shouldn't fight a war that wasn't yours. Ace exclaimed. He didn't want Luffy to come closer. He didn't want Luffy to have the same fate as him. But Luffy just scoffed, asking internally if Ace was blind or something. You underestimate me, brother, thinking I don't have the power to defeat the Navy. Just stay there and wait, because we are going to get you out of there. You hear that, Sengoku and Marine Garp? Luffy declared with an altered voice. Sengoku looked on with firm eyes while Garp had a somber look. His grandson had declared him as his enemy in this war, and he now had to fight against him, to save Ace, his other grandson. Everyone get ready, Luffy announced, and all the members who were not fighting, prepared to advance to the square. You underestimate me, brother. Do you think I don't have the power to defeat the Marines? Stay there and wait, because we're going to get you out of there. Did you hear that, Sengoku and Sailor Garp? Luffy's voice echoed through the place. The people of Sabaody murmured after hearing this declaration, looking nervously at what would happen next. In the middle of the war, at the back of the bay where there wasn't a good view of what was happening in the bay, Akainu looked at Luffy's declaration with fury but just clenched his teeth, being the only thing he could do. He then proceeded to talk to one of Whitebeard's fleet members. I swear I will kill you today. Monkey D. Luffy, he said, moving to find Squar. Meanwhile, in the plaza, Luffy saw Ace looking at him speechlessly while his gaze returned to his group. Let's go, Luffy announced. The crew nodded, preparing for the fight. Nijiko clenched her fists while small explosions occurred in them, ready to fight. Robin created wings on her back with the power of the Hana no Mi. Chopper took a pill and swallowed it. Beppo was taken by surprise while Robin created arms on his back and put a black power on his head, making the mink go from a scared look to someone confident. Hachi drew his 6 swords. Baby 5 transformed her arms into weapons. Vivi prepared by transforming her hands into wind. Alvi donned his hat while placing his club on his shoulder. Lucy made her feathers generate movement, while her body began to turn pink and she started to emit steam. And finally, Shirahoshi just clung to Luffy's neck, keeping on his back while her tail swayed. Luffy looked satisfied with everyone. He began to walk with Shirahoshi on his back, while the group started to follow him, the lower-ranked Marines not even trying to face him. Did you hear what he said? He talked about destroying the Marines. The Marines murmured to each other in fear. How can we face him? He defeated Kizaru in Sabaody. What can we do against him? The people around soon began to discuss. Don't let that intimidate you, Sengoku's voice resounded across the battlefield as all the Marines looked around for some hope. All of them had much lower morale since the beginning of the fight, and very few had woken up from the 20,000 Marines fallen by Luffy and his crew's haki. We are justice, believe in our symbol, we cannot let this evil win today. He is a threat that should even be a priority as much as Whitebeard himself, Sengoku exclaimed. We are the bastion against evil, we cannot let this evil leave here today. Use all your strength to destroy them, Sengoku exclaimed as the Marines began to have more serious eyes while looking at that group. Sengoku didn't finish, as he picked up another Den Mushi, Sentomaru, initiate the attack, but come straight to the bay now, he exclaimed as the Den Mushi seemed to nod. Will do, Sir Sengoku. Meanwhile, Whitebeard's commanders noticed the movement of the Marines as they began to move. Commodore Smoker. Tashigi commented as Smoker transformed into smoke, reappearing in front of Luffy, looking at him with dangerous eyes. Smoker. Luffy said, breaking into a smile. You finally showed up. I hope you've gotten stronger since the last time, he commented, while Smoker clicked his tongue. Hina will also help. Hina appeared beside Smoker, also looking at the group with a challenging look, despite knowing she was weaker. Hina, how have you been? Have you thought about accepting my invitation to go out with me? Luffy commented. Hina does not date pirates, she said. Is she your wife too? Luffy-sama? Shirahoshi asked from his back. What? Since when do you know this woman, Luffy? Vivi asked with suspicious eyes. When I left with Enel from Skypia, she refused to have dinner with me, Luffy commented. You are hitting on another woman as soon as you leave the others. Nijiko raised an eyebrow at Luffy. You know I'm a man who will have a big family, so I need to find good women to be mothers of my children, Luffy commented without any shame. You should look ahead more, Luffy, there's certainly someone who doesn't like hearing that. Foo. Robin commented as Luffy looked behind Hina from a distance, with Hancock's eyes full of fury as they caught fire and she destroyed the statues she had created. Well, she is certainly jealous, Luffy murmured. If Nami heard that, it wouldn't be very nice either. Ijiko commented while facing new giants, destroying the ice floor with their enormous weight. Luffy said nothing but internally agreed with the cat burglar's sister. Meanwhile, the Marines saw Smoker and Hina appear in front of the pirates, who stopped to talk to them, and a new spark of hope ignited in the Marines' hearts. Yes, we are the shield against evil, Commodore Smoker and Captain Hina can face the evil, why can't we? That's right, we are justice, kill all the pirates. Yes, let's eliminate them. The Marines quickly began to become aggressive, advancing against Whitebeard's pirates, gaining ground as they mercilessly cut them down. Ah! A pirate felt the Marine's blade strike him as he fell to the ground. Let's kill all the pirates, that Marine shouted as he ran to another. A pirate began clashing swords with a Marine as they fought, and despite the Marine's fury, he found himself losing to the pirate as he was cut down by him. Damn Marines! You can't handle Whitebeard's pirates, the pirate roared, as two new shadows emerged, and before he could react, he lost his head to the attacking Marines. Kill them all! The Marines continued exclaiming as they began advancing across the battlefield, trying to reach Whitebeard. All the Marines were fervent, while Whitebeard watched them from his position, observing how the fight seemed to turn in the Marines' favor now. He felt a presence approaching him, none other than one of his foolish sons, Squar, coming towards him. Whitebeard wondered why he was here when he should be guarding the rear, but he waited for him to approach to see what he wanted. Meanwhile, Sengoku looked at the movement arising from the Marines and nodded with satisfaction, seeing that they were starting to gain ground. We're improving bit by bit. But we're still far behind, Garp commented, sitting there looking at the battle with quite depressed eyes. His grandson had called him a sailor, and it hurt him a little, but he couldn't complain much. Yes, but it's a start. I hope we can turn this battle around, Sengoku murmured. He had to be careful not to let Luffy sacrifice the 10 Ryubitos as he did with the first one. He had the approval to sacrifice the 10 Ryubitos, but he had to ensure that Luffy would be killed, so he couldn't simply continue with the plan to kill Ace prematurely. He looked up as the 10 Ryubitos continued fighting against those giant monsters and other users, with Kong having Kaido's daughter as his opponent. If any of them defeated the Straw Hats, it would be an opportunity to turn this battle around. His gaze returned to the two who stopped in front of Luffy, hoping that Smoker would do some favor, even though he had already done enough by boosting the Marines' morale while maintaining his stance against the enemies. I'm going too. Returning to the battlefield, Tashigi appeared beside him. Miss Hina, I won't let that damned pirate ask you out before me. Full Body also appeared, looking at Luffy with angry eyes. Kuina's twin sister, Chopper exclaimed, surprised that Tashigi was identical to his friend. They are very similar, Robin also commented. Tashigi remained silent, not responding to any comments as she drew her sword to face them. As I said in Logatown, the sea is full of mysteries, Luffy said and looked at Full Body. It's good to see you. I still remember when we met in the East Blue and I threw that gigantic cannonball at your ship, Luffy commented, finding the scene still a comical memory. Enough talk. Now I will be your opponent, Straw Hat, Smoker said, and Luffy looked at him amused. Smoker frowned internally. He had trained for months, even though he didn't go to Eni's lobby during the conflict that happened there. He wanted to prove his strength after months of training. This was the moment for him to show that he was capable of demonstrating his power. All the training he had done was just for this moment. I fought harder than everyone. I was always the last to leave my repetitions in marine training. I mastered the 6 styles, and now I will face this pirate. Smoker began to murmur internally as he stared at Luffy, who was looking at him calmly. Am I still a child to you? Smoker couldn't help but think as the guy who humiliated him so much in Kokoyashi village and Alabasta was there, looking at him as if he were just a fly. I will prove it, he said to himself as he drew his weapon and pointed it at Luffy, while Hina, Tashigi, and Full Body also prepared themselves. They're going to face them. Go, Captains, Lieutenant, and Commodore. The Marines exclaimed as Smoker glanced at them and then returned his attention to Luffy, preparing to advance. But everything changed. He looked at the pirate and felt paralyzed as if the world had frozen at that moment. "What is this?" Smoker murmured, stunned and shocked internally, while even his weapon trembled. He looked at Luffy as if he were 1,000 meters tall, and he, a mere ant, someone who would never reach that height. "I can understand and even admire your will to fight, Smoker." Luffy's voice echoed through that frozen space. "But you are weak. Come to me when you are truly strong enough, but it's not your moment now." As he spoke, the place seemed to shatter, and everything returned to normal with the sounds of war around them. But before Smoker could react, an explosion of haki emanated from Luffy again, blasting in all directions. In the next moment, Marines and pirates were caught in the vortex, but the Marines began to be affected again, falling to the ground once more. Luffy saw not only Smoker but also the other three paralyzed, and he started to walk, while the battlefield was once again bathed in his haki, passing by Smoker and the others as if they were simple soldiers. His companions followed him as he continued to approach the plaza, releasing his haki. As Sengoku saw the Marines' morale drop once again because of this, he clenched his teeth. Kobe looked at Luffy from a distance with a lost gaze. He was just an ant to Luffy, but he still remembered his words on that boat sailing to Shell Town. Luffy did not laugh at his dream. He said that Kobe had to be the first person to believe in it, and that's what mattered in the end. Kobe felt a flame ignite within him. He had to prove he was powerful enough to face Luffy as well, so he started to run. "Kobe!" Helmeppo shouted to his companion, running on the battlefield. Zoro continued exchanging blows with Mihawk across the battlefield, while new explosions erupted all around and nobody dared to intervene in their one-on-one fight. The sound of swords was heard and even overshadowed other sounds of the war. Meanwhile, Nami continued moving across the battlefield in her colossal form, launching attacks trying to clear the field for Luffy and the others who kept moving forward. "Target that monster!" The sailor in the cannon cabins exclaimed as they launched cannonballs at Garuda's body, but Nami seemed unfazed as she continued to march across the battlefield after landing back on the ground. In the sky, Yamato, transformed into her hybrid form, launched upwards as black and purple lightning surged towards Kong. Kong was surprised by this, recognizing Kaido's move, seeing it live. "Thunder of the 8 trigrams," Yamato yelled as Kong was caught by the strike and sent crashing to the ground, even darkening the day for a moment. Boom! An explosion occurred on the ground, while large blocks of ice rose up, and Kong emerged shortly after, now in a different form, in his hybrid form of the Monkey King, his face bleeding a bit, but he seemed fine. He spun his staff and charged at Yamato. Yamato saw him launch his distant attack as his staff rose to the sky and grew in size, charging towards her. She quickly tried to create an ice barrier, which was shattered as the staff glowed golden, and she used her kanabo to defend herself before being hit hard. She ended up colliding with the tip of the Marineford structure that formed a crescent moon, exploding the structure with various cannons and sailors there together. Tisk! Yamato was not having an easy time fighting Kong, with a line of blood running down her face. She quickly noticed the movement in the sky and jumped as the staff hit that side of her, dodging it, and the staff further destroying the marine structure, being tens of meters in width and length. She charged again towards the enemy. "This is bad." Luffy looked from below, as he saw Yamato struggling to deal with Kong, but he needed her to hold him off a bit longer. He would assist her as soon as he grabbed Ace in the square. Lami was fighting within her space, while the Tenryubido had a hard time trying to hit her as she teleported all over the place, easily. "Stay still, inferior," the Tenryubido shouted trying to hit her. "You guys are so annoying," Lami murmured looking at that being, and in the next moment, appeared in front of him, and her blade started to try to cut one of his arms, but at the last moment, he disappeared with a flash of plasma, reappearing at a distance. But Lami reappeared behind him again, which made the Tenryubido feel pressured as he tried to dodge the attacks. Reiju was also gaining the upper hand against the Tenryubido, while her phoenix flew over all of Marineford. She launched flames that went at high speed and pursued her enemy, who only had to dodge due to the intensity of the attacks and ended up quite frustrated, but could do nothing but flee, while his clothes were already a bit burned, even using haki to protect himself. Kuina was in a fight with the Tenryubido too, constantly launching ice blocks while the enemy launched air slashes, and she easily created an ice shield. It seemed a more balanced fight. Meanwhile, Hugo exploded the ground trying to punch the Tenryubito, who dodged his huge arm. "You are really strong, big guy, but you are still way below my level," the Tenryubito said as he advanced towards Hugo, transformed into a titan. He saw a punch coming towards him and also did not launch against the punch directly. "Deal with this," he said as the titan's arm and the Tenryubito clashed fist against fist. But in the next moment, Hugo's arm began to disintegrate into small cubes, destroying it from the fist up to the muscle of the arm, disappearing as thousands of cubes fell to the ground, while Hugo stepped back a bit, touching while rubbing the part of his destroyed arm, with a purple light touching that part. "Ha ha ha ha. No matter your size, big guy. You're just an inferior being," the Tenryubito said to Hugo with a look of disdain. But in the next moment Hugo moved that arm with the destroyed one and it began to emit a glow and he started to regenerate instantly, and the Tenryubito couldn't react as he returned to normal with the arm, and the Tenryubito couldn't react as the enormous fist hit him, sending him flying into the square, exploding against some objects. Sengoku and all the Marines looked on in surprise at this, while in the midst of the debris, the Tenryubito emerged, with his face bleeding and his helmet destroyed. "I am one of the most powerful holy knights. I can't simply be beaten by an inferior being," he growled, looking at the titan at a distance standing in the bay staring him down, and exploded the ground, charging at Hugo again. "How dare you!" A voice emerged from the sky while a bruised Tenryubito appeared. He was not in a very good state, while his opponent looked at him with disdain. "You are just a false god. You cannot be compared to a true one," Enel commented while looking at the Tenryubito with disdain. "How dare you say something like that?" the Tenryubito exclaimed as he tried to hit Enel with sea stone bullets. But he was much faster, dodging the attacks and zigzagging through the sky until he reached him, before launching a point-blank lightning strike. Of all the fights, this was the least unbalanced, as Enel seemed to publicly beat the Tenryubito, to show that the title of god belongs to him. Meanwhile, Usopp, like Zoro, who had eliminated the CP0 members with ease, decided to move towards the bay while letting his comrades fight their adversaries in the sky, and began generating rays of light flying across the battlefield while bombarding the entire place. "Help! He's hitting us!" the Marines exclaimed as everything around them exploded. "He's advancing to the square," someone exclaimed while the admirals on the ground looked at this with furrowed brows due to being surrounded by the commanders of Whitebeard's divisions. However, Usopp felt a danger with his observation haki and quickly dodged as a ray of light advanced against him, with Kuma attacking him. Usopp looked at this and unfolded his wings, launching a direct attack on the Shichibukai, unaware of how a certain pink-haired girl was biting her clothes in frustration and cursing Usopp with all possible curses, while watching the rays hit her father. However, in the last moment, Kuma raised both hands and made all the attacks hit his paw, before being launched back at Usopp, who had to transform into his hybrid form to dodge the attacks more easily. He landed on the ground shortly after, standing face to face against Kuma while pulling out his pistols. "Luffy told me not to kill him, but I still have to get him out of the way," Usopp commented, not showing as much fear as before when he arrived at this war. After all, he knew he had to be brave, and being the Straw Hat crew member closest to the square at that moment. Doflamingo saw this nearby while looking at Usopp with a grim look. It was time for him to take revenge on this crew, and he would start with that long-nosed one, while he began moving towards Usopp. But a huge shadow appeared above him, as a fist connected to the ground and filled with haki tried to smash him, and he dodged easily, seeing the place where he was being totally destroyed. His gaze fell on the arm, and it had grown from the ground, while at a distance, Robin crossed her arms with a dangerous look. "Be careful with him, Robin. He can cut limbs as he did with that giant fallen in front of the square, so I wouldn't recommend using your power," Luffy warned. He knew that Robin's power had a disadvantage against Doflamingo. Robin nodded and made her fist disappear, while accompanying Luffy continuing to advance. Luffy analyzed the situation. There were still admirals and Shichibukais to face them. Most of the vice admirals were dealing with the fleet at the back of the war. Suddenly, while he was still thinking about who to put to fight whom, a glow emerged, as Kizaru appeared a few meters above Luffy and launched an attack. While the flashes of light targeted the Straw Hats, A blue phoenix appeared while Marco absorbed all of Kizaru's attacks in the next moment. The 1st Division commander protected the Straw Hats, the Marines exclaimed as Marco finished parrying all the attacks. Kizaru clicked his tongue, but then quickly turned to the side as Luffy appeared, with his speed even greater than when they fought in Sabaody. Kizaru felt a punch the next moment without being able to react as he was forcefully launched backward, exploding against the ice ground, with Luffy stepping beside Marco. Incredible! Marco couldn't help but murmur as he returned to human form, looking at the ground exploding with Kizaru. That attack was infused with haki, so it was certain that he had injured the Marine Admiral. So you are Marco, the Phoenix? Luffy looked at him the next moment. Yes. And you are Monkey D. Luffy, Ace's brother and the one who has provoked us several times, Marco murmured, analyzing Luffy. So I'm more known to you than I imagined, but I hope you didn't take it to heart. After all, many months ago I captured Jinbei. Now he belongs to my crew, Luffy said proudly as Marco raised an eyebrow and looked towards Jinbei approaching them. Is that true, Jinbei? Marco asked, stunned, while the Straw Hats also stopped. Yes. I made a deal with the Straw Hat and intend to fulfill it. Jinbei spoke in a neutral tone. This is unexpected, Marco murmured as more people approached the group. While Buggy continued filming the war with his fan club doing strange things, Ivankov saw Jinbei going to the square with Luffy and nodded. Let's go there too, we can't leave the boss's son alone, he exclaimed as all the members of Okama's land ran after their leader. What shall we do? Mr. One saw this and asked his boss. Tisk. We have no choice, Crocodile murmured as he faced 2 choices. To confront Whitebeard, but he knew that would be very difficult, and his gaze fell on Moby Dick, but the next moment, his eyes widened. Since Squall was at that moment striking Whitebeard's chest, catching him by surprise, with a neutral look, while the entire battlefield saw this too, shocking almost everyone. So he did it. Luffy murmured next to a frozen Marco seeing his father being struck by his own brother. Luffy might have contacted Whitebeard, but he would become so violent about it and wouldn't believe Luffy's words, so he remained silent and let him handle it himself. Whitebeard spat blood as Squall drove his sword into his chest. Pops! Marco exclaimed next to Luffy, immediately moving toward Whitebeard. Marco, Jozu, Vista, Blenheim, Rikuyo, Namur, Flamenco, Curiel, Kingdu, Haruta, Atmos, Speed Jiru, Fosa, Izo, and the rest of Whitebeard's crew members exclaimed at the same time. A betrayal? Nijiko asked. He hurt Mr. Whitebeard? Shirahoshi murmured as the rest of Marineford looked on confused, not understanding why Whitebeard was being struck like this. It seems your plan worked. Sengoku nodded, satisfied with the Admiral's action in trying to undermine the enemy allies. But Kainu managed to convince a puppet. Luffy commented, looking at the scene, talking to his companions. Anyway, things are going to start shaking up here, so let's keep moving. Luffy gave the order and they began to walk amidst everyone frozen. After all, he knew Whitebeard would handle it. Nijiko and Vivi, deal with Doflamingo, Luffy said. Jinbei and Alvida, you can easily defeat Moria. Lastly, Chopper, help Usopp, Luffy ordered, and everyone nodded. The rest handle the marine officers who try to stop our way. He spoke, and immediately a group of Jeppo users kicked the air, summoning underscore for them, and Hachi was quick to launch his swords with it. He launched the same attack he had learned to do with swords, and dozens of them collided with those of the Commodores. Luffy didn't even need to stop as he continued on the path. Even the Commodores were surprised after their attacks were nullified, with Nami emerging and striking them as they fell to the ground defeated. Chow Chow, I want you to help Nami, Luffy said, and his dog barked confirming while running to Nami's feet. Robin, stay alert, I need you to use your power on Ace as soon as we get the key, understand? He spoke, while the woman continued to accompany him along with the others. They were already approaching the square when Doflamingo decided to attack the group, but Baby 5 began shooting at the Shichibukai. Tisk. Doflamingo started dodging and looked with a furrowed brow at the woman who did not return to Dressrosa, which frustrated him. Are you really going to betray me, Baby5? Doflamingo exclaimed. Baby 5, smoking a cigar while her hands were guns, I don't see him as my master, after all. My new master is much cooler, Baby 5 spoke and pointed one of her guns at Luffy's head. Now die, she exclaimed, firing a shot, and Luffy exploded while people who didn't know about it were shocked by Luffy exploding. She attacked him, Lucy shouted with a grimace. This is common. Robin commented at the side. This is interesting. Luffy's voice emerged from the smoke as he was enjoying it well, but looking ahead as if he had something fixed. It was the system, while he received a message from it, that Baby 5 was officially a schemer of the crew. This is very good, Luffy commented, and Doflamingo felt someone coming at him at full speed after an explosion. Nijiko appeared in front of him at high speed after blasting the ground below her, and she swapped places with Doflamingo, putting her only arm in front of her. While he felt an explosion coming the next moment and he immediately flew backwards, cracking the ice below him. Alongside Nijiko, Vivi reappeared invoking hurricanes, blowing up even more the ground where Doflamingo arrived. Usopp started a fight with Kuma nearby. As explosions echoed across the battlefield, the Straw Hat's sniper continued dodging pop pad attacks while striking with rays of light shots, while flapping his wings, and Kuma moved at high speed, disappearing and reappearing in that field, being blasted with Usopp's attacks. Chopper transformed into a reindeer, leaving Luffy's group while running to help his friend, and as soon as he got close, his form began to change, growing and growing, while forming another shadow on the battlefield. What is this? Another monster has emerged. The Marines pointed to a 20-meter-tall Chopper, walking into the battle of Usopp as his hooves destroyed the ground. On the other side of the battlefield, something similar was happening as Chow Chow reappeared next to Nami, in his final beastly form of Cerberus, launching attacks as they destroyed the battlefield with various elements. Kizaru finally reappeared, his face slightly bloodied, launching an attack on Nami and Chow Chow, who had to shield themselves while being hit and thrown backward. This guy, always troublesome, Luffy commented, looking at Kizaru in the air. Kizaru noticed a presence arriving from the other side as Vista leapt into the air trying to cut him. Kizaru appeared at a distance after dodging the swords. Meanwhile, Garuda and Cerberus reappeared, slightly burned but clearly alright. Luffy mentally thanked Vista for showing up and noticed Kuzan still fighting Jozu, who was transforming his body into diamond. Let's go, we're almost reaching the square, Luffy said as the Shichibukais were already surrounding him, fighting some crew members, and the wall of the square was close to them. Mugiwara Moria appeared as he was surrounded by zombies, but a water explosion occurred with Jinbei attacking him. The zombies soon lost their shadows as Moria was surprised by this. But someone slid on the ice suddenly and Moria took a hit with Alvida's mace, coated in a thin layer of armament hockey, and he was sent flying away. Monkey D. Luffy is approaching the square's wall. The Marines were frightened while the pirates raised their weapons. That's it, Ace's brother, storm the square, they exclaimed as Luffy led the charge at that moment with the Shichibukais occupied, except for one. Look! Someone is in the pirates' path. A Marine pointed as there was a woman standing in the middle of the way. Yes, the pirate empress, Boa Hancock. She can stop Luffy, after all. No man can resist her charms. This made everyone immediately agree that Luffy would now be defeated. Go, Boa Hancock! Defeat the pirates! The Marines began to shout, while the pirates frowned now. After all, who could deal with this woman? Straw Hat Luffy, who was walking toward Hancock, heard a voice he hadn't heard in months and looked toward Kobe, stopping a few meters away while even with a clearly fearful face, he still had determined eyes. Kobe, it's been a while since I've seen you, Luffy commented, but he had no time to lose. I can see your determination, but sorry, I can't deal with you right now. Can someone take care of him? Luffy asked the people who continued following him, and Lucy stepped forward. I'll fight him, Lucy declared with determination, while Kobe frowned at Garp's granddaughter. Lucy? He murmured, looking at the girl who was still wearing the Marine uniform, but was no longer fighting for them. I will be your opponent, Kobe, Lucy said, though a bit sad to face her old companions as enemies. She was still determined to save Ace for that reason. Meanwhile, Luffy continued his path to Hancock calmly, while everyone looked at them a bit surprised. After all, Luffy got so close that he was just a few inches from Hancock, while she let him approach. "He's going to turn into stone, isn't he?" the Marines exclaimed. "They are acting strange," Sengoku commented, watching their calm approach. This. Garp, who was still upset by what was happening after shifting his gaze from Lucy and Kobe to see Luffy and Hancock looking at each other, noticed something strange for the first time, as he could now feel with his haki that she was pregnant and how Luffy was staring at her. It made sense, and now he understood who was the mother of his great-grandchildren. He felt happy internally, but stayed silent about it, trying not to show any emotion. Meanwhile, between Luffy and Hancock, someone made the first move, and it was the woman, who suddenly jumped like a woman in love at Luffy and kissed him right there. "What?" A collective scream erupted on the battlefield among both Marines and pirates, unable to believe what they were seeing. "He grabbed her and kissed her?" They exclaimed in disbelief that it was Hancock who took the initiative for that. "He really is unbeatable," someone shouted. "Even the most beautiful woman in the world can do nothing against Monkey D. Luffy. How can we in the Navy stand against him?" A Marine spoke, disheartened. Meanwhile, Hancock parted her lips from Luffy's, who smiled close to her face. "My love," Hancock commented. "It's good to see you well," he responded, touching her waist. "Can we be together now?" she asked, as he shook his head. "We can't be seen together yet, my wife. So wait a little longer," Luffy said, knowing that this relationship between them could be dangerous. "All right, I will wait a bit more, but know that this empress might die of love soon," she commented, and Luffy smiled. Hancock didn't stop there, as she pulled a key from her bosom, and Luffy raised an eyebrow at this. "I got the key to your brother's chains. So keep it," she requested, and Luffy nodded. Now Luffy just had to remove Sengoku and Garp from the platform and throw the key there. Robin would do the rest. "That's great," Luffy said as he kissed Hancock, while the people around wondered how he could do such a thing with the untouchable Empress. However, they couldn't ponder for long, because suddenly everything shook as the stability of the place began to change. Luffy held Hancock close and looked back at his companions, while Whitebeard now wielded the full power of his Gura Gura no Mi, causing Marineford and the sea to destabilize with his fruit. Hugo fighting against the Tenryubito was a bit destabilized, while Chopper and Chow Chow, unable to fly, had to opt for Jeppo. Nami flew with her wings. Many battles continued even in a hostile environment, still internally shocked by the power of the world's strongest man. "Even if the world is being destroyed, I feel so safe in your arms," Hancock commented, one of those lines that even made Luffy cringe, but that was just the way she was. "Hey, this is dangerous." Hachi anchored his swords into the ground to hold himself steady, while Robin used her fruit to secure herself, and Beppo simply used Jeppo, and Baby 5 created a claw. "Lord Whitebeard-sama is furious," Shirahoshi spoke up, and Luffy had almost forgotten her, with her face blushing after witnessing all the scenes with Luffy and Hancock so closely. The sea shifted as Whitebeard activated his power, reshaping the entire environment. Luffy was calmly pinned to the ground, but that couldn't be said for some of his companions or even the Marines falling into holes created as the ground cracked, or pirates trying to protect themselves from the fury of their captain. This continued for a while until everything began to stabilize. As Sengoku was crouched on the execution platform, he stood up. "Destroy Whitebeard!" Sengoku shouted as everyone prepared to attack Whitebeard like ants, but he grabbed his weapon that he had stuck in the ground before facing the giant Vice Admiral. He moved his weapon quickly and launched a blow toward the square, advancing through the battlefield and destroying the ice in his path. Luffy saw Akainu appear at this moment as he raised his hand with haki, making Whitebeard's attack stop because of him. So he finally decided to show up. Luffy commented, looking at the situation while not too worried about everything happening. His limbs finally seemed to stabilize. Whitebeard launched another attack, but Akainu alone held it back once more. Luffy narrowed his eyes. It seems they don't have the Wappa to protect from Whitebeard's attacks, and the Admiral himself must take care of this. Since Wappa was dead, he could not sell the metal he eventually created. Indeed, no one could create it. After all, Luffy bought the system fruit when he left Enies lobby, using the ransom money. It cost 2 billion, though it did not seem like a powerful fruit. It was very useful. As soon as this war ends, I'm going to start a large production of metal in Skypia, create a real weapon factory to distribute to the allied kingdoms. But who should eat this fruit? Maybe Lola. Luffy debated internally, but soon had to cut those thoughts before turning his attention back to the war. Boa Hancock was still clinging to him, and he calmly let her go as she made a dissatisfied expression, but Luffy had a war to continue. Just stay safe and don't strain yourself, leave the rest to me. Luffy spoke as he passed by her again. Stop, Straw Hat! Sengoku exclaimed as all the Shichibukais had their own opponents and some apparently were defeated, which even gave an opening for Whitebeard's pirates to advance and gain the upper hand. Luffy was walking as a form of ice formed in front of him with Kuzan stopping fighting one of Whitebeard's commanders to challenge Luffy. You finally showed up, Kuzan. You know that of all the admirals, you're the one with the least advantage to fight with me. Luffy taunted the man as his companions remained alert. Kuzan said nothing and raised his hand, before creating ice arrows and launching them at him. Luffy responded with his flames quickly launching fireballs, while the ice arrows and fireballs exploded in the air. But Luffy's fire had the advantage as he advanced against the admiral. As he created an ice barrier soon after, the flames exploded on it while Kuzan protected the marines behind him. This is getting tough. We need the vice admirals here. Has not started yet? Sengoku murmured, as the situation became increasingly difficult. However, at that moment thousands of pirates began to run to the shore coming from Whitebeard's fleet, not with euphoric faces, but with fear of a group of pacifistas coming from that side, destroying everything they could and killing as many enemies as possible. So it started. Luffy murmured as everyone watched stunned. All the pirates and captains from Whitebeard's fleet were coming to the middle of the bay while they were defeated by a group of pacifistas much like Luffy remembered from the anime. There were at least about 100 of them. Are the Marines retreating? Robin commented next to Luffy. Yes. Luffy commented as the Marines began to enter the square leaving the bay aside. Only the admirals had stayed with more groups fighting each other on the ice and sky. Is this getting dangerous? Shirahoshi asked worriedly. Yes, but nothing we can't handle, Luffy said, looking at Kuzan behind the ice wall as he protected the retreating Marines. He created a fireball with his hand and launched it again to attack Kuzan. This ball was even more powerful than those that had shattered part of the ice wall. The wall simply exploded as soon as it was touched by flames, and Kuzan was consumed by the flames, becoming melted ice. The next moment, some distance from there, Kuzan emerged from the frozen ground with a frown. You have strong defense, but you're slow. Before Kuzan could do anything, Luffy appeared next to him and Kuzan crossed his arms as he defended against Luffy's hockey punch, sending the admiral flying powerfully into the wall and shattering it, with Kuzan falling to the square with the debris, stunning all the Marines there. Admiral Quan, they shouted in shock. Start the plan. Sengoku saw this and quickly shouted as the pacifistas began to become more aggressive, invading the bay, forcing the pirates to retreat even further into the middle of the battlefield. Luffy looked at Akainu jumping on one of the walls, preparing to attack the entire bay, even though there were still some Marines around, while at that moment, the vice admirals leapt into the air, returning to the square after passing through the ongoing fights. Everyone retreat immediately. Sengoku yelled as even Kizaru began to leave his fight and Kuma, Doflamingo, and Moria, fighting against the Straw Hats, also began to retreat. Whitebeard frowned at this and the next moment everyone could feel Akainu's movement, with his arms beginning to transform into lava. He pointed upwards and began launching his attack with hundreds of fists being fired one after another. The pirates were immediately stunned by the attack flying into the sky, before it began to descend into the middle of the bay, while the fights in the sky had to stop fighting each other to dodge the attacks. Hey, you damn inferior! The Tenryubito could not help but exclaim angrily at Akainu, almost attacking them. He did not hear this. It's coming for us. The pirates were in a very difficult situation. I will help. Luffy spoke as he removed something from his back. Shirahoshi, I need you to use your powers after I make my move. Luffy said as he took the trident from his pocket and handed it to the girl. Yes. Shirahoshi was surprised as her body began to grow at that moment, as Luffy set her to normal size. Beppo, I want you to help me with this too. Luffy spoke approaching Beppo and Hachi, as Shirahoshi emerged with her size of nearly 20 meters, but not attracting much attention due to everyone looking up at the sky. Luffy cast his Moa Moa no Mi on Beppo and Hachi. With them also growing to 20 meters, he could increase their size up to 10 times. Luffy still had a limitation on the number of people he could do this to. After all, he would put his crew of giant people even without their transformations. Both grew, shattering the ground. Beppo knew very well what to do. As he focused on the ground, Luffy did not stop there. After all, he had to at least lessen the impact of Akainu's attack. As he began to explode in a pillar of fire away from his companions and his transformation into an Ifrit as he opened his mouth with a roar and accumulated flames there. Things happened so fast that no one could react when all this happened, and Luffy simply launched his accumulated flames from his mouth and they spread rapidly in hundreds of flames flying against Akainu's fists. Sengoku, Garp, Ace, the admirals, vice-admirals, marines, and all of Whitebeard's forces saw the flames collide with the lava fists, which quickly exploded against each other, but that was not enough, as they were not extinguished, just slowed down as they fell to the ground. But that was just the beginning, because suddenly the ground of the bay began to have something similar to the power of the Gura Gura no Mi, with it cracking and the next moment flying into the sky with several immense rocks, with the power of the Fua Fua no Mi. "Ah, we have to get out of here, everywhere," pirates exclaimed, running to get off those rocks flying into the sky, with the terrain becoming filled with various holes. The ice blocks soared into the sky and cried out with the flames, rocks, and lava, catching fire quickly, but not to the point of descending to the center of the bay as they were suspended in the air. Luffy looked on satisfied, as he returned to his human form, falling to the ground beside the giants and Robin. Even so, flames began to fall across the bay, with Beppo unable to catch them all, but with a much lesser impact if the Straw Hats hadn't acted. Shirahoshi saw this and flicked her tail before rising into the air, with everyone paying attention to the giant mermaid for the first time. The entire world watched as she swung her trident and began to create water in the air all along the edge, while the place was enveloped in a vortex of a water curtain extinguishing all the flames in the area, while the sky was still enveloped by blocks of ice melting with the flames. Did she extinguish all the flames? The pirates looked up at the mermaid in the air with admiration. "Have we failed?" Sengoku growled, but his confused gaze went upward. After all, that giant mermaid shouldn't be able to extinguish the hundreds of blocks of flames in the sky, until a bad thought came with it. "You're turning the Navy's strategy against itself," Robin commented, looking at Luffy with admiration. "You can say that again," Luffy commented, smiling, as he saw a giant Beppo flying in the sky. Everyone in Marineford saw him stand in front of those blocks of flames, before he pointed towards the bay, and all the Navy members widened their eyes as they saw all that attack beginning to fly towards them. "May the gods save us," Sengoku murmured as he saw all those small flaming rock and lava meteorites flying towards them. Luffy was being ruthless with this. Many people would die at this moment, but he could not mourn for soldiers that his grandfather was a part of. He turned to the other giant. "Hachi, get ready to create holes in the walls. We're finally going to enter the square." Luffy spoke as they were the closest people to the place while there was no one else to stop them. Then he first reduced the flames with the power of his beast. His companion created melting blocks while around flames and cleared the entire bay of flames to have the fewest possible victims. "Are they now launching the blocks around flames to the Navy Bay?" Rayleigh commented from his tree, watching the war on the only possible transmission. People scattered below him were looking at all that, stunned, seeing the Navy receive the counterattack of the attack they sent to the bay. Both common people, reporters, and pirates, among them the worst generation, couldn't help but look at the scene in front of them with some mixture of admiration and fear. Meanwhile, in the middle of the chaos, all the Navy members who could do something with the burning ice flying towards them quickly started to act, while the sailors exclaimed at it. Even from a distance, Lucy looked at that dazed, while Akobe lay defeated on the ground. She couldn't help but look at it with her eyes closed. Even Sengoku and Garp also acted, with the fleet admiral transforming into Buddha and Garp flying in the air beginning to punch the flames. The pirates looked at it wordlessly. At one moment they were cornered, and the next, they saw the Navy being cornered. "Incredible. The Straw Hats did something like this," the pirates murmured, looking at the scene. "That's the power of Shiki." Whitebeard looked surprised at Beppo flying in the sky. "This has given us a great advantage. Let's go forward. Follow Ace's brother," Marco immediately shouted for them to run. After all, the pacifistas didn't stop attacking them from the rear as they advanced. Explosions began to occur as soon as the flaming debris began to make contact with the square. The admirals began to use their powers, with Kuzan creating large ice walls that encircled a large part of the square to protect the sailors, who were all scared behind him, unable to do anything but face their death with that attack. Kizaru launched hundreds of light arrows crossing his arms in the air that advanced against the attack. Akainu also launched various lava fists to stop what his previous attack had become. Garp quickly began to punch everything in front of him, and Sengoku, in his golden Buddha form, began to launch shock explosions as well, while Ace could only stand looking at all that heat covering the square with the sailors trying to protect themselves. Much of Beppo's attack was quickly destroyed, while even the vice admirals did their part, destroying districts here and there as they could. However, this did not prevent some meteors from getting through their defense. Many sailors could only open their eyes while they were quickly hit with flame explosions in the middle of the square. And some of the attacks flew far away, also exploding the city behind Marineford, with some even hitting the Tower of Justice. Marineford was becoming chaos, with flames appearing all over the place covering the largest navy structure with smoke. Amid this, as the sailors tried to minimize all the damage, giant cuts appeared and flew to the wall that separated the bay from the square, exploding in various attacks and creating holes. "What is this?" some nearby sailors exclaimed, seeing their companions flying with the debris of the wall falling on them. They looked at the holes created with fear, as a shadow emerged from the smoke and Luffy became visible as he entered the middle of the square with his cape swinging with his symbol behind. "He's in. He's here." The sailors frowned at this and looked with fear. Luffy was shaking the entire morale of the navy since he arrived. They looked at him like a monster that not even the admirals could stop. Robin emerged from the smoke while standing next to Luffy the next moment, and Lucy also came running as Luffy faced the entire navy force in the square. Sengoku clenched his teeth harder than ever, looking at that damned pirate who was turning the war in favor of the pirates, while he had lost thousands of sailors since Luffy began interfering in it. After all, there were still people fallen, unconscious around the area, after his haki along with his crew, and even the government force was not effective against them. But suddenly, 3 figures descended from the sky and 3 explosions occurred in front of Luffy. The next moment, as 3 shadows emerged from the smoke, Luffy cracked a smile at this. "Have you finally come together to face me?" he commented. He moved away from the 2 women as he approached the 3 emerging shadows, who were none other than the 3 admirals. Luffy stared at them maintaining a smile, while the other 3 kept serious faces, with all of Marineford watching this scene. Everyone follows Straw Hat. The next moment, suddenly, a shout came from the still frozen bay, as Whitebeard issued the order for them to follow Monkey D. Luffy. "Yes, let's follow Ace's brother," the pirates exclaimed, while the other Straw Hats, who were fighting the Shichibukai before they ran to the square, quickly advanced as well, accompanying Hachi, Beppo, and Shirahoshi, each more than 20 meters tall, landing on the square's wall. Alvida, Jimbei, Chopper, Usopp, Vivi, and Najiko also appeared coming from the hole created by Hachi, and Nami and Chow Chow in their giant forms approached the wall as well. Incredible! From a distance, the prisoners watched this scene with admiration as the Straw Hats led the war. "We should go there, Boss Buggy. You have the most important role in the war." The prisoners turned to Buggy, still holding the Den Den Mushi in his hands, and he wanted to run from there. But what else could he do? He was about to make an excuse, when a stray bolt from Enel fell from the sky at that moment and hit behind him, sending him flying with the debris toward the navy wall the next moment. "Look, Boss Buggy doesn't want to stay behind Straw Hat and is going to face the navy," the prisoners exclaimed. "Let's go. We can't let our boss do everything alone. We are his followers." They soon began to run along with the Whitebeard pirates to the square. "It's getting difficult," at a certain point, Kong murmured, frowning with things worsening even more for the organization he commanded before Sengoku. However, something caught his attention the next moment, as something even worse happened next to him, as a Tenryubito fell unconscious to the ground of the bay. His body all burnt after an explosion that electrocuted him, leaving a trail of blood in the air. "Finally I've won," Enel mocked in the air, as he finally showed that he was capable of defeating that being, still with the memory of being defeated so easily when he left with Luffy before his training, when he met one of them. Kong could not frown anymore while, in front of him, Yamato appeared, still a bit hurt, but standing firm against Kong's hybrid form. Other fights also did not seem to be in favor of the government group, as the Tenryubito began to feel the pressure and growl at it, seeing another one of their companions being defeated. Back in the square, Luffy still faced the three admirals head-on and then, his feet exploded the ground, advancing against the three admirals. Kizaru created a sword of light, Aokiji a sword of ice, and Akainu transformed his arm into a huge fist of lava. Luffy advanced, drawing a sword from his waist, with all three admirals striking him. Luffy blocked the three attacks with his sword, with a shock of haki coming from this encounter. The whole place felt the attack the moment they clashed, with all of Marineford trembling at this moment. The three admirals, who were about to mock, as they were confident that Luffy was no stronger than the union of the three, were surprised to see Luffy using the coating of King's haki in his attack too, something he had learned in the fight against Whitebeard a little earlier, after fighting for a full hour against the strongest in the world. This did not make him win, but at least it made him equal in strength against the three admirals at the same time. While battling the three, the sailors could not help but be surprised by this, watching the contest unfold in front of them and wondering who would win. The next moment, all four retreated to their opposite sides, as the admirals flew backwards and Luffy was also thrown against one of the walls, exploding with his body against it. "Attack the pirates!" the sailors quickly exclaimed, seeing Robin and Lucy in front of everyone else, with the latter being a traitor to the navy. They quickly advanced, but the next moment, three giants atop the wall launched their attacks, sending all nearby sailors flying back. The Straw Hats, who were also there, to protect their comrades as a huge three-headed dog jumped over the wall and landed in the square, and Garuda simply passed by walking calmly, while his feet cracked the square's ground. The Whitebeard pirates were not far behind, advancing to the entrance created by Hachi in the square's wall. Luffy emerged from the debris on one side of the wall with just a few scratches. After all, a wall could not hurt him. He looked to the side and saw oars fallen, still at the end of his life, fallen among the wall's debris as well. He ignored the entire battle that was about to begin and advanced to the giant, lying next to him. "So you are a friend of Ace," he spoke calmly, while the giant didn't seem to hear him, remaining silent and fallen. He was dying, of course. Luffy touched him while using the power of the Moa Moa no Mi to reduce his size and at the same time, also increased his regeneration. His gaze returned to Reiju in the sky. Fighting against the Tenryubito, the fight was in favor of the Phoenix. He would have to wait a bit longer before fully healing ores, but at least, it would keep him alive until then. Then he ended up storing the giant, who now had the size of a fist, with him. "Hang in there a little longer, big guy," Luffy commented and returned to Marineford, while all the sailors stared at his crew and prepared to attack them. Sengoku, returning to his human form, could not be more furious, wondering how things were ending up like this. The navy was increasingly at a disadvantage. The Tenryubito and the navy team were losing, and there was nothing that could improve their situation. The admirals returned to the scene, coming out of the wreckage they had created with their bodies, but after what he saw, they did not seem to be something efficient to stop Monkey D. Luffy. Meanwhile, in the sky, thousands of kilometers from there, an old man with white hair was advancing at full speed towards Marineford. However, further from him still, another man with black hair advanced through the sky as well, bringing a storm. And even further from there, bringing another storm, a huge blue lizard crawled through the sky as well. All these three had common objectives, which was Marineford, while no one at that location knew of the even greater chaos that the place would become in the coming hours. Enel was not the only one to defeat a Tenryubito. Shortly after, Reiju unleashed hundreds of fire flashes at full power, stunning the sacred knight as he was thrown back, flying forcefully to the ground and exploding upon impact. Reiju flapped her wings, emitting a victorious roar into the air. A lightning bolt shot from the other side of the sky, moving towards one side of the half-moon-shaped square as it passed through the space Lami was in, fighting a Tenryubito with plasma powers at that moment. However, he ignored the fight, with no one interfering in each other's battles, quickly advancing to the area, and Reiju did the same from the other end of the crescent. As they passed by each side, They unleashed powers like a bombardment the next moment. Every place between the two ends exploded with elements of fire and lightning the next moment, with the Marines there running and screaming before they too were hit by the attacks as Enel and Reiju approached the square along with the Whitebeard pirates. "We are being destroyed like this," Garp commented grimly, seeing all that the Navy was suffering from his grandson's crew. "Stop them before they reach the square," Sengoku shouted, almost putting some desperation into his voice. "Incredible," Marco commented, seeing the ground of elements on both sides along with his companions. "Hey, there's a fallen Tenryubito," a pirate captain looked at the unconscious Tenryubito with part of his body burned after being defeated by Reiju. "There's another here, another one even more injured, in a state that he should be dying after being hit by Enel, lying on the other side. We should take one of them, after all, we can use it to trade for Ace, get the Seastone handcuffs," one of the pirates exclaimed. "And what do we do with the other one? Hey, what are you doing?" he asked more when he saw Squar approaching that Tenryubito, with a face of anger and tears. He moved his blade. "We'll only use one, we'll get rid of the other," Squar said with a broken heart after what he had done to Whitebeard. He at least wanted to take revenge on the Navy and found a good way. The next moment, Squar cut off the head of a Tenryubito in front of everyone, looking stunned. Did he really do that? "This is for deceiving me, Navy," Squar shouted while pointing his weapon towards Marineford. "Did he kill a Tenryubito too?" Reporters, common people, and pirates looked at this scene stunned. "So, killing Tenryubitos is common nowadays?" they wondered while the elders were so furious that the power castle trembled in merry joie. They expected this from Monkey D. Luffy. But now anyone was killing Tenryubitos, losing all privilege in the world. "Did he do that?" Akainu exclaimed with so much anger, not knowing that he himself caused this, since Squar would never have done this if he had not been overwhelmed by anger and sorrow, risking everything to take revenge on the Navy. Enel and Reiju approached the square and 4 vice-admirals divided into 2 to face each of them as they began attacking them. Luffy watched this and nodded his head before turning his attention to the front of the Navy. "Straw Hats, let's move forward," Luffy exclaimed. "Me too." Ivankov appeared, doing a somersault past the 5 giants and landing strangely. Luffy didn't care about that and immediately started advancing towards the admirals while his companions also moved into the battlefield. "Luffy," Ace murmured, watching his brother leading the war from the front. "You've really become so strong," he couldn't help murmuring. Chaos erupted in the square once again as Luffy clashed with the 3 admirals, moving calmly using their power and Luffy transforming into his hybrid form again as flames of chaos exploded from that area. "Wolf!" The ground broke with Cerberus stepping onto the square floor, as the Marines looked on, frightened at the giant dog growling at them. They even began shooting at transformed Chow Chow, but his mythical beast skin was much more resistant than the bullets could penetrate. He opened his 3 mouths and began launching elements uncontrollably at the Marines. Boom! 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 The explosions began to light up the entire place, while a hurricane started to pick up the Marines as Nami walked through the square, standing out in her Garuda form. "Let's go, my sons," Whitebeard exclaimed as he entered through the gaps in the square, while the Straw Hat pirates were advancing. "Let's save Ace," they continued shouting, also entering the fight, as Whitebeard finally began to use his powers, punching the air, before breaking it and starting to launch Marines away with the shockwave from the earthquake. The rest of the pirates continued advancing while Whitebeard's strike passed by them, destroying everything. Robin used her power to make thousands of arms appear in the crowd, knocking out all the Marines. The Marines quickly tried to stop her and 12 Marine Commodores emerged to face her. Lucy also went to help her, fighting against the Marine officers. Hachi was walking with his 6 giant swords when he encountered Smoker, Hina, Tashigi, and Full Body, and had to stop advancing to face them. Moria found himself fighting against Alvida and Jimbei again. Doflamingo watched the fight of Monkey D. Luffy against the 3 admirals and even tried to interfere, but Vivi and Nijiko fighting against him again, and even Baby 5 came to help them. Kuma once again found himself with Chopper transformed into his largest form with Usopp also fighting as they launched rays of light at each other. Beppo was about to advance to help his companions but suddenly 10 figures appeared. being members of CP, hidden to launch an attack on the main target of this war, which caught Beppo by surprise with no one noticing them, but Jozu, Vista, and other Whitebeard commanders acted quickly and countered the assassination attempt on Beppo. "We will protect Ace's brother's companions," they exclaimed. After all, they were allies at this moment, while the CP members couldn't react much against all those commanders, with some being crushed by the debris that Beppo threw at them at that moment, entering the fight as well. Marineford had lost all the brilliance it had at the beginning of this execution. The place was filled with fights everywhere while the marine fortress was with flames and smoke among the debris, with the marines losing all their morale. Helmeppo was running with a body in his arms, while carrying Kobe past the Whitebeard pirates entering the square avoiding their attacks and went to a safe place to take his friend defeated by Lucy. "I'm going to have to help, Sengoku. We're losing this war easily," Garp commented, looking at the destruction all over the place. A large part of Marineford turned into debris. All the cannons alongside the bay like its structure, were destroyed by Enel and Reiju. "No, we must hold on to the limit. Our only hope is that Kong wins his fight and can help us." He spoke looking at the giant titan fighting in the middle of the frozen bay against that Tenryubito, one of the 7 members of the most powerful sacred knights, and above him, between the fight of Kuina and her opponent, Lami and her opponent still, Kong and Yamato were clashing against each other. "It seems you're right. I'm needed here." Garp suddenly spoke, raising his gaze, as ice spikes fell from the sky, with the power of Shiva, hitting rapidly against the square with some attacks missing after launching at her opponent. The same could even have avoided this, but that Tenryubito didn't care about the lives of the Marines and those he thought to be lesser beings than them. Garp quickly jumped in the air and began punching some huge ice spikes flying towards them, while others fell all over the battlefield, catching Marines and even some pirates. In the midst of this chaos, blue flames began to appear, while everyone looked at a flaming bird flying through the debris and chaos, advancing to the platform as soon as it found an opening. "Commander Marco," the pirates exclaimed, seeing Marco approaching. But this didn't last long as Garp appeared in front of him and punched him, sending him directly to the ground, while he was blown up with Marco getting hurt. Garp sat in the admiral's chair and crossed his arms, realizing he still needed to stay there, while his gaze fell on his grandson fighting against the 3 admirals simultaneously. "You damn kid, so much power in such little time. You should have become the most powerful sailor. And you?" His gaze shifted to Lucy fighting alongside Robin against a group of commodores using the 6 styles, and her using her rubber powers. "You two chose another path. Has this family finally become entirely criminal, except for me?" Garp murmured with some sadness. Crocodile also joined the fight against Doflamingo along with the Straw Hat crew members, deciding to help them. Ivankov also went to assist the Straw Hats in the fight against Kuma, as he battled his old comrade from the Revolutionary Army. Buggy appeared in the square, still filming the scenes with the captains of the Whitebeard pirates fleet from a distance. "What shall we do, Boss Buggy?" the prisoners exclaimed. "What shall we do?" Buggy murmured, looking at the fights full of destruction and shockwaves happening all around. What more could he do there? He was just an ant compared to those monsters. He saw how his quest for revenge after Logatown against the Straw Hats was so foolish now, as he watched Luffy fight against the 3 admirals spewing elements as they advanced to the town behind the Tower of Justice while the place began to be destroyed with lava, ice, laser explosions, and purple flames. Buggy swallowed hard and returned to his fan club. "There's nothing I need to prove here. They are all weak compared to my power, so I will just record to show this moment to the world. After all, I need the world to know the power of those beneath me," Buggy exclaimed, gaining some courage, while his fan club had stars in their eyes. "Why is this guy so full of himself? Look at Marineford Square. This is such a powerful fight," the reporters complained and Buggy disbelieving their words. "The Navy can't win this. They are losing the war and the pirates are advancing." "Believe in the Navy? How can Monkey D. Luffy fight against 3 admirals at the same time? Shouldn't they be the greatest force of the Navy, now being held back by a rookie who hasn't even been at sea for a year since he emerged? He hasn't even been at sea for 6 months." People around the world discussed the war that was supposed to demonstrate the superiority of the Navy, becoming a fiasco for the whole world, as more and more Marines fell dead and they lost their strength against the forces of the Whitebeard pirates and Monkey D. Luffy, who was gaining even more spotlight than Whitebeard himself not just by leading the war, but by showing the world that his strength was much greater than anyone had anticipated. Surviving the fight against two admirals was something that caught the attention of the whole world. Defeating Kizaru left everyone even more amazed. But now he was clashing head-on against three at the same time. Enel was not the only one to defeat a Tenryubito. Shortly after, Reiju unleashed hundreds of fire flashes at full power, stunning the sacred knight as he was thrown back, flying forcefully to the ground and exploding upon impact. Reiju flapped her wings, emitting a victorious roar into the air. A lightning bolt shot from the other side of the sky, moving towards one side of the half-moon-shaped square as it passed through the space Lami was in, fighting a Tenryubito with plasma powers at that moment. However, he ignored the fight, with no one interfering in each other's battles, quickly advancing to the area, and Reiju did the same from the other end of the crescent. As they passed by each side, they unleashed powers like a bombardment the next moment. Every place between the two ends exploded with elements of fire and lightning the next moment, with the Marines there running and screaming before they too were hit by the attacks as Enel and Reiju approached the square along with the Whitebeard pirates. "We are being destroyed like this," Garp commented grimly, seeing all that the Navy was suffering from his grandson's crew. "Stop them before they reach the square," Sengoku shouted, almost putting some desperation into his voice. "Incredible," Marco commented, seeing the ground of elements on both sides along with his companions. "Hey, there's a fallen Tenryubito." A pirate captain looked at the unconscious Tenryubito with part of his body burned after being defeated by Reiju. "There's another here, another one even more injured, in a state that he should be dying after being hit by Enel, lying on the other side. We should take one of them, after all. We can use it to trade for Ace, get the Seastone handcuffs," one of the pirates exclaimed. "And what do we do with the other one? Hey, what are you doing?" he asked more when he saw Squar approaching that Tenryubito. With a face of anger and tears, he moved his blade. "We'll only use one, we'll get rid of the other," Squard said with a broken heart after what he had done to Whitebeard. He at least wanted to take revenge on the Navy and found a good way. The next moment, Squar cut off the head of a Tenryubito in front of everyone, looking stunned. Did he really do that? "This is for deceiving me, Navy," Squar shouted while pointing his weapon towards Marineford. "Did he kill a Tenryubito too?" Reporters, common people, and pirates looked at this scene stunned. So, killing Tenryubitos is common nowadays? They wondered while the elders were so furious that the power castle trembled in merry joie. They expected this from Monkey D. Luffy. But now anyone was killing Tenryubitos, losing all privilege in the world. "Did he do that?" Akainu exclaimed with so much anger, not knowing that he himself caused this, since Squar would never have done this if he had not been overwhelmed by anger and sorrow, risking everything to take revenge on the Navy. Enel and Reiju approached the square and four vice-admirals divided into two to face each of them as they began attacking them. Luffy watched this and nodded his head before turning his attention to the front of the Navy. "Straw Hats, let's move forward," Luffy exclaimed. "Me too." Ivankov appeared, doing a somersault past the five giants and landing strangely. Luffy didn't care about that and immediately started advancing towards the admirals while his companions also moved into the battlefield. "Luffy," Ace murmured, watching his brother leading the war from the front. "You've really become so strong," he couldn't help murmuring. Chaos erupted in the square once again as Luffy clashed with the three admirals, moving calmly using their power and Luffy transforming into his hybrid form again as flames of chaos exploded from that area. "Wolf!" The ground broke with Cerberus stepping onto the square floor, as the Marines looked on, frightened at the giant dog growling at them. They even began shooting at transformed Chow Chow, but his mythical beast skin was much more resistant than the bullets could penetrate. He opened his three mouths and began launching elements uncontrollably at the Marines. Boom! 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 The explosions began to light up the entire place, while a hurricane started to pick up the Marines as Nami walked through the square, standing out in her Garuda form. "Let's go, my sons," Whitebeard exclaimed as he entered through the gaps in the square, while the Straw Hat pirates were advancing. "Let's save Ace," they continued shouting, also entering the fight, as Whitebeard finally began to use his powers, punching the air, before breaking it and starting to launch Marines away with the shockwave from the earthquake. The rest of the pirates continued advancing while Whitebeard's strike passed by them, destroying everything. Robin used her power to make thousands of arms appear in the crowd, knocking out all the Marines. The Marines quickly tried to stop her and 12 Marine Commodores emerged to face her. Lucy also went to help her, fighting against the Marine officers. Hachi was walking with his 6 giant swords when he encountered Smoker, Hina, Tashigi, and Full Body, and had to stop advancing to face them. Moria found himself fighting against Alvida and Jimbei again. Doflamingo watched the fight of Monkey D. Luffy against the 3 admirals and even tried to interfere, but Vivi and Nijiko fighting against him again, and even Baby 5 came to help them. Kuma once again found himself with Chopper transformed into his largest form with Usopp also fighting as they launched rays of light at each other. Beppo was about to advance to help his companions but suddenly 10 figures appeared, being members of CP, hidden to launch an attack on the main target of this war, which caught Beppo by surprise with no one noticing them, but Jozu, Vista, and other Whitebeard commanders acted quickly and countered the assassination attempt on Beppo. "We will protect Ace's brother's companions," they exclaimed. After all, they were allies at this moment, while the CP members couldn't react much against all those commanders, with some being crushed by the debris that Beppo threw at them at that moment, entering the fight as well. Marineford had lost all the brilliance it had at the beginning of this execution. The place was filled with fights everywhere while the Marine fortress was with flames and smoke among the debris, with the Marines losing all their morale. Helmeppo was running with a body in his arms, while carrying Kobe past the Whitebeard pirates entering the square avoiding their attacks and went to a safe place to take his friend defeated by Lucy. "I'm going to have to help, Sengoku. We're losing this war easily," Garp commented, looking at the destruction all over the place. A large part of Marineford turned into debris. All the cannons alongside the bay like its structure, were destroyed by Enel and Reiju. "No, we must hold on to the limit. Our only hope is that Kong wins his fight and can help us." He spoke looking at the giant titan fighting in the middle of the frozen bay against that Tenryubito, one of the 7 members of the most powerful sacred knights, and above him, between the fight of Kuina and her opponent, Lami and her opponent still, Kong and Yamato were clashing against each other. "It seems you're right. I'm needed here." Garp suddenly spoke, raising his gaze, as ice spikes fell from the sky, with the power of Shiva, hitting rapidly against the square with some attacks missing after launching at her opponent. The same could even have avoided this, but that Tenryubito didn't care about the lives of the Marines and those he thought to be lesser beings than them. Garp quickly jumped in the air and began punching some huge ice spikes flying towards them, while others fell all over the battlefield, catching Marines and even some pirates. In the midst of this chaos, blue flames began to appear, while everyone looked at a flaming bird flying through the debris and chaos, advancing to the platform as soon as it found an opening. "Commander Marco," the pirates exclaimed, seeing Marco approaching. But this didn't last long as Garp appeared in front of him and punched him, sending him directly to the ground, while he was blown up with Marco getting hurt. Garp sat in the admiral's chair and crossed his arms, realizing he still needed to stay there, while his gaze fell on his grandson fighting against the 3 admirals simultaneously. "You damn kid, so much power in such little time. You should have become the most powerful sailor. And you?" His gaze shifted to Lucy fighting alongside Robin against a group of Commodores using the 6 styles, and her using her rubber powers. "You two chose another path. Has this family finally become entirely criminal, except for me?" Garp murmured with some sadness. Crocodile also joined the fight against Doflamingo along with the Straw Hat crew members, deciding to help them. Ivankov also went to assist the Straw Hats in the fight against Kuma, as he battled his old comrade from the Revolutionary Army. Buggy appeared in the square, still filming the scenes with the captains of the Whitebeard pirates' fleet from a distance. "What shall we do, Boss Buggy?" the prisoners exclaimed. "What shall we do?" Buggy murmured, looking at the fights full of destruction and shockwaves happening all around. What more could he do there? He was just an ant compared to those monsters. He saw how his quest for revenge after Logatown against the Straw Hats was so foolish now, As he watched Luffy fight against the three admirals spewing elements as they advanced to the town behind the Tower of Justice while the place began to be destroyed with lava, ice, laser explosions, and purple flames. Buggy swallowed hard and returned to his fan club. There's nothing I need to prove here. They are all weak compared to my power, so I will just record to show this moment to the world. After all, I need the world to know the power of those beneath me. Buggy exclaimed, gaining some courage, while his fan club had stars in their eyes. Why is this guy so full of himself? Look at Marineford Square. This is such a powerful fight, the reporters complained and Buggy disbelieving their words. The Navy can't win this. They are losing the war and the pirates are advancing. Believe in the Navy. How can Monkey D. Luffy fight against three admirals at the same time? Shouldn't they be the greatest force of the Navy, now being held back by a rookie who hasn't even been at sea for a year since he emerged? He hasn't even been at sea for 6 months. People around the world discussed the war that was supposed to demonstrate the superiority of the Navy, becoming a fiasco for the whole world, as more and more Marines fell dead and they lost their strength against the forces of the Whitebeard pirates and Monkey D. Luffy, who was gaining even more spotlight than Whitebeard himself not just by leading the war, but by showing the world that his strength was much greater than anyone had anticipated. Surviving the fight against two admirals was something that caught the attention of the whole world. Defeating Kizaru left everyone even more amazed, but now he was clashing head-on against three at the same time. A part of the wall exploded from one side as Zoro and Mihawk continued their fight, leaving the frozen bay and heading to the square while both fought equally with no clear winner. Get out of here! An officer urged the lower-ranking sailors to run from the area, as he watched the two swordsmen destroy everything around them with their clashing swords. My lord! What should we do? It's not just here, on the other side of the square. Whitebeard's pirates are invading while the Straw Hat pirates are making their way through our forces and facing the Shichibukai. A marine with a very desperate look approached the officer. Trust in the Navy, we can prevail among them. You saw how Garp punched Marco. Trust in the Navy, he exclaimed, trying to boost the morale of the nearby sailors, as the fight continued on all sides. He's come. The sailors exclaimed with a bit of a tremor, as powerful footsteps echoed through the area while Whitebeard approached the center of the place, making the ground tremble with each step. Whitebeard assessed the situation, while many of his commanders were assisting the giant polar bear, fighting against a government group he recognized as CP. Marco was returning to the fight, but engaging wherever he could, as a vice admiral confronted him at that moment. His thousands of pirates were also advancing against the Navy like the Straw Hats, so he decided to join the fight and advance to the battlefield in the middle of the square, starting to push the Marines back with the advance of the world's strongest man. Moments later, the place began to tremble with his shockwaves. Meanwhile, a fight occurred outside the square, as entire houses and buildings exploded with their blows. Luffy was punching against Akainu's fist of lava while the area around was destroyed by the clash of Haki, and at that moment, Kuzan and Kizaru appeared at the same time striking him, and he flew off the next moment. Luffy flew through the city of Marines, breaking buildings in a straight line, and as soon as he stopped, flames burst from him and he rushed at full speed towards the admirals. Kizaru launched a line of light flashes with Akainu, and Luffy zigzagged through the attacks while dodging them all with relative ease. As he approached them, Kuzan created a huge wall of ice. But Luffy continued on forcefully to the barrier and punched it with such force that it shattered, creating a huge steam cloud due to the heat of his fist that disintegrated it at that moment. And Kuzan barely had time to react as Luffy continued his path to him, landing a punch on his face. The usually calm man was thrown with his face contorted by Luffy's fist and flew back to the square, breaking everything he saw along the way, leaving a line of dust clouds through the city. Both pirates and Marines were surprised by that object flying at them at high speed, breaking the ground of the square. Kuzan emerged after forming an ice sculpture rising from the ground with his form. While he had his nose and forehead bleeding after that, he saw that the fight in the city continued as explosions kept coming from that side and was about to join. But he heard the screams of the Marines beside him and saw Whitebeard himself blowing up the area with the power of the Gura Gura no Mi as all of Marineford trembled with each of his movements. Hey, this is bad," Kuzan commented as they watched not only Whitebeard launching his attacks, but Chow Chow, Nami, Hachi, Robin, and Garp's own granddaughter, who had no worthy opponent to face them, were devastating the entire square, attacking the lower-ranking Marines, and the fleet captains also had an advantage, since the other vice-admirals were divided in fighting the Straw Hats, like Enel and Reiju and the division commanders. He decided not to return to the fight against Luffy, leaving it to his comrades, while he went to the square to fight Whitebeard and the others. Luffy continued fighting against the two admirals, feeling a bit relieved, although Kuzan was the admiral he could handle most easily. However, he now found himself exchanging blows with Kizaru at high speed, and Akainu tried to catch him from the side while keeping one hand with a sword and defending against Akainu's attack with the other hand. They continued this way, as more and more parts of the city were devastated with all three fighting. Marineford continued like this for a while, with battles happening on all sides, from the Titan fighting against the Tenryubito in the Frozen Bay, as in the sky still with 3 fights there, to the square with Ace witnessing all his comrades and his brother's crew advancing towards him. Even the explosions and destruction happening in the city behind him. It had been 30 more minutes since Kuzan went to help in the square, and while they were fighting, and Luffy managed to bypass Kizaru's defense and made him be launched to the square like Kuzan before. Kizaru returned to the square as the second admiral thrown by Luffy in the midst of combat. He even chose to return, but a heavily injured Whitebeard, after being hurt countless times in the last few minutes surrounded by admirals, cut off as soon as he created the Path of Light, and made him have no choice but to deal with Whitebeard alone. "Well, looks like it's just the two of us, Akainu." Luffy spoke as the other admiral emerged from a lake of lava, while the latter growled. "You pest, I should have killed you in the cradle itself," Akainu growled while speaking irrational things, flying with his fist of lava, advancing against Luffy, who smiled while hitting back against the admiral, and now alone, he could give him that beating again. "I've been waiting for this, Akainu. After all, I can finally get revenge for what happened at Enies lobby, and I hope no admiral saves your ass this time." Luffy taunted and overcame Akainu's lava punch while throwing him backwards. Their fight was just beginning while Akainu felt the pain from Luffy's hockey fist. Meanwhile, in the square, an explosion occurred as a vice-admiral flew to the ground, with Enel finally defeating him. Too weak. He was about to advance, but saw the vice-captain struggling to face that old man, as she had bloodlines on her body, much more injured than Kong. The devil wouldn't like to see that woman defeated, he commented, before shooting like lightning into the sky instead of going to the square. Meanwhile, Lami was still dodging plasma attacks, and directing a lot towards the square, destroying the Marines with the attacks. The Tenryubito didn't seem to care about this and continued attacking uncontrollably. Enel passed by them and went up, while he ended up striking Kuina's opponent with a thunderbolt, as she was already preparing an attack and fired, but as the Holy Knight had been electrocuted, he was hit and full. Kuina gave an unsatisfied look to the lightning rising in the sky at that moment. She wanted to defeat and prove she was strong enough for it, but she also did not complain. She saw Lami and Hugo fighting below her and Yamato struggling above her. She decided to help the latter while Enel was doing that too. As Enel advanced, catching Kong by surprise and receiving a lightning bolt at close range, Lami looked at Hugo without his 2 arms at that moment, as that Tenryubito wanted to kill him in any way. Lami sighed, teleported and began to cancel her room, while she began to run her hand over her sword, covering it with her own room, using her awakening for the first time. She was the one who had the most talent for the awakening of her fruit, and did it when no one else could. The Tenryubito looked at her surprised as she was above him, but even using plasma to travel at high speed, he could not dodge Lami's sword that began to grow at that moment, sending him to the ground at that moment as he was pierced even with his Logia body, since she was using Haki. "Ah! You damned inferior creature," the Tenryubito shouted, advancing to the bay. Hugo and the Tenryubito were surprised by the movement above them. What? The Tenryubito was very surprised by this, and before he realized it, a giant blue field, larger than before, covered the area, with Lami appearing by his side exchanging with some ice chips. And she kept her sword still elongating and catching the Tenryubito, so she had to opt for a punch at that world noble, hitting him unawares and making him fly down forcefully. "What are you doing?" Hugo commented, dissatisfied. "I'm saving you, now shut up," she responded, displeased, and as soon as the 2 Tenryubito got close, she used her power once again, grabbing her sword, which shrank instantly, and teleporting to the two before appearing in front of him and attacking him with the hilt of her sword, releasing 2 hearts from the chests of the Tenryubito who hadn't even reached the frozen bay yet. What? Both sensed danger as soon as they lost their hearts, exploding together, colliding with the ground. 2 hearts appeared in Lami's hand at that moment. "Looks like I got both," she said, looking at the hearts, while both the holy knights advanced with hatred. "How dare you take our hearts?" they exclaimed, while Lami looked at them and knew that Hugo did not seem satisfied. "I know interfering in your fight, but we need to hurry and help the captain save his brother. Leave this fight for another day." She spoke as she saw the plasma Tenryubito launching countless flashes at her. She dodged, while Hugo was hit but was resilient enough to withstand that attack. Lami appeared in the air, as the other Tenryubito tried to hit her in desperation to get their hearts and turn her into a cube, not caring about the order to bring her to Mary Joieuse alive. She disappeared once again, and as the Tenryubitos were about to attack them once more, they suddenly screamed in pain, feeling something they had never felt in their lives, and they screamed until they felt too much. "We're done here," she said, looking at the falling Tenryubitos, and turned her attention to Enel, Kuina, and Yamato fighting against Kong. "We should help them," Lami commented, and Hugo nodded, stepping out of his colossal form as his arms healed and he advanced along with the ship's medic. Akainu did not have an easy time in the next few minutes fighting Luffy, as he flew with his face bleeding and exploding while Luffy punched him hard. Once again the city began to be devastated, with Akainu's body moving aimlessly through the place. "This bastard," Akainu murmured, looking at the spot from where Luffy had punched him. "You're looking the wrong way," Luffy said as Akainu could not even sense his presence behind him, being struck on his back and plunging straight to the ground at that moment. An explosion rose in the middle of the city while Luffy had not stopped. He put his fruit into full force, striking Akainu with haki. His punches became so powerful, and the number of them as he continued punching the admiral on the ground, became so powerful that it could be compared to the power of the Gura Gura no Mi. While all of Marineford trembled with the huge explosion coming from behind the Tower of Justice. This made the Marines and pirates look towards that side, wondering what was going on there. Akainu is in trouble. Sengoku knew what was happening there. "We are too. Soon we will have to act," Garp said as he watched Lucy and Robin along with the Whitebeard pirates positioning themselves at the location. Sengoku nodded as he now saw Kong fighting against 5 people at the same time and was receiving pressure from all the opponents now. Whitebeard was fighting against Kizaru, and Kuzan was combating enemies when the Red Phoenix began launching countless fire rockets at him at that moment, while Reiju returned to her hybrid form and stopped in front of the Admiral. Things got even worse for the Navy with Marineford shaking from Luffy's punches on the Admiral while the first Shichibukai fell with Moria receiving a blow to the stomach from Jimbei with his karate and Alvida hitting him with her stretcher with haki, making him fall unconscious. While the two helped Lucy and Robin approach the platform, Hachi, Shirahoshi, and Beppo in their giant forms along with Chow Chow and Nami were also fighting the Vice Admirals who tried to stop them. "Take down the giant trident. Don't let the mermaid continue to throw that giant trident. Someone stop the bear. The 3-headed dog is destroying everything. That winged thing keeps generating hurricanes." The Marines were feeling great pressure at that moment, as they just had to try to stop them under the shadows of the giants. Kuma was sent flying at that moment, while Usopp, Chopper, and a few more commanders of Whitebeard's divisions were fighting against the Shichibukai. Kuma emerged from the crater where he had fallen, with some of his clothes torn, holes in his skin showing his robotic form, with pipes and energy cables cut. But he had no expression. While he opened his mouth to launch more attacks at the pirates, Usopp aimed his weapon as both shot rays. Chopper took advantage of this moment and punched Kuma, but he was quick enough to stop the attack and throw a wave of force at the doctor in his most powerful form, sending him backwards while he destroyed the square's ground with his body. Chopper. Usopp got worried and began shooting more aggressively at the cyborg. Jozu took advantage of this moment and appeared next to Kuma, and Ivankov was also helping him at this moment, while he punched him with his diamond fist, hitting Kuma, as he flew back exploding the ground with his body. "Did we get him?" Ivankov asked, while Chopper recovered and moved away some Marines who tried to arrest him while he was on the ground. "No," Usopp murmured while a moment later Kuma appeared. his body even more battered. He barely seemed to be able to stand, but as a cyborg, he ignored his pain. However, at that moment, someone came flying at him, being none other than Hancock launching a flying kick without the Shichibukai being able to react, petrifying his arm and throwing him back, breaking the ground again. "Stop this!" Bonnie and Sabodi cried, watching the scene on the big screen. As Reiju began firing fire rays against Kuzan, nearby, Doflamingo was gritting his teeth, running from the attacks he was receiving, attacks from all sides. Vista was also in the middle of the fight. He was launching his threads, when Vista continued to cut them, and even Vivi was launching wind slashes in his direction. Doflamingo had to start dodging the attacks, frowning. Nijiko appeared at that moment, behind him as he used his only arm to defend against the next attack from the bomb woman, exploding with her punch and sending him to the ground before creating an explosion. At the same time, BABY-5 launched several missiles in that direction, further exploding the ground. "Is Doflamingo being defeated too?" some Marines exclaimed, stunned as that side was being destroyed. Even amid the chaos from all sides, with Luffy and Whitebeard making the Marine headquarters tremble at that moment, they still paid attention to some specific fights, especially from their strongest allied forces. Suddenly, the ground began to transform into thousands of threads, as Doflamingo unleashed his awakening, shocking everyone, while the pirates looked serious, with the entire area becoming several threads, with Doflamingo emerging injured with yet another expression of anger. The pacifistas began to enter the square too. As Sentomaru led the pacifistas, he looked at the scenario not good for the navy and began to act, putting the pacifistas to attack the pirates' rearguard, with the fleet captains, who had no choice but to fight him to not let them reach Whitebeard. Sentomaru looked at one specific fight and saw Reiju fighting against Kuzan, in a contest with no winner at this moment. He still remembered how the girl had kicked him that way in Sabaody, knocking him out with a move before destroying the pacifistas. He still felt pain and decided to get even. Reiju was contesting with Kuzan while she had an advantage against the Admiral's element when she felt a rain of rays coming towards her at that moment. "What?" she exclaimed, putting her phoenix wing in front to protect herself as the attack exploded above her and flew backward with the force of the impact, hurting herself a little. Quickly, she used her power to heal, but could not help feeling a bit of anger from the attack from the side. At the same time, an explosion occurred suddenly behind her, while the ground was dug up with a line of dust rising, coming from the city where Luffy was fighting Akainu, as she was next to the execution platform. Kuzan, who was also surprised by the pacifistas' attack on his opponent, frowned with the explosion arising. And he even saw Reiju being caught by it and ended up right in front of the execution platform, at a point below it, before anyone else got there. What is happening here? The surrounding Marines looked back, being the last line between the pirates and the platform. Sengoku and Garp, still sitting in the Admiral's chair, frowned with the smoke disappearing and an individual fallen on the ground at the tip of the explosion. Akainu appeared and was all battered. Meanwhile, ahead, the shadow of Luffy carrying Reiju in his arms appeared. "How have you been, my wife?" Luffy asked with a small smile to Reiju, while she, already healed from the attack of the pacifistas, just clicked her tongue and seemed to mock him, but gave a shy smile a moment later. Luffy just smiled and stood her up beside him, while his attention returned to the man fallen in front of him. "Are you going to stay there all hurt?" Luffy asked as Akainu struggled to get up and looked at Luffy with hatred. Luffy suddenly stopped smiling as he walked up to the Admiral, with all the Marines watching that frightened. "This is for you almost killing my sister to get at me in Eni's lobby," Luffy commented with a dangerous tone and quickly drew his pistol from his waist with a stone bullet, aimed to kill Akainu at that moment while he squeezed the trigger. However, he had to move away, jumping from there as two explosions occurred at the same time in the place where he was, with two people trying to attack him, being Sengoku himself and his grandfather Garp. As Luffy regained his balance and moved away a bit, the Marines also stepped back from them a few steps. Luffy in his still hybrid form, looked at both frowning, since he really planned to kill Akainu there. "We will not let you kill an admiral, pirate monkey D. Luffy," Garp immediately growled at Luffy, maintaining his determination as a Marine. Luffy nodded in acknowledgement of who he was. "Well, it looks like I'm going to have to fight both of you," Luffy commented as he clicked his tongue and stretched his neck, It was time to start the final phase of his plan. Nearby, Reiju saw Admiral Kuzan approaching them and quickly unleashed her flames to stop him to let her husband fight the two alone. While Kuzan and Reiju battled once more, Marco also went to help her. Jinbei and Alvida also joined the group leading the war, approaching Luffy with all the giant members, Robin, and Lucy. "Ace!" Lucy exclaimed, approaching her brother still surrounded by two people set to execute him. "Guys!" Ace murmured, seeing Luffy come so far to rescue him, while his father kept the Marines busy, even hurting as he was already starting to get exhausted from this battle. Whitebeard also saw the crowd forming in front of the execution platform and nodded satisfied with it. After all, they were finally almost reaching Ace. "Listen everyone," he shouted, grabbing the attention of all his sons. "Help the Straw Hats with all your might. Ace is one step from being rescued," he exclaimed. Yes. Ace's brother is at the last point on the platform. He is facing the fleet admiral and the marine hero. The pirates soon began to exclaim, while Akainu saw a breach in front of him, turning into lava and entering one of the holes created by the earthquake fruit. He is good at making treacherous plans, but when it's time to die, he runs like a coward. Luffy mocked Akainu fleeing behind Sengoku and Garp, as Luffy turned his attention to the two, being the last resistance of the navy for him to reach Ace. He surveyed the entire situation and nodded. "It's time to finally end this," he commented, taking the key that Hancock gave him, while Robin, still advancing behind Lucy, who was beginning to punch the Marines with the rubber fruit, saw this and nodded, preparing not to disappoint her husband. Luffy was a bit exhausted from using Conqueror's Haki, so he couldn't try to knock down those Marines at that moment, since he wanted to conserve strength for those two, knowing that he couldn't defeat them alone, but could certainly distract them long enough to free Ace. Justice or family, that was what those three facing each other would decide in the next moments, as Luffy faced off the two preparing to fight. Luffy immediately burst through the ground and charged at the two opponents in front of him, closing the distance against the first, who was none other than his own grandfather. Garp also advanced towards the challenge posed by his grandson, raising his fist as Luffy did the same, and the moment their fists collided, a massive explosion erupted in all directions. Both fists remained evenly matched, as bolts of armament Haki expanded against each other. For the first time, Luffy was holding his own against his grandfather, the marine hero and one of the strongest people in the world, albeit he was maintaining his hybrid form, the Moa Moa no Mi, and his Haki to stand up to his grandfather. "You really have become strong since the last time, kid," Garp couldn't help commenting, feeling the pressure of Luffy's strike, as everything around them began to crack and fly. Even many of the Marines who were still making the last stand against the pirates were blown away, screaming and unable to do anything but fly. Luffy was managing to stand up to Garp's attack until, even though the ground began to tremble and the earth started to give way, the same platform began to shake with Ace on top, starting to sway. Garp, seeing this, maintained a sparkle in his eyes and he began to unleash something with his other Haki while his hand began to wrap with the coating of the king. "Are you going to use that already?" Luffy couldn't help but complain and also began to wrap his strike with the king's coating, which he had just learned, but was far inferior to Garp's. The strike exploded the next moment, while Luffy ended up losing the battle again, flying backwards, but not too far as he managed to stay a few meters from the impact. He really holds the title of the marine hero after countless battles with Roger and other big fish. Luffy felt his entire arm tremble and ache after the clash. His moment of reflection didn't last long as he shook his arm a bit to ease the pain, because while the area around him was enveloped in smoke, a glow emerged above him, and he saw Sengoku appear in his Buddha form, using his palm above him, spinning a shockwave and sending him flying back a few meters while keeping his feet to break the advance. "This is not going to be easy," Luffy murmured, but soon a glimmer arose in his eyes thinking about this situation. This is also a good opportunity to learn and evolve. Quickly, he activated his Moa Moa no Mi ability, enhancing strength and speed to increase his learning 100x. Luffy sensed the presence of the two in front of him within the smoke with the ground in ruins since the start of the dispute with the two and charged rapidly against the giant Buddha. Sengoku quickly sensed this and placed his palm against Luffy, generating a blast of flames with the fleet of his beast, but he began to lose, being driven back. It also didn't help as Garp appeared at his side and punched him again, feeling his arm bone break with his grandfather's fist trying to protect himself from him. "Why did you suddenly get so weak?" Garp was a bit surprised by this. After all, his grandson should withstand that blow. Despite the pain, Luffy did not complain and his body was sent to the excavated ground. He was taking a big risk, but he didn't want to miss the opportunity to learn from it. He quickly used Eikon healing and began to recover instantly. "Luffy!" Lucy shouted without knowing what was happening inside the smoke that Luffy, Garp, and Sengoku had created, but she knew that Luffy was having some trouble in the end. "Let's go, we're almost there," Robin commented as one of the vice admirals in front of her also helped the Marines in the last line. "We're not going to let you through," Tsuru said. She was doing her part and more vice admirals began to emerge. Dalmatian, Cancer, Yamakaji, Strawberry, Doberman also landed with the Marines. "The vice admirals are helping us." The Marines gained some morale, but in the next moment, all 5 admirals had to defend themselves against Hachi, Nami, Shirahoshi, Chow Chow, and Beppo, who attacked appearing behind Robin and Lucy. "This is bad." Tsuru frowned as she looked around. A fight between the vice admirals and the Straw Hats in giant forms began. "Isn't there anyone weak in this crew?" She couldn't help but murmur as she saw the vice admirals start to lose the advantage to some of them and others managing to hold them equally. "Tsuru, please, let me through to save Ace," Lucy exclaimed as she approached the vice admiral. "Sorry, girl, but I'm fighting against the pirates. It's a pity you chose this side. You could have been the future of the Navy," she commented sadly to Lucy. "But now we are enemies and I intend to stop you," she stated finally. "Luffy told me that I can make my own justice without needing the Navy, so I won't let my family die," she exclaimed, advancing with Gear Second, but was quickly struck by Tsuru and thrown to the ground. "You will need much more to defeat me, girl," Tsuru spoke calmly. An explosion occurred behind her at that moment while Luffy, Garp, and Sengoku continued the fight, blowing up the entire place. Tsuru took her attention off the pirates in front of her for a moment because of the chaos they were causing, even blocking the view of the execution platform with the smoke cloud from the attacks, until she saw a shadow grow in front of her. Robin activated her fruit, creating a giant red demon filled with hands. "This is huge too," the Marines exclaimed, as Robin created a 20-meter demonic copy of herself like the others and began attacking Tsuru, who quickly punched back with haki. The Marines weren't just watching, because suddenly a group of pirates with fleet captains and division commanders approached that line as they quickly began to enter and destroy the Marine resistance as Whitebeard had asked them to help the Straw Hats. "We're almost at the platform," they exclaimed as the Marines began to fall and they made their way through. As Lucy joined the fight again with Robin against Tsuru, footsteps began heading their way and Whitey Bay, Doma, Magai, DeCalvin Brothers, and Ramba, who were fleet captains, appeared in the middle of the fight. "You guys, go, we'll hold her," Whitey Bay requested while Robin nodded and began to exit her transformation and ran with Lucy, crossing the line and entering the area where Luffy was fighting against Garp and Sengoku. "What?" Sengoku in his Buddha form saw this and frowned as he ran towards the girls trying to reach the platform in front of them. Luffy was all beaten up, but certainly gaining a lot from it. While he continuously generated healing, he saw Sengoku's movement and switched his Akuma no Mi to speed while appearing at the side of the Buddha, catching him off guard. "You're not going to stop them," he exclaimed before switching to strength and delivered one of the most powerful punches he had ever done, coating it with even more powerful King's Haki than he had done so far, while even with his golden layer, it buckled under the pressure of his punch with all his powers and Sengoku flew backward, exploding the ground as he even moved away from the location. Luffy took the opportunity with only Garp, who was coming at full speed towards him, took the key from his pocket and threw it forward with all his might. But the key suddenly stopped in the air and he didn't wait because he exploded the ground and went for Garp with everything he had. "Robin, I'm counting on you," Luffy shouted as loudly as he could while his voice ran across the battlefield and he advanced forward, clashing against a frowning Garp. This caught the attention of the entire battlefield. Kong in the air in his beast form fighting against so many opponents, and beginning to feel the pressure from it, looked towards it clenching his teeth. Mihawk and Zoro, who were fighting at a distance, slightly away from the center of the square, also felt it. It seems you managed to free the prisoner after all," he commented while Zoro smiled and they exchanged more blows with their blades. "Go my love," Hancock exclaimed forward, as a battered Kuma started to fall to the ground, finally defeated by the group fighting against him. "Go Luffy! Robin! Lucy!" Usopp shouted nearby. "Go guys," Chopper said in his giant form, making many people look at him bizarrely at that moment. Doflamingo, who was trying to kill Crocodile, who fought alongside the Straw Hat Pirates and some division commanders against the Shichibukai with his awakened fruit, was starting to lose. Everyone knew that the peak of the war had arrived. Akainu, from beneath the earth, tried to create a lava eruption, but it was already too late. Kuzan, fighting against Reiju and other division captains, looked worried. "This is very bad. How scary," Kizaru commented while still maintaining his fight against Whitebeard. He even tried to use his fruit, but it was quickly cut off by Newgate once again. "Don't think about stopping the kids, after all, this is their era," Whitebeard said with a smile, while looking at the two girls running and Luffy fighting against Garp. "Go! Save Ace!" the pirates began to exclaim, from the lower ranks, captains, and commanders. All exclaimed as they saw them advancing to the execution platform at that moment. Meanwhile, the Marines felt increasingly defeated. They had already lost a lot in this war, and losing the prisoner too was a final blow to their will to fight. Time seemed to slow down at that moment, as Sengoku returned from the other extreme side of the square with blood running down his face, advancing at all the speed he could, while the key that Luffy had thrown and stopped in midair was soon engulfed by the force of collision between Luffy and Garp. But in the midst of all the smoke and debris, it began to move. Luffy had activated his negative speed on the key as soon as he threw it, cancelling the effect a little later, which could delay its movement for 5 seconds until returning to normal. The 5 seconds finally passed and it suddenly shot towards Ace at that moment, while he could hardly react to everything that was happening, barely seeing the key flying towards him. Robin saw this and quickly crossed her arms. "Cease fleur," she exclaimed, and 2 arms appeared on the executioners next to Ace, while their necks were broken and 2 final hands emerged on Ace, who barely had time to react with one of those hands catching the key thrown by Luffy. She immediately grabbed the key and fitted it into the hole of the chains that held the prisoner. Everyone with good haki to see the situation, Garp, Sengoku, Akainu, Kizaru, Kuzan, Kong, all the vice admirals, and many other officers, had their throats choked at that moment. On the pirates' side, it was different, as all those who knew what was happening on the other side of the smoke explosion created by Luffy and Garp wore a big smile on their faces. The next moment, Robin turned her hand and unlocked the chains that held Ace. The sound of chains falling onto the platform stood out amid all that chaos as everyone present looked towards it, the hands Robin had created disappearing. Ace suddenly felt free, staring ahead in disbelief that he had finally lost his bindings. "I'm free," he murmured as he finally removed his arms from behind his back, looking at his hand. "AC," he heard Lucy shouting from below the platform. "Lucy," he murmured as he finally seemed to understand what was happening there. He was finally free. Boomum! Explosions occurred shortly after, while Luffy continued to fight. Garp and Sengoku also got involved nearby. "What are you doing? Get your band out of there and let's return to the sea," Luffy's voice echoed through Marineford with Ace looking at his brother. "Yes," he commented as flames began to emerge, finally showing the whole of Marineford and the world that he was free. As all the forces of the Navy and the world government gritted their teeth, all the pirates and their allies opened their eyes to see Ace stand up before raising his fist upwards with flames and creating the Whitebeard flag in forms of red flames atop Marineford, as he exploded for all to see. A silence lasted only a second before everyone opened their mouth. The sound was heard throughout the square as all the pirates in unity made their collective cry, overshadowing all sounds of Marineford, making the place tremble, while the pirates of Whitebeard exclaimed in a joint union of emotion and joy, for finally the one they were here fighting and losing their brothers for was finally free. Their goal after all the sacrifice was finally achieved. "We did it, Ace is free. We showed the Navy what happens when they try to execute one of our brothers. Now we can return to the new world, let's go folks." We did it, Ace is free. Exclamations echoed throughout the place as everyone celebrated and the sailors looked on in a state of defeat as the flames consumed the place until they disappeared. Looks like that kid is finally loose, Whitebeard murmured with a smile, while Kizaru still had his mouth open and forehead furrowed next to him. Kobe, this is bad, Helmeppo shouted with his hand on his head at a distance. Kobe looked dazed at this. He had just woken up after being knocked out by Lucy, and as soon as he saw the battle he was shocked. You really did it, Luffy, he murmured. Despite seeing many comrades dying in this war, he couldn't not say that this was amazing. Boss Buggy, they did it, a prisoner murmured. They really managed to rescue Ace from the Fist of Fire, another murmured equally surprised. Everyone in the group looked at it dazed a little near the entrance of the square while filming the flames in the sky. They did it, Buggy commented in front of the group as he turned the camera to the whole event. He did it, someone murmured at that moment in Sabaody. This is amazing. The Navy is going to lose all the face it had after this war, another commented. Those damn pirates. How can they win? Another citizen spoke, clearly on the side of the Navy. The whole world was watching this shocking scene where Ace of the Fire Fists gained his freedom while the pirates maintained morale. The Navy and the people who believed in it had the opposite effect. Ace! Dayton exclaimed from the Goa square next to the ring as she screamed crying. He's safe. Ace managed to get free, thank goodness, she continued exclaiming. Whoop Slap didn't shout like her, but smiled satisfied with the direction of the war, though he didn't want to show his satisfaction publicly. The same could not be said of the Queen. Luffy and his friends did it. This is so good, she exclaimed joyfully while clapping, and her ministers tried to get her not to show so much favor openly. The whole world was watching this scene, while they discussed whether it was good or bad. While in the war, the one who was the center of attention at that moment, looked at the battlefield. Ace smiled while enveloped in flames around his body and placing his hand on his hat. He finally jumped from the platform, landing at her feet the next moment, while smiling and looking at all of Marine Ford. Ace! Lucy exclaimed as she jumped into a hug with him. It's good to see you too, Lucy, he spoke, affectionately touching his sister while looking at the Marines around them, with some still being held by the captains of Whitebeard's fleet and the Straw Hats. We should get out of here now, he said as Luffy nodded and Robin was also ready to start leaving. He quickly prepared his flames and launched them at the nearby Marines who were raising their weapons against Ace, as they exploded and flew away the next moment. Come on, the path is clear, the pirate captains exclaimed as they cleared the way for him. Suru had been buried in the ground after so many captains fought against her. The giant Straw Hats also quickly threw some defeated vice admirals to the ground. Nami, Babo, and Shirahoshi managed to defeat their opponents, while Chow Chow and Hachi still had some difficulty. Let's go, Robin commented as they began to run through the space opened by their comrades. This isn't going to happen, Sengoku exclaimed as Luffy exchanged blows with Garp, but he quickly moved to stand in front of the fleet admiral. Even taking a hit, he wouldn't let Ace be stopped, as his body exploded against the ground, but successfully preventing Sengoku from advancing against Ace. Kong was also having a very bad situation, starting to lose the battle a while ago, and even in his most powerful form, he couldn't deal with all those pirates. What? He felt a blade enter him, with Lami using her awakening, as the other Straw Hats found an opening in his defense. He barely had time to react as an internal shock was made by Lami at that moment and he felt immense pain. Ah! He couldn't help but exclaim as the sword grew towards the still frozen bay. Enel, Hugo, Yamato, and Kuina didn't stand still as they launched their attacks downward as well, as he hit the ground exploding. All the other attacks immediately exploded at the same point, making the whole bay crack, and even the ships there from Whitebeard begin to be dragged with the force of the elements, and even the bodies of the defeated Tenryubitos flying. That mortal is defeated, Enel said, feeling his unconscious body with Haki. Luffy managed to save Ace. We should help him now, Yamato commented as everyone nodded and immediately went to the square with Enel advancing faster. That damn guy is planning something. Luffy was holding Garp and Sengoku while still learning to control his king's Haki more, but he was looking over the battlefield searching for Akainu who had yet to appear, keeping hidden somewhere. Garp. Sengoku was frustrated and looked grimly at his partner fighting against his grandson together. Yes. This kid. He's getting stronger and stronger. Garp murmured with surprise and dazed eyes at a battered Luffy in front of him, his arm broken and his face all bloody, but he had that damn healing that always brought him back to the battle a moment later. Luffy was taking advantage of all this as much as he could to gain as many benefits as possible before leaving. Even while holding against those two and learning, he could already feel his body beginning to reach its limit. After all, he has been fighting since impelled down and abusing his haki, while taking hits and using healing, something that consumed his great stamina. He had to engage in combat again as Garp and Sengoku advanced against him. Meanwhile, Whitebeard still stood in front of Kizaru, but he saw that at that moment, Whitebeard felt a twinge in his heart. After all, he was already quite wounded and his body was no longer young. Kizaru took advantage and transformed into light while disappearing from there, heading towards Ace, Robin, and Lucy. "You won't get very far," he spoke and crossed his arms. But at that moment a light surged behind him with a bang and he had to transform into light before moving out of the way of Enel's punch with haki. That was dangerous. Kizaru spoke and advanced against Enel, who used his lightning to fight against the light Logia. So thunder and light clashed against each other in the sky, although Enel was losing a bit in this fight, but he still held firm. Another admiral who was having a tough time was Kuzan, as he felt the pressure from Reiju, Marco, and some other pirates fighting against him. Explosions started to appear at that moment in the square. With Kuma defeated and fallen, Usopp and the others went to help deal with Doflamingo, causing chaos with his awakening, as the whole place turned into strains. Even with his awakening, he was losing the fight against so many opponents, until he noticed the space turned bluish. "Long time no see, Doflamingo." Lami's voice emerged behind him, and before he could react, everyone there saw Lami's sword pierce his heart with her awakening as she immediately launched her internal shock. "Ah!" Doflamingo screamed in pain as he began to lose consciousness with that attack. "She finished him off so quickly," Vista murmured in surprise as he saw the ground return to normal and Doflamingo falling to the ground. "It's time to end this." Lami spoke and quickly advanced to cut Doflamingo's head off once and for all, and finally execute her revenge after years. "Corazon. I will finally avenge you." Lami had some flashbacks of her past life, the death of her little brother, of her parents. Doflamingo would just be the first, because her revenge now extended to the government that wiped out her entire city. She moved, seeing her blade getting ever closer to the neck, and everyone there really was surprised by it. The blade began to touch the skin. As it started to make the cut, with blood beginning to accumulate on the sides, she began to bury the blade even deeper, cutting through Doflamingo's entire neck as he had his head there removed, in front of all the people of the world. "I said I would kill you one day," Lami said as she saw Doflamingo there, in two lifeless parts suspended in the air as he fell. Everyone who kept their gaze on Lami was in shock at that moment. No one imagined that the life of that Shichibukai would end in that way. Doflamingo was the third Tenryubito who had died in this war since it began. Raccoon here. I tried to keep Doflamingo alive, but there was no way he could hold out until the end of this war. The divided body of Doflamingo fell as Vivi, Nijiko, BAB5, Crocodile, BABY5, Vista, and others watched the scene in silence, with Lami landing on the ground a moment later. "You finally showed up, and in a rather unexpected way," Nijiko murmured. "Well, I've been wanting to kill this guy for a long time," Lami spoke in a calm tone. "We had to go help Robin and the others." Vivi came up beside and commented while everyone nodded. Baby 5 looked at Doflamingo's head for a while and shrugged. In the end, she saw all the women heading towards the middle of the square after all the destruction that the Shichibukai's awakening created in this area, and followed them shortly after. "Another Shichibukai has fallen." This was the phrase that occurred all over the world. "No, he was killed," someone else reminded, because unlike Kuma and Moria, this one was eliminated like a dog by a member of the Straw Hats. The elders were also not happy about this at all. After all, Doflamingo was one of them, and they were almost roaring from the Castle of Power. But the place most affected in the world by this was Dressrosa itself. People watched the screen of the ongoing war paralyzed. "Hey, Doflamingo has fallen," a citizen asked. The boss is dead. A member of the shock organization was wondering if what he was seeing was real. Doflamingo died, Dellinger exclaimed. This can't be happening. Joker is dead. Treybold couldn't believe what he was seeing. This is not possible, Pika exclaimed in his characteristic high-pitched voice. He is really dead. Princess Viola looked at it speechlessly from a distance. This really happened. What will happen to this country now? She also couldn't help but feel skeptical and worried at the same time. She quickly left there and went straight to find her niece. After all, she didn't know what could happen to this country now that Doflamingo was dead. Meanwhile, the news of another Shichibukai's fall soon spread everywhere. Sengoku stopped punching Luffy at that moment and looked frustratedly in that direction. First Kong defeated and now Doflamingo, can this get any worse? He growled, and the next moment, he looked up with a huge shadow emerging from all that destruction. He is coming, Garp commented, and both Garp and Sengoku jumped before that part of the ground was destroyed with a huge body breaking the ground. Luffy emerged from the destruction a while later, looking a little surprised with Whitebeard appearing there to fight him. He stood beside the man. You seem to be having trouble, kid, Whitebeard said. I'm a little tired, really, but I can keep doing this all day. Luffy gave a bloody smile, but looking tough. You are just a brat, don't get cocky, Whitebeard commented, and the next moment, Garp and Sengoku charged at the two while Luffy charged at Garp. Sengoku was attacked by Whitebeard. As the four impacts destroyed even more of that place, raising all the dust in Marineford again. What should we do? The men fighting Whitebeard before were lost. They could only watch the fight from a distance without being able to get involved without getting hit. There were still the Straw Hat Pirates who had now gotten rid of the Vice Admirals and were now using their giant forms to attack the Marines. The Admirals were busy, while Yamato appeared beside Kizaru fighting Enel and quickly received a blow from her, sending him down. Kuzan was dealing with a great force attacking him, and Akainu had disappeared. Hugo and Kuina also appeared on the battlefield, entering their beast forms, beginning to devastate the whole place. Whitebeard's pirates were also running out of opponents, starting to attack the navy from all sides. The Marines were all lost, their will to raise their weapons was at the lowest point of the war, and they could only try to survive. Ace was running with Robin and Lucy, passing through the legs of his crew's giants, heading back to the destroyed bay. Come on, Ace, the pirates exclaimed, starting to follow him. Guys, Ace murmured as they continued on their way. Let's get back to the sea together. Some captains joined the run amid all the explosions. It looks like they're getting out. Do you want to help them? Luffy commented, looking at Ace and Lucy. I think you're right, Whitebeard said and raised his hand. They had just attacked the two marine elders while everyone flew to opposite sides and Whitebeard made his move, exploding the air in the next moment. The place suddenly started to shake, as giant cracks began to appear all over the area. What is this? What is Whitebeard doing? The Marines saw a huge gap appear between the pirates who were getting farther away and the Marines chasing them. Father, the pirates were surprised with only Whitebeard and Luffy fighting on the other side of the divide, while they remained with some Marines, but all the pirates were on this side. Listen everyone, go back to the Moby Dick in your ships, he exclaimed, and despite the surprise, everyone understood the order. The pacifists, some Marines pointed out as there was a group of them that were attacking the entire time from the rear while only a few captains continued to fight against them. Suddenly, one of them was taken off the ground with a bite from Chow Chow among his three heads, and he bit him so hard that he turned into scrap metal in the next moment. Nami grabbed two with her claws, destroying them. Hachi simply cut them with his swords. Shirahoshi easily pierced them with haki while they exploded. Beppo managed to launch his six-styled techniques at that height. Hugo crushed them just by stepping on them. Kuina exploded them with huge ice spikes, easily destroying them. Nijiko, Vivi, BABY5, Chopper, Jinbei, Crocodile, and Ivankov also went to help them. The commanders, now free from their battles, also began to destroy everyone along with the Straw Hats. Usopp and Lamy hadn't made any move yet, just watching the battle from above, since Kuzan and Kizaru were at a disadvantage in their fights. Father. Luffy. Ace commented, looking to the other side. Come on, Ace. We must return to the sea. Luffy will take care of everything, Lucy exclaimed, And despite the frustration with Luffy having to take care of him, after all, he was the older brother, this role should be his. Yes. Ace said in the end as he continued running, but as soon as they took the first step, they felt something coming towards them, and the ground turned red at that moment, with an explosion of lava hitting the three in the next moment. ACEEEE. Everyone who saw that shouted in concern. That place became a lake of lava, while the Admiral, still hurt from the fight with Luffy, appeared from the middle of the lava, his frustrated look gazing upwards. After all, he was in a bluish field, with Lucy, Robin, and Ace appearing in another place after being teleported by Lami, who quickly acted as soon as she sensed the Admiral coming with her haki. Akainu had planned to catch Ace from behind on purpose and even provoke him if it didn't work, but it seemed his plan failed as he looked frustrated at Ace getting away. "You get out of here!" Lami shouted to the three, who nodded and started to run away. In the next moment, Akainu looked up. Before a rain of light rays, Usopp also made his move. Despite looking a little scared, he needed to do his part against an admiral, while Akainu returned to his normal body after getting a bunch of holes. Lami and Usopp appeared in front of him at that moment, blocking the admiral's path, while the pirates resumed fleeing. "Looks like everything is okay. Soon they'll be out of this place," Luffy commented calmly. Whitebeard, despite being satisfied with this, remained silent as he looked at a corner of Marineford. "You finally noticed them. They've been there for a while," Luffy commented calmly as a giant appeared behind the platform. "What is that?" The Marines also noticed. "Teach," Whitebeard murmured in a somber tone as Teach appeared on the execution platform with a group of soldiers. But he did not have the expression Luffy remembered from the anime, as his face seemed cautious and frustrated. Teach came to the war expecting to find Whitebeard in a near-death state or even dead, but he didn't count on how easily the Marines were losing to their enemies. Despite Whitebeard being injured, Luffy was by his side, which greatly complicated his plans after the fight they had and impelled down. "Teach." The members of Whitebeard's crew looked at him stunned, gritting their teeth in anger at this man appearing here. The Marines look so bad. To think these guys would cause so much damage, Shiryu said as he saw the fallen Shichibukais, except for Hancock and Mihawk fighting at a distance with Zoro, neither of them stopping their duel of swords, which seemed like it would take days to be decided. "Captain, what should we do?" Burgess asked, a little lost with the dire situation. "We should." Before Teach could answer, the platform suddenly exploded, catching them by surprise. It was Whitebeard who did this, pressing his fist in the air. "You want to deal with them? Go ahead. I'll handle these two for a while," Luffy said as Whitebeard nodded seriously. He intended to help Monkey D. Luffy, but Teach was a matter he had to handle personally. Whitebeard jumped, leaving Garp and Sengoku just watching, also frustrated with Marshal D. Teach after everything he did. "Well, looks like it's us again." Luffy smiled at the two as Whitebeard jumped near the destroyed platform, while Teach began to get up with his group, looking at Whitebeard facing them. Luffy was about to resume fighting the two when he stopped and looked at the sky, stunned. "What is that?" He felt a bit shaken by it. Garp was also surprised, while the Golden Buddha looked with wide eyes in that direction. "What is he doing here?" His voice was filled with nervousness. "Who is that?" Whitebeard turned, even leaving his attention on Teach as he felt a very powerful being coming to Marineford. The pirates continued running to the broken wall, while the pacifists were all defeated by those who fought them easily, and Sentomaru was lying unconscious on the ground. "They are fleeing," said a Marine with a look of defeat. "What else can we do? Look at the size of that hole," another murmured. "We're almost there." In contrast to the Marines, the pirates were finally seeing their escape. "Let's go," Lucy shouted hopefully. But then the other hockey users quickly turned their gazes to the sky, all feeling danger approaching. "Who is it?" For the first time, Zoro and Mihawk stopped fighting to look at it. Suddenly, a meteor fell at high speed towards the front of the marine wall, colliding with the ground and exploding the area. "What is that?" the pirates exclaimed, all stunned, as a shadow emerged and an old man appeared, an elder finally showing himself to the world for the first time in this era. In the middle of the sea, a ship was sailing as a pirate group approached Marineford. Shanks looked up at the sky darkening in the distance as the shadow of a huge serpent circled above. "Shanks, What can we do? That's Kaido, exclaimed one of the crew members on the ship. Shanks watched with a furrowed brow. What's going on there? Why are so many of them heading to Marineford too? He said with a grim look. Yes, it seems this war is bigger than expected. He's already the third one. First that old man, then that guy, now Kaido himself. I thought we had dealt with him with that madness in the New World, but it wasn't enough, Beckman said in a very serious tone. We should hurry, Shanks murmured, contemplating the possibility of heading alone to Marineford, but it would be too risky for him to get involved by himself, and it was better to go with his crew. Full speed ahead, then. He just asked to speed up the ship, and so they quickly headed towards the eye of the storm forming at that moment. Meanwhile, in Marineford, the smoke from the explosion made everyone running to the frozen bay freeze in place, wondering what was happening, as the smoke began to settle. Who is this? What's happening here? Lucy exclaimed, a bit lost, as Ace beside her, Robin, and the others all stopped in the midst of all that smoke, sensing the danger there. Who is this? Asked Jozu with a furrowed brow, while the other commanders and pirates from Whitebeard's fleet looked confused. Even the Marines were a bit in that state, except for the hockey users who were practically frightened as a shadow emerged from the midst of that destruction. The others didn't quite understand what it was. It's really disappointing to see how the Navy has come to this state while all its greatest forces are being hindered by rookies who have just entered the sea. But I can't blame them. The voice echoed across the battlefield as someone emerged with a cane from a small hole he had created. Even our holy knights and Kong are defeated. An old man. Who is this old man? Lucy asked, a bit confused, while almost no one there knew the identity of that man in that place. I don't know. I've never seen him, said a Marine, facing such an unlikely scene in the middle of that place, as he tapped the ground with his cane. It's just an old man. Let's just kill him, said a pirate. Don't make any moves, shouted Fosa as he put his hand in front of that pirate. Why not? Let's finish him off, the pirate insisted. You don't understand. My instincts tell me to get out of here as quickly as possible, exclaimed Fosa again. In Sabaody, people also looked a bit confused, not understanding what was happening there. Who is this old man? Kid, with the same confusion about that new character on the screen, asked among the pirates. Does anyone know him? A reporter looked at his colleagues as he shook his head negatively, not recognizing him either. I don't know, I've never heard of this man. Even the Navy doesn't recognize him, another reporter said. Maybe he's a pirate too? People began to wonder as they talked to one another, some saying he was a lost member of Whitebeard's crew, others saying he was the Navy's secret weapon. That damn man, Bonnie exclaimed with so much anger that she regretted not having gone with Luffy to Marineford. After all, he was one of the most, if not the man she wanted to kill the most in this life. Those who did not know him could only make speculations or wait for someone to tell them. However, for those who knew the identity of that person, it was quite surprising to find him here. Who is the old man? Lami asked. He came here in person. Akainu murmured, escaping being cut by Lami while Usopp also helped her against the Admiral. Does anyone know him? Teach, although not in a good mood right now, was curious to know who was the person who practically stopped the war. He even looked at Whitebeard and saw that the old man also had a confused look. He's here. Shiryu murmured, a bit frightened. As a former director of Impeldown, he had to deliver some reports in person to Mary Joise, and had to speak with those 5 people a few times. Seeing one of them was quite frightening, as he knew those 5 elders could be very dangerous when they wanted to and could even make him paralyzed. Listen, if we want to survive, it's better we get out of here. He spoke to Teach with a tone more urgent than usual. What's the matter, Shiryu? Are you afraid of an old man? Katarina mocked at that moment. Listen here. He began to speak, but before he could speak, Luffy was still on the battlefield against Garp and Sengoku when his brow furrowed a bit. He never imagined seeing one of them here in the middle of the war. Although it was a fair action, what he could do was at least warn his comrades, so his voice echoed across Marineford. Listen everyone, stay away from this old man. His name is Saint J. Garcia Saturn. He is one of the 5 elders who command the world. His power level is that of a Yonko, Luffy immediately exclaimed. What? The scream was collective as everyone turned their gaze to that man. You have information you shouldn't have, J. Garcia Saturn murmured. That's true. How does this brat have this information? A mental voice inside J. Garcia Saturn was heard. It was another elder speaking mentally. After all, they can maintain contact with each other through telepathy. Anyway, let's destroy him here. J. Garcia Saturn gave his response. Alright, finish them all. Another Gorosei spoke through telepathy. He's one of the 5 elders. Robin had wide eyes. After all, it was they who had ordered the professor's elimination. He rules the world government, Buggy immediately exclaimed. He is one of the 5 elders, a marine murmured. One of the legendary 5 elders, a reporter exclaimed, sweating. Very well. Since I've been introduced, I shall begin. He started walking forward while everyone immediately took a step back. Today, I will not rest until I kill Nico Robin, Beppo, Monkey D. Lucy, and Monkey D. Luffy. He announced his 4 main targets, surprising everyone. Why does he want to eliminate just these 4? Not even Ace is among them. A pirate murmured, not understanding. Why does he want to eliminate them? Ace exclaimed next to Lucy and Robin. As his arm caught flames, he wouldn't mind facing someone like him. Even though the pirates didn't understand why this being, appearing for the first time to the world, didn't have targets like Ace and Whitebeard, because as much as they were a threat to the Navy, Saturn didn't see them as a threat to the government, but these last 4 were different. They were a threat to be eliminated. Tisk. Robin murmured and prepared for the fight, being one of the people closest to there. I won't let this old man hurt us, Lucy murmured, getting into a fighting stance as well. Saturn just scoffed and unleashed his haki, and the next moment, a rain of black lightning struck Marineford. Everyone there immediately felt the great power of an elder for the first time. What is this? I'm trembling, Vista murmured with wide eyes. Is there someone so strong hidden all this time? Jozu murmured. Enel and Yamato fighting with Kizaru furrowed their brows. The same could be said for Reiju and Marco against Kuzan and Lami and Usopp against Akainu. Luffy was looking seriously at this. He had never felt such powerful haki. We have to retreat from here. We're not ready to defeat one of them with so many opponents dividing us. He had to admit, after all there were the 3 admirals, Garp, Sengoku, and now one of the elders. Yamato, Enel, Lami, Reiju, and Usopp. Finish off the 3 admirals immediately and go to the front lines to help the others, Luffy exclaimed loudly. He's here. So finally we might win this war after all. Sengoku commented while Garp looked with a furrowed brow. His 2 grandchildren were on his list of targets to kill. They need help. Whitebeard murmured. He is an elder. So powerful. Teach had to admit that this was a force he did not expect. Captain, be careful, they murmured, and the next moment, a shock threw them away, as Whitebeard decided to finish Teach quickly so he could help everyone on the other side of the crater. Besides Robin, Lucy, and Ace, who were ready to fight the man walking in front of the crowd, Jimbei, Ivankov, Crocodile, Jozu, Vista, and many other division commanders like the fleet captains prepared for the fight, while others could barely move with the haki. Hancock also appeared against the elder, even with a furrowed brow at that being, she still maintained helping her husband. Nijiko, BABY5, Alvida, and Vivi quickly went to Robin's side, while the ground cracked with giant steps, being Hachi, Beppo, Shirahoshi, Nami, Chow Chow. Chopper also appeared in their giant forms. In the sky, Kuina, still transformed into Shiva, prepared for the fight. Saturn found himself surrounded by dozens of warriors ready to fight him. Just insects, he said with disdain. But then, a shadow appeared above Saturn at that moment, and he looked up calmly before a huge fist of rocks exploded him with the ground beneath him, while the Titan had punched him immediately. Hugo wore the same expression as always, but suddenly his eyes shone. Everyone saw the arm buried in the ground start to tremble as it began to rise, and it wasn't because Hugo moved it. Saturn had simply caught his punch with one arm, he hadn't even been hurt at all, holding Hugo's arm with such ease. As I said before, merely inferior beings. He commented and wasted no more time by throwing Hugo's arm upwards with such force that the giant struggled to balance in the next moment. His transformation began as he created several legs around him, releasing his mythical zone with so many unique powers, and Luffy knew the danger that represented not just because Saturn was powerful, but he could simply summon the other Goroseis to the battlefield, and if those 5 were in this place, He and his group were not at all ready to face those beings. Luffy would have to ask Beppo to destroy all of Mary Joie's if that happened, and he knew that man must be aware of this. After all, a rain of meteors would fall on the Holy Land soon after. Zoro saw this and frowned, as he stopped fighting against Mihawk. "You're no longer focused on this fight," Mihawk commented, and Zoro looked at him a bit frustrated. "My friends are in danger, I can't just stay here fighting, I'm sorry," Zoro spoke seriously. "That's fine. You're still not ready for my title. But you certainly surprised me, it might be one of the best fights I've ever had," Mihawk acknowledged. "Don't worry, I'll be ready to surpass you next time we meet, Mihawk," Zoro commented. "I hope so, I will train as well, after all, I don't want you to try to surpass me so quickly." Mihawk spoke. He saw Zoro's growth as a motivation for him to evolve even more, so he was looking forward to their next meeting. Zoro nodded and disappeared from an area with giant cut marks all over the place, a small result of the fight between the two, as he went to help his friends face that monster. Spider-like steps touched the ground at that moment, sounding heavier than the largest giant among them. Everyone stood firm despite the tension as they witnessed the transformation of that being. Luffy saw this and quickly began to grow more aggressive against the two as he advanced towards Garp, exchanging a punch with him as the ground exploded. "I need to get stronger." Luffy had this thought as he felt his urgent need to become stronger. He wanted to be strong, he needed it, as he began to feel his soul heating up with this, and Garp exchanging blows while having a greater internal conflict than before. He felt something change in Luffy at that moment. He didn't know, but Luffy was manifesting his hakis unconsciously. "I need to get stronger," he said again internally. With every step he heard of the elder advancing against the crowd of pirates. While most of the marines were watching to see what would happen, Luffy tried to react. Boom! The battle on the other side of the rift. Luffy seemed increasingly aggressive, while his clash with Garp seemed tied. But he simply exploded the ground as he advanced once again, as he couldn't just leave there and go after Saturn. Sengoku appeared at that moment before he reached Garp, and because Luffy was so focused on ending this fight, he lost a bit of concentration and received an attack from Sengoku while feeling his body being sent to the ground, as he saw his vision fill with concrete as he was buried there. "I need to get stronger." This thought appeared again, as he felt flames appear and explode in front of him while Garp and Sengoku felt the explosion coming with Luffy appearing, rising from the ground as he rose up high with his wings and began to launch powerful purple flames enough to create a huge explosion. The flame bullet flew like the one he launched at Whiskey Peak to stop the Baroque Works fleet, which decimated countless ships. Sengoku and Garp felt the pressure and danger of that attack as Luffy threw it over them. It was much bigger due to Luffy having increased the power of the Moa Moa no Mi. Garp and Sengoku launched an impact with haki, but to dodge the attack while it hit against their haki for a few seconds before they could dodge the attack, flying into the sea, and the next moment it exploded. Marineford was illuminated as a huge explosion occurred the next moment, as big as Marineford itself. The explosion created such a large impact that the place trembled. Garp, Sengoku, and even Whitebeard and Saturn, as well as the others, looked at that impact with wide eyes, while the impact came right after with the vortex making everything fly and shake. This kid had the power to destroy the entire Marineford. All this time, Sengoku had to swallow dry for this as the explosion finally calmed down at that moment. Whitebeard just looked with wider eyes than he could make. "So this damn rookie has the power to destroy an island with one attack," Saturn murmured. "That was expected, look at the crew he commands, so many powerful people and so many users with King's Haki." A telepathic voice from another elder spoke. "He already has so much power, but it will still be easy to deal with," another elder spoke. "Yes, let's start with this one, soon I will be going to kill him," Saturn commented and took another step, before everyone finally felt the first attack of the elder, because in the next moment, everyone who was in front of him found themselves being thrown backwards while their bodies fell burying in the earth, backwards, or flying to the sky. What did he do? How did he do it? Everyone thought at the same time. Luffy saw this while he was suspended in the air and did not waste time as he advanced against his grandfather. "I need to get stronger," he murmured. You are getting irrational like this, kid? Garp complained while exchanging another fist against Luffy as his grandson continued to seem to react again, manifesting his hakis unconsciously, but this was also harming him. Clear your mind. Don't let your worries dominate you. Garp spoke in the midst of the clash, surprising Luffy with his grandfather teaching him there, even though they were enemies. You can save Luffy and Ace from that situation. You need to be stronger. Garp had this thought, wanting to believe in Luffy internally. Luffy tried to attack him, but again was thrown back without many changes from before. I need to get stronger. He kept thinking this as he dodged an attack from Sengoku, who started attacking him there, more fiercely after seeing Luffy's attack that could simply destroy Marineford. Luffy continued to dodge before throwing a punch that dragged the Buddha a few meters while defending himself with Luffy's arm. Luffy felt something. He could feel his strength increasing at that moment, as if the Moa Moa no fruit was reacting to his desire to become stronger. I can feel it. 120 times, that's my limit, Luffy commented as he began to feel his speed enter a state of 120 times, exploding the ground as he flew like a flash. Sengoku and Garp did not expect such a big change, and Sengoku was the first to be punched by Luffy, advancing to Garp right after receiving a blow from his nephew, while both were sent flying on that side of Marineford. Luffy stopped paying attention to them while his gaze fell to the battle happening there in the middle. Zoro had emerged and tried to cut the Elder, who stopped him at first, and they engaged in a fight between the two, but shortly into the fight, Luffy saw his swordsman being hit and thrown back. Luffy gritted his teeth as Garp again came back to fight him, and Sengoku right behind. He knew that even with his increased strength, it wasn't enough to defeat them. I still need to get stronger, he murmured internally, as Garp advanced against him, and he did not stay behind. While throwing a punch at him, his haki continued to manifest unconsciously. Luffy exchanged punches with Garp while seeing the concern in his grandfather's eyes. He was worried about his family. Come on, kid. You can save them. You need to get stronger. He heard Garp's voice, which was practically begging him to do something. I'm trying, Luffy responded with concern, as he continued to counter Garp's punch. Do you want power? It was at that moment that an internal voice suddenly emerged. Do you want power? The voice repeated. What is this? Luffy murmured as the whole place exploded with the clash. He had not heard this voice since the events at Kokoyashi village. It was his mythical zone. For some reason it was also manifesting. Do you want to get stronger? The voice of Ifrit once again resonated in his consciousness. He gritted his teeth. Yes, he yelled, all while defending himself from the external attack, but Sengoku hit him again. Unleash your power, but there will be a price. He heard this as he stood up. The situation in front of the square was not good at all, as everyone was thrown back once again. No one could confront the Elder head-on, as they launched all their elements and power at him together, but the Elder always came out without a scratch, no matter what they used on him. Price. Luffy murmured and unconsciously received all this information from his fruits. The price was that he could not use his fruits for a while as he forcibly released his power. But also if he used his maximum abilities, he would be a common user for a while, but still with the weaknesses. So be it. I need to increase my strength, Luffy admitted, as he began to give in to the maximum strength of one of his fruits. He felt at that moment his Moa Moa no enter its current maximum potency, while everything was in slow motion. I feel like I can do anything. That my limits are all broken. Luffy murmured, feeling that he had reached his peak. Garp and Sengoku prepared to fight as they had several injuries after fighting so much with Luffy, felt that the pirate in front of them had changed. Luffy, Garp murmured, as he felt his grandson still unconsciously releasing his haki, but he suddenly became extremely dangerous seeing him close his eyes for a moment before opening them again. The situation was not easy at all, and even against so many, Saturn was crushing them. Hancock was fighting him now, but she found herself cornered while everyone had been thrown back. Whitebeard was trying to do something as he began to crush Teach's pirates, unable to do anything with Whitebeard still being in a much better state than he had anticipated. Alright, I'll do this. Luffy looked at his two adversaries. Release 200 times, 100 times in speed and 100 times in strength. Luffy murmured as he felt his body become much stronger. He was now not only fast but powerful. He disappeared the next moment. Garp immediately felt his speed as before while predicting his attack with his haki. But as soon as the two fists collided, he was extremely surprised by the power of his grandson, being thrown backwards. "Garp?" Sengoku exclaimed, before Luffy switched to 200 times speed and appeared in front of the Buddha, while he put his hand in front, but as soon as he received a punch with 200 times the strength of Luffy, he was immediately thrown back like a rocket. "BOOMMMMMMM, Fleet Vice Admiral, Hero Garp," the Marines exclaimed, stunned by that, not imagining how two of the strongest in the Navy were thrown like rockets by the rookie who suddenly became much stronger. "I feel," Luffy murmured as his haki began to become more controlled at that moment. He began to reach a new level. He looked to one side, while Garp appeared at that moment. "I've seen this before it happened. I can see the future." Luffy was quite surprised with this. His haki was auto-evolving as he had the desire to become stronger. Although not complete, he had already reached a new level. He looked at his hand as the armament haki also manifested, being the advanced form of emission, one that he had been trying to reach in recent months, but it was extremely difficult. However, it finally began to appear. Just like the observation haki, it was not complete, but it had reached this level. His manifestation of the king's haki was also getting stronger. His layer was more solid than before. He felt increasingly in control of this bad situation. Garp advanced towards Luffy and he could almost see it in slow motion. He faced his grandfather head-on, with his punch reaching the face of the Navy hero with all his possible strength. "Luffy! Save them!" Luffy opened his eyes while hearing his grandfather's last words. It was obvious that Garp let Luffy finish him off this time so that he could also fight Saturn. Sengoku stood up on the other side of Marineford seeing Garp destroy a part of the city with his body before falling to the ground and not getting up again. He tried to act, but quickly a ball of energy with purple flames advanced against him like a bullet. It came so fast that he didn't have time to react as the entire area exploded with him at the center. Luffy no longer wasted time with them as he moved to the front of the square with the fight with Saturn. While everyone had fallen back and Hancock tried to hold back the Elder so that he wouldn't kill anyone from Luffy's crew. But this put her in danger and Luffy had to act faster, even forcing his fruit, exceeding the previously established limit and making it enter 240 times his speed. "Raccoon here. I want your opinion on the chapter. I tried to push Luffy to surpass his limits. He still has the awakening of his zone, which will happen in the next chapter." Everyone was beginning to fall before the power of Saturn. This elder was fighting against everyone at once, and even under a great pressure from several simultaneous attacks, everyone could see he was barely getting hurt, no matter how much they attacked him. Then, at one moment, Zoro took advantage of an opening and cut him, severing one of his legs. However, everyone was shocked when Saturn's leg began to regenerate. He quickly threw Zoro back, making the swordsman crash against the ground, injuring him. The situation was not easy for the others either, especially when all had strength below that of Zoro. Even the giants were thrown around like dolls from the impact. Hugo received such a strong attack from Saturn that he fell out of his transformation while falling unconscious among the pirates. Saturn could also drain life energy with just his gaze, and this made numerous low-ranking pirates fall in the middle of the battle that was just beginning. "Why is it so hard to beat him?" Lucy murmured, as she leapt into the air and blew on her finger, inflating it and creating a giant hand like a balloon before launching her attack at the Elder. Saturn just saw this and merely scoffed while watching the insignificant attack, raising his hand before easily stopping it. "Why is it so hard?" Lucy murmured, gritting her teeth and quickly losing her attack. Saturn began to launch several fireballs towards the girl in the air with another ability from his own Akuma no Mi. "I won't let this happen," a voice exclaimed, and Ace quickly flew up in flames. Ace appeared in front of all of Saturn's fire attacks, which exploded in the air. "Ah!" Ace exclaimed, as he fell to the ground, surprising everyone since he was burned, even being a Logia of the body. He fell like a puppet on the ground, while looking trembling at his charred hands, wondering how this could be happening. "Do you think I can't burn you?" Saturn mocked. "But even though you are the son of that man, you are not as important as the 4 people here. So you don't have my interest." Saturn mocked and saw Lucy fall at that moment beside him. He again went to launch his attack on Lucy, but all the Straw Hat members did not let it happen. Everyone used their greatest powers. Chow Chow opened his mouth sending all the elements, Kuina throwing huge shards of ice, Nami and Vivi with the power of the wind, Nijiko punching with bombs, Robin transforming into her giant demon form, Zoro launching his dark cutting energies, Hachi using 6 styles, Shirahoshi launching her trident, Alvida using her weapon, Chopper, punching him to the ground, Baby 5 launching all the missiles she could, and Jimbei launching his aquatic karate. It was not just them, also the division commanders, while Jozu, Vista, and the others launched their attacks at the same time, powerful enough to destroy a reinforced Gate of Justice, when launched together. Immediately, a huge explosion occurred in the square with Saturn in the middle of it, even blasting the wall that separated the bay from the square back, vaporizing it. Saturn seemed to evaporate, leaving a view to the frozen and destroyed bay with a huge smoke rising in the middle of the view. As the smoke began to dissipate, a shadow emerged again and Saturn appeared as if nothing had happened, recovering from the few cuts and injuries he had suffered as quickly as any Eikon fruit. "You are so weak," he mocked. Immediately, he launched a shockwave and his unique flames, causing the whole area to explode. In the next moment, everyone was burned and thrown back, with several injuries. Chow Chow and Chopper also fell unconscious due to the injuries they endured, while the rest of the crew was burning. He quickly moved to grab one of them before retreating, burying them in the ground with his claw. This was none other than Lucy while her body was quite burned and injured. Being unable to do anything below the elder, being squeezed, and the only thing keeping her from being crushed was her body being made of rubber. "I finally caught you. You are a potentially dangerous threat to leave alive, so it's time to end this," Saturn spoke, as he raised his leg, transforming it into a hockey spear, before launching it towards Lucy on the ground who could not react. But before he could kill her, he quickly lifted that leg even higher as another feather came running while slamming against him, pushing him back a few meters as he was dragged. This was Hancock, who had used all her strength in that attack. "You bastard!" Hancock landed on the ground, looking furiously at Saturn, who had not even been hurt, nor had he been petrified by the effect of the love fruit, just scoffing with his gaze. "So you are betraying the Marines, Shichibukai?" Saturn said with a dangerous tone. "I will not let you hurt her. I will not let you kill her." She spoke with a determined look, not wanting to let her husband's sister die, as she did not want to see him sad. "Very well, then come. You will die along with them," Saturn decided. Immediately, a fight started with Hancock, while Luffy was still fighting against 2 enemies at that moment. Hancock's fight against Saturn was disastrous. The girl was on the ground a moment later, while no one had yet recovered from the last attack and Lucy could not even stand up properly. Hancock was a bit hurt, while Saturn calmly approached to finish her. "You are pregnant," he accused, feeling the life growing in her womb. "But that does not matter, you will die here," he spoke, about to thrust one of his claws into the Shichibukai with Hancock looking at him furiously. But before anyone could intervene in that execution by Saturn, a swift shadow appeared, so fast that the ground exploded as it passed through the entire square. The Marines did not even notice what was happening, only realizing when the explosion threw them away. Luffy was feeling his body reaching the limit, even more now that he was surpassing all the limits of his fruits, but he did not care. He had gained a chance to unleash the true power and would not let Hancock die there, even if he had to use his body to defend her. And that was exactly what happened. Saturn could not react, while he was about to kill Hancock. Luffy appeared right in front, exploding the ground with his feet, and was pierced by Saturn at that exact moment, confused and surprised by the sudden explosion when he attacked Hancock. With the dust settling and Hancock opening her eyes, Saturn was also surprised to see Luffy in front of her, being pierced by his claw as it went through his chest. "LUUUUUUUUUFFFFFFFFFYYYYYYYY," Hancock exclaimed, frightened. But it was not just her. Everyone looked shocked at that. "LUUUUUUUUUFFFFFFFYYYYYYYY," Lucy also screamed nearby, as she stumbled on the ground, looking frightened to see her brother in that state. Luffy, Ace trembled at that sight. Luffy, all his crewmates still standing and injured, looked frightened at the scene of their captain being pierced. Luffy coughed a little as blood ran down his lip and he looked at Hancock behind him. "Get out of here now," he ordered so firmly to the girl. "No. You are," she said trembling. "Get out now," Luffy shouted angrily at her, and Hancock, despite being enraged and frightened, nodded trembling and quickly moved away from him, grabbing Lucy who was also there and screaming for Luffy. Luffy looked at Saturn. "Yeah, you're here, you bastard." He cracked a bloody smile, while Saturn looked on with amazed eyes. "What was that speed? Not even I could react. It surpasses Kizaru many times," Saturn commented, frowning. "Like it, don't you?" Luffy taunted. "But this is just the beginning," he said as he began to grasp the feather on his chest. Luffy was careful not to hit his heart, as that would mean his death. Even with immense pain, he was satisfied that he succeeded in protecting the mother of his children and his children. Luffy felt Saturn's claw heat up at that moment, as he pulled it out of his chest, and threw it forward, with blood gushing from him in hemorrhage. His skin around the hole in his chest began to turn dark. "This is one of the effects of my power. You will die horribly," Saturn mocked, as he had something similar to Magellan when he used his awakening. All of Saturn's claws could generate this effect while the ground began to melt or corrode around him at that moment. "You are really dangerous, and I didn't expect to find someone like you here," Luffy said while spitting out some blood. He didn't seem to care about his wound. His skin began to darken, spreading like a virus. Everyone looked on in shock, even behind the screens, where everyone was speechless watching the events unfold in ways they did not anticipate. First, an elder in person was there, showing that the world government had such power in their hands, surpassing even the power of the Navy. And another moment, Luffy appeared there, looking like he was going to die in front of everyone. People were shocked. Others cried at this moment, as they knew him. His crew was devastated seeing their captain in that state. But Luffy didn't seem to care about any of that. He appeared calm, and Saturn frowned when he saw the pirate's expression in front of him. Something was wrong and he didn't know what it was. In the end, Luffy had reached the limit of his body using 240 times his speed, but he was still far from finished. He would surpass what his body could endure even more until his people were out of here safely. After all, he still had one card left. He sighed even with that hole that seemed to have destroyed part of his lung. Everything seemed to calm down for him at this moment. Luffy noticed that around him, everything began to disappear while darkness filled his surroundings. There, in front of him, in the middle of the darkness, lights began to appear, or rather, purple flames began to burn, while a gigantic creature stared at him with eyes between the flames and the darkness. "Do you want to use my power?" the voice asked, one that Luffy still remembered very well when he heard it for the first time, ancient and powerful. "Yes, I am ready to pay the price," Luffy spoke. "Alright. Then use my power as much as you can use, and I will sleep after that. When you come back, I don't want to see the weakling you are again, since you don't have the capacity to use all my strength yet," the voice spoke and mocked Luffy. Luffy almost laughed at that. After all, his fruit was calling him a weakling even after reaching such a level, but he still had to admit he was far from the top of this world. He sighed and looked firm, even with the hole in the middle of his chest, and nodded to the creature while ignoring all the pain he felt. "Remember, I am not like the other icons. I will be the Lord of Chaos." The voice spoke again as the darkness around him began to change again and the flames he was seeing disappeared. Luffy found himself again in the middle of Marineford Square, while everyone stared at him breathlessly. Garp was scared in the distance joining his crew, while Whitebeard frowned. Luffy, who had stopped to sigh, lifted his head a few inches staring directly into Saturn's eyes. They shone as if everything was alright now, with the elder looking curiously at him. "What is happening to him? He should be dying. Something isn't right. I feel something is coming." The elders began to speak among themselves telepathically, but Saturn immediately opened his eyes to Luffy seeing his change faster than anyone else in the world. Suddenly, Luffy began to laugh softly while lowering his head and then burst out laughing loudly, leaving everyone confused and stunned with just his voice echoing in that destruction. He laughed looking up in the end, until he began to stop and finally stopped. Luffy looked forward and had an excited smile for Saturn. "Let's start our real fight now," he spoke. The next moment, all the darkness that was reaching his skin suddenly began to disappear and the hole that Saturn had created, piercing several parts and various internal organs, began to be rebuilt in an instant. The next moment, his chest was normal in the time of a breath. Saturn looked stunned while Luffy felt something as a circle began to grow on his back with flames of chaos. He would finally awaken his fruit. In the midst of all that situation, an explosion occurred the next instant, sweeping across the entire battlefield. Saturn, being the closest at the time, was the first to receive it. The explosion invaded all sides of the destroyed square, catching both the Whitebeard pirates and the Straw Hat crew members. Hancock still held Lucy as she moved away, quickly turned back, placing her hand a bit forward to shield herself from the wind created by Luffy, while her hair was thrown backwards. Lucy also looked dazed into the distance, not knowing what was happening. Hachi and Babo suddenly began to shrink, losing Luffy's ability and trying to shield themselves on the ground. The same could be said as ships began to fly out of Luffy's pocket, starting to grow and falling in the middle of the square. Nami and Kuina, already tired and injured from fighting Saturn, returned to their normal forms. Vivi, Nijiko, Alvida, and Baby 5 were there nearby the others, feeling the wind Luffy was creating. Luffy-sama. Shirahoshi exclaimed frightened to Luffy. She was still quite scared seeing the sight of the man she loved in a near-death state, tears streaming with the wind blowing her hair. Zoro also jumped to his companions amidst the chaos, while looking at Chocho, Hugo, and Chopper, lying on the ground. "We need to get them," he said, his voice slightly muffled by the wind. At that moment, the wind began to swirl stronger, with yellow and red lightning simultaneously exploding in all directions. The Marines felt it soon after, while trying to hold firm. The Vice Admirals, a bit recovered but still injured, looked dazed towards the end of the square closest to the bay. "What is this?" Suru murmured next to the fallen Vice Admirals, as Yamato fought against Kizaru, looking towards Luffy. "He's okay," Yamato said with a heavy heart, after having seen him being pierced, but he could do nothing at that moment as he was still fighting Kizaru. The three noticed Luffy passing by them at high speed, with no one even able to react. "What is this? What fear?" Kizaru murmured with a real sense of fear this time. Lami and Usopp, fighting against Akainu, also felt the wind and haki at that moment, as Akainu looked on with narrowed eyes. Luffy's companions wondered what was happening to him at that moment. Kuzan, Reiju, and Marco were also hit by the wave of Conqueror's haki, which passed beyond the gap that Whitebeard had created, moving to the other side of the square. Meanwhile, the rest of the Marines, mostly with Sengoku and Garp, looked from a distance as Garp stood up and stared wide-eyed, his shoulder sagging. "Luffy," he murmured, not understanding what was happening there and how his grandson had changed so much. Even Sengoku, who was standing, looked wide-eyed. Whitebeard, who was knocking down Teach again as he screamed in pain, felt the impact of the Conqueror's haki, along with Teach's other crew members shielding themselves from the wind, as the strongest man in the world turned to look at the start of the square. This Conqueror's haki was not limited just to that space. It began to explode more, spreading throughout all of Marineford, and advancing into the sea while generating opposing waves pushing the sea back. Thunders resonated throughout the place, with armament haki and echoes of thunders from a time. "This is much more powerful than the 7 users together. What is happening to this boy?" Whitebeard murmured, surprised by Luffy's incredible sudden strength. Meanwhile, Saturn stood there, still firm, but still looking at that dazed. Luffy was in a transformation, while his skin turned purple as in the hybrid phase. This time, there were red symbols and a tongue that seemed unknown to anyone. It began to wrap around his entire body. His size was the same as the hybrid phase he had, but he felt that, instead of increasing his strength 6 times, it had multiplied by at least about 30 times. Luffy felt his personality change because of it, since, when a fruit awakens, he ends up assuming the form of the beast he completely ate. Luffy continued to release his haki as his head began to rise, starting to stare down Saturn in front of him. His observation haki had evolved, and he foresaw the future, seeing the future where Hancock had been pierced and likely killed along with her 2 daughters. This was enough to drive any man out of his sanity. Luffy looked at him as if he were the worst enemy to appear in his life. Luffy, who had already killed mercilessly, wanted to make this man suffer like no other he had fought. He wanted to make the man burn and scream. He wanted to make him regret having messed with him. He wanted to show this inferior being what happens when someone tries to destroy his descendants. "You're going to die here," was the only word Luffy spoke, while Saturn, although surprised, would scoff at what he heard. But the next moment, Luffy simply disappeared and Saturn felt his face being buried. The next moment, Luffy's punch seemed to even break reality as the space around him began to distort, burying the punch in Saturn's face, increasing his strength and speed 200 times each. A millisecond later, the entire area exploded, enveloping the entire square in cracks and debris flying into the sky as if someone was digging, and everyone there was caught by the attack. Saturn disappearing, flying with just one punch to the face of that elder. And suddenly, the entire bay exploded with him piercing the ground while continuing to fly downward. Nobody really saw what happened. They only saw the explosion emerging. Not even Zoro, there, could see, being the most proficient in haki. Everything happened without anyone being able to react. After all, a millisecond had passed since Luffy advanced. Saturn felt his nose and face cracking as he exploded, moving directly to the sea outside the ice. He didn't even know what was happening. And he couldn't even react with something breaking the ice near him and advancing as it surpassed. Luffy traveled the ice without any resistance, while his own body emitted a layer of heat burning the ice as if it were a sword piercing soft sand in an instant, since his flames had entered another level, entering the form that could consume matter with its high heat, corroding everything around him without even needing to touch it. He practically flew. And as soon as Saturn tried to regain consciousness once again, he felt the impact on his back, breaking all his bones and flying again, exploding that area. The entire ice of the bay suddenly exploded upwards with the force of Luffy. Everything happened in just 2 or 3 milliseconds while Luffy threw it to the bay and exploded the entire bay. No one could understand anything or even have a thought with all that happening, still trying to recover from the first attack that blew up the entire square while the bay and the ice flew everywhere. The bodies of the other 10 Ryubitos and unconscious Kong also flew to the sky with the ice. Luffy had destroyed the entire bay of ice with a single punch, while the sea, wanting to fill that waterless area, quickly rapped against it. But as soon as it reached, it suddenly vaporized at the same instant without being able to touch him, generating an explosion of vapor. But he did not stay there for long, since he had to make that elder suffer more. Saturn was sent out towards him like a broken doll, flying above the ice, reaching 3,000 meters in less than 0.001 seconds. And as soon as he opened his eyes, Luffy was already there, preparing to deliver an uppercut to him while his space distorted, stronger than any other. The punch was so powerful the next moment, that a part of the elder's mass simply disappeared from his body, while all the clouds around also vanished with just that punch, generating an impact so powerful that it emitted pressure in all directions. Saturn was sent flying towards space at a speed that no one could follow. The people of Marineford were still reeling from the square being destroyed by Luffy's first punch, when it suddenly stopped the next moment, as the impact of the third punch sent all the ice crashing back down instantly, causing everything to crumple under a pressure that no one knew where it came from. The entirety of Marineford felt the impact, as pirates and marines fell to the ground from the pressure coming from the sky, and even the sea itself was descending. The Tower of Justice simply sank, exploding into the ground along with the entire city. "What is this?" The strongest marines still managed to speak, but they were lying on the ground feeling the pressure crushing them. Garp was there, unable to keep up with everything, trying to withstand the pressure of his grandson with his knees on the ground to avoid being like most of the marines, crushed as their bodies seemed to bend against the concrete. The division commanders, admirals, and even the Straw Hat were on the ground, unable to move. The strongest could still be in a better position, but even Whitebeard, the most powerful in the world, was kneeling at this moment, looking at it with wide eyes. The entire sea of that area had been buried to the point that Marineford was showing its structure below it, from the earth to the concrete built. It was a surreal scene for everyone there. Buggy and all the prisoners were being crushed and frightened as they screamed, and even the Den Den Mushi seemed to shrink in its recording. Everyone watching had expressions from a second ago. After all this happened in less than a second. The pressure exploded and began to spread to all sides of the sea, while the clouds disappeared into the sea. Saturn was gushing blood as he flew among the clouds towards the planet's atmosphere. He didn't even know what was happening. It all happened in an instant and he didn't even have time to feel the pain of his shattered body at that moment. Luffy reappeared in front of him and punched him once more, and another impact explosion occurred 200,000 meters from the sea, creating another impact while the Elder flew towards the sky. They passed through the troposphere, stratosphere, mesosphere, with Luffy feeling the temperature drop to -90 degrees Celsius, entering the thermosphere where the temperature increased, and finally they reached the exosphere. The temperature was so hot in this layer, not that it bothered Luffy, but the Elder had flames over his body. Saturn couldn't even enjoy the view of the planet he had now, with the entire orbit in front of him, close to finally leaving the planet's habitat and entering space. Luffy quickly followed him. With each step of his Jeppo, he was tens of kilometers away, and saw that the Elder was beginning to regenerate his body. "It's time to end this," he said as he approached the Elder, clenching his fist as he began to accumulate flames, much more than any attack Luffy had ever attempted. He delivered a punch while Saturn could only watch, his death coming in a way he couldn't have imagined when he left Marijoy, because Luffy simply struck him. The entire space around began to distort. Beyond the force, he had accumulated his emission and coating of the King's Haki. Saturn's body shattered, as he was sent directly into space, with the purple flames generating a beam like a comet flying out of the planet carrying the remains of Saturn's body. This attack was so powerful, that the pressure once again descended downwards and exploded all the clouds in the sky and created more pressure at the point below Luffy, being Marineford, the entire sea below once again, and everyone fell to the ground the next moment. Unaware of the chaos he had created thousands of kilometers below him, Luffy looked ahead. The entire world of One Piece was in front of him. He felt that his power was now on another level. That he could kill anyone he wanted in this world, but he also knew that this was temporary and had a price. He sighed and simply moved downward, disappearing the next moment. In just a few steps, Marineford under his pressure was in sight. He quickly advanced and landed on the island, but his landing simply broke the pressure and the entirety of Marineford began to rise at that moment. All arms of the moon in its bay rising to the sky, throwing numerous pirates and marines around, while another part of Marineford also rose, exploding everything. People behind the screens began to look at it in shock. No one knew what to say about it, and what exactly was happening. It all happened in 2 seconds since Luffy's first attack on Saturn, making everyone there feel between high and low in such a short time. The entire chaos took a while to stabilize as Marineford had its axes twisted with raised parts, while the sea returned to its normal level, but this caused chaos throughout the sea. People in Sabaody looked to one side with a rumble coming, and suddenly a powerful wind hit the island, like all the islands around Marineford. This was the impact of the first punch on Saturn taking him to the sky. A moment later, another explosion came from Luffy throwing Saturn into space, while everyone in the world could see a purple comet in the sky, seeming to move away from the planet. People screamed in fright, wondering if what they were seeing was real. No one could reason what they were seeing. Amidst the chaos, the dust settled and Luffy was in the middle of the raised place. Everyone looked at him with fear. "This is not possible, what kind of power is this?" People commented, whether they were Marines or pirates, looking at him with conflicting feelings. It was almost as if they had seen a god among mortals. Luffy just kept looking up at the sky, searching for any sign of the Elder in that comet, if he was still alive. The entire world was shocked by this, and at that moment, Dragon was advancing while landing on one of the raised arms of Marineford's bay. But no one even paid attention to him because everyone was focused on Monkey D. Luffy, or whatever that was now. The sea finally surged upwards, creating chaos on the water's surface with splashes in every direction, making it seem like it was raining for a while, until things finally began to calm down. The sounds of explosions still echoed through the environment as the place finally began to settle, with debris stopping its descent. Marineford had lost all the glory it displayed just a few hours ago. The Tower of Justice was no more, the entire city had been devastated. It stood tilted, diagonally. The whole island had 3 sides up, and only a few lowered slightly, but still maintained a diagonal stance, showing the entire area in a state of destruction. How could this happen? The Marines murmured, clinging to various places to avoid falling down. No one there had imagined that such a thing could happen. The sailors looked again towards the being who had stopped in the middle of it all. Luffy maintained his form in awakening. His eyes fixed on the ground, but it was as if he was aware of everything happening around him at that moment, with nothing escaping his perception. Everyone looked, and most had a gleam of fear of what that pirate had now done to one of the elders of the world government, those who ruled the world. This is the power of Luffy, Zoro murmured, so shocked he couldn't believe what he saw. He hadn't even seen what had just happened. Luffy, Yamato murmured. So this is the power of a true god. Enel's eyes were shining at this moment. He and other Logias felt the impact of Luffy's punch closer, as their bodies were smashed to the ground, transforming into their element. But even in this form, they could not escape the pressure. Enel felt imposing and now saw the true power of that demon. He had finally seen the point he aspired to reach. Garp was shocked in a corner, after rescuing some marines, being Helmeppo and Kobe, who almost fell into one of the holes Luffy had created with his impact. Garp looked at his grandson, also shocked. Does he have that much power? He murmured, but soon narrowed his eyes, realizing that this was a temporary power. Luffy had done something that broke the limits of his fruits and body, meaning he would have to pay in some way. His gaze returned upward as he saw Luffy's father standing at a distance, looking at him with serious eyes. Did you come to rescue him too? He murmured, since Dragon wouldn't come here for Ace, his reason for coming here must be because of the elder himself and the danger that Luffy and Lucy were in. Lucy was shocked, still clinging to Boa Hancock, who also looked with stunned eyes, just like the others at her husband. Most couldn't believe it, wondering if the being there transformed was really Luffy, who remained silent the whole time. Luffy ignored them and his gaze passed to his father for a second, but he moved upward as the sky began to darken. He didn't even make a sound or speak as he saw a shadow approaching, and the others also looked at the same at that moment. Kaido had finally arrived at the war too. What is he doing here? Sengoku murmured, but not as shocked as he should have been. He had seen too much to be surprised by another Yonkou appearing here. That's Kaido. The commanders of the Whitebeard divisions pointed to the sky. Kaido? The Yonkou? Nami exclaimed, stunned. From a distance, Yamato opened her mouth, shocked, as she saw her father approaching, enveloping Marineford until finally emerging from the clouds. Yamato! Kaido exclaimed. What are you doing here? Yamato yelled angrily. I came to take you home, you ungrateful son, Kaido said. He was about to say more, as he was determined to grab Yamato and take her to Wano, but the next moment, there was an explosion in the middle of the destroyed island, with something being launched flying towards Kaido as the dragon was surprised by Luffy shooting into the sky and seeing a man transformed into his beast form in front of him. He looked surprised and didn't even have time to react when he received a punch right on the side of his cheek, creating an impact that generated another force of wind, but not as powerful as the attack. Am I bleeding? How is this possible? Kaido couldn't believe what he was feeling as blood came out of his mouth from the punch, and as he flew upward, he felt someone grabbing his tail and, before he could continue, he was immediately pulled down as Luffy spun him around, leaving everyone in Marineford stunned by that scene. Even Whitebeard was looking at it with wide eyes, since he didn't expect Kaido's visit, let alone this development. Kaido was thrown to the ground the next moment, while his body, a snake hundreds of meters long, exploded directly in the middle of the pirates and marines, creating another explosion, cracking more of the place and destroying even more structures of Marineford. Luffy decided to act immediately after. He was at his time limit in his transformation, feeling his strength decreasing more and more. He only had 30% of the strength he had fought with against Saturn at this moment, so he would use these last moments to finish Kaido before he could hurt someone from his crew or even take his wife, Yamato. This bastard! Kaido murmured as his huge body began to shrink with all the marines watching him shrink. He appeared in the middle of the smoke a moment later in his hybrid form with blood running down his forehead and lips. His gaze fixed on Luffy still in the air, with Kaido narrowing his eyes. Kaido! An explosion resounded with a voice with a tone of anger, as Whitebeard slammed his weapon on the ground, creating a tremor. What are you doing here? Whitebeard was furious with Kaido appearing in the war. As much as I want to fight you, old man, you are finished. Kaido turned to Whitebeard and mocked, seeing him full of wounds. But I am not interested in you or your crew. What I want is my son back. he said as Yamato landed on the ground and raised her weapon. That's not going to happen, old man. Yamato spoke. She was finally free. She had seen the world she always wanted to see, met people, and even fell in love. She wouldn't return to that life in Wano again. She didn't want it, and neither did Luffy. After all, he moved the next moment, distorting the air with his high speed, and the next moment, an explosion emerged as Luffy exploded the ground in front of Kaido, facing him. Kaido looked at him, raising an eyebrow. Luffy hadn't spoken any words since he awakened his fruit, so he continued in silence. So you are Monkey D. Luffy? The one who married my daughter? Kaido murmured. You are really strong, stronger than I imagined. But I am the strongest creature in the world. He spoke, seeing the blood on his hand before turning back to the pirate. But I admit, no one should be able to injure me so easily, he murmured. Kaido even felt powerful beings for a moment as he approached Marineford, but saw that one of them had disappeared. Luffy said nothing again and simply exploded the ground, advancing. Kaido didn't waste time, drew his weapon, and struck vertically at Luffy, but the Straw Hat easily dodged quickly, while Kaido kept striking, and received a punch from Luffy, sending him flying into the sky. The next moment, Luffy reappeared by his side, with Kaido unable to do anything, looking surprised with pain and surprise, and was struck once more from behind, flying straight. Luffy appeared on the other side, punching him again. This started an aerial beating where Luffy began to occur through the air, punching Kaido from one side to the other. Luffy. Dragon watched from a distance as his son beat a Yonkou, unable to do anything but be struck. As the entire world still saw only flashes racing across the high area of Marineford, Luffy was now beating one of the most powerful enemies in front of the entire world. He's reaching his limit. Whitebeard noticed something, and he would have helped the rookie deal with the dragon. But suddenly enemies began to appear around him, with Teach taking advantage of that moment of distraction, attacking him. However, Whitebeard quickly started to fight him as well, continuing his battle against Teach and his crew. Yamato watched Luffy fight her father, surprised, unable to do anything as a light appeared beside her. Kizaru was trying to attack and Enel quickly defended her. Hey, pay attention to the devil, focus on the fight, he complained, and Yamato nodded, returning to fight Kizaru again. The other pirates were still standing, but Zoro was the first to act. Hey, everyone, grab the idle ships and put them in the bay, he quickly exclaimed, as everyone there went to the ships that had come out of Luffy's pocket and groaned due to him losing control of his fruit upon awakening. Leave it to me. Jozu started to pick up one of the ships, lifting it with his own strength. There were Black Pearl, Sunny Go, Enel's barge, the ship from the Goa Kingdom, a ship of a Tenryubito, and the ship of Germa 66 with a huge snail. Everyone also helped while Nami grabbed one of them, assisting with her giant claws, and others also pushing it through the openings in the wall. There were still 6 Tenryubitos trapped in the sail of the main ship, but no one seemed to care about that. Hey, we need to get oars out of here, Ace exclaimed, being another who had come out of Luffy's pocket and had grown along with the ships. The pirates quickly began to push him out of the bay. Don't let the pirates get out, the Marines clamored and began trying to advance as everyone started to retreat, with the Straw Hat members taking the unconscious to their main ship. Black Pearl finally fell into the water as the crew members jumped onto it. Garp. We can't let them get out, Sengoku exclaimed, since he had 3 options. Help the admirals, interfere in Luffy's fight with Kaido, or deal with Whitebeard. Choosing to deal with the fleeing pirates, leaving the pirates to kill each other. Garp didn't want to act, but he had no choice. However, just as they were about to advance, a figure flew in front of them, preventing them at least from going to Luffy and the other pirates. Dragon, Garp murmured seeing who had landed, and Sengoku frowned deeply. You can't let these people go sailing. Dragon spoke looking at his father. Chief Dragon, Ivankov shouted surprised from afar as he entered the Black Pearl. Look, it's the world's worst criminal. Reporters quickly began taking pictures and writing things, as bizarre as the events were. Luffy still continued to beat Kaido, but his punches began to lose strength. He was down to just 5% of his explosive strength, and Kaido finally managed to breathe easier. This bastard, I didn't know he was so strong, Kaido murmured in the air still being beaten. He was drenched in blood and wounded, not imagining that he would be beaten by anyone here. But he finally began to react to an increasingly weaker Luffy. Luffy was losing his strength at that moment. He felt that he could no longer hurt Kaido, and Kaido was finally able to defend himself, before striking Luffy with his weapon clad in haki with Black Thunder, and he was immediately thrown to the ground. Luffy coughed up blood as his body began to lose the effect of awakening, and Kaido took this opportunity to strike him, advancing to the ground. "Come on. Get out of here, I need a bit more strength," Luffy murmured as his body flickered between awakening and normal form, as if he was commanding but his current condition did not allow it. Kaido approached at that moment with his strike, "Reime Hake," he exclaimed as he approached the ground, and just as he reached the straw hat, an explosion emerged and someone reappeared, striking against Kaido's weapon. Luffy lay on the ground as he began to completely lose his awakened transformation again. He saw the strongest man in the world engaging in a battle above him with Kaido, with the Conqueror's haki causing explosions everywhere. Whitebeard had just simply blown up Teach and the others while everyone seemed to be fallen on the side of the destroyed part of the city. From the ground, Luffy watched in surprise. "So, this is a battle between Yonkers," he murmured while beneath the impact of the two weapons that weren't even touching. Whitebeard and Kaido momentarily distanced themselves from each other. Whitebeard might have been at a disadvantage against Kaido before, but now he was also severely beaten by Luffy. "Do you need help, kid? You'd better get out of here," Whitebeard said while waiting for the next attack. Luffy struggled to his feet, finding a bit of strength to do so. He raised his hand and tried to generate purple flames, but they appeared briefly and easily extinguished. "Seems like I've lost that ability for a while," Luffy murmured, feeling that his icon was no longer there. Once again, Whitebeard and Kaido clashed, and Luffy moved away while looking towards his companions. Apart from the battles with the admirals, all of them were boarding the ships as soon as they were placed in the bay. A group of vice admirals began to approach them to prevent it, while Luffy sighed and finally spoke again. "Lami, prepare to get everyone out of here," Luffy exclaimed, as Lami, still fighting against Akainu, nodded. It was time to finally start retreating from Marineford. Lami heard Luffy and nodded. Finally, the moment had come for them to leave Marineford. She quickly began to create her room, expanding it across the battlefield. Meanwhile, Luffy couldn't help but look at his father there, keeping Garp and Sengoku occupied, while the ships were starting to leave the bay. He nodded at that and began running towards the end of the plaza, feeling Momonga appear beside him with his sword. He was quite injured, but that was normal after all his wounds on the battlefield. Luffy only had his body's abilities at that moment, with his devil fruits losing their effect. His cloak was all torn at this point, and he quickly discarded it while Momonga cut the cloak, with Luffy using it as a decoy. Momonga saw Luffy appear right next to the cloak, surprised as he received a punch coated with Luffy's haki. The Vice Admiral flew back at that moment, exploding the ground. Luffy resumed running through the destruction, shirtless. "We won't let you get out of here," another Vice Admiral, Strawberry, tried to cut him while he moved his body, seeing the future, and turned his body, with the knife passing by his side. He was about to punch seeing the opening, but quickly turned to the side as someone appeared with Soru and punched him with haki. Suru hit Luffy, crossing his arms while falling back and exploding the ground. But Luffy quickly started running again. "We have to stop him," Suru exclaimed, still standing in place, seeing Luffy pass by another side. "I won't let you go," Mugiwara, Dalmatian appeared at that moment, ready to punch him. "I want to see you try." Luffy, despite being beyond his limit after the fights, ran while advancing with emission haki. A clash between the two fists made the area explode, and Luffy began to gain the upper hand. Dalmatian quickly felt himself being pushed back before flying away. "We have to stop him, he can't get out of here alive. You saw the power he showed, but now he's in a weakened state. We must stop him at any cost," exclaimed the other Vice Admirals. "Let's stop them," the low-ranking soldiers who stayed on that side and could still fight exclaimed while starting to aim at Luffy. He saw this and quickly unleashed Conqueror's haki in that area, making everyone fall unconscious. "I am forcing my hakis too much. I will have to use only the 6 styles," Luffy thought while passing by the fallen marines and reaching the edge of the precipice Whitebeard had created,
with the plaza forming a V due to the explosion Luffy created when landing from space.
He jumped and started using Jeppo to rise into the air. At that moment, Suru, Doberman, Strawberry, Cancer, Mozambia, and giant rear admirals with Commodores attacked Luffy while he dodged blows from guns, abilities, and blades trying to hit him. Luffy used Jeppo, Soru, and even Tekai to hold back the blows and avoid using Haki. Luffy turned to them all and showed his fingers in a pistol formation. Several Shigen were fired, hitting some of them and throwing them back.
A giant tried to hit him. While dodging, Luffy launched a Rankyaku with a kick, throwing the giant away with his weight, exploding the ground. While this was happening, several cracks appeared, and waves of Haki began to destroy the ground due to Whitebeard's fight against Kaido and Dragon's fight against Garp and Sengoku.
Luffy started dodging the blades of some vice admirals using Soru and Jeppo quickly, finally landing on the other side of the gap and beginning to advance towards the bay again, running.
Another vice admiral tried to hit him from the side, but he dodged, and Suru appeared again, with Luffy making a move at the last second. However, a third vice admiral managed to hit him with a Haki punch. Even being dragged with his arms crossed, Luffy didn't waste time and regained his balance before continuing to run while the vice admirals quickly ran after him using Geppo.
The vice admirals were no longer at their peak, so they weren't a powerful enough challenge to stop Luffy, even together and with him no longer using his devil fruits. A vice admiral landed in front of Luffy, who attacked as he dodged the blow and grabbed the opponent by the arm, pushing him over his shoulder and throwing him on top of the other vice admirals who were coming after. But Luffy didn't stop there. He simply pointed both closed fists at the man still suspended in the air and falling backwards, launching a strike. Rokuogen. He unleashed the seventh technique of the 6 styles for the first time in battle since he learned it. The tips of his 2 fists generated a vortex explosion, hitting that vice admiral, whose eyes turned white in the next moment as he fell defeated and advanced towards his companions, with the explosion hitting all the other vice admirals at that moment, throwing them back. Luffy sighed a bit and kept running. Now there were low-ranking soldiers and admirals fighting against his companions on this side of the square. Lami, Luffy exclaimed, now able to enter the space she created. Lami heard Luffy and quickly started moving everyone inside her space with the Ope no Mi. She, Usopp, Marco, Reiju, Enel, and Yamato disappeared with Luffy, reappearing at the edge of the square, near the exit. The ships now in the middle of the sea were starting to depart, all full of pirates leaving the square, but there were more ships at the edge of the bay where other pirates could take them. Even the Moby Dick, which had fallen after Luffy exploded the ice in one corner, the Whitebeard pirates began to fill it as they reached it. This also happened with the marine ship that the prisoners from Impelled Down had come on, with them on the ships and buggy still filming Marineford from that angle. The admirals saw the 7 fleeing and did not stand still. They quickly began to move, with Kizaru appearing in the sky and launching light rays downward. Enel also fired lightning bolts, which clashed with the light, but it wasn't enough. Since some flashes of light came out through the gaps, and the lightning exploded all over the ground. Lami again used her power and made everyone disappear from the attack, reappearing a little further away, closer to the bay than before. At that moment, Aokiji created an ice barrier between them and the sea, but Reiju and Usopp started firing fire and light rays while exploding the barrier, creating a breach that delayed them only for a few moments, as they passed through it. Come on, we're almost there, Luffy said, and the next moment, he looked back, seeing a rain of lava falling on them. Kizaru, you know what to do, Akainu exclaimed. I should separate one of them, right? Kizaru commented in his comedic tone. All the Straw Hats stopped at this moment as they began to strike the lava rain falling on them. Lightning, light, and fire mixed, and Luffy helped by punching with his custom Shigen, launching vacuum waves by punching the air. It was at this moment, as Lami was about to teleport them again, that Kizaru appeared in the middle of them. Before they could react, he kicked Luffy, who shot to the side of the bay, only having time to cross his arms, while Kizaru was quickly hit by several members who struck him in the next moment with anger, sending him flying back, with blood spilling several meters away. He exploded the ground with his body and did not get up from there, making the Marines wonder if he had been defeated like that, which was no surprise when he moved amidst so many Haki users. Luffy, his companions exclaimed, but quickly an ice wall reappeared, separating them from their captain. Luffy saw this from a distance, trying to get up still hurt. "Go away. I'll find a way," he shouted, as a lava explosion happened next to him, with Akainu walking up to him calmly. "You seem to have lost all your strength," Akainu taunted with a deadly gleam in his eyes. Luffy stared at him with narrowed eyes. "I'm not afraid of you even in this state. And what can I do? I just faced several forces at the same time, unlike you, a coward who likes to scheme but runs away when cornered," Luffy mocked, despite not being in a very favorable position against Akainu. "You talk as if you're still going to get out of here alive. I will kill you for daring to kill a Tenryubito and an elder. You are a greater threat than anyone else who has appeared in this world, and I will be the one to destroy you," Akainu said, positioning himself as a kind of hero. But Luffy wanted to laugh at his hypocrisy. The Straw Hats tried to destroy the ice barrier, but new ice walls emerged, as Akainu was determined not to let them pass, not even attacking them but ensuring they were kept separated. "This is an order from your captain," Luffy suddenly exclaimed again. "Return to the ships and leave the bay." He wanted to reinforce this, as his companions didn't seem to obey him. They nodded hesitantly, but they had no choice but to obey their captain. Lami disappeared with the others while Luffy sighed. Luffy faced Akainu, keeping a smile. He could no longer use healing on his body, while he was bruised in various parts. Suddenly, Luffy's Den Den Mushi started to rain. "Can you give me a second?" Luffy mocked Akainu, as an explosion of lava occurred right where he was, making him jump back. Another lava strike, from a giant fist, tried to hit him, but he dodged and grabbed the ringing Den Den Mushi and answered it. "Luffy, come here immediately," Nami exclaimed. Her face on the Den Den Mushi looked scared, but it wasn't that simple. "Luffy," another voice emerged. Luffy heard the tone of concern in Hancock, seeming like she was feeling unwell. Luffy, Lucy seemed scared. "Luffy, we're coming," Ace exclaimed. "Wait a little longer, Captain," Zoro said. "No," Luffy said calmly, dodging another blow from Akainu. "Careful not to touch any drops of lava. I want you to stay there, but I need a favor. Pass the Den Den Mushi to Beppo," he requested. "Captain," Beppo said immediately, now without his black power, looking scared and worried. "Beppo, remember when we talked before coming here? That thing I asked for?" Luffy said, as Beppo seemed to hesitate. "Yes, Captain. I want you to do exactly that," Luffy said. Beppo had everyone else looking at him confused, while he seemed hesitant, looking towards Marineford. Luffy had asked him to mark the island with his power as soon as they touched the square. He raised his hand and pointed, while all of Marineford suddenly started to tremble. Initially, those there thought it was Whitebeard's power, but even he was looking surprised at this, and Marineford was not just shaking but starting to levitate. The heart of marine justice, now a broken V-shaped structure, began to rise, separating from the solid land and staying suspended in the air while it continued to ascend. Sengoku looked worriedly at Garp and the other marines. The island began to levitate, and this appeared to the whole world, as Buggy continued filming from the ship they had boarded. The whole world saw the final unfolding of the war. As the island continued to rise, Luffy looked satisfied, and Akainu seemed quite frustrated. "Let's continue." Luffy looked at Akainu. "It's time for you to pay, with no way to escape this time," he said, closing his eyes. "I need one more second of my powers, it's all I ask," he murmured, opening his eyes, which became redder, staring at his prey in front of him. Akainu would suffer as Luffy began to transform again. Luffy's skin began to turn purple again, as red runes reappeared on his body, encircled by flames on his back. "What?" Akainu was surprised to see Luffy transforming again. Luffy said nothing and simply blasted the ground, Akainu's confidence quickly turning into a pained expression as his body was battered by Luffy, his bones beginning to break with his chest being hit. "I don't have much time," Luffy thought and quickly drew his sword, aiming to completely sever Akainu's head in slow motion, the entire place exploding just from his movement. Akainu saw his death approaching at that moment, while Kuzan looked stunned at the development and even tried to get close, but it was already too late. "Die," Luffy said as his blade neared Akainu's neck. However, Akainu tried to use his last resort, exploding into lava like a volcano in all directions. Luffy saw this but continued, knowing the lava wouldn't hurt him. The lava erupted everywhere at that moment and another explosion occurred, as a ball of lava shot into the distance, some of the own marines being hit by their admiral's attack, ready to be killed as they began to scream with the lava burning them. In the midst of the chaos and what appeared now a lake of lava, was Luffy, with lava still dripping from his skin, but he didn't seem to care now, as his gaze fell to the ground, with a severed arm. He managed to dodge the attack at the last moment. He continued staring at the arm, knowing he couldn't wait any longer, while a Kainu appeared in the distance coming out of the lava ball, his arm bleeding. In the last milliseconds of that second, Luffy exploded the ground as he flew towards the bay at high speed, passing by a Kainu. "Luffy!" Yamato exclaimed from Black Pearl amidst all the ships, as Luffy shot out of Marineford still rising like a missile before dropping towards the ship. Luffy crashed onto the deck of the ship the next moment, exploding against the wood of the ship before rolling, barely able to move at this point. "Luffy, are you okay?" His crew quickly went to him as he lay on the ground looking up at the sky. "It seems I'm just a bit tired," Luffy commented, feeling completely drained of his Akuma no Mi powers at this moment and quite injured, his body no longer having any strength. Luff YYY, Hancock, Lucy, Nami, Vivi, BABY5, Yamato, and even Beppo surrounded him, crying like children and hugging him the next moment. "Hey, I need to breathe," Luffy murmured with a muffled voice as there were many breasts in his face. Meanwhile, Nijiko, Alvida, Lami, Reiju, Kuina, Robin were smiling with some tears of relief. Ace, Zoro, Usopp, Jimbei, Hachi, Ivankov, and Marco, who had been teleported by Lami, had a half-smile on their faces, while Crocodile, Mr. 1, Enel had an indifferent look. Hugo, Chow Chow, and Chopper were still passed out. "You can let him go. He's injured," Shirahoshi in her giant form exclaimed worriedly while the women seemed to come to their senses and began to move away from Luffy. But then Shirahoshi's shadow of a hand appeared and picked him up from the deck before anyone could react. Luffy felt his body being lifted into the air before hitting the giant's face. "I'm so happy you're alive and well. Thank goodness." Shirahoshi began to cry, crushing Luffy against her face before she could start crying like a baby. "You're crushing him," everyone exclaimed on the ship with a grimace, while Shirahoshi did exactly what she had told the women not to do. A blue field began to expand, before Luffy disappeared from Shirahoshi's hands, as he appeared on the deck floor with Lami checking him. "I'm the only doctor here in the crew. I'll take care of him now," she warned as she began to assess Luffy's injuries, his body severely battered as he had long passed his limits. Luffy did not complain, and his gaze shifted upwards, where Marineford still stood tall. "Stay alert, I'm sure someone will come. And it will probably be Kuzan," Luffy warned as it looked like someone had fallen from the square, heading towards the sea, with the ships moving away from the area, while the pirates from the fleet filled the ships left at the front of the bay. "I'll head back to the Moby Dick," Marco announced and flew off to his companions. As Luffy was being treated by Lami, Marco arrived on the ship. "Marco, what are we going to do now?" "The poops," Jozu said while all the commanders and crew members of the main ship looked at him waiting for some answer. "We should wait, trust in poops," Marco spoke as explosions began to appear on the marine island, with cracks occurring and debris falling from the sky. Kuzan finally fell and touched the water, while everyone noticed the sea starting to freeze. "Don't let the ice reach us," Luffy requested as all the Akuma no Mi users nodded. "The sea is freezing." The pirates of Whitebeard pointed to the ice beginning to approach them. "What do we do, Boss Buggy?" On the marine ship, the prisoners exclaimed in fear while Buggy just pointed the Den Den Mushi transmitter and made a frightened grimace, praying to get out of there as soon as possible. Ace, Usopp, Reiju, BABY5, Nami, Vivi, Robin, Zoro, Hachi, and Enel quickly moved to the back of the ship, while the others who did not have very powerful long-range attacks, quickly began to launch all kinds of attacks the next moment, as the ice began to shatter and melt with the heat of the attacks the following moment. This seemed to frustrate Kuzan on the other side, but he continued, freezing more as the attacks still continued preventing him from stopping the ships from moving away. Beppo. Do it now. Luffy requested while Beppo nodded. He pointed towards Marineford flying, and while the Marines were all in panic on the island at this moment, with the place bustling and 2 fights happening in the middle of them, they could do nothing but look on. But they were cornered, trying to protect themselves anywhere, but the place was chaotic. While they were already hundreds of meters from the ground, Kobe was scared. He continued to hear voices in his head since he woke up from the fight with Lucy, feeling all the terror that people around him were feeling without understanding anything. What are we going to do, Kobe? Are we going to die here? Helmeppo said with a scared and distressed expression. Just make it stop, Kobe murmured, touching his head. The vice admirals were trying to organize themselves amidst all this. 2 admirals were out of battle while Kuzan was down there trying to stop the pirates. There was no more victory for the Marines. What they could do was try to save as many Marines as possible. Come on, get everyone who is falling and put them in a safe place, Suru ordered while there was dried blood on her face. They were trying to keep them safe until they could try to get out of this situation, but then, something happened. Marineford suddenly began to fall. This made everyone there immediately scared, feeling the ground beneath them in free fall. Dragon was fighting against Garp and Sengoku. They stopped at that moment, while the severely injured fleet admiral looked in the distance, frustrated with it, and seriously looked at all the Marines. Even Whitebeard and Kaido, both injured, looked surprised. The ships continued to move away and everyone could see Marineford plummeting, while the whole world watched it, saying nothing. They just looked mesmerized by the sight, trying to see how all this would end. Explosions continued to happen at the site while Whitebeard used his power. This continued for a while as the place fell, and then, suddenly, a blast of wind emerged with lightning and Luffy looked at it with attentive eyes, as he saw a small object fly into the sky at that moment, and it was his father escaping the place and crossing the sky. Dragon's gaze returned to the same ship, which continued firing several explosive flashes on top of the ice that pursued them. Dragon and Luffy seemed to stare at each other at that moment, as the man in the sky gave a small smile and shot towards the horizon the next moment. We'll meet later, father, Luffy murmured softly. Another explosion emerged as a dragon began to grow and fly into the sky. His gaze appeared frustrated, with bloodstains all over his face. He looked towards the ship, with Yamato inside, frustrated, as he had burned the Vivre card connected to Luffy that had brought him here, so he could no longer pursue that pirate group without getting lost. But with no choice, since Whitebeard was still there, he couldn't continue fighting and shot off towards the New World, trying to find Wano again. Another explosion arose with Whitebeard firing into the sky, as all the pirates under his flag opened their eyes and smiled broadly. He exploded onto the deck of the Moby Dick, causing the ship to sink slightly and then bounce back up a moment later with a bit of sway. My children, despite being injured and covered in blood, Whitebeard seemed quite animated as he exclaimed, "Gururara. Looks like I'm back. The Navy and Kaido wouldn't bring me down so easily." He laughed and smiled at his crew. Poops SS. Thank goodness. All the ships with members of the pirates exclaimed while crying with joy that they had finally done it all. Whitebeard smiled at his children, before heading back to the last ship there, the Black Pearl, which had protected everyone from Kuzan, who at this moment had given up, as he was concerned with Marineford falling at this moment. Now let's find a good place to talk, Whitebeard said, as Marco approached to help him with his wounds. The gaze of everyone, despite the joy, looked towards the falling structure of the Navy. Luffy, being treated by law, saw it with eyes that felt a bit sorry for the Marines and thought of his grandfather. After all, most there were just Marines following orders, and the Navy also had its importance in combating really bad people on the seas. Luffy turned to Beppo next to them. "Cushion the fall," he said at last. Beppo nodded, while moving his arm again towards the structure, beginning to slow its falling speed. Kuzan was already prepared to create a layer of ice to minimize the fall, but in the end, Marineford landed silently in front of him, giving a small explosion as it landed on the earthen structure beneath the water. Sengoku sighed with relief, but saw in the distance all the pirate ships leaving with frustration. This should have been the greatest display of the Navy's power to the world, but it became the greatest shame in history. The Navy was in a very delicate position under the gaze of the entire world. Both the pirates of Whitebeard and the Straw Hat Pirates, the revolutionaries, and the prisoners breathed a sigh of relief, finally moving away and distancing themselves from Marineford. "Boss Buggy, what are we going to do now with the transmitter?" One of the prisoners spoke to Buggy as their ships sailed among the other 20 ships heading out of Marineford. The fleet had been larger when it arrived at Marineford, but due to the destruction of many ships by the pacifistas, a little more than half were destroyed. Buggy looked at his hand at this moment, still holding the Den Den Mushi, frowning about what to do with that thing. He immediately jumped up, ran to the side of the ship, and threw it into the water, with the Den Den Mushi making a face. With no choice, the connection between the snail and the screens that had broadcast the war around the world was cut off, as the snail began to swim away after having worked the entire time. People around the world saw their screens go dark, looking hypnotized. It wasn't known at which moment, but everything around these people seemed to disappear as they focused solely on what they had been witnessing. Sabaody was in chaos. Luffy's explosive punch had impacted all the nearby islands with a blast of wind and pressure. Everyone was hit, but still, all the spectators kept their eyes glued to the screen after recovering from that wind. "The war is over," murmured a reporter. He hadn't been writing anything since the Elder appeared in the war. "The Navy lost," another murmured in silence. "Ace of Firefists is free. Whitebeard is alive. Marineford is destroyed." The Navy lost countless soldiers, far more than the fleet of Whitebeard's pirate ships. The Straw Hats entered the midst of the war, dominated the entire war and left without losing a single member. People continued to talk among the crowd. How could this have happened? Someone seemed on the verge of despair, murmured. "I don't believe this. This must be a nightmare," someone exclaimed, denying reality. "They destroyed the Navy." A reporter began to write while trembling. "Did you see? Straw Hat didn't kill anyone but a Tenryubito at the beginning. He killed one of the 5 elders." A citizen trembled remembering it. "This is madness. Kaido and even Monkey D. Dragon were there. What kind of war was this? Amazing. I've never seen anything like this in my life." Some people seemed quite excited by the fight. "Did you see? The Straw Hats changed the whole war?" A reporter seemed quite excited. "Look up. The violet comet is still cutting across the sky." Someone pointed to the open sky among the huge trees of Sabaody. "He sent the Gorosei there. How far does his attack reach to paint the sky that way?" Another person spoke with concern. "He must be a god. No human should have that power," another accused. "Does this mean he's stronger than Whitebeard? Did you see how he hit Kaido?" Another person exclaimed. "This is going to be incredible. I'm putting this in my kingdom's newspaper. If my company had the reach that Morgan's News had, it would be so interesting," another reporter spoke. Monkey D. Luffy fought against vice admirals, Garp, Sengoku, Shichibukai, Yonko, and even a Gorosei. "He's incredible," a man shouted excitedly. "Hey, don't say those things openly. You'll be hunted by the government if those agents over there hear you," another person warned while pointing to the men lying on the ground knocked down by Rayleigh. "Ha ha ha ha. I saw the birth of a Yonko. Monkey D. Luffy is definitely an emperor of the sea," another exclaimed. "Did you see how powerful his crew is? Most have mystical beasts and they even have 2 Logias. This is madness." "Yes, he will be the king of pirates. No doubt about that," another exclaimed. "This era belongs to the Straw Hat crew. What can the government do about this?" another asked curiously. "Isn't it obvious they can't do anything? They've already tried at Eni's lobby. Now at Marineford, they filled the bay with mystical beasts. You saw. Nothing can stop them." Someone seemed very optimistic about the Straw Hats. "Don't forget there are more Gorosei. I once heard there were 5 of them, so there are 4 more in Marijoy. Did they join to melt them?" another asked. Amidst the crowd screaming things in both despair and disbelief or even excitement and elation, there was no doubt that people had probably watched the most powerful war they would ever see in their lives. They couldn't believe anything could surpass it. People were running to the Den Den Mushi to inform their communication companies. Others fell to their knees losing their footing, while others cried and ran to their homes. The entire island of Sabaody was talking about the events, but everyone was unable to imagine which direction the world was starting to take at this moment. Whitebeard might have survived, but from today, a new protagonist had emerged in the seas. An old man took a sip from his bottle atop a tree, Rayleigh had made a great number of faces while watching the entire broadcast, never imagining seeing so many things done by that boy. That boy? His awakening was done much earlier than he could have. What happened? Rayleigh still remembered Luffy's punches on the Gorosei, which made them travel to the sky until he lost sight of them. Rayleigh was wondering just how high he went to generate that comet in the sky. I don't know what happened to you, but surely you would even make my younger self feel scared. Rayleigh didn't know how powerful one must be to simply throw a punch that makes the entire sea sink just with the pressure of a punch being fired in the opposite direction. It was quite frightening, and he had never encountered such a monster in the sea. Not even his captain had that capability. And to think we were so weak compared to the new generations. Ha 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 ha. Rayleigh had to laugh. That breaks all the rules of the world. But also, it shows that this is temporary. Now my question is, can you reach that level of power? You and your sister. Can you take this world out of the destruction that will come to it? He murmured, but with a glimmer of hope for the future, as he drank more from his bottle. Hey, are you okay? Someone asked a person who was looking down while their body seemed to be convulsing. I. The person exclaimed until their head lifted up while everyone around looked at their strange behavior. I feel like my life was worth living after today. He spoke. Then a burst of light emerged, not just from the eyes, but from the entire body. Suddenly everyone in Sabaody saw a flash of light, almost believing that Kizaru himself was there, as an explosion occurred on the entire island. Luffy seem Bartolomeo exclaimed with his glow reaching the maximum power of a fan seeing his idol reach his peak. That's a strong glow. Better close the windows, Shaki said as she pulled the curtain protecting her bar from Bartolomeo's fan glow. She turned back to look at her guests there. Hooray! Hooray! Kami exclaimed joyfully, clapping her hands without seeming to have really understood what she had just seen, but was celebrating that Luffy had managed to escape after rescuing his brother. Meanwhile, Poppig, beside Kami, lay lifeless on the sofa in the bar, as if everything he had seen was beyond human comprehension. Shaki sighed, understanding very well what he was feeling. They had caught a small screen hacking the broadcast from the main square and watched in the bar alone, then saw every detail of the battle while Buggy filmed it all. She never imagined being so amazed by this war. It seems the Straw Hat Boy has become the main protagonist in this event. I wonder what his achievements will be in the future. She murmured, waiting to see what the future held for the young rising pirate. I swear I will kill him. Elsewhere, a girl was having a rage attack, while still remembering the scenes of the pirates beating her father. He was left in such a bad situation, that he fell defeated with an arm petrified and destroyed. I will kill him, I swear, Bonnie continued to exclaim with so much anger. Easy, Captain. We can't beat him. Did you see what he did to a Gorosei? The men were terrified as their captain wanted to try and kill Straw Hat after what they saw on the screen. He was on a Yonkou level. No, even beyond that after those explosive punches that could destroy everything. He even scarred the sky with his still burning flames. He defeated Saturn. Bonnie commented, seemingly stopping her rage attack. I should have been the one to kill him. But if he defeated him and Dad is alright, I might forgive him, she whispered softly. This was too much for me, Bej said with a tone of defeat while the rest of the worst generation just watched him walk away. It seems like all those scenes were too much for him, Basil commented, appearing just as shaken. Hey, Bej. Are you still going to the New World? Are you giving up being a pirate? Uruj asked, while Bej didn't even respond. It looks like we'll just be picking up crumbs like this, Killer murmured. So this is the real power of the Straw Hats, Kid murmured, before giving a more cautious look. That power made by Monkey D. Luffy. No human should have such strength. How can he reach a level that even makes Whitebeard's power look second-rate? He exclaimed, gritting his teeth. We have a chance of taking the top spot like this. Scratchman Apu murmured a bit frustrated, unsure if he could handle such power. This way, Monkey D. Luffy would win all the territories. He glanced at someone and moved away. Drake was leaving there without speaking to anyone or expressing any comment, but anyone who saw his face from the front would see his extremely somber expression, which wasn't surprising for someone seeing their own organization being destroyed while he was working as an undercover spy. His wish was to help the Marines, although he doubted if he would be of much help. The scenes of the Straw Hats arriving, the Conqueror's Haki, the mystical beasts, Luffy facing all three admirals at the same time, fighting against Garp and Sengoku, throwing the prisoner's key and freeing him, the fight against Saturn, the destruction of Marineford, and the moment they fled. All of this was going through X-Drake's mind. He had to get in touch with the Navy to know what to do, because after today the Navy's plans might change a lot. It wasn't just X-Drake thinking about those scenes. Other smaller pirates who wanted to maintain their independence even if they were not from the worst generation, saw that event as an opportunity. I'm heading to the sea. Marineford isn't far from here. I'll ask to join the Straw Hats, someone exclaimed. Me too, even if it's just for the fleet. I want to be under the wing of someone with those capabilities, another spoke. The era belongs to Monkey D. Luffy, a third shouted. Let's talk to him before he enters the new world, they decided, as they ran to their ships, everyone hoping for an opportunity to join the most powerful group, confident that Monkey D. Luffy would really achieve the ambitions of his words, which were to dominate the seas, and seeing Luffy demonstrate a strength that surpassed Whitebeard, got all the pirates excited. Many who had already thought about joining a Yonku's crew, quickly changed their minds, leaving Sabaody counting on the chance to meet part of the fleet leaving Marineford. We shouldn't be doing this, Whoop Slap commented, looking at the crowd partying in front of him. Long live, Queen Makino celebrated, clapping for the crowd and joining in their celebration. Instead of the Goa Kingdom looking at this with gloomy eyes due to the overwhelming defeat of mine, they seemed to be celebrating while the whole country was partying in the streets. Yokata! Deiden was crying out loud in the middle. Yokata! She continued to exclaim while her tears seemed endless. She saw Ace being saved, but soon fell into despair when she saw Luffy being impaled by that monster that appeared at the end. Deiden believed Luffy would die there and screamed in despair in that square. While Makino had tears in her eyes and everyone from Fuchsia was desperate, watching Luffy in that condition. But then he overcame his adversary, shattered Marineford. He had come out victorious, while she cried and exclaimed. Her companions from her hideout who saw those children grow up also shared their tears. My queen, we shouldn't be so open about favoring a pirate, a minister cautiously said. Don't you see that they're coming out of that place alive? Of course we have to celebrate, Makino said with tears in her eyes, while the minister sighed. The city was filled with posters of Luffy and Ace everywhere, while even the nobles exclaimed joyfully. Nobody there knew if Makino was truly the wife of the red-haired Yonku, but they certainly knew that Monkey D. Luffy was the patron behind the curtains of this kingdom. So it was quite normal for people to have this attitude, but it didn't change the fact that they were cheering for a pirate too. But it wasn't just the Goa Kingdom celebrating at this moment. After all, the entire East Blue was in festivity at this time. It's not like all the islands knew what had happened, but certainly everyone went to Logatown to watch the live broadcast and managed to see as any other important point in the world. How could they have done this, those damned? They led Chow Chow astray, the mayor exclaimed angrily, kicking the ground while some members from Orangetown who accompanied him looked on with worried eyes. When that damned pirate said he would take him and said Chow Chow would have a bounty soon, I thought he was joking. After all, a dog shouldn't have a bounty. He muttered internally, unbelieving that until a little while ago, he was seeing Chow Chow transforming into a three-headed monster and massacring Marines. But, Mayor, they managed to get out fine, a citizen said cautiously. Fine? Did you see what happened to Chow Chow? The man pointed to the turned-off screen. He was knocked out by that other old man. If he were in front of me, I would beat him with this cane, the man said, after Chow Chow had been knocked out by Saturn along with Hugo and Chopper. But, Mayor, one of the citizens murmured scared, you're talking about a government elder. He's one of those who ruled the world. I thought they were just myths. Do I care if he is one of those elders? He hurt Chow Chow. I should have beaten him up, but that Straw Hat pirate got there first. The man spoke, pointing to the comet in the sky. And his citizens just sighed at the grumpy mayor, despite not believing his words. And that damned pirate who attacked our town was there too. I wanted to hit him, because that Straw Hat prevented Chow Chow from eating him, he said at the end. dissatisfied that Luffy prevented Chow Chow from killing Buggy. "Did you see Usopp, Mary?" Kaya exclaimed excitedly now that the war had ended. "I saw. It really was a tough fight," Mary murmured, still shell-shocked, wondering how those people who visited their island just a few months ago and, despite the captain mercilessly beating Kuro of 100 plans in disguise, had become as powerful as those people they saw today. These were people who could decimate the entire island. That punch from Luffy to the Elder was so fast that almost no one saw it, but the effects were terrifying. He trembled with fear just imagining taking a punch from him. "Mary," Kaya called him as she tried to talk to him again, stuck in his thoughts. "Yes, young lady, I mean, Queen of Syrup." Mary said the official term while Kaya looked a bit displeased but continued. "I'm trying to talk to you. Did you see how strong Usopp has become?" she exclaimed, still excited, seeing him fight against vice admirals and other naval forces, transforming into a dragon several times in the midst of battle and launching explosive rays of light. "It really is quite a change, my queen." He spoke. Mary had to admit that even Usopp had become a monster, imagining how he would deal with Kuro at this moment. He is no longer that old storyteller. The people of the Syrup Kingdom would be shocked and would never call him a liar again when they saw his performance in the war, he thought. "Did you guys see Zoro Senpai? He was fighting the world's greatest swordsman so evenly. What an incredible battle." A student from Shimotsuki Koshiru's dojo exclaimed excitedly to his peers while everyone nodded. "Yes, did you see when he cut through the 2 frozen tsunamis with Mihawk? That was incredible. That scene won't leave my mind. I didn't know someone could have such ability." Another student joined the conversation. "Can we become as strong as Zoro Senpai, Sensei?" they exclaimed, looking at Shimotsuki, who was there with his arms crossed while looking at the turned-off screen. "Maybe. It all depends on how much effort you put into your sword," Shimotsuki replied with his eyes fixed on the same spot. There were many things happening there. First, Zoro showing himself to be someone who even surpassed him at this moment, and it hadn't even been a year since he had left East Blue and he was already fighting the user of Yuru in that manner. It was truly frightening, but not only that. Secondly, his daughter had also become extremely powerful, even though she couldn't be as strong as Zoro and many others. Being one of the youngest on that ship, she faced each adversary without bowing her head, be it the Tenryubito, the vice admirals, and even the Gorosei, something Shimotsuki never imagined seeing in his life. So he was proud and had to admit that his words were in vain, compared to the power Kuina had now. He might reach the top one day, even being a woman. And, lastly and most unexpectedly, was Dragon, his old acquaintance, appearing there. But there was also no reason for him to be surprised, despite Ivankov, his old companion, also appearing in the middle of the war with Kuina and her crew. Dragon would never let his son be in danger, and probably he was there knowing the government elder was there, although in the end, his son took care of him alone. "Kuina, Zoro, the world is changing and a new era will also come. I want to see what your roles will be in the eye of the storm, especially what your captain will represent," he murmured. "Did you see Reiju? She was incredible." A cook from Baratie spoke while everyone listened. "Not just her," Zeph interrupted, "the whole crew was incredible. That whole bunch has grown a lot since they left our restaurant, and it wasn't just in numbers," he spoke. "That Straw Hat. I've never seen anyone so strong in my life," he commented. Everyone agreed, and a waiter in the group there shuddered at hearing that. After all, he had started an argument with Luffy as soon as he entered Baratie for the first time and had asked for help from Reiju, where he had his first contact with Luffy at that moment. Just thinking that he could take a punch from him, his body would shatter, and he was all goosebumps about it. Zeph said no more while his cooks continued talking, until he looked up, saw the comet, and took a deep breath, wondering what the future of this world would be from today. "Governor, are you all right?" The secretary spoke to the governor of Kokoyashi Kingdom, who was trembling. "Did you see? They made it out alive." The man celebrated excitedly, although he would now complain about Luffy letting the queens be in danger in a war. "Yes, let's leave that for later. Let's go back to the kingdom. We have nothing more to stay here for," she spoke, and the man nodded. "Celebrations for later in the year. Let's go." He looked back, while he had 2 warriors from the kingdom with him. "Yes." Both spoke while crying, after witnessing so many emotions on those screens. They were none other than Yosaku and Johnny, who stayed in Kokoyasi after parting with the Straw Hats. Meanwhile, people were still there, commenting and exclaiming about what they had witnessed. Sailors looked at the crowd, stunned, unable to shake off a shiver after everything they had seen at the Marine headquarters. They hadn't been summoned to the place, as they were not elite soldiers, and internally they were thankful they didn't have to go to that hell. "Did you see that Straw Hat kid? He's become so powerful," the man murmured. "Yes, I was in Shelltown when I first met him. I saw him kill Morgan with a punch, ripping his head off, but now he really has become a monster. I never want to face him again," said the sailor in fear. "Yes, I was at the looting of Base 16. They just arrived and started firing cannons. I never imagined seeing him like this. Not even the most powerful in the Navy could do anything to them," another spoke, trembling. "I faced them here and saw the fight between the monkey family. It was terrifying. The square is now quite repaired, but they had destroyed the whole place," another spoke. "Incredible, incredible," someone murmured, with a bottle in hand, watching the broadcast on the screens. He had climbed onto a roof and watched every detail, excitedly exclaiming at each shocking scene. "To think I lived to see such a thing. My life is fulfilled with this kind of battle, but I still want to see more," the old man exclaimed, who was none other than the owner of the Gold Roger bar, and had met Luffy with Shirahoshi a long time ago. "I'm sure my bar will start filling up looking for stories of Monkey D. Luffy. Maybe I need to update his name too." He spoke while leaving the place with a smile on his face, heading to his bar. "Ah!" A woman let out a scream, while beside her, a man raised his sword. "The Navy lost, the Whitebeard pirates got what they wanted, but the one who won the war was Monkey D. Luffy. Even with the entire Navy, an elder, and 2 Yonku on the battlefield. To the sea, men, it's time for us to make our name," he exclaimed, and a group of pirates who had recently set out to sea in the East Blue shouted, wanting to go to the New World at that moment. "Yes, let's dominate those waters too. If the Straw Hats could do it in a few months, we can also become powerful," they exclaimed, and the group began to leave the square, making everyone cautious, clearing their way. They headed to their ship confidently. Meanwhile, there were other groups that had a slightly different thought. "Let's find Monkey D. Luffy. Let's join his crew. We can't miss this chance. This era belongs to the Straw Hat, and as pirates from the East Blue as well, he will surely accept us," another excitedly exclaimed. This quickly became an epidemic. Even bounty hunters and even non-pirates began to exclaim, wanting to go to sea after the Navy's defeat. It only started where there were screens in the East Blue, but soon the whole sea would know what happened at Marineford, and this sea would become chaos with people inspired by Luffy. The events unfolding in Logatown began to spread around the world wherever the broadcast reached, with pirates from North, West, and South Blue each drawing their own conclusions as they set sail. They declared this to be an era where the Marines were losing power and the age of pirates was advancing to a new peak. However, for the people of the Grand Line, this could spell trouble. With all the pirates now heading for the Grand Line, the number of crimes would explode across various kingdoms. In Alabasta, where one of the broadcasts was centered, several kingdoms had come to watch the battle, especially its allies. "Those kids. They've really grown even more," Kureha said, striking a pose next to the King of Drum, who kept his arms crossed, nodding. "Chopper fainted at the end of the fight, but I no longer need to worry about him. He has very strong companions. Now I can enjoy my youth," she said at the end. "Vivi." King Cobra, also watching the broadcast, murmured as soon as it was cut off. "The princess is fine, my king," Pell spoke. "Yes. But," King Cobra murmured before continuing, "did she have some volume in her belly?" he asked. "What do you mean by that, my king?" Igaram looked surprised at the comment. "I'm asking if she's pregnant," he exclaimed, leaving everyone stunned. "Alabasta needs an heir. My daughter must bear the future king," he exclaimed, leaving the guards and advisors speechless. "I want to see my grandchild soon," the king exclaimed in his mind, with a strong desire to continue his lineage. "He's alive. Everything turned out fine." Elsewhere, Mr. 3 was on a destroyed street while the whole place was devastated. "I know, but I didn't want him to almost die like that. He didn't even tell us he was going to war," Makino said with dried tears, deeply shaken by the scene of Luffy. She began kicking the ground in agony, increasing her weight and destroying the entire street. "There's nothing we can do about it. He had everything planned. Besides, he declared that Ace of the Fire Fists is his brother. Mr. 3 spoke, trying to calm the girl. Meanwhile, another person there was spinning in a whale form while crying, but with joy. Luffy-chan was so amazing. Bentham exclaimed joyfully as he watched all the scenes in front of him with delight. He fought so hard and in the end, saved his friends. It's so incredible, he said excitedly. In Water 7, the mayor finished watching the broadcast with a sigh. It seems that besides Eni's lobby, they would destroy the very headquarters of the Marines. But Frankie wasn't there. Means he went somewhere else. Iceberg murmured as his city was silent. It was no secret that this place was Straw Hat territory after he left here. The defeat of the Marines was bad, but it also made Iceberg smile at the end. High in the sky a few kilometers from there, Skypia continued floating with several islands around it, while Shiki's scientist had hacked the broadcast system and put it on for everyone on the island to watch. Well, it looks like they did it, a woman from Skypia murmured. Thank goodness. Luffy is fine. Uda exclaimed, touching her heart. She also felt agony with Luffy being hurt that way by the Goroseis, but in the end, he was fine. That was super cool, Frankie exclaimed, striking his pose. Yo ho 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 ho. They were too much, Brook exclaimed. Laboon agreed, but his sound was so loud that everyone covered their ears. After all, Laboon got stranded in the middle of the city after losing his small form with Luffy using his awakening, while he had to wait for Luffy to return. Shark. Megalo, who wasn't as big, but still had his 20 meters with a bubble ring around his waist for him to fly. Gurren, Luffy's monkey, remained silent, but seemed to have a sparkle in his eye after seeing the strength of those fights. They beat Moria-sama. Perona was still dissatisfied with the scene of Moria getting beaten by Jimbei and the others. But in the end they got out of that chaos. Not that I'm happy about it, she said before pouting and looking away, while her ghost manifested looking at her as if she were lying. Amazing, when I see him again, I'll ask him to marry me. Lola also exclaimed from the crowd of spectators in Skypia. Meanwhile, Gon Fall was pondering what he had witnessed. Staring at the sky, there were no clouds left, just the comet filling the sky beyond the blue. After all, Luffy's punch had reached them and dispelled all the clouds in the sky with a strong gust of wind. It was frightening. So this is a fight of the people from the Blue Sea? A man from Skypia murmured. And to think they are so powerful, another spoke. You saw Enel, that bastard was there, and even he seemed so weak compared to the great forces. These people are frightening. Everything seemed calm. The crowd continued murmuring, until suddenly, an explosion occurred and everyone in the City of Angels looked toward a floating island powered by Beppo. Hey, what's happening? Uda asked. Hello. What's happening here? The scientist activated the Den Den Mushi and inquired of the men. My lord, the prison exploded. Someone is trying to escape, he exclaimed as people looked at each other. Let's go. Uda wiped away her tears and spoke, and all the others followed to see what was happening. Meanwhile, in another place in that sea, below the sea, the island of the fishmen was also finishing watching the broadcast. But unlike the shock, all the merfolk and sirens exclaimed, leaving the country in celebration. Hooray! Whitebeard lived. Yes. They rescued his crew member and he's still alive. The fishmen exclaimed in celebration, happy that their protector had survived. Our great friend is alive, they exclaimed. After all, Whitebeard was someone the entire Fishman Island held in great regard. Seeing him alive after everything that happened was truly surprising and made them joyful. It seems he is alive after all. Shirley murmured. After all, she had seen a vision of the future that Whitebeard could die due to a great enemy, but that enemy ended up being defeated by someone else. As the population of Fishman Island gathered in the center of the island, a boat at the harbor, flying the Big Mom flag, had Kutagari and frowned upon it, as they did not expect this outcome. Fukaboshi approached them. Well, Big Mom pirates, you saw what happened and it's better you leave here, as Whitebeard must be coming here at this very moment, he said. Katakuri, with arms crossed and despite practically being expelled from the island, nodded in the end and looked at Smoothie who was with him. Let's go, he said, and they started leaving the island the next moment, returning to the new world. Mom won't be happy about this, Smoothie commented. There's nothing we can do, just hope she doesn't freak out, Katakuri said at the end, as even if they tried to take the territory, they would have to face the entire surviving fleet returning from Marineford alone, which doesn't seem like a good choice. Meanwhile, back at the island's plaza, Neptune was crying in a corner of the plaza. "It's so good that Whitebeard didn't die," Ryuboshi, one of his sons, spoke joyfully. But Neptune shook his head. "Yes, that's great. But my daughter has grown so much, I can't hold back my tears," he exclaimed, as he remembered Shirahoshi fighting in the middle of the war. He was extremely enraged when he saw this, seeing his daughter in such a dangerous place. But still, after not seeing her for months, she had changed so much, and even chosen a trident as her own weapon. He was proud. "That's true. And think that she possesses the Conqueror's Haki," Manboshi murmured beside his brother. "I hope she comes here. Otherwise I myself will go hunting them," Neptune murmured at the end, while Shirahoshi's brothers nodded. In the New World, the survival of Whitebeard took everyone by surprise, especially those who were watching on their islands the battle and had to immediately call their subordinates scattered through the New World going to or already being in Whitebeard's territories to conquer them, informing the occurrences and causing chaos everywhere, making the majority immediately retreat. Big Mom, the only Yonkou who had stayed in the New World, was shocked by everything she witnessed on Whole Cake Island, wondering how this could have happened. "Mom, what will we do?" one of her children asked. "That old man didn't die. There's nothing we can do. Damn it, but that Straw Hat. What was that power?" she murmured with a certain gleam of fear in her eyes upon seeing Luffy's explosion. How could that rookie have such power? She had never seen anything like it and it was frightening. "We can't let that kid grow up," she concluded in the end, as no one would be able to stop him if he were as strong as he was at that moment. She had also never seen a Gorosei, and seeing one made her very cautious about the world government as well. As Big Mom plotted her plans, chaos ensued in Dressrosa. Doflamingo's men were desperate. Now that the king was dead, who was the mind behind all the schemes and all the underworld market dealings. Now with Doflamingo dead, all the phones were ringing in the royal palace. After hearing the news of Doflamingo's death, Princess Viola was lost in a corner, but could do nothing, while watching Doflamingo's men cry and answer the calls, being cautious about what they could now do. Even though her kingdom was free from Joker, she still couldn't fight those people. How could this happen? How could Doflamingo die like that? And Baby 5? That traitor, they exclaimed, cursing. "We have no choice, we'll have to talk to the beast pirates." Diamante spoke more rationally. The Don Quixote pirates were coming to an end with the death of Doflamingo. What they could do now was seek help from a more powerful group. "How can you be so cold?" Trabol exclaimed, crying. "We have no choice, we must seek protection. Without Doflamingo, other Yonkou or even other forces operating in this sea will try to take Dressrosa." He spoke at the end. "Even if we have to give everything to Kaido, this will be our only chance to get out of this situation now." He spoke at the end and everyone agreed. Viola frowned, imagining that now that her country was freed from one monster, another monster would take over, leaving the future uncertain. "It seems the war is over," a revolutionary spoke in a remote country. "Yes, Ivankov and the boss are okay after everything," another murmured. "Whitebeard is still alive, but seeing the death of a Gorosei, that even marked the sky, is really incredible. Yes, we don't know what will happen to the world now, but look up, this is the mark of hope. Remember this scene? It's the hope that we can defeat the world government, no matter how powerful they are," someone spoke. "The mark of hope." Others murmured, looking at the purple comet in the sky. Koala was watching Sabo sleeping when she heard a commotion outside. "Mark of hope? What are they talking about?" She murmured and looked at Sabo a moment later, hoping he would wake up soon. Meanwhile, back in Paradise Sea, ships with the flag of the Whitebeard fleet continued sailing, while a ship with a skeleton marking scars on one of its eyes, being none other than red-haired Shanks, approached. Shanks himself looked ahead, bewildered, wondering what had happened at Marineford. Watching the Whitebeard fleet half leaving, while the cries of celebration were even heard from there, with the Red Force in the distance. While the world reacted one way, Marineford finally managed to calm things down, but the atmosphere was somber. Sengoku looked frustrated at what remained of the Marine headquarters. Sailors seemed paralyzed as they looked at the trail of destruction. Some, by some luck, had been unconscious since the Straw Hat crew unleashed their conqueror's haki and were not crushed by the destruction while unconscious. They finally woke up, still remembering the arrival of the Straw Hats as if it was just a second ago. They were now facing the current reality of the marine situation. Hey, what happened here? The sailor trembled as he surveyed the area. How could this happen? The sailor trembled, viewing the situation. The other sailors who had witnessed all the chaos wore dejected expressions. Garp emerged from among some rocks, tossing them aside as he looked grimly after being punched by his son. We don't have time to lament the Navy's terrible defeat. We need to start rescuing those who need help and conduct damage control. Garp approached Sengoku, continuously clenching his teeth as he viewed Marineford. You're right. Sengoku finally spoke, before starting to issue a command that resonated throughout Marineford. Everyone, take care of all the injured sailors and I want reports of all our losses, he exclaimed. Officers began to issue orders as sailors helped each other, rescuing sailors hanging from cliffs, others trapped in rubble, or even on top of structures that Luffy had created with his body falling to the ground. This continued for a while as Sengoku saw Kuzan approaching, the only admiral. Well, after all, Kizaru was being dragged injured but still alive. The worst of all was Akainu who lost an arm while fighting the Straw Hat alone. My lord. Here's the report. An officer approached with the papers after surveying the entire field. The situation was much worse than they had imagined. 40,000 Navy soldiers were killed. Besides Kuzan being the only admiral not down, all the Shichibukai were defeated except for 2. Mihawk had stopped acting after his fight with Zoro while Hancock had fled with the pirates, he murmured. Mihawk had left Marineford without saying anything a moment before and didn't respond to any questions. Kuma, Moria were being carried unconscious, while the worst was Doflamingo, being carried dead by the sailors. From the world government team, 2 CP0 members are dead. Kong is also defeated, along with another 4 Tenryubitos. He continued reading the report while a group was rescuing them. Furthermore, Monkey D. Luffy killed a Tenryubito, still having 6 under his custody. Squark killed another after being defeated by the Straw Hats. He finished with frustration. This was an unprecedented scandal in this era. Not even Gold D. Roger had done such a thing. Garp said nothing. Even more frustrated by his granddaughter now becoming a pirate, but relieved inside that Ace, Luffy, and Lucy were still alive, despite all the destruction they caused in this war. And Blackbeard disappeared along with his crew and the prisoners he managed to get from Impel Down. That bastard. Sengoku murmured, realizing there was no more sign of his crew since Marineford began to fall. Fleet Admiral. An officer came running to him with a Den Den Mushi. A call from Mary Joise, the man spoke. Sengoku sighed. That was expected. He spoke, picking up the Den Den Mushi. Sengoku. The somber voices of the elders were heard. Sengoku even had to swallow hard. He had never heard this tone from them. They must be enraged. Yes. Sengoku responded cautiously. Come to Mary Joise immediately, we need to talk. They spoke in the same tone, leaving no room for discussion as he simply nodded. Kuzan, I want you to be responsible for organizing Marineford. I am going to the Holy Land. Sengoku spoke at the end. He had to go there immediately as he leapt into the air and left the sailors taking care of all the damage. Sengoku could even see the fleet following through the sea as he looked angrily at those ships. But what more could he do? He just turned his face and followed his destiny. Luffy on the deck, looked up at the sky with recognizing eyes. His thoughts interrupted as crew members started speaking beside him. Give me that loot, Zoro complained as Hachi handed him a bottle. I killed a Shichibukai. What else did you do? Just fought a weaker Tenryubito than my opponent. Lami started arguing with Reiju. Tisk. Don't get cocky because of that. I defeated my opponent much faster than you, Reiju snarled. That's because he was weaker than mine. He had the power of plasma, very similar to Kizaru's fruit, she scoffed. Hey, can you two stop fighting? Shouldn't you be taking care of Luffy and the others? Vivi approached talking to Reiju, while she went over to Luffy still bandaged on the ground while all his mates were celebrating. Only Baby 5 was beside him fanning him with a fan with a pleased face. How are you? She approached her husband. I'm getting better, but I want some alcohol too. Luffy didn't hesitate to ask. You want alcohol? You need to rest. Nijiko, who was beside him, spoke in a dissatisfied tone. You know that won't stop me from drinking either, Luffy spoke. Do you want some hormones, Straw Hat Boy? Ivankov approached, and Luffy looked strangely at him. No thanks. I'd rather stay away from your hormones. Luffy had a big bias against putting hormones in his body. He didn't trust that method much and preferred to stay in that state. You know, but it's a pity your father didn't come to talk to you. I thought he would appear on the ship. Ivankov couldn't help commenting. You know he's a busy man. Luffy commented and looked at the group. Shirahoshi, can you lift me up for a moment? Luffy spoke while Shirahoshi, who was drinking a huge mug of orange juice made by Nami, occupying most of the deck with her tail to the outside, looked at him and nodded. Luffy was lifted by the two palms of her hands in that state as Shirahoshi turned to the entire crew, everyone looking at their captain all bandaged up. Guys. Luffy started while Yamato, Zoro, Kuina, Shirahoshi, Usopp, Lami, Reiju, Nami, Nijiko, Alvida, Vivi, Robin, Hachi, BABY5, Enel, Jimbei, Hancock Ivankov, Crocodile, Mr. One, and his group, Lucy and Ace, who were also celebrating on the ship. Chopper, Chow Chow, Hugo were in a corner passed out, but already cared for by Lami. Hey, get us out of here. The voice of the 10 Ryubitos was heard while they were still trapped in the cell. Enel. Luffy requested. Enel nodded and struck them with lightning, making them scream in pain. Luffy had no mercy, while they finally quieted down for him to give a small speech. Hurting false gods. I like this. Enel murmured, satisfied with the suffering of those people. I wanted to say that we got exactly what we wanted at this moment. We marked the world with our flag. Now everyone recognizes us as a force in the sea. Our crew now flaunts fame and power, and when we enter the new world, nothing can stop us. Luffy spoke to everyone while most nodded. However, we're not going to do that now, he began, leaving many surprised. We've become powerful, but you saw what the world government can do. We faced an elder and almost lost. There are still 4 of them in Mary Joieuse and many holy knights we faced. And I assure you, the government has much more hidden power, while they may be in a delicate situation now. But when they recover, they will attack, so I want everyone to become even stronger. Because when we find the One Piece, the whole world will turn against us and they won't spare any effort to destroy us. Luffy exclaimed while everyone looked more serious. One Piece. Captain? Hugo raised his voice, waking up at this moment. Sounds great, he said with a bruised smile. Wolf. Chow Chow barked too. A new adventure? Chopper also woke up at that moment, being in the same state as Luffy, unable to move much. One Piece. Of course, the one who will find it will be Pops. Ace crossed his arms and exclaimed. Luffy looked at the other ships while seeing everyone celebrating there. Moby Dick was also in celebration, but another ship approaching them caught his attention, while Luffy cracked a small smile seeing Shanks appearing. Luffy, I'm heading to my ship. You'll have to come there when you're better, Ace declared, cutting through Luffy's thoughts as he nodded. Alright, tell your old man I want a rematch with him, he said with a smile. You're not in any state for that. Damn it, Lami exclaimed with a scowl. Ace just smiled and leapt into the air, transforming into a line of flames while launching other explosive flames into the sky, celebrating as all the pirates watched excitedly. Ace! Everyone exclaimed, watching him slice through the sky before landing on the Moby Dick. Ace! All the commanders and their subordinates quickly exclaimed as they greeted their old mate. Guys! Ace exclaimed, hugging everyone excitedly. He stopped and looked at his father a bit better after Marco gave him some assistance. Gurarara! Whitebeard laughed seeing his son, and finally smiled. Good to see you back, kid. Pops, he said, with a few tears running down his eyes. Don't cry, now let's celebrate, Whitebeard declared. Yes. The crew jumped excitedly. But Whitebeard wasn't finished yet. However, there's someone approaching that we need to take care of first. He spoke and looked ahead as another Yonku's ship approached. Luffy! Lucy finally noticed while pointing ahead, stunned. Shanks is here, she exclaimed in disbelief. Everyone looked at the ship called Black Pearl, with curious glances. Wait, Shanks. The red-haired? Negico exclaimed, surprised. Yes. But don't worry, he's not here to do harm. He's an old acquaintance, some of you still don't know, but the one who gave me this hat. It was him. Luffy declared, surprising those who had joined after they entered the Grand Line, since Luffy hadn't shared that fact yet. Shirahoshi, move me forward. Luffy requested as Shirahoshi delicately placed Luffy at the front of the ship. He took a deep breath before releasing a statement that resonated across all the ships there. SHANNNNKKKKSSSS. You finally showed up, you bastard, now we'll fight to the death, he exclaimed, leaving everyone stunned. Without the power of his devil fruit, he had to shout, but his words made his crew fall to the ground the next moment. What's this all of a sudden? They exclaimed. Meanwhile, at the prow of the Red Force, Shanks looked ahead, cracking a smile at this moment. The sound of Luffy was heard by everyone as people looked stunned at the ship, noticing the Red Force at this moment. Akame no Shanks is here. The pirates quickly exclaimed. The reinforcement continued approaching the ships at the front of that fleet, while Moby Dick was among them. Shanks. Newgate looked at Shanks on his ship, while Shanks looked back at him with a more serious tone as soon as he saw him. Honestly, I came here thinking I'd find you dead and wanted to save whoever I could from your crew, Shanks said without hesitation. You think Pops would die just like that, Shanks? Ace immediately exclaimed, dissatisfied. Ow, I see you're fine, Ace, I'm glad about that. Shanks admitted, smiling at Ace who was gritting his teeth. Anyway, it seems that everything went well. He looked back at Newgate. You can say that. Whitebeard didn't seem offended by Shanks' words, after all, he himself thought about sacrificing himself, but he managed to survive that place, even though he faced Teach with that strange power and Kaido. The Navy had to direct their forces to deal with another crew. I had some help, he admitted in the end. Shanks nodded. Seems like it's true, he murmured, looking at one of the last ships there, being the one representing the flag with his old hat, given by his former captain. SHAAAANKKSSSS, Lucy exclaimed excitedly from the ship. Lucy, you're here, which means you left the Navy. Shanks seemed to sparkle with that. Yes. Lucy responded a bit sad about it, but seemed not to regret it. And you Luffy? Shanks looked at the boy lying in the palms of the giant mermaid on his ship. You seem to have grown a bit, but you're still just a kid, not strong enough to face me, brat. Ha 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 ha, Shanks began to mock. Boss. Lucky Roo approached while Shanks was laughing. Shanks looked curious. Everyone's looking at you like you're an idiot, he told his captain who turned back to Whitebeard's pirate crew and saw that everyone was looking at them that way. Why are they all looking like that? Shanks murmured, stopping his laughter at that moment. So he's a Yonkou too, doesn't look very strong, Nami murmured. Don't be fooled. All my instincts tell me I'd die if I faced him, Zoro commented. Then this is Shanks' crew. Usopp commented, scanning the crew until his eyes met someone staring at him. Dad, he murmured, the man opening a smile for him. SHAAAANKKKKSSSS. Buggy's voice echoed through the area as he appeared furious. Oh, Buggy, Shanks opened an excited smile seeing his old mate. Amazing. Boss Buggy is fighting with a Yonkou. The prisoners began to murmur seeing this. Shanks you bastard. I hate you since you made me eat that Akuma no Mi and made me lose my treasure map while we were on the Oro Jackson. Buggy began to cry, remembering the immense anger he had for Shanks. Buggy. Don't be like that. I really want to catch up with you like the old times, Shanks commented. Catch up like the old times nothing, Buggy grimaced. Hey, someone get that ship and tie it up with ours, Shanks requested, as he was eager to see his old friend and it seemed that no one there would mind him kidnapping Buggy. What are you doing? Buggy exclaimed as a steel chain locked his ship to that of Shanks. Let's have a feast, Buggy, Shanks said with an excited smile while Buggy started to swear and asked everyone to try to remove the rope, but to no avail. Shanks, you bastard, come to my ship and let's talk, Luffy shouted again. No. Although he was surprised by the crowd's reaction when he mocked Luffy's challenge, after all, He didn't see what happened at Marineford besides the windy and rough sea that the Red Force had to cross twice with the strange comet that he still didn't know had made. He didn't want to meet Luffy yet. Let's talk only in the New World, since you are fine. I will go away, he exclaimed. Alright, you idiot, we'll see you there then. Get ready for my fleet to invade your territory, Luffy exclaimed smiling. I'll be waiting, Shanks said sticking out his tongue, while looking at his men. Let's turn around, and head a different way from them. While Buggy was being dragged by Shanks. He spoke, after all his promise was still standing, but it wasn't the time to really meet Luffy. Help me, he's trying to kidnap me, Buggy exclaimed to his companions, but no one in the Whitebeard's fleet cared. It's a shame we won't see him, Lucky Roo complained disheartened. Yes. But it won't be long until that happens, Usopp said with crossed arms, looking at his son from a distance. He wanted to meet him after all these years, but as his captain said, they would leave that for the New World. That comet in the sky. Ben Beckman murmured. It was made by Luffy, he concluded. Yes. Shanks admitted in the end, but still without knowing exactly what happened, deciding to look into that later. It seems we won't be able to see each other yet, Luffy murmured. Shirahoshi, can you put me down? Luffy. Hancock approached Luffy on the ground faster than anyone else could get there first, as she looked at him worriedly. Let me take care of you, she said. That's great. Can you bring me some alcohol? Luffy asked cheekily. He really won't stop drinking, Nejico murmured. Foo. Robin laughed and used her power to bring a bottle of sake to Luffy. Hey, he asked me, Hancock exclaimed with a bit of anger, but still took the bottle and began to give it to Luffy. This is life. Let's continue our feast, he exclaimed as everyone began to nod, having started a little before Luffy's and Shanks' speech. They began a great celebration at this moment while Hugo, Chow Chow, and Chopper also joined in. The whole world was beginning to receive information about what happened in Marineford in the next few hours, while most people became more scared and afraid of what would happen to the sea in all the Blues and Grand Line. It was no secret to anyone that pirate activities would greatly increase and people would be more susceptible to their atrocities with an even weaker navy. The future seemed quite grim for most. And as the navy began trying to control the situation across all the seas, the pirates, victorious from the war, continued their feasts across all the ships. Beard, continuing to exclaim, they had not only victory after all since they lost many comrades in this fight. They came with 45 ships, including 43 from the fleet and 3 main ones, including Moby Dick. However, only 20 were returning and they had lost at least half of their men in the war. There were 6,000 pirates killed, but the navy lost more than 40,000 men, which gave them a crushing victory against the navy. A blow that will be remembered for this era as the navy loses most of its credibility. The pirates might be celebrating, but they also felt the pain of their dead brothers, but would leave that for later. After all, their sacrifice was not in vain in the end and they would honor them in the New World. The night soon arrived and passed while the ships continued to party, with most not going to sleep. Luffy did not hold back despite being paralyzed with his injuries and stayed on Hancock's legs laughing with his crew. The next morning, he was much better, standing but still bandaged, finding someone on the deck while he touched his belly. I want you to be okay, Luffy said. I will be, Hancock murmured. Tell everyone in Amazon. The Navy won't do anything now that it's broken, but that might change soon, and when it does, we will have moved Amazon Lily, Luffy said. Yes, I will prepare everyone for the changes, she said with a small smile. Despite Hancock having participated in the war so as not to be removed from the Shichibukais, in the end, she ended up becoming a traitor as she fought with the pirates against Saturn. And Amazon Lily could be in danger soon. So Luffy instructed her during the night to prepare the kingdom. Luffy would move it to Skypia with Beppo, leaving them in safety, especially with the babies missing a little more than 6 months to be born. That's good, it will be good to have our daughters close to us when they are born, Luffy said. He was excited to have his first child with her. Then I'm going to be an aunt. At that moment, Lucy appeared excited while looking curiously at Hancock's belly. Luffy had spoken last night that he was going to be a father, and Lucy had found out everything. She stayed on top of Hancock the rest of the night asking questions. She seemed quite excited about the idea of having nieces. Hancock, who just smiled and was quite responsive to the excited girl, would not deny Luffy's sister, her excited sister-in-law, the joy of her daughters. Hancock sighed and looked at Luffy. "Well, I'm going," she said in the end. He nodded, giving a small kiss. She then began to leap into the air, flying over the sea after that. The ships were still navigating through the calm belt, so Amazon Lily was very close at this moment. Luffy turned his attention back to his ship, with his crew finally calming down from the feast, many still sprawled on the ground after drinking all night and most of the women sleeping in his room. This could also be said of the rest of Whitebeard's pirates who were all down on the ground and even in the masts. Luffy looked towards the farthest ship, Moby Dick, and saw the man sitting in his chair in the middle of the deck while also staring back at him. "Looks like we're finally going to talk," Luffy commented as he turned back to his sister. "I'm going to Ace's ship to talk with his captain. I'll be back later," he said. "I want to go too," Lucy exclaimed excitedly as Luffy leapt into the air and stretched out his hands to grab her at that moment and pull her along. Luffy just wanted to laugh at Lucy, but let the girl be carried by him as he jumped through the air with Jeppo. Despite feeling a bit of pain in that state, it was nothing that hindered him, and he advanced over all the ships. Landing on Moby Dick, with his sister clinging to him, where the man known as the strongest man in the world was waiting. Luffy faced him while the man did the same. Whitebeard was also bandaged like Luffy, as he had many injuries, and only the man was awake on the deck at that moment. Lucy was looking confused at the silence there. Neither of them spoke a word. Luffy took his eyes off Whitebeard, who looked to the side as he approached and grabbed a barrel of rum and came back towards the pirate, taking a glass and pouring it for him before tossing it to Whitebeard, who quickly moved his hand and caught the barrel. "If we're going to talk, good rum can't be missing," Luffy commented calmly, cracking a smile as he sat on the ground and his sister did the same beside him. The man just nodded. They were finally going to have their conversation. Meanwhile, in Mary Joie's, things were not going well. A heated discussion began in Pangaea Castle, with Sengoku and the four elders. Sengoku could only stay quiet as the men exclaimed angry words against him and his plan, which had been a total failure with unimaginable losses. Kong appeared a few hours later, since he had recovered a bit in Marineford and woke up, but quickly left even with his injuries, as the situation was urgent. "Enough of all this, it's already happened and we should just start thinking about how to reverse this. We also agreed on the plan and it's our responsibility too, so let's start the projects," one of the elders decided. "Yes. It's time to start mass-producing pacifistas and initiating the Seraphim project," he said, while the elder only nodded, knowing very well what they were talking about. "Contact Egghead, it's time for Dr. Vegapunk to start the projects. We're going to create the greatest force the world government has ever had in the history of this world." Another elder spoke at the end with a somber voice. "Now, we also need to put bounties on all those pirates," another concluded as they nodded. A new discussion began. The bounties on the Straw Hats were to be updated. "Raccoon here. I don't know the ideal number of how many men Whitebeard put into the war, so I ended up asking ChatGPT for help. It gave me this answer. In the Marineford War, Whitebeard managed to gather a considerable force of allies. In addition to his own crew, which had 16 division commanders and about 1,600 men, he also brought a large number of allies from other pirate crews. In total, it's estimated that he mobilized about 43 allied pirate captains, each with their own crew. This puts the total number of pirates under Whitebeard's command in the war at several thousands. The series doesn't provide an exact number, but considering that each allied captain could have between 50 and 100 men, the total number of men beside Whitebeard could easily exceed 10,000. I ended up putting then 11,600 men. You're the old man Ace is so fond of. You seem like a nice guy," Lucy commented, sitting beside Luffy. "Gurarara. And you are Lucy." Ace spoke very highly of his two brothers. Newgate spoke calmly. "Not just us, there's one more," Luffy smiled at that. "Sabo. I can't wait to see him soon." She, Lucy said with an excited smile. "We'll meet soon," Luffy smiled, and his gaze fell on Whitebeard. "Anyway, we are heading to Fishman Island. I'm sure Neptune will throw a grand feast," Luffy said. "He will, but do you think the man will easily accept you there after you kidnapped his daughter?" Whitebeard asked with a smile. Of course, I'll ask her father for her hand in marriage, Luffy declared. What, you're getting married? Lucy exclaimed in surprise. I can't imagine that guy's face, but it will surely be fun, Whitebeard continued with his smile. There's that, but there are also other things that need to be done there, Luffy said with a serious tone while Whitebeard had a serious glint in his eyes. What are you talking about, kid? He asked. Fishman Island is casting a shadow that will soon cover the island in a civil war. I told this to Shira the first time we met, Luffy commented before continuing. There's a person named Hody Jones who is forming a group of fishmen with ideologies starting from a fishman named Arlong, one my navigator killed in the East Blue. Even though he was weak, he still managed to plant an ideology of fishmen hating humans, treating them as inferior beings. This guy is also behind the death of Queen Otahime, Luffy said, while Lucy remained silent this time. Whitebeard looked very serious. Jinbei had mentioned something about this. It won't be something that happens now, they might act in a few years, but I want Shira to handle it, after all. This is her land and she is now ready for it, Luffy said. If the girl can handle it, then it's fine. Whitebeard, despite having Fishman Island as his territory, wouldn't prevent his princess from dealing with the issues. Another thing also. I intend to move Fishman Island to the surface, Luffy stated seriously. Do you think you can? Whitebeard asked. Knowing the old dream of the seafolk, they wanted to coexist with humans on the surface. You know I have Shiki's power in my crew. I'm planning to bring multiple kingdoms together when I head to the New World. Luffy shared some of his plans. When will you sail these waters, kid? Whitebeard asked. Soon, but I plan to train for some time. I'm without my devil fruits at the moment. It will be an opportunity to enhance my haki and body, Luffy said. He wouldn't need to rely so much on his fruits anymore. I see. So you had a negative reaction. You really were scary to deal with that old government guy. And to think they were so strong. I don't know why they weren't sent to God Valley. Whitebeard reminisced about his youth. I had to make extreme decisions, but I didn't even have full control of my awakened form. The only thing on my mind was to kill that elder, Luffy admitted. Anyway, I don't know what would have happened if you had shown up at Marineford, Whitebeard admitted, looking up, with the comet still illuminating the morning sky. To be honest, I thought you were going to die. Luffy spoke earnestly. He didn't believe Whitebeard would make it out alive, which is why he didn't promise anything to Jinbei at Impel Down. Gurarara. Do you really think this old man would go down easily? Whitebeard mocked. But then his face turned to a more serious tone. However, with these wounds of mine, I don't think I will last much longer, he admitted, looking out to sea while no one else around listened to their conversation, except Marco hiding, the only one awake that Luffy noticed with his haki. You know that Teach will come after you, right? Luffy spoke. Yes, and let him come. Next time I will be able to finish him. Whitebeard was confident. Just be careful with your fruit. It can absorb all the powers from other devil fruits and I believe it can remove the devil fruit from dead users. You know what that means, don't you? Luffy said with a gleam in his eye, as he began to drink his rum. Whitebeard was surprised for a moment and nodded. So he wants my power in his crew, he said with a bit of disgust. Not just that. Luffy shook his head. He wants your power for himself, after all. He has the ability to hold more devil powers than the Yami no Mi, Luffy said. That's impossible. Whitebeard didn't believe Luffy's words while Lucy looked at her brother curiously. He was already a devil fruit user, even before using the devil fruit, Luffy revealed, speaking about his theory of how Teach's body works. After all, he has not 1 or 2 hearts, but 3. He was already a devil fruit user. Whitebeard stopped drinking as he looked at Luffy in a stunned tone. Has he ever shown that he isn't a devil fruit user? Like, have you ever seen him at sea, getting close to Seastone? Ever? Luffy asked seriously. That? I don't remember. I've never seen Teach at sea, Whitebeard admitted. I don't know how it works, but it's quite likely he ate the Teiko no Mi model Kraken. That would make his body have 3 hearts like the mythical beast suggests, Luffy said. Whitebeard was silent for a while, thinking about what he heard. Anyway, be careful with him. I could have killed him before, but I didn't because I believe he will be a good fighter to keep the sea from getting too boring when I reach the top, so don't fall to him like that. Luffy spoke, beginning to form an arrogant smile. Gurararararara. Despite the arrogant words, Newgate was not offended by them and just laughed at Luffy. Do you think you can do again what you did in Marineford? The enemies for the one who wants to reach the top are nothing more difficult than a war with the Navy, Whitebeard said with interest. You can bet on it. Luffy smiled. He knew the enemies far better than the man known as the strongest in the world in this era of pirates. The new era is coming. Joy Boy will return. The war that will decide the future of this world will happen. And I will do whatever it takes to protect my people. I will dominate all the seas and be known not only as the king of the pirates, but the emperor of all seas, Luffy spoke confidently. I bet my arm on the new generation. The words of Shanks echoed in Whitebeard's memories as he listened to all this from Luffy, but he was shocked by the mention of Joy Boy. I wish I had lived in the era of Joy Boy. In another memory of Newgate, Roger once said this to him. Joy Boy? Who is this? Lucy asked curiously to her brother while he laughed. But before Luffy could answer, Whitebeard began to laugh. Gurararararara. He started to laugh much louder than before. As everyone began to wake up with his laughter. Well done, kid. It will be a pity that I won't be here to see how this world unfolds, but it will certainly be very interesting. Whitebeard never cared about getting the One Piece. He knew what Roger predicted was never for him. His only goal was to keep his family well and have a good successor to protect them after death. It's not Teach. But is this the man you were waiting for, Roger? Newgate murmured internally, looking at Luffy, though not interested in asking who the Joy Boy that Luffy mentioned was. The crew continued waking up from Whitebeard's words echoing throughout the fleet, while Luffy maintained a calm smile for the man. Luffy, Lucy, Ace, being on the Moby Dick, approached surprised after waking up. Ace! Lucy exclaimed before they joined the crew, and the small talk between Luffy and Whitebeard turned into a feast as they spent the rest of the day with the commanders and some captains. They spent the rest of the day heading toward the Red Line, while a crew member began to coat the ships even while moving at sea to submerge in the water before descending to its depths. Meanwhile, the meeting continued non-stop among the four Gorosei, Sengoku, and Kong, deciding on the Straw Hat crew's bounty. They weren't worried about Whitebeard. After all, he wouldn't last long after the damage he received at Marineford, but the Straw Hats were a different matter. So this is the best bounty for him, an elder decided. A rookie with such a bounty. It's absurd. But there's nothing to be done, St. Ethanbaron v. Nujiro murmured. A bounty unprecedented for a man who has done unprecedented things, St. Marcus Mars said in a serious tone. Even though this is the official bounty, it won't be all after all. We the 10 Ryubitos will not let this pass easily and will put Monkey D. Luffy's head on the black market, St. Shepherd Jupiter said. Sengoku and Kong remained silent, as Luffy's photo was printed on the table for everyone to see, his bounty starting with a 3 followed by several digits. The crew of Monkey D. Luffy became the most wanted in the world. In such a situation, I believe we should call him, St. Topman Warkery commented. No, we should not bother him, St. Shepherd Jew Peter advised, and the others agreed, although Kong and Sengoku didn't know who they were talking about, but they certainly wouldn't ask these four. As the elders spoke, Luffy's bounty was not just limited to that. After all, the 10 Ryubitos throughout Mary Joieuse, enraged by what they had witnessed, began to call all their contacts, further increasing Luffy's bounty. Luffy might not be the most wanted man in the world officially, but as the 10 Ryubitos began to gather money to kill him through the underworld, he surpassed his father, becoming truly the most wanted person in the world, despite having 6 common 10 Ryubitos and 2 warrior 10 Ryubitos hearts under his custody. Unaware of his official bounty and total bounty, 2 Black Pearls sailed underwater with Whitebeard's fleet, as finally, Fishman Island began to appear in front of them. They had finally arrived. Fishman Island had become a spectacle in the eyes of those who had never seen it before, with its guide showcasing the gigantic island enclosed in a massive bubble, with the royal family's palace, known as Ryugu Palace, perched above it. Below the larger island were the submerged districts filled with water, where the merfolk who preferred living within the water resided. So beautiful, Yamato exclaimed, gazing at the larger island shimmering in the middle of the ocean. There were some sabaody trees rising from that spot all the way to the surface, over 10,000 meters high. Sun rays penetrated the surface and continued down to the ocean floor, highlighting the beauty they were witnessing. "So this is your home, it's incredible," Shishihara, Lucy exclaimed. "It's Shirahoshi, Lucy-sama." "Yes. I've never seen it from this side before, it's incredible," Shirahoshi murmured shyly, still towering at her 17 meters, since Luffy had not yet recovered the powers of his fruit. "Got it. Hoshirashi," Lucy smiled, messing up the princess's name once again. "Nay. Finally, we're here," Hachi commented. "Yes," Kami shouted next to him. They hadn't gone to Sabaody, but Hachi had used Jeppo to travel to the island with Poppig to pick up the princess so they could return to Fishman Island safely after what had happened. Jimbei was also on the ship, crossing his arms with a small smile. "It really is beautiful," as Shirahoshi said. Vivi commented, enchanted by the sight before her. "It truly is incredible." Nami agreed while the rest of the crew made many comments about the island. The ships continued approaching the official port of Fishman Island as hundreds of merfolk wearing armor and wielding tridents awaited along with the royal family to greet them, similar to the crowd that began forming, looking curious and excited at the arrival of the Moby Dick, which was the first ship. The other ships followed closely behind, filling the port with all the ships of the fleet, while Black Pearl arrived as one of the last. Shirahoshi stood out within the coating, watching her people with bright eyes, seeing her home again after months. "Father! It's our sister," Manboshi exclaimed, watching Shirahoshi coming on the last ships. Two giants stood out among them. One was Oars, who was recuperating, occupying an entire ship that barely contained him. Reiju had bathed him with phoenix flames since he was no longer at risk of death. Shirahoshi. Neptune almost cried seeing his daughter finally return home. But his attention turned to the man descending from the first ship, as Whitebeard looked as though he had just walked out of a war, strolling calmly towards Neptune who was waiting for him. "It's so good to see you well, Whitebeard," Neptune spoke with a respectful tone. "Gurarara. How are you, my friends? Were you expecting this old man to die?" Whitebeard began to laugh. "It's Whitebeard." The fishmen and the mermaids excitedly shouted for Whitebeard. "He's okay, thank goodness," the crowd began to exclaim. "We've prepared a feast in the island square, so please feel free to enjoy yourselves, while I want to see my daughter," Neptune spoke as Whitebeard nodded in understanding. Neptune then moved with his children to one corner of the port while the Straw Hat crew finally started to land, leaving the ship. The crew members looked curiously at the fishmen, except for those of the same species, who looked back at the crew. "It's them. The princess fought in the war with the pirates." A mermaid pointed towards the giant mermaid. "So he is the man who destroyed the marine headquarters." Another pointed at Luffy, who was descending at that moment. "Did you see how strong our princess was? I never thought Neptune's daughter could be so powerful. I had never seen her after she isolated herself in the castle. With the death of Queen Otahime, she's so tall." People continued exclaiming as the royal soldiers finally arrived with the king himself and everyone had to make way for them until Neptune finally arrived in the presence of the pirates, stopping with his gaze fixed on his daughter. "Daddy," Shirahoshi murmured, almost crying from missing him. "My daughter," he spoke, his eyes moist. "Sister." The three brothers appeared beside her. "Brothers," she said, equally missing them. It didn't take long for them all to throw themselves into each other's arms as Shirahoshi embraced her father and brothers like a family. "I'm so happy to have you here again. My daughter, I'm so proud of you," Neptune spoke before stepping back from his daughter. His gaze fell on the man near Shirahoshi, and as Luffy still wore many bandages on his body, Neptune's look turned to anger. When someone had spoken about a prophecy involving someone taking his daughter a while back, he swore he wouldn't let anyone steal his precious daughter. But this man had done something that took his daughter straight to the East Blue, and he had abused her, first with that inappropriate photo of the unmarried princess on a man's lap in a throne as had happened in the Goa Kingdom and other things he had seen in the newspaper. "You," Neptune spoke, pointing so swiftly with his trident at Luffy's head that it created a gust of wind, causing his companions to get into a fighting stance, but Luffy just seemed calm, looking at the trident pointed at his head. "You stole my daughter right under my nose," Neptune accused loudly. As the Whitebeard pirates looked on stunned from their ships, the crowd began to murmur among themselves. "Stop it, Daddy! Don't hurt Luffy-sama!" Shirahoshi immediately stood between Luffy and her father's trident. "Shirahoshi, this human stole you. You should never have left your room," Neptune immediately argued. "No, Luffy-sama saved me, help me not be a coward. He said I could continue my mother's dream, that I can be strong enough to take care of the merfolk people," she exclaimed again, with a defiant look towards her father. In the next moment, everyone felt the sea become agitated as the island began to tremble. "Hey, what's happening?" Both the pirates and the merfolk quickly felt it with stunned eyes. Whitebeard looked at it also surprised, but his eyes widened when he saw that huge shadow emerge behind the bubble covering the island, with a huge sea king beginning to appear to everyone. "What is that?" Ace exclaimed, shocked next to an equally stunned Marco, who were looking at that huge eye watching them. "Why is there a sea king there? Run, it's going to attack the island." People immediately started to get scared, seeing the creature watching them as if they were just ants. Neptune opened his eyes to that huge eye that covered all his field of vision to the sea behind the bubble. Luffy, who was not very concerned with Neptune's threats, looked curiously at the power of Shira manifesting in this way, while the Sea King seemed just to observe them, feeling the wrath of Poseidon, but just its presence agitated the sea so much that it made the island tremble. "Calm down, Shira. Let me talk to your father," Luffy spoke calmly. As Shirahoshi heard this and began to calm down, with the Sea King finally leaving the island and disappearing into the middle of the sea, Neptune looked at his daughter cautiously. He had never imagined she could manifest the power she was born with in this way, something she couldn't do 6 months ago. "Shirahoshi," he murmured as his gaze returned to Luffy, moving past his daughter. "I did take your daughter, Neptune. I admit it, but I don't regret it, and she is an important crew member that I welcomed under my flag. I protected her in all possible ways and will continue to do so. If you think I touched your daughter, you are mistaken. Although she is of age, I respected her." Luffy began with his arms crossed, looking directly at Neptune. "But you know what? Since you are here, I'll be straightforward and declare one thing," Luffy continued as he spread his arms with everyone looking at him. "I intend to marry Shirahoshi. She will be my wife," he said with his arms out before crossing them again as if he was stating the obvious and right thing. "What?" Shirahoshi's brothers immediately exclaimed. "This is not how you ask someone to marry you," Nami, Vivi, Lami, and Reiju exclaimed with a grimace. Foo. Looks like we'll have a new sister," Robin commented. "I don't know why you're all exclaiming. Your marriage proposal wasn't normal either," Nijiko complained to Lami and Reiju. "Luffy is so relentless," Usopp murmured. "Right, Zoro." He looked to the side where Zoro should have been, but the spot was empty. Zoro disappeared. Chopper exclaimed. "Wolf!" Chow Chow followed his scent and dashed through the streets past the fishmen looking for Zoro. Tisk. Enel just scoffed, uninterested in any of it, while Hugo had a neutral face. Kami, Poppig, Hachi, and Jimbei had grimaces while snot dripped from their noses at Luffy's declaration. Besides the rest of the crew having various reactions, Neptune stood with his eyes and mouth wide open, a snot dripping from his nose. "What did you say?" he exclaimed, not believing those bold words. "Luffy. What are you up to now?" Ace exclaimed next to Whitebeard. The population also had shocked looks at this while all showed faces similar to Luffy's declaration. "What?" A collective scream was heard as both the pirates and the island's population yelled in astonishment. Shirahoshi immediately blushed, placing both hands on her cheeks. "Luffy-sama, you shouldn't say something like that in front of everyone, but I accept," she said shyly in a tone of a truly infatuated woman. Once again, everyone was shocked. After all, Luffy had declared this to her father. It wasn't a request to the princess, but she accepted it in front of the entire island. "What?" Once again, everyone screamed. "Gurararara. These kids know how to be reckless." Whitebeard laughed at that. "Your brother really knows how to shock any place he goes." Ace, Jozu commented, looking a bit stunned since a wedding was the last thing they expected upon arriving at Fishman Island. While everyone was shocked by this, the mermaid looked around at others who seemed quite shocked by it, but unlike the group, she just maintained a small smile. "So this is the famous Monkey D. Luffy?" Madame Shirley murmured, looking at him with interest. After all, she still had her hands trembling with the vision she had that morning, a vision of the future where the entire world was at war, and that boy wearing the straw hat there was the man at the center of the war that would decide the fate of all inhabitants of this world. Though in the vision, the one wearing the hat was that sailor near them, with her having a different form in the vision, with white hair and quite shocking powers, and what Shirley saw was Lucy fighting alongside her brother. Chow Chow followed Zoro's scent through the streets of Fishman Island while the locals stared at the strange creature curiously, as they had never seen a dog before in their lives. He continued down the streets until he reached the far end of the island, wondering how Zoro had ended up there, but what shocked the animal the most was that his scent ended at the bubble, making him wonder where Zoro had gone. Wolf! He started barking, but the only response from the other side of the bubble were the fish swimming at the bottom of the sea. With no choice left, Chow Chow had to simply turn around before heading back to the group going to the square, unsuccessful in finding his companion. Deep under the sea, beneath the main island, the atmosphere wasn't at all pleasant or even shocking like above, since a group neither knew what was happening up at the port nor seemed very happy with the news that Whitebeard was still alive, which destroyed all their plans. How would they launch an attack on Ryugu Palace now? This is bad. Jones, Do-sun spoke with a worried tone. Yes. Moreover, that man who defeated Arlong in the East Blue is extremely powerful. Can we handle him? Zio said with a somber tone. You saw what he did at Marineford. His crew is as powerful as him. Besides, Daruma said before glancing at a corner. My Shirahoshi is back, but my powers no longer work on her. Eikon Eikon started crying. Why are you so down? Just drink a bit and it'll pass. Hyuzu spoke while belching a bit from his bottle of rum. Hody Jones. Suddenly, a fishman entered the place with an urgent tone. What now? Hody Jones was already in a bad mood as he looked at the fishman. There's a human in the district, he exclaimed. A human? What is he doing here? Hody Jones couldn't help but be surprised. He's out there, the man pointed as they immediately went out to sea, while a group of fishmen who shared Hody Jones's ideology more than celebrating Whitebeard's return on the main island, stared, forming a crowd around that human, who was none other than Zoro himself. I feel so weak, Zoro murmured while he was in the middle of the sea, barely able to move in the water with Jeppo, feeling a great pressure on his powers. But he still managed to stay within the sea. Gosh! How can they get lost like this? Don't they have any sense of direction? Zoro murmured while his cheeks puffed up as he held his breath. He looked in front of him, a crowd was surrounding him at that moment while new fishmen approached him, looking at him with interest. Maybe they can help me, Zoro thought and started making signs. Hody Jones looked on, stepping in front of all his subordinates. What is he doing? A fishman asked as Zoro was making strange gestures, since he couldn't speak. I don't know. Humans are so strange, another fishman spoke. Hey, I know who he is. It's Roronoa Zoro, Daruma said, recalling that he saw the poster of the Straw Hat Pirates, a group they had been interested in since they knew they were with the mermaid princess with them after defeating Arlong. So he's the spacey one of their crew. Hyuzu seemed interested as he drank his alcohol underwater. Zoro continued making strange gestures at the bottom of the sea with a slightly tired face. Can anyone tell what he's saying? Ikaros much asked as he saw the human continuing to mime to everyone there. Let me see, a thunderous voice was heard at this moment, as the huge Wadatsumi looked at Zoro with narrow eyes. Can you guys tell me how to get to the square of the island? Wadatsumi spoke with a pause while trying to see each movement of Zoro and what he wanted to say. Square. He's talking about the main island. The fishmen soon became astounded by this, wondering if this man had some sort of directional problem. After all, the square of the island was on the island. I think this human is lost, one of the fishmen murmured. Humans are really inferior beings, another mocked. Isn't this a chance to destroy the pirates who ruined Arlong? Another murmured. This sounds interesting, Hyuzu said, coughing drunkenly. Leave it to me, he spoke and grabbed his sword. Zoro looked at the fishman who suddenly moved, at high speed in the sea, but for Zoro, even weakened in the sea, he saw the swordsman coming in slow motion. What? Everyone exclaimed in the next moment as Zoro defeated the fishman with one strike, reappearing behind him while Hyuzu had white eyes with his blood streaming through the water as he floated defeated. That damn human. Let's defeat him, other fishmen exclaimed as they prepared to attack Zoro. Then a fight began while Zoro did not understand why he was being attacked. But even with his face still tired, and holding his breath, he continued defending himself from the attacks of those fishmen as muffled explosions in the deep sea kept occurring around them. It didn't take long for structures in those districts to be destroyed, as new fishmen from there went to the site, looking stunned at the scene in front of them. What is this? They immediately exclaimed. How could this happen? Another spoke. Everything was destroyed, but not only that, Hody Jones and his main members were lying defeated, floating in the sea, while Wadatsumi was now left lying on the ground atop the destroyed buildings, all of them beaten. Hody Jones, the new fishmen who shared his ideology about the fishman race being superior to surface species, looked scared and went to help their leader. Meanwhile, Zoro continued jumping through the sea with a tired face, holding his breath, until he saw something in front of him, the graveyard with the Noah's Ark. They don't seem to be here. But at least I could breathe a bit. Zoro concluded without thinking that looking up, he would see the island where his companions are. He was frustrated while his companions should be drinking sake at this moment. Which was true, after all. The main island square was having a huge party with all the inhabitants, as it was a feast that matched the whole kingdom, so it was not just held privately at the Ryugu Palace. Ha 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 ha, come on, father-in-law, you can't be in such a bad mood at the banquet. Luffy exclaimed to Neptune, who looked angrily at him. You damn brat. You dare steal my beloved daughter and still want to marry her, Neptune spoke angrily. Straw Hat. The three brothers seemed to share their father's opinion as they looked at Luffy angrily. Luffy. You shouldn't provoke them like this. Nami approached Luffy while he was eating with Lucy and Ace, near Whitebeard. BABY5 was feeding him. Don't be like that, he's my father-in-law, now we're family. Luffy said as he grabbed Nami, who let out a surprised scream and was pulled towards Luffy. Luffy? Nami exclaimed before receiving a joyful kiss from her husband. How dare you kiss another woman while you are trying to marry my daughter, Neptune shouted with red eyes. You damn, you're cheating on Shirahoshi. The brothers exclaimed to the future brother-in-law. Don't be mad, Dad. Luffy-sama has more than 10 wives. Shirahoshi approached drinking her juice. More than 10 wives? Neptune seemed to be having an attack at this moment as his head caught fire with anger. Tell me, my daughter. Has this human ever touched you? Because I swear, I'll kill him as soon as I hear anything like that, Neptune shouted angrily. No, Dad. Though I wanted to know why Luffy-sama and the others made strange noises, they seemed to be having fun. Shirahoshi said with her hand on her chin, while both Neptune and his sons fell to the ground at that moment as if they had lost their souls. Dad-sama. Brothers-sama. Shirahoshi was extremely worried about them at that moment, not knowing why they were having this reaction. Gurararararara. These kids are fun, Whitebeard murmured, laughing. The square was full of people from all over the island, while the Neptune family had also provided food for everyone to also get involved in the celebration. Everyone seemed joyfully eating, while the main members were gathered in the center of the place, with Whitebeard, his companions and fleet, while Luffy and the others were beside. Lucy continued eating everything as her belly grew and grew. Hey, Lucy. You're eating my food, Ace exclaimed, frowning. Stop that, Sailor-san, another commander exclaimed as his food was stolen. Luffy, tell your sister to stop eating my food, Usopp exclaimed. My food is disappearing. Chopper shouted. Wooff, Chow Chow did not like a stretched hand stealing his piece of bone and meat. Ace's sister is a friend, she can eat as much as she wants, or said, his voice echoing through the square. He was already conscious, despite being bandaged and his leg still severed, but he let Lucy eat his food with a happy smile. Foo. Robin laughed. You dared to steal the food of a god? Enel complained and launched a bolt at Lucy. But as soon as the light from the bolt disappeared, Lucy was fine as if nothing had happened. Lucy, at this rate, you're going to finish off the banquet, Luffy exclaimed, laughing. The banquet continued for the next few hours while the crew kept up their usual pace, until everything calmed down while only the pirates were no longer in the square. It's a shame we couldn't talk to him, one mermaid murmured. Stop that, you know he's engaged to Princess Shirahoshi. Another mermaid spoke. but had a dreamy look like her friend. "Can you two stop that? Let them be," Madame Shirley said alongside, looking at her employees with disapproval. "I wonder if you'll go to the Mermaid Cafe. That would be interesting," another mermaid murmured. "I don't know, but now that the banquet is over, let's get back to work," Madame Shirley said eventually. Back at Ryugu Palace, the party continued while all the pirates went there as Shirahoshi seemed quite comfortable seeing the rooms of her castle after years locked in her room. "It's so good to see my daughter not afraid to leave her room anymore," Neptune cried as he watched Shirahoshi looking curiously at all the places in her house. "But that doesn't mean I'll let that damn human marry my daughter," Neptune concluded. So this is Neptune's palace," Hachi murmured. "So big," Kami said excitedly. "There must be many treasures here," Nami exclaimed with dollar signs in her eyes. Hey, can you stop that?" Nijiko slapped Nami's head. "Is there a dragon outside? Can we beat it?" Yamato asked curiously. "You know that's a statue, right?" Kuina said looking at Yamato as if she were a fool. "Oh, never thought I'd be here in my life," Popig exclaimed, raising his hands. "Speaking of which, where is Luffy?" Lucy asked, still eating. "He went to talk to Pops about something." Ace replied beside her while also eating. After all, Lucy had finished all the food at the banquet in the square and they had to eat here. "So, what did you want to talk to me about that needed to be private?" Luffy asked looking at Whitebeard drinking his rum. This was a different situation from what happened on the boat. After all, here they had privacy, while Whitebeard needed to talk about the future of his children, since he didn't have much longer to live after the damage he suffered at Marineford. "You know," Whitebeard began, "I won't be alive for much longer," he admitted. Luffy looked at him with a rather serious expression, nodding, understanding what the man meant by those words. "Yes," he said. "My family is not strong enough to defend against other Yonko. As you can see, I hope to have a powerful successor, but I haven't found anyone yet and believed that Ace would become that person," Whitebeard admitted while Luffy nodded. After all, he really saw Ace as his potential successor, even to the person who would find the One Piece hidden by his father and lead the battle that would involve the entire world. However, his death was approaching, and Luffy didn't know if Whitebeard still believed Ace would be that person. In fact, it wouldn't matter. "Do you think everyone would follow me just like that?" "I doubt it," Luffy spoke immediately, reading Whitebeard's thoughts. "I don't think so, but I fear for their lives when they try to defend my legacy with their current strength," he murmured. "Unfortunately, that will happen, Whitebeard. But if they really want to join my flag, I will accept them," Luffy said. He would not deny these people. They were strong and reliable, at least more so than most of those Hachi mentioned when he went to Sabaody. The sea was infested with pirates looking for Luffy wanting to join his fleet. Luffy wanted to have an army, but not in that way. After all, he preferred quality, and these pirates were often just criminals looking to commit crimes under the shadows of a criminal flag. Whitebeard looked at him for a while and decided to continue. "What are your plans for the New World?" "I plan to stay in paradise for another year since I will train and perfect everything I've learned. We will go to the New World as soon as this time passes and start conquering the islands of the New World by stealing them from the other Yonkos," Luffy said, smiling. "You plan to start a fight against everyone at once?" Whitebeard was surprised by this statement. "Yes, I already have conflicts with Kaido and Big Mom, so I don't mind messing up the entire New World until I create my own territory before stealing all the red poneglyphs with the location of Laughtail," Luffy said with confidence. "Do you think you will be able to dominate the sea? Do you understand what it means to find Roger's secret?" he asked with an intense look, and Luffy just smiled. "I know very well, I've been preparing for this since I left East Blue. You can see, I have the most powerful crew of all because even if in my current state I can't reach the level of a Yonko, I have many companions who are on par with commanders and will be even stronger," Luffy said, clenching his fist. "Before my powers return to me, I will be as strong as any Yonko just with my haki and physical body," Luffy declared. "I even pondered giving you a beating." "Gurararara. Arrogant brat. Very well, I would like to leave my territories under your flag, when I depart with my crew." In the end, Whitebeard spoke his thoughts. "I will go to the New World in a year. I will be willing to take whoever wants from your crew if you are not alive by then, but try to stay alive, old man," Luffy said with a satisfied smile. Very well, if that guy conquers my territories by then, expel him from there as best as you can. Whitebeard didn't seem very confident he would live until then. Yes, Teach is someone I intend to give a beating to as soon as I see him, Luffy said. Gurararara. It seems this old man can finally rest, Whitebeard said with some satisfaction. Well, if you see Roger on the other side, tell him I will surpass him, Luffy said and began to get up. I will go talk to my crew, after all, there are still things I must do on this island. He began to walk away from Whitebeard after that, heading to the main part of the castle. Whitebeard was left alone, watching Luffy's back as he walked away. Tell Roger that he will surpass him. He thought of Luffy's words. Gurarararara. Could it really be him? Roger? Whitebeard couldn't help but comment in the end while sighing alone. He had to admit that he had little time left to live and was happy to spend it with his family, but he could also rest in peace knowing that his children would still have a powerful ally, and that if it depended on him, Luffy would have his territories and fleet as long as he could protect them. Luffy returned to the throne room, which was now infested with pirates. As he passed through, he was recognized and greeted with admiration, gratitude, and even fear by Whitebeard's fleet pirates and their captains, until he finally reached the person he wanted to talk to. Shira. Luffy called to the mermaid. Luffy-sama. Shirahoshi approached Luffy. Shall we go to your mother's grave now? I want to visit that place, Luffy said, while Shirahoshi's eyes lit up. Yes, let's go, Luffy-sama, she seemed quite excited. Robin, come with us, Luffy also requested, and Robin approached, while Shirahoshi picked up the two before flying out of the room. Shirahoshi. Neptune saw that at the last moment and cried out, she doesn't even ask for her father's permission anymore, he complained, feeling his daughter had become quite rebellious. Luffy and the others left Ryugu Palace after putting a bubble around themselves to protect against the seawater while Shirahoshi quickly took them out of the royal area, crossing to the side of the island as they continued descending. Where could my mother's grave be? She asked, looking at the sea fungus. There, Robin commented, seeing a light coming from a forest, while Shirahoshi continued to approach. What is that giant ark? Robin commented, seeing the enormous ship beside it. This is Noah, Shirahoshi's vessel, Luffy commented. What? My vessel? I won't stay on the Black Pearl anymore, she exclaimed, horrified by that. You will, Shira, but this is a ship that only the kings of the sea can pull. You will command it one day, Luffy said, and they finally reached the location. Zoro is here. Luffy seemed shocked as he watched Shirahoshi pass through the bubble with Robin and himself. You finally stopped getting lost, he commented. Ha 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 ha, Luffy laughed before mocking Zoro. You got lost, you idiot, you also missed all the loot from Ryugu Palace, he said. What? Zoro seemed shocked. Anyway, let's move on, there's a poneglyph here in Odahime's grave, Luffy said, jumping off Shirahoshi's back and landing on the ground with Robin doing the same. This is the forest down here. It's as beautiful as the ones on the surface, Shirahoshi murmured until they finally found the grave. She stopped to pray for her mother while Luffy took Robin to the poneglyph nearby. Well, it seems it's as I thought. Luffy let his thoughts escape as he read the symbols. Wait, you know how to read this? Zoro asked, curious. Yes. For a long time, actually, I learned from Robin, he declared, approaching the stone and touching it. Luffy closed his eyes and waited for the voice of all things to say something, but all he could hear was a sound about. A battle happening with explosions and screams. How strange, he murmured before losing the voice of the poneglyph, as he couldn't visualize anything else. Did you notice anything, Luffy? Robin asked, curious, knowing about the ability her husband had mentioned once, studying the poneglyphs he found in East Blue. Nothing much, Luffy commented while sighing, but Robin didn't stop her questions there. This poneglyph is different from the others. Joy Boy, who is he that you mentioned before? She asked, curious. She was happy to find another stone of her dream, but more doubts arose for her. Joy Boy is my sister, Luffy shrugged. Hey, what kind of answer is that? Zoro made a face, but Luffy didn't respond, his gaze returning to the stone. Here, Joy Boy would marry Poseidon, but it's her brother, Luffy smiled and turned back to Shira. Are you done? He asked, and Shirahoshi nodded with some tears in her eyes after finally seeing her mother's grave. Yes, Luffy-sama, she said with a tone of gratitude. This is good. It's time to liberate this island. This is a good opportunity, Luffy declared as his companions turned their gaze to the captain, curious about this. But Shirahoshi was the only one who understood those words. Yes. Luffy-sama, Shirahoshi said, grabbing her trident with a determined look. It was time for her to finally execute what she had agreed to in East Blue as soon as Luffy had included her and his crew. Although Luffy had expected Hody Jones to be stronger, since they had not yet stolen the royal treasure, without those drugs, they were extremely weak. But Luffy wanted to end this. If they did this a year from now, they would also be so strong that they would deal with them with the same ease as now. Hody Jones had just regained consciousness while his face was bruised and with a huge cut after facing the human swordsman, which had not ended well for him and his companions as the others were also getting up. Damn! How can he be so powerful? He wasn't a devil fruit user. How can he still be much stronger than a fishman in this place? Hody Jones muttered angrily while his companions remained silent, frustrated by the situation. More and more fishmen appeared until there were 10,000 of them, with Wadatsumi still groaning from his injuries. That damn human! Some fishmen complained. He must not be far. Let's call the Kraken, Hody Jones immediately said. Should we beat the drum? Asked, surprised. Yes. Call him, he said as they prepared to finish off Zoro with hatred for the humiliation they had suffered from that human. It didn't take long for a huge horn to echo through the depths of the sea, and the next moment the sea seemed agitated as a huge shadow emerged, coming to the Fishman district below the island. Kraken, I want you to help me kill a human, Hody Jones spoke with a firm tone, while the Kraken seemed to nod. Now let's find the human, Hody Jones said as he prepared to go after Zoro, but at that moment, a huge shadow appeared above him. Then a sound exploded in the middle of the sea the next moment. SERRRUUUUUUMMMMMEE. An object at high speed traversed the sea and went straight for the Kraken before it could react, with the strange name. Luffy appeared in front of him inside his bubble on the Kraken's face, while his arm was coated with haki, and he punched the cheek, making it sink immediately as the Kraken fell knocked out backward. Serum, I'm going to make you my pet, Luffy said excitedly as Shirahoshi flew to fight the 10,000 fishmen with her trident. The sea churned at the bottom of the island as Serum fell, struck down by a haki-coated punch from Luffy. Even without his Akuma no Miz, he was extremely powerful for a rookie. The Kraken was knocked out before he could look ahead, seeing his attacker right in front of him. He immediately glared angrily. I've decided. You will be my Kraken, a pirate needs one, Luffy declared with a smile. Immediately, the mythical creature began sending its tentacles at Luffy, who started dodging them easily as he bounced from side to side with Jeppo. The Kraken was surprised again as Luffy appeared in front of him after zigzagging to his head, where he struck him once more. But Luffy resolved to end this as he knocked out the giant creature, with it falling to the ocean floor. What? The nearby merfolk were already stunned to see someone punching the Kraken, but seeing him knocked out with a second blow left them bewildered. It's him, it's Straw Hat, they exclaimed, now recognizing who had done this. That damn human. Hody Jones was frustrated, watching the situation, wanting to kill him, but he also knew that this man was a monster. Hey, what is that? A merman pointed upwards, as a shadow approached in front of the sky's light. A giant mermaid? Is it King Neptune? They exclaimed, thinking it might be Neptune due to his size and trident, but as the person appeared, revealing a feminine figure. Is that Princess Shirahoshi? What is she doing here? Shirahoshi? Vanderdecken IX exclaimed, eyes wide, seeing the princess he always wanted to marry, to the point of threatening her and making her stay locked in her room, but for some reason, he had lost his ability with her after hearing she had disappeared and the country was put on alert. Shirahoshi approached the crowd while Zoro and Robin stayed back. Luffy wants to catch another animal? Zoro asked curiously. Foo. Where will he put this one? It seems this one lives under the sea, Robin commented. Shirahoshi looked at the crowd looking at the group of fish men stopping some distance from them. You want to cause chaos on the island of the merfolk, don't you? Luffy-sama that you'd try to coup in the future, she said calmly. You figured it out. Hody commented, looking interested. He wouldn't deny it if they found out. We are superior to humans. Neptune's management is weak. We must dominate the surface. Hody declared firmly as everyone agreed. Then I must fight you, Shirahoshi said with an even firmer tone. Shirahoshi, marry me, Vander Decken IX shouted from the side. I can't, I'm going to marry Luffy-sama, Shirahoshi exclaimed. What? Vander Decken IX exclaimed, not believing those words. Finish her, Hody exclaimed as his soldiers moved into fighting position. Leave it to me, Wadatsumi exclaimed, stepping in front of Shirahoshi. Sorry, Mermaid-san, he said, clenching his fist before launching it at Shirahoshi. Shirahoshi watched calmly, before swinging her tail and disappearing, then appearing in front of the giant who was still moving his arm to punch. In the next moment, Wadatsumi's cheek buried as he was sent flying backward with force by the hockey punch, making the man fall to the ground crying out as buildings were destroyed and some merfolk were crushed by his immense body falling far away. Ah! The merfolk screamed in desperation as they were crushed and sent flying. What? She's that strong, they exclaimed, stunned. Hody clenched his teeth. Attack her, Hody exclaimed as several of his members began advancing through the sea. Seeing this, Shirahoshi began moving at high speed, disappearing and reappearing beside them as she sliced through the sea with her trident and launched water strikes. Even as they also launched strikes with merfolk karate, they couldn't compare to Shirahoshi's attack, which caused the sea to churn the next moment as a giant wave appeared, devastating the whole area. She's very strong, Mr. Jones, a merman exclaimed, looking bewildered at the scene. So this is the strength of the princess. She even surpasses Jimbei. Hody was frustrated for not having his pills he planned to take. Mr. Jones, a merman exclaimed to a huge shadow emerging, as Shirahoshi became a giant creature at that moment. Finally, Leviathan appeared in its serpent form while looking at the 10,000 mermen who maintained stunned looks at the transformed mermaid princess, something they had not seen in the war. Hey, she can transform into that thing. What is it? The mermen exclaimed, stunned. She was as big as the Kraken, over 100 meters long, as she looked at her opponents and roared, making the entire sea tremble. All 10,000 mermen looked on fearfully, shielding themselves from the water crashing against them. Can we fight against this thing? The mermen murmured. Hody Jones, equally frustrated, saw that they could not win. We must escape from here. We cannot fight her, let alone with Straw Hat and the members of the Whitebeard crew on the island. He murmured, seeing that this was a disadvantageous fight for them and they would have to escape to try to deal with them another way or when the pirates were no longer on the island. However, Leviathan began to glow at this moment with a blue hue, and the sea began to get all agitated as Shirahoshi released her power. Luffy was next to Serum when he saw the entire sea turning strange. Amazing, she is so powerful within the sea, Luffy murmured, seeing the true ability of Shirahoshi in her domain. Besides being able to control the entire sea with her icon, she also had control of the Sea Kings, making her practically invincible underwater. He had to admit with some admiration for his companion. Suddenly, everything began to stir, and water hurricanes started to emerge all over the sea, rising upwards. This affected not only the district but also the entire island began to feel it, trembling with huge hurricanes emerging from outside the bubble as everyone still celebrating at the feast looked stunned. Hey, what's going on there? The residents were scared by this as they saw chaos making the bubble start to shake as if it would burst at any moment. Even Neptune came out of his palace along with other pirate members, who were there looking equally stunned at this, unaware that his daughter was producing all this. Meanwhile, in the midst of the chaos, the hurricanes continued to swirl through the sea and the mermen looked scared at this, not knowing how to act. We must flee immediately, they exclaimed as they prepared to leave. However, the glow from Leviathan grew even stronger and launched its attack, while all the hurricanes began to be directed towards the crowd of mermen. The sound echoed throughout the sea, and even the sea on the surface became agitated by this, but the whole place at the bottom of the sea began to be devastated as mermen were thrown far away with the impact. Even Zoro and Robin at a distance had to protect themselves from it. From a distance, Luffy saw various rocks flying towards his direction while Serum was behind him. Serum suddenly woke up stunned with the sea and the ground being devastated, as he saw various rocks flying towards him. But the human who had hit him began to move, breaking all the huge rocks with a hockey-coated punch, protecting him. A cloud of dust was launched in the next moment, covering the seabed, rising upwards, as people could finally see the direction from where the chaos began, with the sea beginning to calm down. When Zoro and Robin finally managed to see through it, a huge hole appeared in front of everyone. The entire district was no more, while thousands of bodies were floating in the sea, knocked out. "Well, she ended that pretty quickly," Luffy murmured as he no longer needed to punch rocks at the bottom of the sea, protecting his pet. Leviathan saw the result of the attack and transformed back into its original form, looking at it curiously. "Did I overdo it?" Shirahoshi murmured. "Hey, that was quite surprising." Robin approached Shirahoshi. "Thank you, Robin-sama," she smiled, pleased by the compliment that she was finally strong. "That was really surprising," Zoro murmured, looking cautiously at the being who could devastate an entire city and defeat more than 10,000 opponents in just one strike. Luffy smiled at them from a distance, then turned his attention to Serum, who was awake. He approached his slightly bruised face and crossed his arms. "Serum, now you will belong to the Straw Hat crew," Luffy declared. As Luffy continued trying to convince Serum to join his fleet, a group of Neptune's soldiers quickly approached the scene with the king himself, concerned about what had happened. "Shirahoshi," Neptune exclaimed as he approached his daughter. "What happened here?" he asked worriedly. "Daddy, I finished off the bad men," she spoke in a timid tone. "What do you mean, you did this?" He was stunned, not knowing about Shirahoshi's transformation, and believed it could be the Sea King's. "Let me explain, father-in-law." Luffy stepped forward at this moment. After having talked a bit with Serum and convinced him to be a member of the fleet, he could explain the situation better than Shirahoshi. Despite some veins growing on his forehead from being called father-in-law, Neptune stayed silent, waiting for Luffy to speak. Luffy ended up explaining the situation, and in the end, he made a statement about Otahime. "It was Hody Jones who killed your wife," he said, as Neptune's eyes widened. "What are you saying?" he murmured. "Hody Jones is a cancer to the island. While your wife believed in the coexistence of humans and merfolk, he was an antagonist. He wanted the opposite. He wanted the merfolk to go to war against humans and for them to dominate the surface, believing that his race is superior. It seems like a foolish dream. After all, merfolk are very few compared to humans on the surface, and much weaker than the major forces." Luffy scoffed, not intending to offend Neptune, but it was true. However, they wanted to use the power of Shirahoshi, which could balance the forces, Luffy added at the end. "This..." Neptune was furious. "Are you sure it was him who killed Otahime?" he exclaimed, seeking an answer, and Luffy pointed to Shirahoshi. "She saw everything," he said finally as he looked at his daughter. "Why did you never tell me this?" her father said, demanding an explanation immediately. "It's because Mom didn't want more conflict, so I ended up hiding it," she commented, though she had been cowardly at that time, but she would no longer be so. Neptune, despite his anger, nodded. "I want all of them arrested," he exclaimed to his soldiers, as they began to head to the bottom of the sea to collect the fallen bodies. "I want Hody Jones and his group personally to be tried." "Well, that was quite easy," Luffy murmured, with the threat of the Merfolk Island being so easily destroyed with just one strike from Shirahoshi. In the end, Shirahoshi, Zoro, and Robin went to the Ryugu Palace, and Luffy said they would be free to do as they pleased, while he ended up going to the Merfolk Island, wanting to visit the place alone. Luffy walked around the island after landing, observing it for the first time. The people still seemed frightened by the chaos caused by Shirahoshi's power. People started to notice him as he strolled through the streets lined with houses resembling corals. "It's very beautiful down here," Luffy had to admit. He ignored the gossip being stirred up about him as he approached a well-known place. "So this is one of the iconic places of this world," Luffy murmured, looking at the sign at the entrance. He then decided to enter, opening its doors while there seemed to be little activity at the entrance since people were still celebrating Whitebeard's return. But the place was also open, so he saw no reason not to continue. His entrance caught the attention of some mermaids who were in the place. A customer. One mermaid murmured in surprise. Luffy stared and noticed 4 mermaids working there, cleaning the tables after people had been celebrating all day before their arrival. Wait, this is Straw Hat-san, one quickly noticed. Hello, mermaid. Can I serve myself here? Luffy asked curiously as the other mermaids recognized him. Of course. I will tell Madame Shirley that Monkey D. Luffy is here. One of the mermaids spoke as she left the area. Well, can you bring me some drinks? Luffy asked as he reached the counter, while the mermaids quickly brought things for him, slightly blushing. We have aquatic lemon juice, Mugiwara-san. We also have coral milkshake. Do you want some sea tea? Luffy looked at those 3 cups with a not-so-pleased face and immediately refused. Sorry, but what I want is alcohol. Give me your best rum, Luffy said. The 3 mermaids looked at each other and went to fetch his alcohol. So he's here, Madame Shirley said with interest as she walked through the doors to see Monkey D. Luffy drinking alcohol, surrounded by 3 mermaids hugging him. You are so strong, Luffy-san. I was all emotional when you entered the war. One mermaid spoke while rubbing against Luffy's arm. You really are brave, you even killed a Tenryubito in front of the whole world. I've never seen anything like it. Another mermaid spoke in Luffy's lap. You truly are a hero. To think that Uncle Whitebeard would come out alive from that war. A third mermaid murmured as she kissed Luffy on the cheek. You're exaggerating, I just did what I should for my brother, Luffy said before smiling and drinking his alcohol. Don't you agree? Madame Shirley? Luffy looked at the large mermaid watching. Can you let our customer breathe a little? She approached, asking the other mermaids, as they quickly ran away from Luffy with blushing faces while they seemed to behave. This is not very good behavior while this man is the fiancé of the princess, as you know, Madame Shirley said with a stern tone, making the mermaids a bit embarrassed. Anyway, forget that. Madame Shirley, if you're here, it's an honor to meet the seer of the Mermaid Island. Luffy smiled at the woman after drinking more from his bottle. You seem to know me, Madame Shirley said calmly, looking at the pirate with interest. Of course. You are Arlong's sister, Luffy commented calmly, setting a somewhat hostile mood. Well, you could say that. I heard one of your companions killed him, Madame Shirley said. Yes. You could also say he caused his own death. He was enslaving humans in the East Blue for over a decade, Luffy murmured before returning to his drink. I can't deny he had a deserved end. That fool chose his hatred and it spread to some places on the island, she commented, and Luffy nodded. Yes. But that's also settled, my princess ended them. You must have heard the explosions and how the sea was agitated. It was the cleansing, and I fear to say that the Mermaid District no longer exists, Luffy commented. Yes. I already knew about that, she said at the end. Now tell me, for you being here, did you see anything in the future? I'm not going to destroy the Mermaid Island or anything, am I? Luffy asked curiously. No, she said with a raised eyebrow. I didn't see anything about your future if that's what you're asking, she spoke at the end. Luffy looked at her for a moment, knowing she was lying, but he didn't mind as long as she didn't freak out saying he would destroy the island. Anyway, I want to enjoy this place, Luffy said, and the mermaid nodded. The Straw Hats soon began to spread out as everyone started to leave Ryugu Palace and also began enjoying the island. Usopp. They have a picture of a milkshake, Chopper shouted, looking at the Mermaid Cafe. Let's go in and see what they have, Usopp exclaimed excitedly as he entered. Customer-san. A single mermaid greeted them before recognizing their identities. You're friends of Luffy Senpai, the mermaid exclaimed as she approached. Have you seen Luffy? Chopper exclaimed, not having seen his captain for the last few hours. He's there, behind the cafe in the VIP area, the mermaid said. Do you want to see him? Yes. Show us the way, Usopp said as the mermaid nodded and led them behind the Mermaid Cafe. When they arrived, they encountered a strange scene. Luffy was inside a coral pool drinking, surrounded by more than 20 bikini-clad mermaids. Nothing explicit was happening, but he was clearly enjoying himself surrounded by so many women in bikinis with fishtails. Luffy is living the dream of anyone from this world, Usopp exclaimed, dazed. What? Where? Chopper, too innocent to understand what he was referring to, was looking for something tasty that Luffy must have been eating. Luffy looked over with a smile. You guys are here. Folks, Luffy smiled at them while continuing to enjoy the small paradise of beautiful mermaids. Meanwhile, elsewhere on the island, Lami was competing in something with Reiju, while Nami, Vivi, Alvida, Najiko, and Kuina went out to shop on the island. Some stayed in the palace while others went to different places on the island. Luffy was again walking through the island's streets, heading towards the harbor, noticing an increase in ships coming from the surface. A quite obvious reaction with many pirates wanting to reach the New World after the great loss of the navy. He saw some familiar flags, and he would speak to them later, but first focused on his ship. As he approached, no one neared the Black Pearl and the others. There were guards keeping watch as they did on Whitebeard's pirate ships. He passed easily, being well known, and boarded the ship while he was alone. Entering it, he went straight to the prison, filled with 10 Ryubitos. Everyone there immediately saw the door opening, especially the celestial dragons who grimaced with hatred at Luffy. Hey, you damn inferior being! One shouted but couldn't continue, as Luffy's wave of haki covered the entire place, leaving only 2 people standing. Page 1 maintained a cautious look at Luffy but was thankful he had knocked down those idiots who had been screaming the whole time about getting revenge when they had the chance. But Luffy wasn't interested in him, but rather in Chief Jailer Domino, whom he had taken from impelled down. The woman looked at him with a dark tone but was surprised when he simply opened her cell. Come with me, you're tired of staying here, how about you come along? Luffy smiled. Why are you doing this? She asked with a cautious tone. I've decided you'll be a member of my fleet, Luffy said. He hadn't intended to take this woman before, but not wanting her to get hurt as the only woman in the prison rebellion, he ended up bringing her on the ship as well. And if I refuse? She said, not wanting to associate with a pirate. You can choose that. Then you can leave. But do you really want to go back to Impel Down? Living there is a bit sad. Luffy spoke with a smile. But you can also work for me. You can get strong. So you decide, Luffy said, turning to leave. Hey, wait! Page 1 murmured. Speak, Luffy looked at him. Can't you get me out of here? He asked. I could, but you'll have to swear loyalty to my flag. Otherwise, you're just a trade with Kaido, Luffy said. Page 1 was silent but conflicted. Luffy saw this and started to leave the ship. He couldn't help but smile as Domino followed him. I see you've decided. No, I just don't know what to do yet, she said with a stern tone. Luffy didn't care and was about to leave the ship when he felt his Den Den Mushi ring. He saw it was Uda. Luffy, she said with an urgent tone. Did something happen? Luffy asked, his eyebrow raised by the tone of her voice. Some prisoners that Beppo brought. They've escaped from prison, she said. Who? Luffy kept his voice calm, despite the surprise, wanting to understand the situation first while Domino remained silent beside him. It's Cracker and Reiju's family. They've escaped and caused some chaos. They're far from here. We can't stop them, Uda spoke. That's kind of bad. I'll stay here a bit longer before heading to Skypia with the crew. Just let me know if something like this happens again, Luffy said and hung up the Den Den Mushi. Well, you see why I need a jailer, Miss Domino? Luffy looked at her. Although he didn't like the news, there wasn't much he could do since he was far from Skypia now. Domino said nothing, and Luffy continued to exit the ship, with the woman following him. But as they reached the port, there was a crowd of people being held back by the guards. Look, it's him, a pirate said. Luffy-sama. Hire me, let me join your crew. Let's dominate this era together. Accept me into your fleet. I want to be a member of the Yonkou without territories. A crowd of people were all gathered while shouting at Luffy, who scratched his head at this, somewhat surprised by this reception seeing Neptune's guards not letting them pass. Sorry folks. Luffy began to speak to them. But I'm not interested, he said, leaving everyone surprised, as he had once thought. It was a bunch of criminals looking for a powerful flag to continue committing crimes. The next moment, he released his haki, catching everyone off guard as they fell to the ground, surprising the guards, while Domino had already seen this in the prison more than once. Luffy looked at a group behind the crowd of pirates as he approached with a smile. Kid, Killer, Basil Hawkins, Bej, X-Drake, Apu, Uruj, were there and he released another burst of Conqueror's haki at them, catching them off guard. His haki was much more powerful than what they had seen in Sabaody, making them feel a mountain on top of them as he put pressure on them. All the 7 rookies with bounties above 100 million soon began to fall to their knees.
I know you're interested in seeing how powerful I am, so I'll give you a taste, Luffy declared with a smile, increasing the pressure even more.
What? Everyone was surprised as they fell further, unable to move, and some looked at Luffy in fear as he released haki all around that area of the island, with everyone there stunned by the event. Luffy continued pressing them not to intimidate them, but for them to see how strong they would need to be if they wanted to reach the top of the New World. Kid clenched his teeth at this. I won't let you humiliate me, Kid exclaimed, releasing his own Conqueror's haki for the first time in his life, against his, though it was like a child trying to fight an adult. Luffy stopped releasing his haki and opened a satisfied smile at this. Ha ha ha. That's what I wanted to see. Very good. I hope we meet again, and that you be a powerful challenge in those waters, Luffy declared as everyone looked at him cautiously. Anyway, where's Bonnie? Luffy asked. She stayed in Sabaody. Hawkins responded, and Luffy nodded to that. It seems the girl had accepted his proposal and he would return to the island to pick her up.
Great, see you then. Don't let any pirates get close to my ship, Luffy spoke to the guards still dazed in the middle of the fallen, fainted crowd.
He looked at Domino. Let's go to Ryugu Palace, after all, there's a trial happening, Luffy said, as Holy Jones and the others would be tried by King Neptune. Luffy returned to the Ryugu castle with Domino. As he entered the throne room, where Neptune was at that moment beside all his 4 children judging Holy Jones and Vanderdecken IX, both handcuffed and still quite battered from Shirahoshi's attack. You are accused of murder, attempted murder, kidnapping, and treason against the island of the Fish Men, Neptune began, showing the tone clearly unsatisfied with the situation. Big deal, Neptune. You listened too much to that foolish wife, leading us down an unworthy path, while we had to kneel to the humans on the surface. Holy Jones openly mocked. In the room, Luffy stood at a distance, not getting too involved in the discussion and the trial. Present were Whitebeard himself and some of his crew members like Marco and others, along with members of the Straw Hat crew, listening to the entire trial, such as Robin, Jinbei, and Shirahoshi. The comment from Holy Jones quickly enraged Neptune, as he pointed his trident at Holy Jones with fury. Dare to speak of Odahime once more and I will execute you right here, he said with a bloodthirsty glint in his eyes. Fine words for a man who needs humans for everything. You are weak, Neptune, and Holy Jones said fearlessly. He would accept his death quietly, while still defending his beliefs to the end. To think things have come to this point. Jinbei murmured. He felt responsible for everything that was happening. After all, he let Arlong go after taking him out of Impel Down, where he ended up doing horrible things after talking with Nami about her life in East Blue. Beside Holy Jones, Vanderdecken IX was crying. I just wanted to marry Princess Shirahoshi, Vanderdecken IX said immediately, looking at the princess. I did all this for love, he complained, while everyone looked at him like an idiot. I already have a fiancé, Shirahoshi said calmly, as the man had received a knife hitting his heart. Neptune, tired of this, already gave his verdict wanting to end this. Anyway, I sentence you to death for all your crimes, he exclaimed, while none of the jurors from the island of Tritons denied it, since Shirahoshi had given her testimony against Holy Jones seeing him murder her mother. As for Vanderdecken IX, not much was needed to condemn him after years of throwing things at Shirahoshi. Luffy was just looking from a distance and finally approached. The first thing he went to see was the whale with a crown on its head standing in a corner, drawing the attention of others at that moment. Hey, whale, he called out, while the whale looked at him curiously. Do you by any chance want to join my crew? He asked, as the whale became more confused by that. Huh? What are you doing? Neptune immediately exclaimed from his throne seeing Luffy asking such a question to his loyal companion. Ho! This is the damn thing. You already want to steal my companion, besides having taken my daughter? Neptune was scowling at Luffy. Don't be like that, father-in-law, Luffy said approaching them. I don't force anyone, but if he wants, he can come, Luffy said, flashing a smile at Shirahoshi, completely ignoring Neptune. Don't call me father-in-law, Damn it! Neptune exclaimed again with another grimace. Gurarara, Whitebeard laughed at that, having remained silent the entire time. Anyway, since we are on the island of Tritons, Luffy said, turning back to Neptune. Let's finish this and let's prepare the wedding with my future wife, he declared. Knowing that Shirahoshi would wish to marry here, with her family rather than in Skypia. Who said you're going to marry her? Both Neptune and his other 3 children shouted at Luffy. So sudden. I haven't even put on a dress yet. Shirahoshi shyly listened to those words. Don't agree with him. The 4 family members shouted at her while she continued to timidly place her hand on her face, while Luffy didn't care about the Neptune family's anger. Neptune's face changed from enraged to one of defeat a moment later as he remained silent. He was in a place with several people at this moment, wearing a suit next to Shirahoshi in a white dress. The wedding had been initiated in the island square while the closest family members were there, and the rest of the island was around the square with many people on the upper part watching the royal wedding. Neptune had no choice but to walk his daughter down the aisle in front of the entire island. While he did not look very pleased, Luffy was at the altar while Neptune's minister of the left, who would be officiating, stood in front of Luffy. Shirahoshi looked quite excited, unlike her family, while her brothers near the altar seemed to share their father's situation. With no choice, Neptune walked his daughter up to Luffy. I'm going to kill this human, Neptune exclaimed, clenching his fists angrily as he lost his precious daughter. Ignoring this, the minister began the wedding vows. Do you take this mermaid as your future wife and will be with her until death do you part? The minister asked Luffy, who nodded while wearing a black suit. Yes, he replied with a smile. The minister of the left turned back to the giant mermaid. Do you take this human as your husband? He asked Shirahoshi, who nodded timidly. Yes, she declared with a small smile to Luffy. Both have consented. Now I ask you, is there anyone against this marriage? Speak now or forever hold your peace. The minister of the left said to the entire island. I object. I object. I object. I object. The only ones who exclaimed were Neptune and his 3 children. The minister of the left nodded to that. As no one has spoken up, he began. Hey, don't ignore me, Neptune and your 3 sons shouted, but the minister continued. Then I declare you husband and wife, he spoke in the end. Shirahoshi ended up grabbing Luffy with her hands. He felt strange with it, but had no other choice as he was kissed by that mouth larger than his entire head. With that, the wedding was complete. While Neptune and his children cried, Luffy and Shirahoshi entered a carriage that took them back to Ryugu Palace. The people of Fishman Island were celebrating while clapping for the newlyweds. Seeing the kingdom's princess marrying a human was a big step towards the goal of the late Queen Otahime, sealing a pact that humans and fishmen could finally unite. Even members of the worst generation that Luffy had met before were present while keeping to their own thoughts. A few days passed and Luffy woke up in a giant bed with him and all his wives, including Shirahoshi, while she occupied most of the bed. Luffy opened his eyes and left before anyone woke up, and walked around the castle until he saw one of his crewmates alone sitting drinking. He ended up joining him. You didn't find your room and spent the night here, did you? Luffy approached. You're saying I got lost? Of course not. Zoro complained while Luffy shook his head, seeing that was indeed the reason. Pass me the sake. Luffy sat next to the swordsman and started to drink his sake with him. So, Captain, what's your plan now that the whole world is paying attention to us? Zoro ended up asking Luffy, who smiled before answering. I want you guys to stay here for a bit. I'm going with the Whitebeard fleet to the New World. I'm going to do some important things and want you guys to meet me in Sabaody after I cross the red line. Luffy instructed. What do you plan to do in the New World? You said we would train a bit more before entering those waters. Do we need that? Zoro asked, given his strength in Marineford. We are strong enough to compete for territories in the New World, but we are still novices with just a few months at sea. I want us to be more prepared when we invade the New World, Luffy said, maintaining a gleam in his eye. As soon as we get there, I want to dominate all the territories. And we will do it without any problems. After all, if we face the Yonkou, we might even win a victory here and there. However, the world government will spare no effort to destroy us and instigate these fights to try to catch us, Luffy spoke, drinking some liquor to get rid of the hangover. So we'll have to deal with pirates and the world government at the same time. Zoro murmured, a glint of challenge in his eyes, but he understood his captain's reasoning. After all, they could receive attacks from all sides. Yes, it's time for us to dominate the seas. This year of training will give us enough power for that. I no longer possess the power of my devil fruits, but that's also good, Luffy said. After all, I don't want to rely too much on my fruits, since not everything is based on fruits. They're just a support. The base strength and haki is what dominates everything. I was lucky in fighting Saturn, but I doubt I could maintain that state fighting against the other elders at the same time. I have to be strong enough to face them and even worse things. Luffy continued and drank some more. Not just that, he would also have to worry about the kingdoms that were his territories. Most of them were already under his name, under his flag. He could say that East Blue belonged to him, however, it still lacked military power. As much as, in these months, all the kingdoms where he had placed instructions were starting to create armies, it still wasn't enough. He needed weapons and good material, so he bought Waypal's fruit to build a powerful metal and create a weapon factory in Skypia. He already had an idea of who might consume it. In the end, a few more days of celebrations happened in the palace, while Luffy socialized more with the members of the Whitebeard crew and spent time with his brothers, reminiscing about the past. So, when will we see Sabo? Lucy commented, looking at the fish outside the palace, feeling quite excited about this future meeting. Soon, Luffy commented, I'm excited to see him again and to think that he was alive all this time. Ace murmured with an excited look, having revealed the brother he thought had been dead since Alabasta. Yes, I'm sure that you will find him first before us, Ace. After all, I doubt he'll stay put after knowing the truth and will probably look for the Whitebeard crew, Luffy commented and looked at his brothers. How about we reminisce about old times with some sake, like when we did our ritual to become brothers? Luffy said, and both nodded as he grabbed some sake. Although Lucy was the only one who didn't like alcohol, she still enjoyed the moment. A moment later, all three brothers were drinking, like when they were just kids in the Goa Kingdom, in the middle of that forest with almost no one knowing of their existence, while they were nobodies, and now, their names echoed around the entire world at this moment, as a new era was arising. After that, Luffy went to talk with his crew. Lucy accompanied him too, as she was now part of the Straw Hats. It was time for Luffy to talk about his plans. So, we're meeting on Sabaody Island today, right? Nijiko asked. Yes, there are people to pick up there, and also Rayleigh will go with us to Skypia. After we return, we will train for 1 year isolated from the world. I'm sure the genetically modified monsters by Shiki's scientist will be our training base during that period, Luffy said, as everyone nodded. You're not going to pick up more women in the New World, are you? Nami murmured, crossing her arms and giving Luffy a hawkish look. What is this? You think I pick up women everywhere? Luffy mocked. You already picked up one in Impel Down, she pointed to Domino, who was standing by. He just laughed. Anyway, I'll be going. I'll get in touch with you, Luffy said, ignoring the accusation. In the end, the Whitebeard pirates began to head back to the port, while Luffy went to the Moby Dick, hitching a ride. Whitebeard said goodbye to Neptune and the others. Hey, don't forget to pick up the Flying Dutchman, that ship is important for my ship collection. Luffy exclaimed and looked at Neptune. Goodbye, father-in-law, he said while Neptune cursed him. In the end, Whitebeard boarded the ship and thus the fleet began to depart, returning to the New World. Come on, men, let's return to the New World as heroes and clean up all the mess those damn Yonkou made in our territories. We'll also teach everyone a lesson, Newgate declared, while all the pirates alongside Luffy began to shout. Luffy remained calm, but also excited to finally enter those waters for the first time. Raccoon here. I'm thinking, I want to change the beginning of this story, starting with a beginning of about 10 chapters before Luffy starts in the barrel. I want to finish this arc, and if I do that, I'll release a chapter one day about the story and another day about an alternative beginning if it's not bad for you.